Chapter 1. How could a Scion possibly submit to a woman? As the final bell of the morning class rang, AI Ran awoke from his slumber with a yawn, his biological clock impeccably precise. The moment the class bell chimed, weariness would envelop him. If there were no classes taught by a certain older, unmarried woman in the morning, he could slumber blissfully until noon. Stretching lazily, AI Ran patted his belly and smacked his lips. It was time for a meal. Life was indeed pleasant now, free from the arduous duties of a demolition office across the universe, working under the tyrannical real estate mogul, Frisia. Forget about salary and benefits. If that boss was displeased, the entire planet could be turned to dust in an instant. His previous superior, King Vegeta, had incurred the wrath of some powerful figures, leading to the destruction of their home planet, Vegeta, reduced to cosmic ashes amid Frisia's maniacal laughter. The thought of that massive energy sphere sent a shiver down AI Ran's spine. He mused, though this life is rather mundane, there is something to be said for the occasional peaceful days. In truth, AI Ran was a traveler, having traversed this world not once, but twice. In his previous life, he was an ordinary recluse who, after being struck by a truck, found himself inexplicably transported to the Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps due to a lack of people in Japan, the truck industry struggled to meet quotas for sending individuals to alternate worlds, so they ventured across the sea to recruit souls. Thus, AI Ran was born as an elite warrior on planet Vegeta. However, he did not regain memories of his past life until after Frisia had laid waste to Vegeta. Instead, he received the most authentic Saiyan education, learning the 108 methods of exterminating foes and how to cleanse a planet of its native inhabitants without annihilating it. He learned how to transform into a great ape without losing control and obliterating his comrades. Thus, AI Ran spent the initial 16 years of his life in a fulfilling yet blood-soaked existence. One fateful day, after clearing a planet with several Scions, they received a summons from Frisia's army, commanding all Scions to return to planet Vegeta immediately. Without any forewarning, AI Ran unwittingly walked into a trap of death. Only as Frisia's energy sphere was about to strike Vegeta did AI Ran regain his past lives' memories. But in that dire moment, what could he do, even with his memories restored? He was merely a Scion with a power level of 5,000. Thus, AI Ran resolved to die with dignity. He raised his middle finger to the sky and shouted, "Damn you, Frisia!" This was all he could do at that moment. To this day, AI Ran remains uncertain of what he was thinking back, that perhaps such a death was more dignified. Ultimately, AI Ran, along with planet Vegeta, was reduced to cosmic dust. Later, due to peculiar circumstances, he traversed to this world of daily life. His current task was to locate the tainted Dragon Balls and purify them. Of course, as a reward, AI Ran would be granted a wish upon purifying all 7 Dragon Balls. Initially, AI Ran was extremely reluctant to accept this task. One wish. That felt like charity. Did they think he was unaware that the Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes at once? Unfortunately, his new employer was even more tyrannical than Frisia. Should AI Ran disobey, he would be turned to ash, with no chance of even visiting the underworld. Even a Scion had to submit to such conditions. Surrendering was not shameful. AI Ran ambled toward the classroom door for a Scion. Eating and fighting were the most significant aspects of life. At that moment, a cool female voice drifted from behind him. AI Ran, are you looking for another excuse to skip the club activity today? Upon hearing this voice, AI Ran's body stiffened slightly, and the languid smile vanished from his face. He turned to face the strikingly beautiful and academically gifted girl, saying helplessly, "Yukino Shida, what a coincidence. Just as class ends, I see you. But I have no intention of skipping the club activity, surely. You'll let me grab a meal in the cafeteria first before heading to the clubroom?" With that, AI Ran sidestepped the girl and quickly made his way toward the back door of the classroom. However, Yukino no longer believed his flimsy excuse. Trailing closely behind him, he had already used that same excuse 3 times. Sensing the girl still following him, AI Ran sighed in resignation. Ever since he was coerced into joining the club, known as the service club by a certain older unmarried woman. His life had been anything but pleasant. As a traveler, AI Ran was well aware of Yukino Shida. Yukino, she had been his waifu in his previous life. Yet, perhaps due to the time spent indulging in violence as a Saiyan or the Saiyan gene's affinity for strong women, he felt nothing beyond annoyance and a sense of stubbornness when faced with Yukino Shida. As for participating in club activities, AI Ran had no interest whatsoever. This was the fourth time Yukino Shida had ambushed him. Although he had managed to escape her grasp thrice before, the ever-determined Yukino Shida, having accepted the request from their teacher, Hiratsuka Shizuka, was bound to fulfill her duty. Chapter 2. Yukino Shida. Yukino always speaks her mind. Yukino Shida. Yukino trailed behind AI Ran, silently observing the man adorned with a gray rope around his waist, and sighed. AI Ran, I feel it necessary to remind you once more. In the previous exam, the deviation score was the lowest in the school. Aside from a few science subjects, your scores in other subjects were all single digits. This is precisely why Hiratsuka Sensei insisted you join the service club, so I could guide you at all times. I hope you do not let her efforts go to waste. You must also take responsibility for your future. AI Ran ignored Yukino Shida, maintaining his pace toward the cafeteria. However, he couldn't help but internally scoff. Learning? What a joke. He hadn't grasped the knowledge from his past life. Now, he had to learn again in this one. Moreover, he had diligently studied many things during those 16 years like murder, arson, and planetary destruction. In the astonishment of the cafeteria staff, AI Ran purchased 30 portions of bread and bento in one go. Behind him, Yukino Shida, witnessing this, furrowed her brow and gently poked his back with her finger, saying, AI Ran, if you've arranged to eat lunch with someone, please enjoy your meal, and then come to the activity room alone. Confused, AI Ran looked at her. I haven't arranged to meet anyone. Then why did you buy so much food? Can you finish it all by yourself? Wastefulness is a disgrace. Yukino Shida gazed up at AI Ran, emphasizing her final words. Not all this is merely enough to keep me half full. However, overeating isn't wise. Since you're here, could you do me a favor? AI Ran flashed a neighborly smile. Help me carry some of this, I can't manage it all alone. Minutes later, AI Ran and Yukino Shida exited the cafeteria, each laden with the spoils of their midday feast. Yukino Shida observed the 2 plastic bags filled with bento she held, feeling somewhat disarrayed. Was this lunch? In the mind of a rational individual, such a quantity was far beyond what one person could consume, even for those known for their exceptional appetites. Moreover, AI Ran had just claimed that this was only enough to keep him half full. After bringing AI Ran to the activity room, Yukino Shida took her seat by the window and spoke seriously to him. AI Ran, I understand your intentions. AI Ran stared at Yukino Shida, utterly bewildered. What intentions did she think he had? As the lowest performing student in the school, and with a super cute girl like me tutoring you, I can understand that as a teenage boy, you might engage in peculiar behavior to attract my attention. AI Ran was even more perplexed. Yukino Shida continued in a flat tone. While I comprehend your intentions, it certainly does not justify your wastefulness. One must hold a basic respect for food. Many in this world suffer from hunger. Please cease your foolish and absurd actions, as they will only serve to deepen my disdain for you. Yukino Shida's voice bore no warmth. She gazed at AI Ran, unreservedly expressing her revulsion for his actions. AI Ran couldn't help but laugh, interestedly observing the girl. He had known in his past life that Yukino Shida was kind-hearted yet socially inept, completely unfiltered in expressing her thoughts. However, when Yukino Shida's sharp tongue was directed at herself, Aaron found it exceedingly amusing. I never would have guessed that your imagination is quite so vivid. It is my first encounter with someone who self-admirably declares their own cuteness with such unwarranted confidence. I am indeed adorable, and that is an undeniable fact, Yukino Shida replied nonchalantly. If you had received countless love letters every day since elementary school, and even faced ostracism from all the girls in your school because of it, with your indoor shoes being hidden 60 times, 50 of which were by girls, 5 by teachers, and 5 by dogs. You would come to understand the caliber of the remarkable individual you truly are. You would also realize the kind of exclusion that exceptional individuals encounter in this society. No one is perfect, which is why I resolved to establish this club. The Service Club was founded with the noble intention of aiding others in their transformation, thereby affecting change in the world. Therefore, you need not shoulder those burdens. I shall undoubtedly save Urine. As sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yukinoshita, Aaron perceived an unexpected aura of sanctity surrounding her. However, the grumbling protest emanating from AI Rand's stomach shattered the atmosphere of the scene. AI Rand shrugged his shoulders, stating, "It's quite difficult to explain my appetite, but I am indeed very hungry right now. Regardless, I will be having my lunch in the activity room today. If you don't believe me, feel free to watch from the sidelines. As for whether you pique my interest, to be frank, you are not my type. If I were to seek a partner, Scions tend to prefer those who are a bit more voluptuous. After all, one must not let hardship befall the children. As he spoke, AI Ren opened the first food box. Casting a regretful glance at Yukino's chest, noticing AI Ran's gaze, Yukino crossed her arms and took a cautious step back. AI Ran couldn't help but chuckle after devouring a few bites of rice. AI Ran suddenly recalled a question he had long wished to ask in his previous life. By the way, Yukinoshita, you mentioned that a dog hid your shoes 5 times. Could you elaborate on that? I find it quite intriguing. Yukinoshita remained silent. Chapter 3. AI Ran. Have you truly not fully evolved? The digestive system of a Scion resembles a large capacity shredder. In a state of hunger, a Scion transforms into a pure eating machine. Within mere seconds, the first bento was consumed, followed closely by the second and third. Yukino, observing from the side, was utterly astonished. While the stomach possesses a certain elasticity, and individual capacities may vary, there are indeed some competitive eaters who can devour meals meant for dozens. However, those are merely videos. Who would actually eat like that in reality? It is common sense that such a manner of eating would wreak havoc on one's body. What kind of creature is this boy? Or perhaps, due to my limited interactions with boys, I am unaware that they have evolved to such an extent. Yukinoshita stared blankly at the boy across from her for a full 20 minutes. AI Ran continued to eat voraciously, his table piled high with empty food containers, creating a barrier that obstructed Yukinoshita's view. Ordinary individuals typically check the temperature of their food before taking a bite, blowing on it and savoring it slowly before swallowing. But what on earth is wrong with this man? He could consume a loaf of bread in 1 bite and finish a bento in 2. Did he even chew? Could he truly appreciate the flavor of the food? Finally, after finishing the last morsel, AI Ran nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Though I am merely half full, the taste of this food is quite delightful." For the 16 years prior on planet Vegeta, AI Ran had scarcely partaken of any proper meal. After all, one cannot expect a group of bloodthirsty warriors to produce anything palatable. The Scion diet is exceedingly simple. Encapsulated in 2 words: meat. Fill me up. The cooking process is inconsequential, as raw food is acceptable. The specific type of meat is irrelevant. There are Scions who prefer to consume extraterrestrial beings directly. However, quantity is paramount. Upon restoring memories of his past life, AI Ran would involuntarily feel nauseous whenever he reflected on those 16 years. With this thought, he silently expressed gratitude to his new boss. Although she is a heartless capitalist who mercilessly exploits him, at the very least, she has brought him to Earth. It is far better than languishing on planet Vegeta. He might as well descend into the underworld. At that moment, Yukinoshita's voice interrupted AI Ran's reverie. "I apologize. I initially thought you were trying to show off and waste food. I never expected." Yukinoshita trailed off mid-sentence. Even as a genius girl, she found herself at a loss for words to describe AI Ran's earlier eating spectacle. Sensing Yukinoshita's discomfort, AI Ran nonchalantly replied, "You need not apologize. My appetite is indeed quite extraordinary. To avoid drawing attention, I usually eat alone on the rooftop during lunch. Is that so?" Suddenly, Yukinoshita's expression shifted, and she regarded AI Ran with a serious demeanor. "AI Ran, I recall that the rooftop door has always been locked. How did you manage to go up there?" "Oh, that rusty lock. I merely tugged at it gently, and it fell right off. The headmaster even summoned me to the office about it. However, after my explanation, he forgave me and granted me permission to use the rooftop freely." Witnessing Yukinoshita's incredulous expression, AI Ran recounted the details of that day in the office. Just a few days prior, AI Ran had been called to the disciplinary office by the bald headmaster, who pointed to the remnants of the rooftop door lock on his desk and demanded a demonstration of how he had damaged school property. Without hesitation, AI Ran twisted the iron rod on the desk into a spiral shape. Upon witnessing this, the headmaster and the nearby teacher transformed from fearsome dragons into timid chicks. AI Ran, though you consistently rank at the bottom of the school, you have never caused any trouble. I imagine you went to the rooftop yesterday to unwind from the pressures of studying. Sleeping in class? No problem. Our school values the psychological well-being of students above all else. It's all quite understandable. With this, AI Ran packed away his empty food containers, preparing to dispose of them shortly. He then continued to address Yukinoshita. They said I only needed to compensate for the damages. I was not punished. Though he had long suspected the teachers were unreliable, he never anticipated it would reach such a level. It seemed the reputation of Subahai had indeed waned. Having witnessed female teachers smoking, drinking, and assaulting students in school, and now allowing a modern-day gorilla to rampage through the premises, Yukinoshita felt helpless. The school was rapidly turning into a zoo. If this continues, perhaps I should consider transferring. With a sigh, Yukinoshita rose. Have you been eating this much every day? Indeed. While I can only manage to feel half full, it suffices to last me until school ends. It seems AI Ran is truly unwell. Please remember that humans cannot consume such quantities at once. At this point, Yukinoshita hesitated, pondering whether AI Ran was truly human. Could he be something akin to a bipedal gorilla or a modern ape? A creature capable of consuming 30 portions of bento and bread in one sitting, yet only managing to feel half full. Was he still deserving of the title human? This topic certainly warranted thorough investigation. AI Ran gazed at the beautiful girl before him, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Today, you have truly been a great help, Yukinoshita. Perhaps you could join me for lunch again tomorrow. My time is precious. I cannot continually waste it on feeding a gorilla. Yukinoshita tucked her black hair behind her ear, diverting her gaze. However, if you can diligently participate in club activities every day, I might consider it. Chapter 4. Does purifying the Dragon Balls require dating? In response to Yukinoshita's request, AI Ran found himself at a loss for words. After school, he continued on his path, heading directly to his apartment. It was now April 15th, a Monday. Exactly 15 days had passed since his arrival in this world, and he had attended classes at Subu High for 10 days. Yet, he still struggled to integrate into his surroundings. Observing the people and objects around him elicited a sensation that was both familiar and foreign. The more vibrant the environment, the more pronounced this dissonance became. In his previous life, he had already reached his 20s, meandering through existence. After being struck by a truck, it felt as though he had merely taken a nap, only to awaken as a deranged murderer. The memories of his past life were firmly etched in his mind. No matter how he explained it, he could not deny that the person in those memories was indeed himself. At the age of 7, he had accompanied a team to invade a planet with a population of hundreds of billions. Within mere days, AI Ran, alongside several Saiyans, had exterminated all life on that planet, regardless of age or species. As long as it was a living being, they would annihilate it. The thrill of slaughter ignited his passions, and battle fueled his bloodlust. The desire for conflict and malevolence is inscribed in the very genes of the Saiyan race. From that moment on, AI Ran's lineage had awakened completely. Even now, with the memories of his past life restored, he could not resist the emotions ingrained in his DNA. He yearned for combat and bloodshed. From ages 7 to 16, AI Ran undertook countless missions, with the lives he extinguished numbering in the hundreds of billions. By the age of 16, he possessed a combat power of 5,000, which made him a genius even among Saiyans. Even Vegeta had once extended an olive branch to him. However, due to the pride and reserve of the Saiyans, he had firmly declined Vegeta's offer. Fortunately, AI Ran had turned down Vegeta, for otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to return to this world that bore a striking resemblance to his previous life. AI Ran now relished the feeling of walking alone down the road. With a gravity only 1/10 that of planet Vegeta, he felt as though he were perpetually walking on clouds. The cherry blossoms lining the path continuously stirred his spirit, and the lingering scent of blood that had clung to his nostrils seemed to have faded considerably. It must be acknowledged that, although the scenery was not as breathtaking as that depicted in previous anime, it possessed its own unique charm. Whenever cherry blossoms danced across the screen in anime, even the most poorly rendered visuals would instantly transform into stunning high-definition or even ultra-high-definition quality. AI Ran couldn't help but ponder whether this was a rigid criterion here as well. Lost in thought, she found herself returning to her apartment before she realized it. This was a high-end residence, boasting 25 stories. Upon her first visit, AI Ran had felt a sense of familiarity with the building. It must be said that, despite the unscrupulous exploitation by her employer, the accommodations and meals were quite satisfactory, far superior to what she had experienced under Frisia during her time with Frisia's army. Scions were required to bring their own rations when heading into battle. I'm back, AI Ran announced as she pushed open the door to room 1508, raising her voice as instructed by her employer. After shutting the door, a swirling mass of purple light materialized within the room, swiftly transforming into a girl with pink skin. The girl greeted AI Ran enthusiastically. Hi, little Ran, have you returned so early today? AI Ran walked right through the illusion created by the light, completely disregarding the girl's peculiar nickname for her. Noticing AI Ran's indifference, the girl continued without any sign of annoyance. Have you found the contaminated Dragon Balls today? Sitting on the sofa, AI Ran felt at a loss for words, protesting, Lord Kaishin of Time, how could I possibly find them so quickly? Moreover, you have yet to send me the Dragon Ball radar I requested. Even if you wish to evaluate my KPI, you must provide me with the necessary tools. That's not going to happen. Little Ran. The Kaishin of Time's apparition floated before AI Ran, adopting a voice reminiscent of a cute girl. Since the contaminated Dragon Balls have already found their hosts, the radar cannot locate them. However, I have confirmed that the 7 Dragon Balls are indeed on this planet. Furthermore, peculiar incidents will invariably occur in the vicinity of the hosts. So as long as you remain attuned to your energy, you will surely discover them. Hee. AI Ran let out a cold laugh, thinking it absurd that an ancient being could still feign youthfulness. Little Ran, are you secretly calling me an old hag? The Kaishin of Time admonished, her cute voice contrasting sharply with the severity of her words. Blaspheming a deity incurs grave punishment, you know. For instance, being reduced to ashes, unable to enter the afterlife. AI Ran quickly backpedaled. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken ill of a deity in my thoughts. She then continued, Lord Kaishin of Time, what should I do if I find the Dragon Ball host? Can I purify it with a single energy blast, annihilating both the host and the Dragon Ball? Even if I learn to sense energy from you, my combat power is only a little over 5,000. If I encounter an enemy like a 1-star dragon, I doubt you would need to intervene. It could easily reduce me to ashes. Not at all, little Ran. This is your first task as a time patroller. Therefore, you won't be required to engage in combat. Simply channel the positive energy generated by love to purify the 7 Dragon Balls. Isn't that simple? Love. AI Ran felt something amiss. Are you referring to romantic love? Exactly. Little Ran, you're quite clever. Based on my observations in the River of Time, Scions generate sufficient positive energy once they experience love. Upon hearing the Kaishin's explanation, AI Ran instinctively recoiled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am a Scion, the mightiest warrior race in the universe. How could I ever entertain the notion of falling in love with a human? But according to my observations, aside from being incredibly combative, it seems that your race has a knack for being dependent on others as well. Who told you that? Be careful, or I might see you for defamation. Chapter 5. The crimes one must bear alone in response to AI Ran's protests. The Kaishin of Time chose to ignore them. She set aside her playful demeanor and looked seriously at AI Ran, stating, Little Ran, I need to remind you of something. You are not permitted to refuse my task. If you truly do not wish to carry it out, your only option is to return to the underworld to atone for your sins and ultimately erase your memories before being reborn. What sort of unscrupulous employer could impose such a draconian labor contract? To be forced into servitude or face death? It was akin to the treatment received by those naive souls deceived into labor camps in northern Myanmar in their past lives. AI Ran asked bitterly, then why did you save me before? Is the position of time patroller so desperately vacant? Not at all. In the original timeline, you were supposed to perish at Frisia's hands. I was nearby planet Vegeta to ensure the safety of a Scion infant who fled to the northern galaxy. He is key to the future world. However, just before planet Vegeta's complete annihilation, I noticed the malevolent energy emanating from you had diminished significantly. While you still possess an evil heart, a glimmer of light has emerged within the darkness. Thus, this task is not only to purify the 7 Dragon Balls, but also to cleanse your own soul. You must live in this world as an ordinary human. The sins you have committed, regardless of the time, must ultimately be borne by you alone. Upon hearing the Kaishin's profound words, AI Ran fell silent. In truth, For the past several years, she had merely been devoid of memories from her previous life, and AI Ran was certain that, at that time, she was still herself. The one who committed murder and arson was herself. The one who blindly believed in power was herself. The one who lost her humanity was herself. Even now, having regained her memories, AI Ran felt no discomfort over the countless lives she had taken. Each day continued with eating and drinking as usual. That was the way of the Saiyan. No one felt anything amiss. The law of survival in the universe is simply the survival of the fittest. What is wrong with the strong annihilating the weak? Even the Saiyans, were they not nearly exterminated by Frisia in an instant? Before this, AI Ran had always thought this way. Thus, upon arriving in this peaceful world, all she felt was a sense of dissonance. Suddenly, AI Ran was jolted by a chilling realization. Why was she so untroubled by the acts of slaughter and death? Why did she feel no remorse after taking so many lives? She found herself engulfed in profound self-doubt, questioning whether she was truly the Saiyan AI Ran or merely the otaku AI Ran from Earth. Time passed, and suddenly, AI Ran felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Struggling to suppress her nausea, she looked toward the Kaishin of time and rasped, "I accept this task." Seeing that AI Ran no longer resisted the assignment, the Kaishin of time nodded with satisfaction. Her demeanor shifting back to that of a cheerful girl. In a lively tone, she proclaimed, "Excellent, little Ran. I believe you will certainly accomplish your mission. However, I must remind you of a few things. First, you must not act as you did before, indiscriminately taking lives. Second, do not sever your tail out of convenience. I have stored some divine energy within it, and our ability to communicate now is due to that energy. Of course, that is only one of its functions. It has more critical uses in times of need. Well then, we've discussed enough for today. Little Ran, be sure to perform your task diligently during this time. Live as an ordinary human. Goodbye." With that, the apparition vanished from the room. Once the Kaishin departed, AI Ran collapsed onto the sofa like a lifeless fish, burying her face deep into the cushions and murmuring, "Must I bear the weight of my own sins? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle." AI Ran's stomach protested loudly. "Never mind. I should eat first. A hungry Saiyan cannot think. The next day, AI Ran was at school, sprawled across her desk as usual. Fast asleep, just as she was deep in slumber, someone began pounding on the desk. Bang, bang, bang. Huh. AI Ran groggily lifted her head to find an irate older girl glaring at her. "Hey, you lazy brat. How well did you rest? You actually slept through to the afternoon dismissal, truly audacious." Hiratsuka, her fists clenched, was prepared to deliver a devastating punch if AI Ran failed to provide a satisfactory explanation. "Sorry. I had some matters to attend to these past few nights. I'll be more careful next time." Aaron's response was somewhat dismissive, yet he spoke the undeniable truth. The Kaishin of time remarked that the dragon radar was of no use and without a detector. Aaron had no choice but to begin anew in learning to sense ki. Although Saiyans are naturally adept at harnessing ki, one cannot achieve ki perception without systematic learning. Observing Aaron's nonchalant demeanor, Jing let out a sigh of exasperation and said, "Kid, come with me for a moment." "All right." Aaron slowly stood up, only then realizing he was not the only one summoned to the office. A certain classmate with dead fish eyes stood behind Jing, wearing a face of utter despair. Chapter 6. Hikigaya Hachiman arrives. Youth is but a lie, a form of sin. In short, may all the thriving individuals explode. Inside the office, Jing, clad in a white coat and holding a cigarette, was reading aloud from a sheet of paper. Upon finishing the last word, a dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. "Hey, Hikigaya, can you tell me what this is?" Reflecting on his high school life, Hikigaya Hachiman, the lethargic student with dead fish eyes, replied weakly. His cowlick trembled, possibly from fear. Yet, despite his trepidation, he mustered the courage to say, "I believe this is the closest representation of my high school experience." Mid-sentence, Hikigaya abruptly halted, as Jing's fist was mere centimeters from his abdomen. Aaron watched on with amusement. He had only ever seen such a scene in anime. Experiencing a live-action version for free was quite exhilarating. However, he could not remain a mere bystander for long, as trouble soon approached. With a deep breath, Jing suppressed her anger and turned to Aaron. "I can understand a slacker like Hikigaya. But Aaron, why haven't you even written anything? Since you transferred here, you haven't submitted a single assignment. I also asked Yukino Shida yesterday, and you haven't participated in any club activities. Do you have some issue with me?" Hikagiya's dead fish eyes subtly scrutinized this transfer student who arrived even later than himself. Though they wore the same school uniform, this fellow's attire was rather peculiar. What kind of person uses a coarse gray rope as a belt? The white shirt barely concealed his muscular build, coupled with a particularly fierce gaze. This guy must be a total delinquent. Thinking this, Hikagaya instinctively took a step back. Upon hearing Ping Zhongjing's inquiry, Eren instinctively blurted out the standard Saiyan response to such questions. Why would I waste my time on such trivial matters? After saying this, Eren felt a jolt of alarm. Habits can indeed lead one astray. The Kaishin of Time sent him to this school to seek the Dragon Balls while reintegrating into human society. But before he could ponder this further, Ping Zhongjing's iron fist was already barreling toward his stomach. What a feeble attack. Eren silently scoffed. He then wrapped his hand around Ping Zhongjing's fist. To be fair, judging by human standards, her punch wasn't too shabby. Holding Ping Zhongjing's hand, Eren casually said, "Apologies, I'm just not used to this kind of talk. I'll make up the assignment later, and as for club activities, I'll join in the future." Ping Zhongjing sighed. Well, never mind. She could see that Eren seemed a bit worn out. Boys at the age of 16 experience a surge of hormones, making them particularly difficult to manage. It wouldn't do to push too hard. After some thought, she extinguished her cigarette and stood up. "You two, come with me." At this moment, Hikagaya appeared to be as obedient as a little chick. Yet internally, he was screaming. What did I just witness? A delinquent student clashing with a delinquent teacher. Should I follow? Would I be silenced? Eren smiled at Hikagaya and patted his shoulder. "Let's go." "You wouldn't want to face Teacher Pingzhong's iron fist, would you? Big teacher." "What big teacher?" "My name is Hikagaya Hachiman." Eren shrugged. "Apologies, but when teacher just read your work, I found it quite interesting. Thus, this is my term of endearment for you. Hikagaya Hachiman." Ping Zhongjing led the two to the entrance of the servant club classroom. The door was closed but unlocked. She swung it open and called out, "Hey, Yukinoshita." A sigh echoed from within the classroom. "Teacher Pingzhong, I believe I mentioned that you should knock before entering." Unfazed, Ping Zhongjing retorted, "Well, that's only because you were too slow. Do take note next time." Ha ha ha. "This time, I've not only brought Eren but also a new member for you." Upon hearing Ping Zhongjing's words, Yukinoshita's gaze shifted to Eren, who dutifully walked into the classroom. He obediently sat opposite Yukinoshita and pulled out several books whose characters he could barely recognize, though unsure why Eren was behaving so well today. Yukinoshita nodded in satisfaction, having prepared for her fifth attempt to capture Eren's attention. So, the dazed man standing next to Teacher Pingzhong is our new member, just as Hikagaya stared blankly at Yukinoshita. He suddenly jolted. "A club?" Confused, Hikagaya asked. "Hey, when did I say I wanted to join this club?" Ping Zhongjing raised her fist, smiling at Hikagaya. Her friendly demeanor belied a menacing aura. "Oh, do you have an objection?" "And no." Hikagaya averted his gaze, having succumbed to Ping Zhongjing's intimidating presence. "Well, as you can see, this guy's personality is as dreadful as his gaze. Correcting his twisted character is my task." Yukino crossed her arms, warily regarding Hikagaya Hachiman. "Please forgive my refusal. Being stared at with such lecherous eyes makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Moreover, our club already has a member who has not fully evolved. We cannot accommodate another lecher. I fear it would be quite perilous." "Not fully evolved?" Ping Zhongjing looked at Eren quizzically at that moment. Eren was scratching his head in frustration at the completely unfamiliar characters before him. Suddenly hearing Yukinoshita's remark, he protested, "Hey, can you not drag me into this?" Chapter 7. The first Dragon Ball is on Yukinoshita. "Well, Yukinoshita, as you can see, your servant club now has 2 members. Hikagaya has some issues with his mindset." And as for Eren, Ping Zhongjing's words trailed off, as she found it difficult to assess Eren. After observing him for half a month, she discovered that this guy had so many problems that it was hard to know where to begin. Orphaned and lacking basic life skills, it was unclear from which mountain he had descended. That he ate a lot, was strong, and his intellect seemed lacking, all while carrying an air of superiority. That it was hard to imagine how Eren could truly integrate into society. However, surprisingly, Yukinoshita did not seem to reject him outright. Instead, she appeared spirited, eager to assist Eren. They would likely get along splendidly. As Ping Zhongjing thought this, she noticed Yukinoshita looking troubled. "Teacher Pingzhong, that Hikagaya's lewd gaze makes me feel that allowing him into the club would be quite dangerous." "Rest assured," Ping Zhongjing replied confidently. "Hikagaya's risk assessment is reasonably sound. He wouldn't engage in such behavior. Besides, Eren will be there to help, right?" Since Teacher Pingzhong had said so, Yukinoshita hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Then, I accept this commission." Upon receiving a positive response, Ping Zhongjing waved her hand. "Then I'll leave them in your care. Do ensure they get along well." Upon finishing his words, he turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. The classroom fell into an immediate silence. At that moment, AI Ran had already laid his head upon the desk. The book had become utterly unmanageable. He had valiantly persevered for a full 5 minutes. And the fact that he had not yet succumbed to slumber was a monumental achievement. He squinted his eyes, continuing to deftly sense the atmosphere around him. Within that perception, he discerned a gentle yet despondent aura emanating from the vicinity of Yukinoshita. Meanwhile, the presence of Hiratsuka was notably more potent and fervent than that of an ordinary individual, lurking just outside the door. Suddenly, AI Ran furrowed his brow. The aura of Yukinoshita was as pure and pristine as her name suggested, imbued with a faint warmth. However, as his perception deepened, he detected a subtle hint of malevolence woven into her essence that it seemed he must partake more in club activities. This sensation was likely the tainted energy of a Dragon Ball. Yukinoshita pulled a chair closer, positioning herself at a considerable distance from AI Ran and Yukinoshita, as she shifted her body in search of her own sense of security. "May I inquire what club this is?" "The Service Club," Yukinoshita replied in her characteristic cool and detached manner. The name Service Club made Hikiya's expression sour. It bore a somewhat questionable connotation. Seemingly perceptive of Hikiya's thoughts, Yukinoshita cast him a sidelong glance, coolly remarking, "Is that the only sort of thought occupying your mind? How terribly lowbrow, Hikiya." "Well, after all, that name is rather—" Hikiya scratched the back of his head, not particularly bothered by Yukinoshita's sharp tongue. "So, Yukinoshita, what are the primary activities of this service club?" "Why not take a guess?" she prompted, offering a hint that what we are currently engaged in constitutes a club activity. Hikiya immediately responded, "Sitting around reading, the study club." Yukinoshita sighed, "That is my fault. I should not have harbored any expectations of you." At that moment, AI Ran groaned softly from where he lay atop the desk. The affluent extend their benevolence to the impoverished. This is what is termed charity. Of course, these were the words of the former president spoken to him. His understanding of the club was that it functioned as a pro bono establishment, yet despite its lack of remuneration, customers remained elusive. "Your comprehension is far too superficial," AI Ran, Yukinoshita asserted, "given your underdeveloped intellect. I am somewhat pleased you have managed to grasp it to this extent." As she spoke, Yukinoshita unconsciously rose to her feet, crossing her arms before her chest, adopting a condescending posture as she addressed Hikiya. "Welcome to the Service Club. We are pleased to have you." Hikiya AI Ran, who had been buried in his arms, slightly turned his head, revealing one eye as he observed Yukinoshita and Hikiya. Although Yukinoshita spoke those welcoming words, her tone left much to be desired regarding its sincerity. "Since Hiratsuka entrusted you to me, I shall diligently rectify Hikiya's errors while also aiding AI Ran in improving his academic performance. You may thank me later." Hikiya rolled his dead fish eyes, feeling quite disgruntled. "You, of all people. While I admit it may seem peculiar, I am still rather exceptional. That I in the school's mock exams, I ranked second in the humanities. My appearance is passable, and apart from lacking a girlfriend or friends, I am fundamentally excellent." Hearing Hikiya's words, AI Ran buried his face back into the desk. Engaging in such conversations among academic elites was a privilege he felt he did not deserve, and it was far more crucial to study the aura radiating from Yukinoshita. How could he extract the Dragon Ball from her? Moreover, how does positive energy truly manifest? Perhaps he should inquire with the Supreme Kai of Time upon his return. Yukinoshita's expression turned frosty. "What is there to take pride in about being second in the school? I understand now. It is precisely because of your peculiar personality that you have remained friendless. Yukinoshita, as far as I know, you have also always been alone, have you not?" Hikiya retorted, the esteemed flower of SBU High. The flawless and correct Yukinoshita Yukino, a genius with boundless charm and an icy demeanor, had never formed friendships within the school. Hikiya, despite his obliviousness to the nuances of female relationships, was inundated with rumors regarding her. "It is because I am too exceptional," Yukinoshita replied with an air of certainty, slowly making her way towards the window. "Yet, the world is curious. It seems the more exceptional a person is, the more they are ostracized. Such a situation appears utterly unreasonable. That is why I wish to establish this club, to gradually initiate change within each individual, ultimately transforming this world." She lifted her gaze towards the window, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. At that moment, AI Ran's gaze met hers. The sunlight graced the girl's face, momentarily halting even his breath. A straightforward boy. Chapter 8. Change is the first step towards self-redemption with Hikiya's joining. The narrative seemed to fall into its rightful rhythm. Yukinoshita and Hikiya began to argue animatedly. Outside the door, Hiratsuka was likely eavesdropping with a smile, but AI Ran held no interest in these matters. He was focused on sensing Yukinoshita's aura. He was now fairly certain that the tainted Dragon Ball resided within Yukinoshita. The malevolent energy was beyond human possession, and it fluctuated in tandem with Yukinoshita's emotional state. Yukino remained as proud as ever. Though her face was obscured, AI Ran could well imagine her expression. To converse with a girl like me means one can converse with most people. Has that notion been slightly refined? Just how confident are you? Hikiya remarked, at a loss for words. Just as their argument reached an impasse, Hiratsuka entered the room. Yukinoshita, I must interrupt. It appears the prospects for correcting Hikiya's behavior are rather grim. Upon hearing this, Hikiya became somewhat displeased. Correcting? I merely do not wish for others to impose their judgments on my nature. That is clearly avoidance. Yukinoshita countered. Isn't so-called change merely an evasion of the present circumstances? Why can we not affirm both our current and past selves? Such a stance resolves nothing and offers no salvation to anyone. After listening to their debate, Hiratsuka raised her hand to interject. Now, both of you, let us remain calm. Historically, when the righteousness of two parties clashes, it is customary in Nun manga to settle matters through competition. AI Ran quipped from the side. Do they really need to compete to determine their superiority? Can't you see the answer? Shooting a sharp glare at AI Ran, Hiratsuka continued. Thus, let us hold a contest within this club to discern who can serve others best. The victor shall have the authority to issue any command to the other. Yukinoshita stepped back with her arms crossed, declaring, I refuse. Facing this man, I sense considerable danger. That is mere prejudice. A second-year boy is not preoccupied with such lewd thoughts. Hiratsuka countered. True. And there are also the pitiable corporate drones forced to work endlessly. AI Ran silently grumbled to himself. Hiratsuka adeptly interjected, Yukinoshita, are you afraid of losing? Thus, how overtly provocative. Nevertheless, I accept. Saying this, Yukinoshita turned to AI Ran, asking, will you participate? AI Ran, without lifting his head, lazily replied, I have no interest. I am quite busy and won't partake in such trivial matters. That won't do. The service club must foster a spirit of teamwork. Everyone must participate, Hiratsuka asserted. Fine. If I have the time, I will join. But I have some matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. Until tomorrow. Upon finishing her words, AI Ran rose from her seat, slinging her backpack over her shoulder as she made her way towards the door. Watching AI Ran's retreating figure, Ping Zhongjing sighed softly. Compared to Bai Chigu, AI Ran's character flaws were far more intricate, despite the apparent changes in her demeanor over the past period. Ping Zhongjing, drawing from her life experiences, sensed that fundamentally, nothing had altered. Her current attitude was merely a reflection of her desire to avoid interaction with others. Unconsciously, Ping Zhongjing recalled their first meeting. At that time, AI Ran's gaze bore no semblance to that of a human being. After departing from school, AI Ran sought out a secluded corner and took to the skies, racing at full speed towards her residence. I've returned. Upon entering her home, AI Ran recited the words she had agreed upon with the King of Time. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the spectral form of the king appeared in the room. Little AI Ran, you've come to find me so soon. Do you miss me? Not at all. AI Ran retorted as she sank onto the couch. Today, I discovered the trace of a Dragon Ball. What must I do to extract it from a human body and purify it? Ah, you're indeed impressive, having found the first Dragon Ball so quickly. The King of Time feigned innocence. Seeing this, AI Ran rolled her eyes. Could you please refrain from being melodramatic? I need to know specifically how to purify that Dragon Ball. Must one truly fall in love to purify the 7 Dragon Balls? Setting aside the playful demeanor, the King of Time pondered for a moment before responding with gravity. At this stage, little AI Ran, you are not yet capable of this. Both extracting the Dragon Ball that resides within a human body and the subsequent purification require a substantial amount of positive energy. This necessitates a genuinely kind heart. However, given your current circumstances, it is absolutely unattainable. AI Ran was left dumbfounded. What should I do then? I found it, yet I cannot extract or purify it. This job seems utterly hopeless. Do not fret, little AI Ran. First, you must live well as a human. Of course, love is the sole means for a Saiyan to generate positive energy. However, you must also be vigilant of those hosts. A tainted Dragon Ball may lead to unforeseen calamities. With a sigh, AI Ran waved her hand dismissively at the King of Time. All right, I understand. You may leave now, the King of Time muttered in displeasure. Honestly, do you consider me merely a convenient tool? And with that, she vanished from the room. After a while, AI Ran slowly approached the window, gazing at the scenery outside as she murmured to herself, without making a change. No problem can be resolved. Is there truly no salvation for anyone? Chapter 9. The sudden anomaly. AI Ran sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, attempting to sense any abnormal energies in this world. Yet, despite his efforts, it was all in vain. From any perspective, this was an utterly ordinary slice of life world. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, AI Ran opened his eyes and scratched his head. No wonder this building looks familiar. Yukino Shida actually lives right across from me. Truly, one often overlooks what lies close at hand. Clearly, my training is still lacking, he mused, shifting his focus entirely to Yukino Shida, who was now the host of a Dragon Ball. And he could not afford to let anything happen to her. This was crucial for his ability to make a wish. With this thought, AI Ran couldn't help but indulge in a daydream. If he could make a wish, what would it be? Just past 8 o'clock, in room 1507 of the same building, Yukino Shida completed her evening routine and slipped into her pajamas. The white spaghetti-strap nightgown had one strap slipping down her shoulder, exposing a significant expanse of her smooth skin. However, she paid it no mind. After all, she was alone and had confidence in the security of her surroundings. Seated on the couch, she clutched a cat magazine, while a pre-recorded episode of Mr. Pan's anime played on the television. This was already her nth viewing of the series. A devoted cat lover. She cherished any creature associated with cats. Thus, she mused, are pandas merely oversized cats? As time passed, the temperature in the room gradually dropped. Unconsciously, Yukino Shida shivered and wrapped herself in a blanket, murmuring, it's already April. Is winter never going to end? Yet the temperature continued to plummet, soon dipping below 10 degrees. Unable to endure the chill any longer, Yukino Shida stood up to turn on the air conditioner. Suddenly, a portal-like light curtain materialized in the living room, emanating an intense cold that instantly froze the surroundings, exerting a powerful gravitational pull on Yukino Shida, threatening to engulf her completely. At that moment, Yukino Shida's face turned pale. The cold dulled her thoughts, rendering her incapable of any actions or sounds. Within mere seconds, she was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Just as she despairingly closed her eyes, the door to room 1507 was kicked open with tremendous force, and AI Ran burst in. Yukino Shida, AI Ran exclaimed as he swept her into his arms. How warm, Yukino Shida murmured before losing consciousness entirely. In a small world filled with ice and snow. Ugh, Yukino Shida uttered softly as she gradually awoke from her stupor, blinking in confusion at the sky. She found herself bewildered. Just moments ago, she had been in her apartment. How had she suddenly ended up here? At that moment, a voice reached her ears. Oh, you're awake. To have been frozen to the point of unconsciousness yet only sleep for 2 hours. Minister, your health is quite commendable. Startled by the voice, Yukino Shida sat up abruptly, tightening her black coat and warily scanning her surroundings. Only when she recognized AI Ran did she relax slightly, though tension quickly returned. AI Ran, where are we? What just happened? Dressed only in a white shirt, AI Ran approached her, sitting down as he replied, I'm not entirely sure, but it's clear we are no longer on Earth. After all, Earth harbors no evil-infused tundras. Yukino Shida? AI Ran's words surpassed her comprehension. What did it mean to be no longer on Earth? And what was this evil energy he spoke of? Ignoring Yukino Shida's expression of confusion, AI Ran continued, to have manifested a portal-like phenomenon. The Dragon Balls are indeed strange. At the mention of AI Ran's words, Yukino Shida recalled the light that had appeared in her apartment. AI Ran. What was that light? A cold breeze swept through, causing Yukino Shida to shudder slightly. Despite her composed demeanor, she couldn't help but feel fear in the face of such a situation. Seeing her reaction, AI Ran felt helpless. The human body was truly fragile. He needed to find a way back quickly. This environment was far too perilous for Yukino Shida. Yukino Shida watched in astonishment. AI Ran unleashed the tail he had wrapped around his waist and began to chant quietly. King of Time, can you hear my voice? The power you left within my tail should be useful at this moment. Yukino Shida was left dumbfounded, although she had previously questioned AI Ran about his incomplete evolution. Witnessing him produce a tail left her utterly bewildered. So, he really does have a tail. AI Ran, what are you doing? Perhaps due to the numerous unbelievable events of the day, Yukino Shida's capacity to accept the surreal had skyrocketed. With utmost seriousness, AI Ran held his tail and calmly replied, summoning the deity. Yukino Shida? In that instant, Yukino Shida felt her worldview, built over the past decade, shatter completely. Chapter 10, must stay for a year to leave. AI Ran had been praying with his tail for over 10 minutes, yet there was no response. Beside him, Yukino Shida was at a loss for words. Were it not for the day's events, she would have deemed AI Ran delusional. Furthermore, her physical state was deteriorating. Clad in a thin nightgown and draped in AI Ran's school uniform, she could hardly withstand the frigid temperatures of below 10 degrees that as time wore on. AI Ran grew increasingly impatient. Where was the divine power promised by that third-rate deity, supposed to be stored within my tail for emergencies? Why was there no response whatsoever? As soon as AI Ran's complaints escaped his lips, a rosy orb emerged from his tail, swiftly coalescing into the form of the Kaishin of time. Little AI Ran, she began, I have heard you. Are you once again speaking ill of the divine behind their back? If you continue in this manner, you shall inevitably face heavenly retribution. You are destined for hell. Upon her arrival, the Kaishin of time commenced her banner. Yet AI Ran decisively interrupted her. He gestured towards Yukino Shida Yukino beside him and stated, Great Kaishin, this is Yukino Shida Yukino, the host of the Dragon Balls. An anomaly occurred a few hours ago, and we were transported to this world through a portal. Is there a way for us to return? The Kaishin of time peeked over, scrutinizing Yukino Shida Yukino briefly. Hello, I am Kaishin Kane. I can sense that you possess a kind heart. Greetings, great Kaishin, Yukino Shida Yukino replied with a gentle nod, though her heart was tumultuous with unease. She had just heard the unfamiliar term Dragon Ball host. What did it mean? Moreover, was the girl before her truly a divine being? Yukino Shida was beset with questions, but she felt this was not the right moment to inquire. Let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. Great Kaishin, please find a way to return us to Earth. Humans cannot endure in such an environment for long. Sensing the urgency in AI Ran's tone, Kane wore a knowing smile. Oh, little AI Ran is now concerned for humanity. What a significant development. AI Ran turned his head away, muttering, Humph, the tainted Dragon Ball resides within her. She must not encounter any mishaps before our mission is complete. Very well, Kane responded with a cryptic smile, choosing not to continue the argument with AI Ran, and began to observe the icy tundra surrounding them. Transitioning into a more serious demeanor, Kane stated, This is a pocket dimension, akin to the hyperbolic time chamber used by deities. Based on my experience, the Dragon Ball residing within Yukino Shida Yukino is a contaminated 3-star ball. There are only 2 ways for you to leave. Upon hearing the prospect of escape, AI Ran eagerly inquired, What methods? Kane shot AI Ran a sidelong glance, continuing, The first method involves forcibly extracting the 3-star ball from Yukino Shida Yukino's body. After that, you simply need to defeat the 3-star dragon to exit. However, the combat prowess of the 3-star dragon should surpass that of the Super Saiyan 3 I previously mentioned. Kane paused mid-sentence, adopting a disdainful expression, casting a glance at AI Ran. The implication was clear. A fighter with a mere power level of 5,000 was unworthy to stand before such a formidable opponent. AI Ran's face flushed with indignation. How could a deity with no combat ability look down upon him? Yet, he remained meek as a quail, not only due to his current reliance on others, but also because of his frustration at his own weakness. Observing AI Ran's expression and his unspoken sentiments, Kane nodded. Although this Saiyan often bore an air of arrogance, ever since rescuing him on planet Vegeta, AI Ran's malevolence had gradually diminished. Things were progressing in a favorable direction. Not wishing to keep AI Ran in suspense any longer, Kane revealed the second option. The second method is to remain here obediently. Once a year has passed, a portal will reappear, allowing you to return. What? A whole year? Given Yukino Shida's current condition, surviving a single day is a challenge. How could this be possible? At that moment, Yukino Shida Yukino's gaze dimmed. Not only could she not endure for a year, but the thought of her parents and sister worrying for her would be unbearable. She found herself unable to contemplate further. Sensing Yukino Shida's distress, Kane spoke gently. Do not worry. AI Ran will find a way to ensure your survival. While my assistance may be limited, I will help as much as I can. Moreover, this place resembles the hyperbolic time chamber. Although the flow of time here is unstable, a year spent within will only equate to a few hours outside, at most a day. Hearing the Kaishin's comforting words, Yukino Shida Yukino's previously despondent mood began to lift. Though she still felt anxious about the future, a glimmer of hope for a return to normalcy emerged. Little AI Ran, as the deity of time. I am bound by certain rules that prevent me from intervening too much during the purification of the Dragon Balls. Therefore, I can only send you some warm clothing and a senzu bean. Kane's expression conveyed her regrets. I apologize. This is all I can do for you at the moment. Observing Kane's apologetic demeanor, AI Ran waved dismissively. This is more than sufficient. Thank you, Great Kaishin. Chapter 11. The beginning of a year-long isolation within a sheltered cave. Shielded from the wind on the icy tundra, AI Ran and Yukino found their refuge for the night. Rather than a cave, it was more of a sizable indentation in the rock face. Barely accommodating two individuals, mere moments after the Kaishin of Time's apparition vanished, Yukino's clothing and senzu bean materialized. Remarkably, the garments were her winter attire, and how Kane had procured them remained a mystery. When the clothing and senzu bean arrived, AI Ran could not help but scoff at the notion of a second-rate deity. After all, the Dragon Ball world boasted the miraculous capsules that a few storage capsules could have resolved their predicament instantaneously. It was evident that the Kaishin of Time was indeed restricted from intervening significantly in the purification of the Dragon Balls. As Yukino meticulously spread out some dry moss and soft grass on the cave's rocky floor. She felt a sense of unease. This evening, she found herself inexplicably cohabiting a cave with a man. Although AI Ran appeared to be a decent individual, she remained cautious. Was AI Ran even human? While Saiyans bore a resemblance to humans apart from their tails, Yukino recalled AI Ran's ability to fly and unleash powerful energy blasts, causing her to question whether he could still be considered a carbon-based life form. As she worked, her thoughts meandered through the realms of deities, extraterrestrials, and Dragon Balls, concepts that required significant time to comprehend and digest. The boundary had been established. AI Ran. Despite Yukino's cool tone, her ears flushed slightly under the soft moonlight. The scene felt reminiscent of a wife urging her husband to retire for the night. Suppressing her wandering thoughts, she spoke calmly to AI Ran outside. You should rest early. There is much to be done tomorrow. Building shelter. Foraging for food. All right, you take the inner space, and I will remain by the entrance. If anything seems amiss during the night, just call my name. AI Ran gazed at the fire crackling at the cave's mouth. A fire he had conjured with his ki blast, observing the solitary figure of his companion, who would share a year of solitude with him. Yukino found her drowsiness dissipating. I truly appreciate your help today. If I had arrived in this world alone, I might have perished without a sound. There is no need to thank me. My task is to purify the Dragon Ball within you. Until then, I will ensure your safety. Upon hearing AI Ran's outright rejection of her gratitude, Yukino furrowed her brow slightly. This man consistently distanced himself from others, shutting himself away. Looking at AI Ran, she instinctively likened him to an unadopted stray cat. Perpetually wary and resistant toward those around him, she unconsciously inquired, could you share how you spent your life before this? My past holds no significance. Aaron's voice was tranquil. He was reluctant to reminisce about the past decade. Feeling as if he had merely languished in a peaceful existence, akin to a reclusive hermit, only to transform in this life into a ruthless overlord, he sensed a fragmentation of his identity. The brutality coursing through his veins urged him to revel in destruction, while the moral compass shaped in his previous life incessantly reminded him of the horror inherent in such actions. Observing Yukino's puzzled gaze, Aaron resolved to divert the conversation. Minister, it seems you, like me, have always kept to yourself at school. It appears you have few friends. Am I right? No sooner had he spoken than he realized he might have erred. At this stage, how could Yukino have any friends? Indeed, after a brief silence, Yukino articulated the anticipated response. Friends. First, we must define what constitutes a friend. Suddenly, Aaron perceived an endearing quality in Yukino. What is so amusing? Her expression grew increasingly stiff. Oh, it's merely that your forced rationale for lacking friends strikes me as somewhat adorable. Yet, I must confess, I find it curious, based on appearances alone. You hardly seem like someone devoid of companionship. Stretching lazily, Aaron continued to speak. Indeed, I have been rather cute since childhood, but therein lies the irony. Every male who approaches me harbors a fondness that is not genuine. It is merely due to my looks. Yukino was reminded of an incident from her childhood involving hidden shoes in a storage room, and her expression grew colder. Aaron chuckled lightly. Yukino, you are rather awkward. However, her self-evident declaration of her own cuteness revealed a rather narcissistic streak. Yukino, indignant, huffed. You, Aaron, have no right to call me awkward. You who never engage with others at school, merely sleeping the days away. With that, she turned her back, signaling her waning interest in continuing the dialogue. Have you fallen asleep? Aaron mused aloud, and upon receiving no response, he reclined on the plush grass Yukino Shida had laid out for him. Outside, the biting wind howled. Thus commenced their solitary year together. Chapter 12. An Unreliable Beginning. In a state of drowsy half-consciousness, Aaron felt a warm body envelop him like an octopus. He slightly opened one eye. Indeed, despite sleeping in this sheltered cave, the cold was palpable. Thus, the girl instinctively clung to him for warmth, especially since the cave entrance was nearer to the fire. Yet upon closer inspection, Yukino was undeniably cute. Studying the girl who had made his chest her pillow, Aaron couldn't help but smile at her slumbering visage. Glancing outside, he noted that dawn had fully broken. He gently cleared his throat, rousing the girl atop him, and then closed his eyes again, feigning sleep. With his eyes shut, Aaron noticed that although Yukino Shida's surroundings were stark, she was surprisingly soft. Yukino Shida, awakening to the realization that she was tightly embracing Aaron, gasped and quickly retreated into the cave. However, the cramped space offered little room to maneuver. Ouch! She inadvertently collided with the stone wall. How painful! Tears welled in her eyes from the pain as she tenderly rubbed the back of her head. Noticing that the man before her showed no signs of waking, she hastily lowered her voice and movements, stealthily creeping out of the cave. Although the previous moment had been embarrassing, the fact that Aaron remained asleep suggested it might not be too dire. As Yukino Shida slipped out of the cave like a thief, Aaron struggled to suppress his laughter. Though he was tempted to wake up and tease her, he opted to continue his charade of deep slumber, considering the girl's delicate sensibilities. Aaron, you're finally awake. Yukino Shida sat quietly on a nearby rock outside the cave, casting a glance at Aaron as he emerged. She recalled the incident from last night when she had unwittingly held him close, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. It must be because I always hugged Mr. Pan to sleep at home. Yes, Aaron must have been mistaken for him or .pan. In a hurried attempt to rationalize her actions, Yukino Shida concocted the most plausible explanation in her mind. The weather today was significantly better than yesterday, with a gentle breeze wafting through. Aaron stretched and remarked, I stayed up late last night keeping watch. The weather is fine today. We ought to quickly search for food and establish a shelter. Yukino Shida gazed at the endless tundra and instinctively nodded. Following the events of yesterday, she had completely come to regard Aaron as her mainstay for survival in this land. Next, Aaron stroked his chin, delving into thought. He had sensed that there were no formidable creatures in the vicinity. This was both a blessing and a curse. The absence of formidable beings indicated a lack of dangerous foes. Yet it also raised concerns about the availability of sufficient food. Given Aaron's still developing ability to sense energy, he was uncertain about this matter. Science required a substantial amount of sustenance. Yukino Shida, pardon my intrusion. With that, Aaron suddenly embraced Yukino Shida and swiftly soared towards the lake he had discovered the day prior. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Hundreds of meters above ground, Yukino Shida instinctively buried her head in Aaron's chest. Trembling uncontrollably, although she was not keen on being held by him, she found herself with no other option. The sheer terror was overwhelming. She had been abruptly lifted into the sky. Yukino Shida tightly shut her eyes, the rush of air howling past her ears. This was not her first experience aloft, having flown numerous times on airplanes, yet the sensation of flying without windows was utterly terrifying at this moment. She cared little about the identity of the person holding her, nor did she consider whether Aaron, an unfinished evolution of a humanoid, was taking advantage of her. All she desired was a secure corner to hide in, to ease the pounding of her heart that felt as though it might leap from her chest. Thus, she clung to Aaron with all her might, her face pressed firmly against his chest. Observing the frightened Yukino Shida in his embrace, Aaron felt a mix of amusement and concern. It dawned on him that she appeared to have a fear of heights. Slowing his flight, he looked down and spoke gently. I am sorry. Hearing Aaron's voice beside her, Yukino Shida, though terrified, finally mustered the courage to lift her head. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, rendering her even more endearing. However, even in this moment, it was impossible for Yukino Shida to concede defeat. She glared at Aaron fiercely, for she dared not turn her head to look anywhere other than at him. The relentless rush of air around her continually reminded her that they were hundreds of meters above the ground. Noticing her demeanor, Aaron rubbed his nose sheepishly, yet he quickly made a decision. If they were to survive here for a year, Yukino Shida would need to conquer her fear of heights. After all, in the event of danger, he would need to carry her aloft. Furthermore, if she could not overcome her fear in such an environment, the prospect of ever doing so in her lifetime appeared grim. Thus, he shifted his hand from her shoulder to her waist. As Yukino Shida felt both warmth and shyness at this gesture, she suddenly found herself lifted and turned in a counterclockwise motion. "What are you doing?" Her voice quivered, abruptly pulled from the safety of Aaron's embrace. She quickly closed her eyes, paralyzed by her fear of heights and unable to gauge her surroundings. At that moment, Aaron's hands were fully encircling her waist, uncertain of what was about to unfold. Yukino Shida's heart raced with trepidation. Aaron lowered his head slightly and whispered in her ear, "Yukino Shida, do not be afraid. I am right behind you. Slowly open your eyes." Above them stretched an expanse of azure, while below lay a breathtaking panorama. Before you lies a panorama perhaps unseen throughout your entire life. Do you not wish to enrich your memories with this unparalleled experience? Upon hearing AI Rant's words, Yukino Shida's body trembled slightly. She felt a flicker of emotion. Ultimately, she slowly opened her eyes. The ground, composed of verdant moss and snow-capped mountains, harmonized beautifully with the azure sky. In the distance, deep within the pine forest, a tranquil lake mirrored the surroundings like a flawless mirror. "Well, what do you think? The scenery is quite splendid, isn't it?" "In truth, the heights are not as daunting as they seem." Awestruck, Yukino Shida nodded in agreement. AI Rand smiled and continued to soar toward the lake. He had already resolved that this would be their campsite for the coming year. Chapter 13. The gradual disappearance of power. AI Rand crouched by the lakeside, exhaling a sigh as he dipped his tail into the water, patiently awaiting a catch. Yukino Shida, not far from the shore, searched for drywood. Observing AI Rand's peculiar behavior, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. Upon hearing Yukino Shida's laughter, AI Rand's face flushed crimson. To avoid startling any potential fish in the water, he whispered, "What's so funny? If it weren't for the need to protect this water source, I would have blown it to the heavens. It would make catching fish so much easier. That's not permissible." AI Rand. Pure destruction is wrong, no matter the location. TCH. AI Rand turned his head away, closing his eyes to concentrate on the underwater sensations. Is there a fish approaching? He suddenly opened his eyes wide and intensified the movement of his tail. "Quick, bite. This is your favorite, a big worm." Suddenly, beneath the water, a fish weighing several dozen kilograms clamped down on AI Rand's tail. In an instant, AI Rand felt as if he had been electrocuted, his entire body going numb. "No way. I perfected my tail training years ago. How could this happen?" There was no time for contemplation as the immense force dragged AI Rand into the depths. AI Rand. Seeing this scene, Yukino Shida dropped the firewood in despair, calling out desperately for AI Rand as she rushed to the lake's edge. Yet, by the time she reached the shore, the tumultuous water had returned to a serene stillness. She knelt by the lake, tears streaming down her face as she murmured in self-reproach, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, AI Rand wouldn't have come here." Suddenly, anomalies began to surface on the water. Initially, there were just a few scattered bubbles rising from the depths, but soon the entire surface erupted. The massive fish was hurled from the water by an overwhelming force, and AI Rand emerged as well, kicking the fish toward the shore. After accomplishing this, AI Rand slowly descended beside Yukino Shida, wiping the water from his face and exhaling a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was close. I almost perished at the hands of that creature." AI Rand. Yukino Shida sprang to her feet, disregarding AI Rand's drenched state as she tightly embraced his neck. Upon feeling his warmth, she finally broke down in tears. "I thought you were dead." Cough, cough. "Hey, let go. I wouldn't have died. But if you keep choking me like this, I really might." After a considerable time, Yukino Shida gradually calmed her emotions, releasing AI Rand, whose face was flushed and nearly suffocated. She began to inquire about what had just transpired. "So, your power is rapidly fading, of course. Otherwise, how could I have almost been choked to death by you?" AI Rand rolled his eyes at Yukino Shida and continued, "The tail is the source of a Scion's power and also its sole weakness. However, I overcame this weakness completely years ago. When that beast bit my tail, I lost all strength. Even without further restrictions, I can feel my power diminishing completely." As he spoke, AI Rand faced Yukino Shida, palm open, preparing to unleash a ki blast at the firewood she had just gathered. With a puff, a wisp of green smoke emanated from his palm, but then it vanished. Nearby, a fish rolled over, clearly possessing some semblance of intelligence. Gazing at AI Rand with a look of incredulity. "Though I might be on the verge of being eaten, to witness such a splendid display of monkey antics before my demise is not a loss." Realizing the fish was mocking him, AI Rand's expression darkened. Unwilling to accept this, he mustered all his energy, veins bulging on his forehead, and this time a small energy sphere emerged from his palm. It moved at an exasperatingly slow pace toward the pile of firewood, igniting it. This was AI Rand's final key blast. I'm stuffed. AI Rand contentedly patted his belly. Yukino Shida gently wiped the grease from her mouth, glancing at the fish skeleton before addressing AI Rand. No matter how many times I see it, your appetite is truly astonishing. That's typical for a Saiyan. To sustain this battle-ready physique, a copious amount of food is essential. Yukino Shida regarded AI Rand and nodded gently. I actually envy your physique and power. If I possess such strength, I could surely make the world a better place. Make the world a better place? If you had such power, you might attempt that, but Saiyans typically do not. Why not? Yukino Shida inquired, puzzled. AI Rand lay on the ground, gazing at the sky, remaining silent for a moment before responding, because our purpose is to plunder. The cost of this power is that our race is devoid of any semblance of compassion, the pursuit of strength, the disdain for the weak, and the unrestrained acts of plunder and destruction constitute our very essence. Deeply ingrained in our genes until the day of extinction. At that moment, Yukino Shida interrupted AI Rand with a serious expression. The AI Rand I know is not like that, with a self-deprecating smile. AI Rand turned to face Yukino Shida and said, Is that so? Perhaps you have misjudged me. Yukino Shida shook her head gently. No, my instincts never lead me astray. Gazing into Yukino Shida's unwavering eyes, AI Rand, feeling a hint of embarrassment, turned away. My power is swiftly fading. While I still possess some strength, you maintain the fire here, and I will go push down some large trees. We must finish building the house today. You cannot afford to sleep in the wilderness with your petite frame. With that, AI Rand strode into the forest. Chapter 14. The slowly approaching distance. With a resounding thud, AI Rand placed the final massive log at the location designated by Yukino Shida, though most of his energy had dissipated. Even in such a state, with a Scion's foundational stamina, moving such heavy objects caused him merely a slight increase in breathlessness. Bare-chested, hands on his hips, AI Rand surveyed the wooden shelter with satisfaction. Lacking tools, the hut was small and low, barely accommodating two people, and it lacked aesthetic appeal. Yet, AI Rand could sense its sturdiness. As a long-term refuge, it would certainly suffice. He turned to Yukino Shida, praising her. Yukino Shida, you are incredible. To design a house relying solely on mortise and tenon joints is remarkable. Well, my family is in construction. I've always wanted to assist my family like my sister, so I studied a bit in my spare time. Upon mentioning her sister, Yukino Shida's eyes dimmed noticeably. She had always strived to surpass her sister in hopes of earning her family's recognition, yet that individual was simply too perfect. No matter how much effort she exerted, her sister always excelled beyond her capabilities. Suddenly, Yukino Shida felt a warm hand resting on her head, momentarily disorienting her. AI Rand's voice reached her. All my life, I have excelled only in battle and destruction. This is the first time I have ever constructed something myself. Without you, I would have been utterly incapable of achieving this. Though the manifestations of strength may differ, Yukino Shida is undoubtedly the person with the strongest heart I know. Upon hearing AI Rand's affirmation, Yukino felt a slight stirring in her heart. She turned her head to glance at the man beside her, who was smiling warmly at her. It suddenly struck Yukino that this was the first time she had witnessed AI Rand smile, and she found herself momentarily entranced by his joyful expression. At that moment, a hint of ambiguity lingered in the air, but before long, Yukino became aware of something, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze, forcing herself to suppress her embarrassment as she spoke in a voice barely audible to AI Rand. You should hurry and put your clothes on. How can you expose your upper body in front of a lady? It seems the Monkey King has yet to fully evolve. I'm sorry. AI Rand quickly removed his hand and hastily donned his clothes. That a gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the previously intimate atmosphere. As night swiftly descended, the firelight illuminated the small wooden cabin, raising the temperature significantly. AI Rand sat comfortably before the fire, his tail swaying joyfully behind him. Meanwhile, Yukino was preparing dinner, having found a clean stone slab earlier, which became their sole cooking utensil. She heated the stone and placed on it the game AI Rand had caught in the afternoon, along with the mushrooms and wild vegetables she had gathered. Despite the rudimentary conditions, Yukino diligently prepared the meal. Monkey King, it's ready to eat. AI Rand blew on a piece of meat before placing it in his mouth, mumbling, I never imagined a stone slab could be used for cooking. You truly remarkable, Yukino Shida. I thought we would have to eat charred food for the entire year. Yukino shot him a disapproving glance, finishing her bite before slowly responding. Monkey King, please refrain from speaking while you have food in your mouth. Cooking with a stone slab is not an uncommon method. Such techniques are preserved in various cultures around the world. If you were to study diligently, you wouldn't be so surprised. AI ran paused, taken aback by Yukino's insistence on reminding him to study even in this place. How persistent she was. After swallowing the meat, he replied nonchalantly, yes, once we leave here, I will earnestly focus on my studies in the club. Let us hope so. It had only been 2 days since arriving in this world. Yet discussing studies and the club made Yukino feel as if she were in a different era. Stealing a glance at the gluttonous AI ran beside her, her gaze softened considerably. In truth, I am not that remarkable. If you weren't here, I doubt I could manage even the basics of survival. This warmth is a gift you have bestowed upon me. After finishing the last morsel, AI ran suddenly remarked, Yukino Shida, I've noticed that tonight's darkness arrived a few minutes earlier than yesterday. A few minutes earlier? Yukino realized she had lost all sense of time, momentarily startled by AI Ran's observation. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and she hurriedly asked, are you suggesting that there could be polar nights in this world? Yes, it's just a guess, but we need to stockpile food quickly. After all, I can barely fly now, and my combat capabilities have diminished to their limits. If polar nights do exist, finding food will be impossible. Understood. Tomorrow, I will also strive to gather edible plants. Then let us retire early. We have much to accomplish tomorrow. With that, AI Ran lay down on the plush grass mat that Yukino had prepared and quickly fell asleep. In truth, since finishing the cabin in the afternoon, he realized that not only had his combat prowess waned, but his stamina also recovered much slower than usual. The Supreme Kai of Time had mentioned that this place resembled a hyperbolic time chamber. The known counterpart is a training ground with 10 times the gravity. This place certainly has its unique aspects as a training ground. Seeing AI Ran fall asleep so swiftly reminded Yukino of that morning when she awoke nestled in his embrace, causing her ears to redden. After a moment's hesitation, she gently bit her lip and stealthily approached, lying down on the plush mat less than a meter away from AI. As night deepened, gentle snowflakes began to drift outside the cabin. Unconsciously, the two sleeping figures drew closer together. Chapter 15. The Talking Cat. The following morning, Yukino Shida Yukino was the first to awaken from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that she had rested her head upon AI Ran's arm. Once again, as the previous night, she found herself embracing this man in her sleep. AI Ran's tail was wrapped around her waist, binding them closely, and she could even feel his warm breath against her skin. Yet, strangely, she did not feel particularly averse to this proximity. Yukino Shida could discern that had it been any other man, she would have likely reacted explosively, but now, all she felt was warmth and security. This unusual sentiment left her feeling somewhat flustered. Perhaps it's because the Monkey King acts so much like a monkey that I don't perceive him as a typical man. After convincing herself with this rationale, Yukino recalled the various clumsy antics hidden beneath AI Ran's stern exterior, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. She gently shifted her position, but the movement stirred AI Ran, who abruptly opened his eyes, their gazes locked in an intimate moment. Observing Yukino Shida's flushed cheeks, AI Ran awkwardly rubbed his nose. Yukino Shida, my hand is a bit numb. He scrambled to sit up quickly. Yukino Shida adjusted her clothing, casting AI Ran a sharp glance. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just accustomed to hugging my stuffed toys while I sleep. I haven't fully adjusted yet. I will rectify this habit as swiftly as possible. AI Ran stood up slowly, gazing at her in confusion. I thought you were just feeling cold after falling asleep. Today, I'll see if I can find an opportunity to bring back some fur. You can't endure the polar nights in your current state. That is true. After all, I don't possess the same abnormal constitution as the Monkey King. However, I must say, I'm quite surprised that you could think of such things on your own. Hey, even I can think of these things. What kind of image do you have of me in your mind? Yukino Shida pondered for a moment before uncertainly replying, rude, with a head full of muscle-bound humanoids. TCH, you really lack perception. AI Ran proudly lifted his chin, strutting past Yukino Shida as he exited the cabin, though he intended to portray himself as a gentleman who wouldn't argue with a lady. The truth was that in a battle of wits, he could never match Yukino Shida Yukino. Fully aware of this, he opted for a strategic retreat. Watching AI Ran's retreat, Yukino Shida couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth. After finishing breakfast, Yukino Shida Yukino carefully wrapped a bento with leaves and handed it to AI Ran, her expression filled with concern as she cautioned, be careful on your way. You no longer possess your strength, so if you sense danger, Don't attempt anything reckless. Be sure to return before dark. AI Ren turned his head away, accepting the bento, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with this unexpected concern. In his 16 years, even including his past life, he had never experienced such care. Tisish, no need to worry. Even like this, I'm still quite strong. You too, don't stray too far from the cabin while foraging for edible plants. Wait for me to return. With that, he dashed into the forest, quickly disappearing from Yukino-shida's line of sight. Watching AI Ran leave, Yukino-shida clasped her hands together, silently praying for his safety, before she began her tasks for the day. Meanwhile, AI Ran was racing towards the depths of the forest with astonishing speed. He could sense a formidable presence nearby. Although his strength had been compressed to its limits, and he could no longer fly or use energy attacks, AI Ran was still stronger than a certain lower-tier warrior encountering his brother for the first time. Deep in the forest, a giant bear, blind in one eye, lay sleeping. Suddenly, its ears twitched as if it had sensed something. It stood up, sniffing the air, drool dripping from its mouth. What fortunate luck! Meat and fur are both within reach. The silhouette of AI Ren suddenly materialized before the colossal bear, observing it with evident curiosity. The immense creature was utterly oblivious to how AI Ren had appeared before it, yet this diminutive figure dared to provoke it. As the sovereign of this forest, such insolence was intolerable. It rose to its full height. Towering over 6 meters, its exaggerated muscles rippling with power. With a thunderous roar and a resounding crash, the bear unleashed its fury upon AI Ran, only to find itself lifeless in an instant. In a mere heartbeat, AI Ran had shattered the bear's heart with a single punch. Wrinkling his nose in disdain, AI Ran could not help but mutter, "This creature's halitosis is truly appalling." That moment, a voice unexpectedly emanated from behind AI Ran. Roar? Human, you possess quite a bit of skill, but might I request that you relinquish this prey to me? Upon hearing the voice, AI Ran swiftly turned around, only to be met by the sight of a tiger towering 3 stories high, squinting its eyes as it scrutinized him. A talking tiger? How can such a massive creature exude no discernible aura? AI Ran's heart tightened, and he instinctively assumed a combat stance, sensing the gravity of the situation. Oh, you wish to engage me in battle? If you lay down this prey now, I might allow you to depart unscathed. The tiger bared its fangs at AI Ran, yet curiously, it did not initiate any further attack. Despite its menacing words, beads of cold sweat began to form on its brow. Chapter 16. Cat Slave. Under the snow there is no killing intent, no formidable aura, and it does not strike first. The scenario seems somewhat familiar. AI Ran, having navigated the cosmos for quite some time, had become quite worldly. Numerous species in the universe feigned power through transformation. After quickly assessing the situation in his mind, he leaped into the air, slightly tempering his strength, and struck the tiger's head. Indeed, upon being attacked by AI Ran, the great tiger began to howl in agony, clutching its throbbing head and rolling about in pain. With arms crossed and an expression of mockery, AI Ran regarded this so-called great tiger. What is this? You are so feeble, yet you aspire to snatch prey from my grasp. You must be unfamiliar with the concept of death. Allow me to send you to the underworld. Ah, I was mistaken. Please, don't kill me, the tiger pleaded, hastily dropping to its knees in desperation. Just then, a loud bang echoed, enveloping it in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a blue feline, floating in midair, emerged before AI Ran. Upon seeing the cat's true form, AI Ran instinctively exclaimed, "Purr. Is that not the shape-shifting cat that accompanies Yamcha?" "Brother, you actually know my son Purr," the blue cat exclaimed in astonishment. "No, I do not know your son. I merely thought of that name upon seeing your appearance. What is your name? How did you end up in this world?" "I am Pulu, residing in the southern region. A few days ago, after escorting my son to a transformation kindergarten in the south, I was sucked into a portal, and before I could react, I found myself in this world." Pulu continued to recount the hardships of the past few days with an air of pitiable woe, yet AI Ran was too bewildered to pay attention. How could a creature from the Dragon Ball universe appear here? Was it also due to the influence of the tainted Dragon Balls? That third-rate deity had provided me with a single task and divulged nothing else. While AI Ran's mind struggled to piece together this conundrum, I was suddenly embraced by a feline. With a pleading tone, the voice implored, "Brother, please allow me to be your subordinate. I can cook, clean, and keep your bed warm." Observing the pitiful Pulu, AI Ran was struck dumb. Did their kind all yearn to serve as subordinates? What purpose could a shape-shifting cat serve? A mere backup food source. Just as he was about to refuse, A vision of a devoted cat slave flickered through his mind. After a moment of deliberation, he nodded and declared, "Very well. I shall reside here with a companion for 1 year, during which time you may accompany us. After a year, we shall part ways." With that, AI Ran hoisted the bear's carcass and began his trek toward the cabin. "Thank you immensely," Pulu expressed gratefully, bowing to AI Ran. As it lifted its head, it noticed AI Ran had already ventured far ahead and quickly hurried to catch up. "Wait for me, brother. I do not yet know your name. Do not call me brother any longer. My name is AI Ran." "Understood, brother AI Ran. I comprehend now." AI Ran. As night fell, the evening seemed to descend earlier than the previous day. Yukino Yukinashi leaned against the railing, lost in thought as she gazed toward the forest. Suddenly, she perceived a commotion emanating from that direction. Hurriedly, she exited the cabin to peer in the direction of the noise. Moments later, Yukino beheld AI Ran emerging from the forest, burdened with a substantial quantity of meat. A gentle sigh of relief escaped her lips, dispelling her earlier worries. An inexplicable joy enveloped her. Yet, she soon reined in her emotions. When AI Ran approached her, Yukino coolly inquired, "Did I not instruct you to return before dark?" "Apologies, I was delayed for a moment." As he spoke, AI Ran set the meat down and presented the already roasted bear hide to Yukino. "I figured you might not be able to stomach the sight of dismembering an animal, so I took care of the prey before returning." Upon hearing AI Ran's explanation, a flicker of gentleness appeared in Yukino's eyes. She accepted the bear hide and gently remarked, "Do not do this again. In our current situation, we must face whatever occurs together. I am not as fragile as you might think." AI Ran was about to respond. An urgent voice suddenly called from the forest, "Boss AI Ran. Why didn't you wait for me? Why the haste?" Startled by the voice, Yukino peered around AI Ran to see what lay behind him. In the dim light, she spotted a feline creature swiftly approaching. Upon reaching AI Ran's side, Pulu gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Boss AI Ran, you ran too fast. I could not keep up." Yukino was left utterly stunned at the sight of Pulu. She instinctively extended her arms and embraced Pulu tightly. Meow! An adorable sound escaped from Yukino's lips. Suddenly captured, Pulu struggled fiercely, calling out to AI Ran, "Ah, boss, save me. This woman is going to smother me." Yet, AI Ran remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to Pulu's cries. The sound of Yukino's meow reverberated in his mind, and he realized, to his surprise, that his heartbeat had unconsciously quickened. Chapter 17. The chill of winter approaches. Outside the small cabin by the lakeside, AI Ran commenced the process of curing the bear meat. Adhering to Yukino's suggestions in the absence of sufficient salt, transforming the bear meat into jerky would enhance its preservation. After completing all the steps, he turned to observe a certain individual utterly captivated by the feline. Yukino cradled Pulu in her arms, gazing down at it with rapt attention, completely entranced. Meow. Pulu, at a loss for words, looked up at Yukino. "Miss Yukino, I can speak. Can we not communicate using human language?" Yukino nodded gently, her tone imbued with warmth. "Yes, I am aware, but I feel I can appreciate your cuteness more deeply if you remain silent." Though she had encountered remarkable beings such as aliens and deities during this period, the appearance of a talking cat had her convinced that she needed more time to fully accept it. That moment, AI Ran, seated beside Yukino, inquired with curiosity, "It seems you genuinely adore cats. If you like them so much, why not keep one in your apartment?" Yukino shot AI Ran a glare, somewhat annoyed that he had interrupted her time with the cat. "Cats are not permitted in the apartment. Only dogs are allowed. Have you not noticed the management regulations since moving in?" Aaron, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head and confessed, "I am not particularly fond of reading textual materials, so I have completely neglected the documents provided by the Community Management Committee." Sighing, he continued, "This is not acceptable, my dear Yoon. Was it not the divine being's wish for you to assimilate into human society? The instinct for knowledge is, after all, the most fundamental distinction between humanity and apes. Therefore, upon our return, I shall certainly urge you to study rigorously." At the mention of study, a shiver ran down Aaron's spine, prompting him to hastily shift the conversation. "Did you just say that the apartment only permits dogs?" "Indeed, it is a most unreasonable regulation. It is far more logical to ban dogs, as cats are simply adorable." Yuen sighed, openly expressing her affection for felines. After speaking, she lowered her gaze and resumed petting the blue-haired Pulu, her eyes unconsciously narrowing in delight. Observing this serene scene, Aaron couldn't help but smile. experiencing a long-lost sense of tranquility that he soon relaxed entirely, and, without realizing it, drifted off to sleep. That in a haze, he unconsciously leaned his head against Yuen's shoulder. Upon feeling Aaron's head resting on her shoulder, Yuen momentarily froze, quickly noticing Aaron's state. Rather than waking him, she slowed her movements of petting the cat and turned her head slightly to gaze at his face. The defiance and inadvertent vigilance that perpetually adorned his features had vanished, revealing faint dark circles under his eyes illuminated by the firelight. Unable to resist, Yuen gently stroked Aaron's hair, murmuring, "Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to a stray cat. Only when utterly exhausted do you lower your defenses, allowing others to see your vulnerable side. Thank you, Aaron," Yuen whispered softly, tilting her head to rest against him as well. The next morning, outside the wooden cabin, Pulu's plaintive voice rang out. "No, boss, please don't abandon me. Take me with you." "Stop it," Aaron retorted with disdain, grasping Pulu by the scruff of its neck and tossing it aside. "You will accompany Yuen and protect her. If anything happens to her, you shall find yourself on tonight's menu." Hearing the commotion, Yuen rushed over and scooped Pulu into her arms, shooting Aaron an indignant glare. "Why are you being so harsh on Pulu?" Faced with Yuen's fierce defense of Pulu, Aaron turned his head away, muttering, "I'm heading out. You must ensure your safety and not stray too far from the cabin." From that morning onward, a sense of unease washed over Aaron. The malevolent energy in this space seemed to thicken. Even though Yuen was nearby searching for food, Aaron remained apprehensive. Although Pulu lacked combat abilities, its presence could provide a semblance of security should danger arise. Additionally, another matter weighed heavily on his mind. The polar night might truly be upon them. At this rate, the remaining days of daylight could dwindle to less than 2 months. He had to prepare for the worst. If a 10-month-long polar night were to occur, food would indeed become a significant issue. Yet despite everything, he must protect Yuen at all costs. "Pulu, remember my words. Safeguard Yuen." With that, Aaron slung his provisions around his waist and dashed into the forest. "Boss." After Aaron's departure, Pulu drooped its ears, looking utterly dejected. This scene caused Yuen to feel a twinge of jealousy. Despite Aaron's harshness, she had been so gentle with Pulu. Collecting her thoughts, Yuen gently reassured, "Do not fret. Aaron will surely return before nightfall." Pulu nodded, but then looked at Yuen with a puzzled expression. "Is Miss Yuen married to the boss? Should I call you sister-in-law now?" Upon hearing Pulu's words, Yuen's face flushed crimson. Her speech faltering out. "Why, how could you say such a thing? Aaron and I are merely classmates. But last night, you two were clearly sleeping together. I even saw you holding each other while asleep." That moment, Yuen felt her mind nearing overload. Chapter 18. The sudden emergence of the evil dragon deep within the forest. Aaron, having finished bathing in a small river, hummed a tune while leisurely dragging a large reindeer back to the camp. Today marked his final hunting expedition. Aaron and Yuen had already spent 2 months in this icy realm. In the past few days, daylight had dwindled to less than 2 hours, and once night fell, the weather turned exceptionally harsh. Hurricanes and blizzards engulfed the land, with temperatures plummeting to over 30 degrees below zero. Under such conditions, even if Aaron ventured out to hunt, he would find no prey. Fortunately, he and Yuen had already stockpiled sufficient food, allowing them to remain peacefully in the camp for the time being. Of course, during these 2 months, Aaron had not only hunted but also improved the camp's infrastructure. He reinforced the original wooden cabin and enclosed the entire camp with wooden fences. Furthermore, he constructed 2 additional buildings, one to serve as a food storage facility and the other for cooking and bathing. Yes, even with 3 wooden cabins now, the 2 continued to share a living space. As for Pulu, it was relegated to the storage room every night, serving its sole purpose of guarding against rodents. Strangely enough, Yuen, the devoted cat enthusiast, did not oppose Aaron's decision this time. Aaron trudged slowly, the reindeer slung over his shoulder, making it impossible to move quickly through the snow that had accumulated to over a meter in depth. Suddenly, Pulu's anxious voice echoed from the distance. "Aaron, boss, where are you? Miss Yuen is in trouble." Hearing this, Aaron's heart sank, and he immediately dropped the reindeer, sprinting toward Pulu's direction. Soon, Pulu appeared before him, tears streaming down its face. "Quickly, tell me what happened," Aaron exclaimed urgently. "Just now, a blue-skinned creature with wings attacked our camp. It has encased Miss Yuen in ice." Upon hearing Pulu's words, Aaron's expression darkened instantly. Anger coursed through him, veins bulging on his forehead, and his tail bristled. That creature must be a 3-star dragon. How could it possibly appear at this stage? With no time to ponder further, Aaron dashed toward the camp with utmost urgency. Within the camp, Yuyuan found herself in dire straits. Apart from her head and hands, the rest of her body had been completely frozen. Her complexion was ashen, her limbs entirely numb. Though she was powerless, she refused to yield, glaring fiercely at the blue-skinned creature before her. Huh? Are you still not despairing? Is it ignorance that breeds your courage, human? The three-star dragon sneered, fixating on Yuyuan. In your current state, you will lose consciousness in just 15 minutes and meet a tragic end in an hour. Hurry, let me relish the sight of your despair. Gritting her teeth, Yuyuan defiantly replied, I will not succumb, you pervert. Ha ha ha. No matter, you will despair. Once you perish, I shall venture into that previous world, delivering an end to all humanity. The three-star dragon licked its lips, revealing a cruel smile. The dragon's essence still resided within Yuyuan, preventing the creature from killing her, as it would result in their mutual demise. However, as long as it did not kill her, it could lead Yuyuan into utter despair, generating sufficient negative energy to escape from this so-called host. The three-star dragon circled around Yuyuan slowly, drawing closer, and ominously whispered, Tell me, in that world, there must be many individuals you cherish. Right? Your parents? Your sister? How unfortunate that you will not witness their cries. With each word spoken by the dragon, Yuyuan's complexion grew paler. Who among us does not fear death? Especially at the moment when Sang-Sing-Long revealed the identities of his parents and sister. Yukino felt a flicker of despair begin to engulf her. Suddenly, the image of Aaron flashed in her mind, dispelling all her hopelessness and fear in an instant. That man had vowed to protect me. Observing the transformation of Yukino's initially despondent gaze into one of resolve, Sang-Sing-Long felt an unsettling urgency within him. Yet, he maintained his composure, seeking to provoke her further with words. Are you relying on that Saiyan? It's futile. He is merely an unfinished monkey. I could crush him with a single hand if your only hope perishes before you. What kind of despair will you offer me? How delightful it would be. You should be the one to despair. Die, you wretch. At that moment, Aaron finally arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a kick at Sang-Sing-Long. However, the strike missed, passing straight through his formed. Aaron's heart raced. Is it an afterimage? He began to quickly sense Sang-Sing-Long's location. Roar, are you searching for me? Pathetic, but Sang-Sing-Long's voice echoed suddenly from behind Aaron. Bang! Aaron was struck in the back by a punch, causing him to lurch forward and crash to the ground. In an instant, Sang-Sing-Long reappeared beside Aaron, delivering a kick that sent him flying. The immense force of the attack hurled Aaron against the camp's fence, burying him beneath the splintered wood. Silence ensued. Aaron, witnessing this scene, Yukino cried out Aaron's name in agony, yet received no reply. I feel it. This is the negative energy born from despair. Sang-Sing-Long rejoiced internally, realizing that soon he would have the opportunity to break free from this host. Chapter 19. The Saiyan's ultimate technique. As he absorbed the continuous stream of negative energy, Sang-Sing-Long felt exhilarated. Continue to fear, continue to despair. He shouted within to in the previous world. Sang-Sing-Long had never had the chance to gather sufficient power. Thus, he devised a plan to draw the host of the Dragon Balls into this icy realm. Here, 10 months of each year are shrouded in darkness. The abundant malevolent energy would surely allow him to manifest fully. His plan had succeeded partially. Indeed, there was enough malevolence to enable his manifestation, but inexplicably, the monkey beside Yukino continuously generated positive energy, compressing his power to its limits. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself. If this persisted, the Dragon Balls would inevitably be purified. Absorbing the negative energy, Sang-Sing-Long laughed triumphantly. Is this your final hope? Ha ha! The sensation of personally annihilating humanity's hopes is simply exquisite. Yukino could no longer decipher the revolting words of that creature, her tears blurring her vision. Yet, she strained to gaze toward the spot where Aaron was buried. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. It seemed as though the pile of wood covering Aaron had shifted. Aaron's furious roar emanated from the debris, and in an instant, beams of white light shot forth in a heartbeat. All the wooden pieces disintegrated into dust. Aaron, his clothes tattered and torn, leaped from the wreckage. He tore off what remained of his garment, clenched his left fist, and assessed his condition. His left arm was broken, 2 ribs fractured, and his internal organs had suffered varying degrees of damage from the impact. However, bolstered by the Saiyan's indomitable vitality, he should be able to continue fighting for a while. Spitting out the blood that had pooled in his mouth, Eren first turned his gaze to Yukinoshita. Yukino, why are you crying? These are mere trifles. Once I recover, I shall rescue you at once. He then directed his attention to Sangxinglong. He had discerned that this evil dragon was far from his peak power. Otherwise, that earlier blow would have been sufficient to obliterate him. The God of Time had stated that Sangxinglong's power could rival that of Super Saiyan 3. If he were in his prime, crushing Eren would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Although he could not sense Sangxinglong's energy, hope remained. He needed to gauge the disparity in their combat power. If necessary, he had one final trump card. Suppressing his concerns for Yukinoshita. Yukino, Eren took a deep breath. Here I come. With that, he vanished from his original position. Sangxinglong watched Eren's performance with a leisurely demeanor, realizing that Eren's presence could directly impact the emotions of the host if that were the case. He would employ the most cruel methods to dismantle this monkey piece by piece. If Yukinoshita Yukino were to confront such a hell, she would surely experience even greater despair and fear. He grinned wickedly, his eyes darting, quickly locating Eren. Oh, high-speed movement? Child's play. Sangxinglong then began to move at high speed as well. From Yukinoshita Yukino's perspective, the two seemed to vanish simultaneously. However, soon a tremendous sound reverberated through the sky. Straining to look up, she saw nothing but the sonic booms resulting from their clash. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their battle echoed like raindrops pelting the ground. Gradually, Yukinoshita Yukino found herself unable to gaze at the spectacle above, overwhelmed by the sonic explosions. Meanwhile, Eren, while launching a full-force assault on Sangxinglong, was secretly assessing his combat power as anticipated. Even though Sangxinglong was not at full strength, Eren was still far from his match. The disparity in physical strength was too great. In just a few seconds of engagement, several more bones had fractured. What had initially been merely shaken internal organs now felt as though they were on the verge of rupture. However, if he unleashed his ultimate technique, he could undoubtedly defeat him. With a plan forming in his mind, Eren quickly distanced himself from the two. Sangxinglong did not pursue, instead crossing his arms with a mocking expression directed at Eren. What's the matter? Are you, monkey, ready to surrender? Unfortunately, I shall not grant you a quick end. I intend to slice you into shreds, piece by piece. Sangxinglong sneered, unleashing a wave of cold air. In an instant, a scythe forged of ice appeared in his hand. Purelu, you must protect Yukinoshita. Get her away from here. Find a way to thaw her. Eren suddenly shouted. He had sensed Purelu's presence as he approached the camp. At that moment, Purelu stealthily reached Yukinoshita Yukino's side. Yes. Boss, transform. A cloud of smoke enveloped Purelu as he transformed into a floating small vehicle, placing Yukinoshita on board and fleeing toward the camp's outskirts. However, Sangxinglong raised a hand, conjuring an ice wall that materialized before Purelu and Yukinoshita. Trying to escape? Just as he prepared to descend and seize them, Eren appeared in front of Purelu, blocking Sangxinglong. He tossed a small pouch onto the vehicle Purelu had transformed into. Look for an opportunity to leave. Help Yukinoshita thaw, and give her what's in the pouch. On the vehicle, Yukinoshita Yukino saw Eren's disheveled state, and tears flowed uncontrollably. You must be careful. If you die, I shall die with you. TCH, such scum could never kill me. Hurry and escape. With that, Eren turned his back on them, striding towards Sangxinglong. Let us continue our battle, he shouted, conjuring a white energy sphere in his hand, which he then hurled into the sky. Phew, thank goodness. While my power has waned, the artificial moon can still be used. The artificial moon ascended, illuminating the entire forest. Eren watched as its tail flicked rapidly, his breathing quickening. Thump, his heart echoed loudly, its rhythm accelerating. Thump, thump, thump. Finally, the transformation of the Saiyan commenced. Chapter 20. The temporary retreat of the nightmare. Oh no! Sangxinglong felt a jolt of alarm. He could sense Eren's rapidly expanding power, and no longer caring about Yukinoshita Yukino and Purelu. He shot straight toward Eren, swinging his scythe. He aimed for Eren's neck. However, the anticipated sight of decapitation did not materialize. Eren's rapidly growing hair absorbed the blow, and his enlarging physique rendered the strike no more than a minor cut. As an elite warrior, Eren, though unable to maintain complete clarity while transformed into a great ape like Vegeta, could still discern friend from foe. Roar! The the gigantic ape transformed from Eren roared fiercely at the three-star dragon, simultaneously unleashing a crimson energy blast from its maw. The three-star dragon narrowly evaded the attack, which soared deep into the forest, where it detonated with the ferocity of a nuclear explosion, turning back to glance. A cold sweat trickled down its brow. It was not in its prime, and faced with such an onslaught, doubt flickered in its heart. In truth, even without unleashing its full power, the three-star dragon's combat prowess still surpassed Eren's significantly. However, it was not a warrior. As an embodiment of evil, its nature was one of treachery and cowardice, prone to retreating from any risk. Yet, Eren's assault showed no signs of abating, as colossal hands relentlessly descended upon it, forcing the three-star dragon to retreat further. Soon, their battlefield shifted to the ice-covered surface of a lake. Seizing the moment, Pulyalu sped away from the camp. On board, Yukino struggled to turn her head back towards the battling Eren. Worry etched across her face. You must be all right. If possible, I would rather you not exhaust yourself protecting me. Your safety is all that matters, Yukino-shisan. Let us flee into the forest. I shall find a way to dispel the ice binding you there. Yukino shook her head vehemently. No, we must not stray too far. I want to remain where I can see Eren. Even without such power, I refuse to let him bear everything alone. Very well, but we must seek refuge from the fray. Moreover, you are severely frostbitten. If we do not remove the ice soon, you may not perish, but you will certainly suffer lasting damage. Feeling the urgency, Pulyalu quickened its pace. The battle between Eren and the three-star dragon raged on. Unable to evade in time, the three-star dragon was slammed to the ground by Eren, enduring a barrage of relentless blows. Enough, you wretched monkey! The three-star dragon unleashed a freezing beam, instantly encasing one of the giant ape's arms in ice. Eren could not suppress a cry of agony, stumbling back 2 steps. Seizing the opportunity, the three-star dragon flapped its wings vigorously, ascending into the sky. The previous blows had inflicted serious wounds, and panting heavily, the three-star dragon glared at Eren with malevolence. Go to hell, you monkey! Freezing energy rapidly coalesced around it, forming a massive snowball of ice and snow that hurtled towards Eren. Roar! As the icy orb approached, the giant ape let out a furious bellow, swiftly channeling its energy into a destructive blast aimed at the incoming snowball and the three-star dragon. The two energies collided midair with a resounding clash. You cursed monkey! The three-star dragon raged, straining to force its energy sphere towards Eren. Veins throbbed on its forehead as it felt its life threatened, prompting Eren to fight with renewed vigor, channeling all its strength into the destructive blast. Eren's power surged once more. After a brief stalemate, the three-star dragon, feeling the pressure, began to falter. I can't die. I haven't yet inflicted pain upon all humanity. Such thoughts plagued its mind. Yet, at such a critical moment, how could it hope to overcome a desperate Eren? Finally, Eren found its chance. Even transformed into a giant ape, a singular thought consumed it. Even at the cost of its own life, it would crush this wretched beast's head. With a roar, blood began to pour from the corners of the giant ape's mouth. Yet the intensity of the destructive blast heightened further. The snowball was gradually pushed back towards the three-star dragon. At that moment, the dragon's composure shattered. In a panic, it relinquished its energy sphere and fled into the sky. However, the uncontrolled energy sphere was swiftly shattered by Eren, the residual energy engulfing the three-star dragon entirely. The anguished cry of the three-star dragon echoed. I will not vanish. As long as the Dragon Balls remain unpurified, I shall have the chance to resurrect. Next time, I will crush you, monkey, without much struggle. The three-star dragon let out a final scream before dissipating into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing beneath the onslaught of the destructive blast. After the three-star dragon's disappearance, the giant ape form of Eren collapsed to its knees. Utterly spent. At that moment, it regained a flicker of consciousness. Overdrawing one's life force was no jest. Eren was left with little more than half of its vitality, yet there remained one final task. Raising its head, it directed its last vestige of strength towards the artificial moon above. As the moon vanished, Eren gradually reverted from its giant ape state, collapsing onto the frozen lake, unconscious. Meanwhile, Pulyalu had successfully liberated Yukino from her icy prison. At this moment, her limbs had all succumbed to frostbite, rendering her incapable of movement as she lay on the ground. Pulyalu retrieved a pouch entrusted to it by Eren, producing the last remaining senza bean. Yukino Shida-san, this is a command from Eren. You must eat it quickly. Upon hearing it was Eren's directive, Yukino Shida instinctively opened her mouth as the senza bean entered her stomach. Her lifeless tissues rapidly regained vitality. In a matter of moments, Yukino Shida was revitalized, eagerly pulling Pulyalu closer, exclaiming, "Quickly, the sounds of battle have ceased. We must find Eren." Pulyalu initially intended to dissuade Yukino Shida from rushing, but upon witnessing the urgency in her pleading gaze, it nodded in agreement, transforming into a hovering vehicle to carry her towards the lake where the battle had recently unfolded. Chapter 21. Naming is quite a challenge in the dimness. Yukino Shida, Yukino, and Pulyalu frantically searched for Eren. Suddenly, Pulyalu exclaimed excitedly, "Yukino Shida-san, I see the boss. Hurry, let us go." Upon hearing the call, Yukino Shida dashed towards the direction pointed out by Pulyalu. Before long, they discovered the unconscious form of Eren, the moment she laid eyes on him. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Yukino Shida's cheeks. Eren lay bloodied and bare upon the frozen surface of the lake. "Why has it come to this?" She sprinted to Eren's side, shedding her outer garment to drape over him. In her frantic haste, Yukino Shida's long hair became disheveled, her snow-white hands stained with Eren's blood, exuding an unusual scent. Biting her lower lip, she fought to suppress her trembling and urged Pulyalu, "We must return to the camp swiftly." "Understood, Yukino Shida-san," Pulyalu affirmed, transforming into a van, and as Yukino Shida dragged Eren aboard, it surged towards the camp. Inside the vehicle, Yukino Shida cradled Eren in her arms, her hollow gaze filled solely with anxiety and guilt as she instinctively raised her hand. She watched blood drip from her fingers onto the floor. Struggling to swallow her tears, she choked back sobs, silently weeping. If it were not for her, Eren would not have had to fight so desperately. Sensing the unease within the vehicle, Pulyalu voiced its concern, "Yukino Shida-san, you must remain calm. The boss still needs us to heal him." Hearing Eren's name brought a flicker of light back to Yukino Shida's vacant eyes. Wiping her tears, she nodded. The eternal night had begun, and to escape the cold, all creatures took refuge in their nests. The world fell eerily silent, save for the rumbling of Pulyalu, transformed into a van. Racing onward, days later, a wail erupted from the small cabin in the camp. "Damn it, it hurts like hell." Startled by the voice, Yukino Shida and Pulyalu rushed in anxiously. "You finally woke up?" Yukino Shida exclaimed, joy evident in her voice as she approached Eren's bedside. Her tone tinged with tears. Eren struggled to open his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was two faces, each bearing distinct expressions yet remarkably unified in sentiment. After a few seconds, his sluggish mind recalled the events that had transpired. Eren parted his lips, his voice dry as if from a long drought. "I'm sorry, Yukino Shida, that I'm so hungry. Could you prepare something to eat? It's good that you're awake." "It's good that you're awake," Yukino Shida repeated, her words imbued with the sincerest emotion. She gazed deeply at Eren before announcing, "Wait here. I'll go prepare a meal for you now." After speaking, he made his way towards the adjacent wooden cabin. At that moment, Pulyalu flew in front of Eren, sobbing as he said, "Wah? Boss, you were so severely injured that I thought you were done for. It was a stroke of luck. You almost met your end." Eren glanced at the bandages adorning his body, which were made from strips of fabric torn from the clothes of Yukino Shida. Without any tools, it was astonishing how she managed to accomplish this, considering that physical strength was the only weakness of that young girl. With this thought, the lines on Eren's face gradually softened, and he turned to Pulyalu, speaking softly, "Pulyalu, you did remarkably well this time." Pulyalu ceased his weeping, grinning widely. "Of course, I'm the boss's little brother." Eren smiled faintly and began to assess his injuries. This time, the wounds he sustained were the most severe he had ever experienced. Multiple fractures throughout his body and internal bleeding had left his energy utterly depleted. "Lord King of Time, you have truly assigned me a challenging task," Eren remarked with a bitter smile. Suddenly, a pink light emanated from the wooden cabin, and the projection of the King of Time appeared before Eren once more. "Little Eren, are you murmuring about me again?" Eren was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the King of Time. "Why is it that every time I murmur, you show up on cue? Are you secretly watching me?" "No way. A deity would never spy on others. I observe openly." Eren stared at Cain in disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered someone so brazenly justifying their intrusion. ignoring Aaron's gaze. Cain tilted her head slightly in a haughty manner. I sensed your immense power through the divine energy in your tail. That is how I noticed you that I am a deity, after all, and I'm usually very busy. Yes, yes. So what brings you here, Lord King of Time? If there is nothing urgent, you may return, considering how busy deities are. What nonsense. I'm concerned about you. You are my first employee, Cain muttered under her breath at Aaron's dismissive words. This time, you can consider it a work-related injury. This is not some heartless enterprise. Later, I will send you a magical being. It can also grant you a wish. Do you have anything in mind? Such a good deal. Aaron responded uncertainly. Then let us hurry and get us back. Upon hearing this request, Cain shyly lowered her head. Stammering, to leave, you must stay for a year. That exceeds my capabilities. How about you choose something else? Aaron, as expected, he should not have held any expectations for this third-rate deity. After a moment of contemplation, Aaron looked at Cain and voiced his wish. Chapter 22. The unspoken barrier. When Yukino Shida brought the food over, she noticed a flash of pink light pass through the wooden cabin. She sat beside Aaron and, after feeding him a piece of meat, inquired, Did that deity come by just now? Imichum. Aaron barely chewed, quickly swallowing the meat. He gestured with his eyes for Yukino to hasten her feeding. After another piece of meat was offered to Aaron, a hint of unease flickered in Yukino's eyes. Is something about to happen again? Nothing much. I suppose the boss came by to enhance my employee benefits since I performed decently. That is about all she is good for, Aaron remarked with a resigned smirk. Yukino looked confused, asking, employee benefits? You'll find out soon enough, Aaron replied with a mysterious smile, urging, Yukino, can we skip the chatter for now? Please feed me the meat. I've missed 15 meals after being unconscious for 3 days. Yukino rolled her eyes at him. When it comes to food, your mind is remarkably sharp, and you even calculate based on 5 meals a day. With that, she focused on feeding Aaron. Meanwhile, Pulyalu, ever perceptive, left the scene, as he still had the important task of being the warehouse manager. The little cabin gradually fell into a tranquil silence after the previous events. Yukino found herself relishing this peaceful moment. If only it could last forever. After savoring the last morsel of meat, Aaron contentedly burped. Suddenly, another flash of pink light illuminated the room. The dazzling brightness prompted Yukino to instinctively shut her eyes. At that moment, Aaron's voice reached her ears, finally arrived. That third-rate deity may not excel at much, but her logistics are commendable. Upon opening her eyes, several boxes appeared within the wooden cabin. Yukino glanced at Aaron in puzzlement, asking, What is this? Gifts I requested from the King of Time. Open them and see. Yukino opened one of the boxes to find a small pouch on top, with various winter garments beneath it. This is. Picking up the small pouch, Yukino gazed at the magical beans inside, momentarily stunned. She recognized this little bean. It was the very one Aaron had asked Pulyalu to feed her previously, yet he had suffered such grievous injuries. Yukino took slow, calming breaths to steady her emotions and opened the remaining 2 boxes. Inside were numerous books and several cans of cat food. That third-rate deity also mentioned fulfilling one of my wishes. However, her abilities only allowed her to deliver these items, so I thought about having her send you and Pulyalu something that it was already winter, and having books to read would surely alleviate any boredom. Pulyalu performed well this time, so I had the King of Time send it some cat food as a reward. Aaron's voice floated to her from behind as Yukino clutched the magical beans to her chest, whispering in a tone only she could hear. Even at this point, you're still thinking of us. What about yourself? Truly a fool. What are you mumbling about over there? Yukino shook her head and returned to Aaron's side, feeding the magical bean into his mouth. The moment the bean slid down his throat, Aaron's injuries healed completely in an instant. He sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, feeling the surge of power flooding through him. Indeed, recovering from injuries brought a significant boost in strength. His combat power must have surpassed 10,000 by now. Seeing Aaron restored to health, Yukino finally felt her anxious heart settle. Next time, don't push yourself so hard. I'm not worth such effort. Aaron pondered for a moment, then said seriously, Purifying the Dragon Balls is my duty. Protecting you is part of my responsibilities, Yukino. Clearly, this response left Yukino feeling somewhat uncomfortable. And she stubbornly pressed on, Is it really just because of that? Of course, it seems I'm the only surviving Saiyan actually putting in the work. That third-rate deity has no retort to that. Aaron laughed heartily, hands on his hips in pride. Suddenly, the laughter ceased, as Aaron sensed a menacing aura behind him, causing the temperature in the cabin to drop significantly. That moment, Yukino was glaring at him with narrowed eyes. "Oh, so it's merely about fulfilling your duties." The girl's icy voice sent a shiver down Aaron's spine. "And no, it's not entirely," Aaron stammered, his face reddening. During his time spent with Yukino, he had indeed found himself growing fond of this adorable, yet strong young lady. After all, Saiyans were naturally drawn to powerful women, whether in physical prowess or mental fortitude. Most importantly, Yukino was an excellent cook. However, Aaron found it quite difficult to express his feelings. That so? Observing Aaron's hesitation, Yukino suddenly felt flustered. She hurriedly tidied up the dishes and made her way toward the door. Yet this time, her steps were much lighter, and her lips involuntarily curled upwards. Chapter 23. The Promised Land, 2998. 2999. 3000. In the courtyard of the camp, Ran executed one-handed handstands while performing push-ups. The emergence of the malevolent dragon made Ran acutely aware of his own frailty. Even a degraded version of a 3-star dragon nearly claimed his life. If he did not intensify his training, he could hardly fathom how to confront the enemies that lay ahead. Yukino sat on the railing, engrossed in a book, occasionally stealing glances at Ran. Enveloped in the perpetual night, she could not ascertain how long they had been there. Yet, life had ultimately resumed its tranquil rhythm. After completing today's rest, Ran collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Yukino approached him, offering a towel. "No matter how many times I see it, your stamina is simply astonishing." After accepting the towel and wiping his face, Ran flashed a grin. "My training is still far from sufficient." Caught off guard by Ran's smile, Yukino momentarily lost her composure, feeling a warmth spread across her cheeks. She had unknowingly found herself captivated by this individual, and now a mere smile could make her heart race. They had been sharing a bed every night. "What's wrong? Why are you standing there in a daze?" "Nothing, just pondering how long we've been here. It's perpetually night, and I've lost all sense of time." Yukino casually turned away, crossing her arms over her chest, and taking a gentle breath. Ran remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor, scratching his head as he contemplated. "It should be nearly a year now. Counting the number of meals, I reckon we can return soon. I can't even begin to comment on that. Why do you measure time by the number of meals?" Yukino shot him a disapproving glance. Though a tinge of melancholy lingered in her heart. After their return, would their relationship continue to thrive as it was? Would they gradually revert to the previous dynamic of leader and subordinate? Anxiety filled her heart. Though they were on the verge of returning to familiar routines, she couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty. That moment, Ran's voice broke through her thoughts. "Speaking of which, we are neighbors now, right? After we return, can I still drop by your house for a meal? Having grown accustomed to your cooking, I can hardly bear the thought of my own culinary disasters." "That depends on my schedule and your performance," Yukino replied with a faint smile. Indeed, after enduring so much together, there was no need for concern. Hadn't he vowed to always protect her? This guy had a way of making her feel secure without even trying. My performance? Ran questioned, puzzled. "Yes, when we get back, you'll need to study diligently under my guidance. Your grades have yet to exceed double digits in any subject. While I don't hold out too much hope, you should at least manage to graduate." Upon hearing Yukino's words, Ran's expression fell instantly, sensing that the time of parting was drawing near. Purelu embraced a can of cat food, sobbing as he spoke. "Woo-woo, are you all leaving? This can is so delicious." Yukino gently stroked Purelu's smooth fur, a look of reluctance on her face. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Ran and said, "Can we really not take Purelu with us?" "No, Purelu does not belong to our world. Besides, in another realm, it has children waiting for it." Ran replied. Upon hearing Ran's words, Yukino sighed and cradled Purelu in her arms. As she savored the final moments of petting the cat, she spoke softly. "Purelu, thank you for saving me before. I have no way to repay your life-saving grace, so I can only express my gratitude with these feeble words. If fate allows, our parting is merely a temporary divergence on our respective paths, and we shall ultimately reunite in Rome. If we are not fated to meet again, I wish for your swift return to your promised land." As she spoke, Yukino glanced at Ran. "It seems I have already found my promised land. Not wishing to intrude upon the tender farewell between the girl and the cat, AI Ran walked alone into the courtyard, gazing up at the sky that was beginning to pale. He felt ill at ease in this scene of parting. After a full 10 months, the sun's rays once again bathed the land. His pupils constricted slightly as he quickly acclimated to the daylight. Parting, it seemed he had no one he would miss due to separation. Suddenly, he felt a hand grasping his own. Turning his head, he found Yukino standing beside him, looking lively that I've said my goodbyes to Purelu. AI Ran nodded and instinctively tightened his grip on Yukino's hand. Feeling the warmth of AI Ran, Yukino gently said, "Having spent a year here, despite the harsh conditions, I find myself feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. I will remain by your side until the dragon pearl is purified." Yukino smiled and nodded. Through their prolonged companionship, she had gradually come to understand AI Ran's awkward nature. For him to express such sentiments was likely the utmost he could manage at this moment. At that juncture, the portal that would transport them reappeared. They exchanged knowing smiles and stepped inside together. On the other side, another portal appeared beside Purelu, and a brilliant light engulfed it, drawing it in. Time passed, though Purelu could not tell how long, until the teleportation finally concluded that it found itself in a narrow alley between two towering buildings. Purelu surveyed its surroundings in horror. "Where is this? I didn't return to the south?" Suddenly, a voice reached Purelu's ears. "This is Tokyo. By the way, can cats really talk? Monster, boss, save me." Purelu crouched in a corner, clutching its head, certain that there had been no one there moments ago. Where was this voice coming from? It belonged to a girl standing not far from Purelu, her expression devoid of emotion, yet her words conveyed a clear sense of exasperation. "Mr. Cat, my name is Kato Megumi. Not a ghost, I must admit. Witnessing a cat speak startled me as well. Chapter 24. Returning to daily life inside Yukino's apartment. A radiant light suddenly appeared. AI Ran emerged from the shimmering portal. Pulling Yukino along with him, as he surveyed his surroundings, AI Ran exclaimed, "We're finally back. I can feel the essence of modern life once more." Picking up the phone resting on the coffee table, Yukino glanced at the time, which still read 3 a.m. After a year in the icy world, only 7 hours had passed. In reality, AI Ran was currently assessing Yukino's living space. One could say the abode reflected its inhabitant. While spacious, it bore little in the way of decoration or embellishments, giving it a rather stark appearance. However, there were numerous books laid out on the table in front of the sofa. He casually picked one up. All the books were wrapped in covers akin to those Yukino perused in the service club, obscuring their titles from viewpoint. 30 Ways to Understand Cats. Never mind. Let us look at something else. How to be a responsible pet owner, Mr. Pan. The story behind the IP. The difference between cats and pandas. A cultured young lady spends her time on such trifles. What about the works of Lu Xun or Shakespeare? AI Ran mused. Don't know. Yukino has been thoroughly brainwashed by cats, at least this time. They had parted from Purelu. Speaking of which, Purelu should have already returned to the Dragon Pearl world. Suddenly, Yukino, her cheeks flushed, poked AI Ran, feeling shy at the sudden discovery of her private interests. Although the boundaries of privacy between her and AI Ran had long since blurred. "You should head back to your own room to rest now, Mr. Ape." Yukino gently pushed AI Ran toward the door. The Supreme Kai of Time had indeed been reliable, as the door that AI Ran had damaged had been repaired, standing in her apartment. Yukino looked at AI Ran outside and softly said, "Get some rest, Mim. See you tomorrow." AI Ran opened his door, leaving those words behind as he stepped inside. "See you tomorrow," upon closing the door to her apartment. Yukino placed her hand over her chest, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Indeed, even after returning, certain things would remain unchanged. Tomorrow truly holds promise. At 7 a.m., in front of the apartment elevator, Iron leaned against the wall, awaiting Yukino's arrival. "Good morning, Yukino." Despite having lived in a snowy realm for a year, Yukino maintained her habitual routine. Upon spotting Iron, she approached him slowly. "Good morning, Monkey King." Hearing the familiar greeting she encountered daily, Yukino responded in kind. Pressing the triangular button for the elevator, a chime sounded, and the doors slid open. The two entered in succession. Today marks the continuation of their school life. Walking side by side along the road, They encountered few vehicles, only occasionally spotting a few early risers. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Iron remarked, "There's something quite pleasant about walking this way now and then." "How did you get to school before, Monkey King?" "I flew, of course. With the window open, I could soar directly to school in just 5 minutes. That way, I could sleep a little longer." "You mustn't do that anymore." "Why not?" Iron looked at Yukino in confusion. "That deity insisted you integrate into human life. Such cheating cannot be considered integration," Yukino stated earnestly, her true concern being that if Iron flew to school every time, their moments together would diminish significantly. "True. After all, I still need to protect you. However, I have discovered a Dragon Ball's whereabouts. I wonder where the others are scattered." Reflecting on his responsibilities, Iron felt a twinge of melancholy. Silently lamenting the ineptitude of that disreputable deity, in the future, if you undertake any dangerous endeavors, please inform me in advance, although I may not be of much help. As she spoke, Yukino's body trembled slightly. Noticing her unease, Iron took her hand. "Rest assured, it isn't particularly dangerous, and I am much stronger now than before." Iron suddenly paused, for Yukino was gazing at him with a serious expression. "All right, if I discover any other Dragon Balls, I will inform you. That's more like it." Yukino nodded in satisfaction at that moment. She realized Iron was still holding her hand, causing her to panic. With a slight tug, she freed her hand and blushed as she softly remarked, "We're almost at school." Iron, realizing the situation, awkwardly tucked his hands behind his back, but my apologies. The two continued in silence until they reached the second floor of the school building. Upon arriving at the back door of Class 2F, Iron walked straight in and took his seat at the rear near the window, where he felt the sun's warmth. Unable to suppress a yawn, he settled down, relishing this peaceful life that on the other side of the classroom. A certain high school student with dead fish eyes regarded Iron with suspicion. Did he just see Iron and Yukino holding hands on their way to school? Were they perhaps a couple? If so, would he be forced to endure their romantic antics in the club? After much contemplation, Hikigaya Hachiman resolved, "After school, I'll find an opportunity to sneak back home. Clubs are clearly not suited for me." Chapter 25. Saiyans are actually all fat tigers after school. Yukino opened the door to the service club's classroom. Iron was already seated, burying his head in the crook of his arm, resembling a sleeping ostrich, which was rather amusing. Treading lightly, Yukino walked past Iron, who suddenly lifted his head. "How could you notice me when I was so quiet?" I caught a whiff of your scent." "Perhaps jasmine or lavender?" Iron mused, unsure. Yet the fragrance was etched in his memory. It was the distinctive aroma of Yukino. "Hentai." Yukino shot him a glare, her face slightly reddening. "What are you talking about?" "I merely remembered it unconsciously." Iron sat up, his gaze flitting between Yukino's face and the surroundings of the clubroom. "Speaking of which, I haven't thoroughly examined this classroom yet. What are you staring at?" "No, it just feels a bit empty. Have you thought about adding some daily necessities, like a teapot and cups?" In the snowy realm, Yukino had managed to find some wild tea leaves for consumption. "Despite the harsh conditions that I asked that so? Then let's go buy some tea sets together, and perhaps some disposable cups for when clients arrive." "Clients? Huh. I wonder when they will appear. That Hikigaya classmate hasn't come by yet." Iron, feeling rather listless, rested his head on the desk. In his previous life, he had not noticed, but now he realized that this so-called service club hardly received any requests throughout the year. This leisurely state was bearable for a day or two, but extended periods would test a Saiyan's restless nature. Sitting beside Iron, Yukino pulled out a textbook and remarked, "Who says there are no requests? You are one, are you not? Teacher Hiratsuka entrusted me with ensuring you at least pass one subject in the next exam. Now, take out your book, you promised me." "All right, I suppose I should study after a long time," Iron declared enthusiastically, retrieving a textbook that appeared completely unmarked, devoid of any signatures. 5 minutes later, Iron lay his head sideways on Yukino's shoulder, fast asleep. Watching him, Yukino rested her forehead against her hand, exhaling a resigned sigh. "I really shouldn't have held any expectations for you in this regard." Despite her words, she made no effort to wake Iron, opting instead to take out a collection of essays to read. Let him continue to rest on her shoulder for now. Taking a deep breath, Yukino sought to steady her emotions. She merely hoped that once Iron awoke, he would not disrupt her reading. She was not particularly interested in this close contact. I'm coming in, Yukino Shida. The door to the service club's classroom swung open with a jolt as Hiratsuka Shizuka dragged Hikigaya Hachiman in. Upon seeing Iron and Yukino Shida, Yukino's state, Hiratsuka's mouth fell agape. What are you two doing? Beside her, Hikigaya Hachiman wore an expression that clearly indicated, as expected, fleeing had been the right choice. Coming here would surely mean being forced to witness these two's romantic displays. The sudden intrusion startled Yukino Shida Yukino momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, gently shaking Iron to rouse him. She then stood up, approaching Hiratsuka Shizuka, crossing her arms with an icy demeanor. Did I not mention that one should knock before entering? Teacher Hiratsuka, Yukino Shida Yukino said coolly, her presence causing Hiratsuka to instinctively take a step back, feeling a bit awkward as she rubbed her nose. Haha, I'll be more mindful next time. But what's going on between you and Iron? What's the matter? Just then, Iron had awakened but was still somewhat bewildered by the current situation. It's nothing. I was merely reminding teacher Hiratsuka of basic etiquette. Having addressed Iron's question, Yukino Shida Yukino turned her attention back to Hiratsuka Shizuka, her tone reverting to its customary chill. So, teacher Hiratsuka, did you bring back our runaway club member? Seeing Yukino Shida Yukino avoid the topic of her relationship with Iron, Hiratsuka chose not to press further. Feeling a pang of heartache, I'm 27 years old and still grappling with unresolved issues that I in just a day. These two have become so close. She raised her fist toward Hikigaya Hachiman. That's right. Hachiman, you better behave yourself here. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you. With that, Hiratsuka strode out of the classroom, followed by a chorus of lamentations echoing down the hallway, lamenting the impending doom of the ordinary folks. Yukino Shida Yukino glanced at the now wary Hikigaya Hachiman and remarked, "Stop standing there like a fool. Find a place to sit." Upon noticing that Hikigaya had taken a seat near the entrance of the classroom, Yukino Shida returned to her own seat and continued, "To face life positively, one must possess a resilient heart that in all endeavors. It is essential to actively engage and participate, including in club activities that I hope. In the future, you will earnestly partake in these activities, Hikigaya." However, in Hikigaya Hachiman's eyes, the present Yukino Shida and Irie were already embodiments of the vibrant youth he so distanced himself from, as this man named Hikigaya resolutely refrained from interacting with all such individuals. Nevertheless, considering Hiratsuka Shizuka's iron fist, Hikigaya made a decisive choice that he did not refute Yukino Shida's words, but instead retrieved a novel and began to read. At that moment, Irie seemed to grasp what was transpiring. He cast a curious glance at Hikigaya, contemplating whether his presence had disrupted the established lives of these two individuals. Yet, not a shred of guilt stirred within him, for the Saiyant's innate character mirrored that of a gluttonous child. Once something was desired, it must belong to him. With this thought, Irie averted his gaze and resumed perusing the textbook that seemed to beckon slumber. Chapter 26. The long-awaited request arrives. The classroom regained its usual ambience. Irie appeared to be studying the materials, yet his head bobbed incessantly, as if he were poised to engage in a conversation with the Sandman at any moment. The other two individuals were engrossed in their respective readings, enveloping the atmosphere in a serene silence. Suddenly, a gentle knock broke the stillness, resonating distinctly in such an environment. Yukino Shida neatly tucked her bookmark into her book. She calmly uttered, "Please come in. Forgive the intrusion." Came a timid voice accompanied by a figure who entered the classroom. Subsequently, as if caught in the act, she stealthily closed the door behind her. Her shoulder-length, chestnut hair swayed lightly as she moved, her gaze flitting anxiously about the room. Upon locking eyes with Hikigaya, who was closest to the entrance, she exclaimed in surprise, "What brings Irie and the squatting family here?" "Well, I suppose I can consider myself a member here." "And why do you refer to me as the squatting family?" Hikigaya retorted, swiftly redirecting the inquiry. At this point, he had thoroughly assessed the girl before him and had mentally categorized her as a girl adorned in youthful exuberance. Her skirt noticeably shortened, 3 buttons of her blouse unfastened, and a heart-shaped accessory resting upon her chest. She was a quintessential modern high school girl, entirely indifferent to school regulations. Of course, this was Hikigaya's perspective. Irie tilted his head and could only glimpse the girl's profile. However, after a fleeting glance, he instinctively shifted his focus to Yukino Shida, whose demeanor was decidedly more distinctive. "Shall we take a seat first?" Yukino Shida beckoned her to sit across from her. After the girl settled in, Yukino Shida addressed her, Yui Yugahama, second year, Class F, a companion of Airi and Hikigaya. Yugahama gazed at Yukino Shida in astonishment. Wow, you actually know my name. You must have memorized the names of everyone in the school. Hikigaya internally scoffed at this notion while continuing to immerse himself in his novel, paying little heed to the exchange between the two girls. Well, I know a few, Yukino Shida replied with a slight nod. Now, please state the purpose of your visit. Yugahama. I heard from Hiratsuka-sensei that this place can help fulfill students' wishes. Is that right? Yugahama inquired hesitantly. We're merely assisting. Whether wishes can be granted depends on you. She clarified that it is better to teach a person to fish than to give them a fish. Do you understand? Yugahama's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, that's impressive. I would like to bake cookies. After this brief declaration, she glanced at Hikigaya and Airi, feeling somewhat bashful with the two boys present, which hindered her from continuing. Noticing her embarrassment, Yukino Shida turned to Airi. Could you please fetch me a drink? You know my favorite flavor, right? Understood, Airi replied, rising and heading towards the corridor. Hikigaya, recognizing the cue, stood up and followed suit. On their way, Airi broached the subject with a hint of intrigue. Don't you really know Yugahama? He noted Hikigaya's puzzled expression when she called out his name. At first, I didn't, but after some thought, I realized she should be our classmate. I believe I've heard that name in class. Hikigaya explained. How disengaged can you be from your own class? Airi remarked. After exchanging a few words, Hikigaya discerned that Airi was not as much of a delinquent as he had initially perceived. Thus, easing up a bit, he shot Airi a glance, muttering, someone who only knows how to sleep has no right to lecture me. After a brief pause, he added, there's no need to concern oneself with the group. As long as one's actions bear no detriment to oneself, that's sufficient. Hikigaya rephrased his sentiment, expressing that without a collective, he need only focus on his own interests. Your words are rather obscure. However, I suggest you pay more attention to that Yugahama girl. Airi advised. Why? Hikigaya inquired, puzzled. Just a feeling. Returning to the classroom, Yukino Shida and Yugahama had concluded their discussion regarding the request. Airi casually set down 2 boxes of drinks before the girls. Here, please enjoy these drinks. I hope they suit your taste, he said before returning to his seat. Yukino Shida glanced at the yogurt before her, a slight smile gracing her lips. Thank you. This is my favorite flavored. Are you treating me? Thank you, Airi-kun. Yugahama replied gratefully. Don't mention it. Have you finished your discussion? What was the outcome? Hikigaya interjected from his seat. Thanks to your assistance, the exchange proceeded quite smoothly, Yukino Shida stated without pretense. That's the worst thank you I've ever heard. Truly, thank you very much, Hikigaya quipped. That you're welcome. After taking another sip, Yukino Shida tidied her desk. Shall we head to the home economics room? Why go there? For Hikigaya, it ranked among the 3 places that could inflict mental trauma. And he preferred to avoid it at all costs. That Yugahama's request requires us to visit the home economics room. Sensing she had made herself sufficiently clear, Yukino Shida said no more, gently nudging Airi before setting off towards the home economics room. Already aware of what awaited them, Airi shrugged and followed suit. Let us see if there are any materials there. I'm in the mood for some cake. Hey, we're going there to assist others with their requests. Can you please refrain from fixating solely on food at this moment? Yugahama chimed in, trailing behind like a devoted follower. Meanwhile, Hikigaya sighed in resignation and left his seat to follow. Chapter 27. The first request successfully completed in the cooking room. Yukino Shida had already tied her hair back, donned her apron, and was preparing the ingredients to commence her work, while Yugahama, in her clumsiness, struggled to fasten her own apron. With a sigh, Yukino Shida approached and assisted Yugahama in securing her apron. Squatting family, may I ask you something? Yugahama's cheeks flushed as she asked. What do you think of girls who are home-oriented? Not unpleasant at all, Hikigaya replied nonchalantly, entirely oblivious to the implications behind Yugahama's inquiry. Rather, it could be said that boys, to some extent, would likely desire to date such girls. Yugahama beamed with joy, her energy radiating as she seemed eager to begin. Observing their exchange, Yukino Shida cast a puzzled glance at Airi. Understanding her expression, Airi leaned closer to her ear and softly remarked, Saiyans tend to favor independent and assertive women. Hikigaya's words reflected his own standards for choosing a partner. Upon hearing Airi's response, Yukinoshita nodded in satisfaction before suddenly realizing something, her face flushing as she quickly turned away. Taking a deep breath, she instructed Yugahama, "I will demonstrate once. You follow along." Yugahama nodded eagerly, mimicking Yukinoshita as they both rolled up their sleeves. They retrieved flour, warm water, and sugar, mixing them together before adding the eggs. To be precise, it was the eggshells that were discarded into the flour, and the cream was added in for mixing, yet it simply did not dissolve. Oh, and she naturally added salt instead of the sugar that was supposed to be included. Various seasonings were recklessly thrown in. Perhaps this was Yuahama's unique recipe. The outcome was already painfully evident. I must say AI Ran now feels that her culinary skills might be rather impressive, but Yuahama, what in the world are you concocting? A viral conglomerate? Or a mutated version of fried cockroaches? Yukino stood by, her face pale as she held her forehead, clearly disheartened. Why? Why is this happening? This must be her first time experiencing such a disastrous failure. What is going on? Yuahama looked utterly astonished. Shouldn't that be a question for you? She pushed the plate containing the dark, mysterious substance towards Hikigaya. Well, perhaps it might unexpectedly taste good. That may be true. AI Ran pulled over the plate of cookies made by Yukinoshita, popped one into her mouth, and squinted in enjoyment. Hurry and eat. Hikigaya, it might actually be delicious. What qualifications do you have to say that? Munching on Yukinoshita's cookies, Hikigaya felt as if he were on the brink of despair. This was hardly a tasting. It was more like a poison test. Yuahama puffed her cheeks like a pufferfish, exclaiming, "Squatting is too much." Yukino, arms crossed, remarked coolly, "Hikigaya, you must not take others' goodwill for granted. This is part of the club activity as well." Hikigaya Hachiman turned away from Yuahama's expectant gaze, yet ultimately, with trembling hands, he picked up a charcoal-like object, not even glancing at it before tossing it into his mouth and swallowing. Regrettably, that horrendous taste lingered on, echoing in his mouth and throat. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Hikigaya gulped down his beloved Max coffee, slumping over the table, eyes vacant. "I finally survived." AI Ran stared at the plate of cookies as if in disbelief. Yuahama, could it be you are a master of dark cuisine? With that, he took another bite of Yukinoshita's cookie, then reluctantly sampled Yuahama's cookie, giving it a cautious lick. If this is the taste. It seems to resemble the flavor of burnt vegetable people." Hikigaya Hachiman looked at AI Ran in astonishment. Hey, did this guy just say something horrifying? What vegetable people? Shinibu. Yukino discreetly pinched AI Ran's waist. Indeed, the guy hardly thinks before he speaks. However, Yuahama did not pay much heed to AI Ran's previous comments. She lowered her head in disappointment. As expected, I am not good at cooking. Is there any talent? The only solution is to put in effort, Yukino said calmly. Yuahama, you just claimed you have no talent, right? You must change that mindset. Those who haven't even made the slightest effort have no right to envy those with talent. Failures are precisely those who have never contemplated the immense effort that successful individuals have invested behind the scenes to achieve their success. But, recently everyone has been saying that not cooking is the norm. Yuahama unconsciously echoed the crowd. Doing such things feels out of place. Yukinoshita, having tidied up the flour, placed the bowl filled with it onto the table with a thud. A chilling aura emanated from her, akin to a bone-chilling wind, unreservedly revealing her disdain for Yuahama's earlier statement. Can you not modify this habit of conforming to those around you? It is quite discomforting, blaming your own incompetence and foolishness on others. Do you not feel ashamed or disgusted? AI Ran silently stood behind Yukinoshita, gently placing his hand on her back. He had sensed a touch of the malevolence from the Sanzan ball seeping out slightly. Feeling a warm current flow into her, Yukinoshita paused, realizing that her previous words had been somewhat harsh. Yuahama, clad in an apron, kept her head down, obscuring her expression. Hikigaya felt a twinge of sympathy and was about to say something when an unexpected remark interrupted. How cool. Yukino stared at her in astonishment. I apologize. I did indeed speak rather excessively just now. I understand. While my words were indeed excessive, I seldom express my true thoughts, unlike you, as I always conform to others. I apologize. I will strive to do better from now on. The chill radiating from Yukinoshita had dissipated at some point. It was her first time witnessing such a person as Yuahama. In any case, you continue as you are. I will be here to guide you. Subsequently, the kitchen witnessed a scene akin to this. This is salt, not sugar. Yuahama, could you please taste what you are about to add before putting in the sugar? Why so much vanilla extract? While individual tastes may vary, surely no one's palate differs to the extent of transcending humanity. What is the purpose of adding coffee powder to the cookies? Character? What is character? To create deadly food? Or perhaps to poison Hikagaya? Yuahama's flurry of actions was as swift as a tiger. Upon glancing up, she realized that 85 of her efforts were mistakes. Yukino felt utterly drained from correcting her. Fortunately, after Yukino Shida's hands-on guidance, Yuahama finally managed to bake cookies that could be considered food rather than charcoal. Hikagaya took a piece and popped it into his mouth. For gifting, this is already acceptable. Yuahama blinked in confusion. For gifting, it is primarily the thought that counts, Hikagaya stated. You see, as long as a boy receives a gift from a girl, he is generally quite delighted. The taste is not the key aspect. As long as it is edible. Well then, I suppose that will suffice. Thank you, Yukino Shida, AI ran. And thank you, Yuahama. Hey, why did it get so quiet when it came to me? Hikagaya protested with a scowl. After all, I put my life on the line to taste it. Chapter 28. Anki Midori. Yuahama, are you certain this is enough for now? Will the entrusted matters continue later? Yukino was still quite concerned about Yuahama's request. Yuahama turned around, revealing a smile. Well, let's leave it at this for now. I can practice properly at home. Thank you, Yukino Shida. As Yuahama was about to leave, AI ran kindly inquired. Are you sure you want to leave directly in your apron? Yuahama flusteredly took off her apron, expressed her gratitude, and waved goodbye. See you. We should tidy up here too, Yukino Shida remarked, placing the used utensils into the sink. That in truth, there wasn't much to clean. And with AI Ran's assistance, Yukino Shida washed while AI Ran dried them with a clean cloth, returning them to their original places. The two had lived together for quite some time now, and such synergy was natural. After tidying up, the two waited for a while until Hikagaya returned after disposing of the trash. The three of them left the home economics classroom just as the bell signaling the end of the club activity rang. After leaving the school, AI Ran and Yukino Shida walked side by side along the cherry blossom-filled path. Gazing at the drifting petals, Yukino Shida felt a wave of nostalgia. It truly feels like a long-lost school life. Indeed, while I still prefer battles, this peaceful life is quite nice too. AI Ran had only spoken halfway when he suddenly closed his eyes, standing still. Noticing AI Ran's abnormality, Yukino Shida inquired with concern. What's wrong? I sense a malevolent presence. In that direction, it seems to be a tainted Dragon Ball. AI Ran's expression turned serious as he pointed towards Tokyo. Are you going to head there now? Yukino Shida grasped AI Ran's wrist, her brow furrowed. The earlier appearance of the Sanzan dragon had cast a significant psychological shadow over her, one she had yet to overcome. Yes, I must go. The evil dragon poses too great a danger to this world. Any one of them could utterly annihilate it. Seeing Yukino Shida's worried expression, AI Ran feigned a relaxed smile. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Didn't you previously say your dream was to change this world? I will protect this place until you realize that dream. Not merely because it's my duty. I occasionally wish to be a righteous ally too. Then I will wait for you in the apartment. Didn't you say you would come over for a meal? I will prepare dinner and wait for your return. Though she spoke otherwise, Yukino showed no intention of releasing Ainara's hand. She gazed at Ainara with anticipation, yearning to hear a satisfactory answer from his lips. Ainara gave a thumbs up to Yukino and calmly stated, Well, I want a lot of meat. After uttering this, he removed Yukino's hand from his wrist and dashed off into a deserted alley, sprinting full speed towards Tokyo. In a CF somewhere in Tokyo, 3 girls and 1 boy, accompanied by a cat, were engaged in a discussion. The boy with a delicate visage and black-framed glasses was fervently making an introduction. So, with Iri as the artist and Kasumiga Kakashiwa as the lead writer, this classmate Kato will surely transform from an ordinary passerby into a perfect heroine. Arno, my name is Kato, not Ghana, said this classmate to Aki. Kasumiga Kakashiwa cast a brief glance at Kato Megumi before lowering her head to jot down notes. The proposal for the Shining Girl project had been put forth by Aki, and since it was a dating simulation game, it undoubtedly required an enticing main dish. She and Irie had been waiting in this CAF for nearly half an hour when Aki finally arrived with the main dish. The truly inconspicuous heroine was utterly in line with the original intent of the Shining Girl concept. Had it not been for the vivid blue cat, Kasumiga Kakashiwa would not have realized that another person had joined their midst. Observing the minor commotion unfolding before her, Shiwa chose to remain silent, preferring not to analyze Kato Megumi. Having just met this reticent and expressionless heroine, she found it more worthwhile to engage in light banter with Irie, who could at least lift her spirits. I'm so sleepy. Kasumiga Kakashiwa stifled a small yawn, her eyes betraying her fatigue. Having stayed up late the previous night contemplating the plot of the dating rhythm game and Shining Girl, her sleep had been severely lacking. Ethics-kun, if you don't get to the point soon, I might just fall asleep. Aki intended to elaborate on Kato Megumi's lack of presence, but upon seeing Kasumiga Kakashiwa nearly resting her head on the table, he hurriedly placed the crumpled proposal on the table and slowly patted his chest to regain composure. Irie picked up the proposal, glanced at it, and then handed it to Kasumiga Kakashiwa. Aki, is this proposal serious? Just this one page with a few hundred words? I say. Ethics-kun, turning to Kasumiga Kakashiwa, Aki appeared to have encountered an unspeakable terror, his body tensing as he even knocked over his chair. Shiwa, do you have something to say? I wish to know why I am here. Kasumiga Kakashiwa quickly typed on her notebook, the rapid and irregular sounds resembling the relentless firing of a machine gun. 2 days ago, I heard about the ideas erupting from your head like a volcanic explosion. After spewing lava, are you now going to release volcanic ash? The ash can be ground and used as a cement mixture. All I see now is a nerd's damp dreams. Or do you intend to mix your saliva with volcanic ash to build an apartment, inviting 17 or 18 beautiful girls to soak in your soggy dreams? Shiwa. Aki found himself at a loss, retreating step by step until he collided with the table behind him. I believe if we all work together, we can. Kasumiga Kakashiwa showed no signs of stopping. Are they not merely enduring your nauseating torment, joining the club out of pity? Moreover, Kasumiga Kakashiwa slightly raised her head, fixing her gaze on the bewildered Irie. Is it truly acceptable for someone with such a perfect exterior, yet utterly useless interior, like a fade of a lady, to illustrate? As expected, Irie, who had been clenching her small fists, suddenly slammed her hands on the table, trembling with indignation, revealing her 2 adorable little fangs. Who are you calling useless? I can't comprehend why Aki would recruit someone like you, a gloomy girl, to write the script. Aki felt as though he might spit out a mouthful of blood. Their freshly formed club seemed on the brink of collapse. He quickly interjected, Irie. My personality is indeed dark, Aki started, but Kasumiga Kakashiwa interrupted, addressing Irie. However, I believe I am more straightforward than you. Her expression remained unshaken by Irie's retort, her calm demeanor belying the tumultuous emotions swirling within as she directed her gaze at Aki. Ethics-kun, your proposal must not have been used like this, with those pitifully yellowing pages. Another piercing blow struck Aki, leaving him breathless and on the verge of collapse. The SIF entrance. Ainara was thoroughly entertained by the performance of this group. Initially, he had merely intended to observe the movements of the Dragon Balls, but unexpectedly, he found himself witnessing such a splendid spectacle. Furthermore, that fellow Peru was also present. He stroked his chin, contemplating Aki, Kasumiga Kakashiwa, Irie, and Kato, each of whom bore a hint of malevolence. Who, then, was the host of the Dragon Ball? Chapter 29. Whom does the 2-star dragon reside within? Ainara observed the performance of these 4 individuals, his brow slightly furrowing. The current situation was entirely different from what was transpiring with Yukinoshita Yukino. The aura of evil was distributed among them all, making it impossible to discern who the true host was. Lord Kaioshin, this is Ainara. Can you hear me? Ainara called out for Kane in his heart, realizing that this was the moment he needed the intervention of that third-rate deity. After calling several times, the voice of the time Kaioshin echoed in his mind. I'm here. Why did you suddenly reach out to me? Little Ainara, I discovered another Dragon Ball here, but its aura is spread across 4 individuals, and I cannot discern who it belongs to. Can you think of a solution? Hang on a moment, let me check. After a brief wait, Kane's voice returned. This aura belongs to the 2-star dragon. You're in luck. This is the second weakest among the evil dragons. If you think of a way, you should be able to defeat it. Oh, in that case, please confirm the host as soon as possible. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can wrap up, Ainara said with a hint of urgency, as someone was waiting for him back in Chiba. This is the first time I've ever felt this way in 2 lifetimes. Wow. All your expenses in the human world are covered by me. 1 shouldn't be too greedy. Kane retorted, don't think I don't know. You can conjure countless amounts of money from Earth with just a clap, and this is all my hard-earned cash. Humph. Kane huffed discontentedly before reluctantly continuing. I cannot discern, though the two-star dragon is weak. It possesses strong self-preservation abilities. Its power lies in emitting toxic mist that, upon contact with humans, can drain their bodily energy. However, it has not fully awakened yet. So it can only absorb the spiritual energy of those around it by luring out the host's greed. Those slowly drained of their power will leave behind its aura, which is why you can sense it on all four individuals. Kane's explanation continued, but Ainara's expression grew increasingly grim. This third-rate deity was utterly useless. What should we do now? Ainara felt a tinge of desperation. You can only wait until its power has sufficiently recovered. Once it awakens, you will naturally be able to identify it. After all, the two-star dragon is quite weak. You will surely be able to defeat it. Hey, is this the kind of thing a deity should say? Will these people not die? Don't worry. The two-star dragon can only truly kill humans once it has fully resurrected. Ainara sighed in exasperation. Fine, you go ahead and take care of your business. I'll figure things out here. Kane's complaints were left unspoken as Ainara abruptly ceased their mental connection, faced with such a boss. Ainara feared that if he continued the conversation, he might be unable to resist the urge to resign. Meanwhile, the theatrical exchange among Aki, Kato, Kasumiga Kakashiwa, and Irie continued. Kato Megumi, observing the ongoing argument between Kasumiga Kakashiwa and Irie, maintained her usual expressionless demeanor, her delicate pink lips betraying not a single flicker of emotion. Seemingly oblivious to Aki's severe emotional turmoil, she slowly raised her hand, signaling that she had something to say. Upon witnessing this, Kasumiga Kakashiwa and Irie simultaneously scoffed, bringing their quarrel to an end. Aki, seeing this as a lifeline, swiftly reached out his hand towards this girl who had encountered destiny in spring. Yearning for enlightenment. Why had I never noticed? Kato is quite adorable. Yet, Kato Megumi's next words sent him plummeting back into despair at Aki-kun. I believe you find me cute at a certain moment, rather than appreciating my existence as a whole. Don't you? Hence, you invited me to a doujin club? That should be the correct term, right? Upon hearing this statement, Aniluan also felt a tinge of embarrassment wash over his face. He wished to provide an explanation, but found himself somewhat fatigued. Particularly because just moments ago, he had mistakenly called Kato Megumi by the wrong name. Just as a palpable awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere, a voice emerged, akin to an angel bestowing blessings upon an Eluan. Ah, so you are here? Purila.ai ran gradually made her way to Kato Megumi's side, casting a knowing glance at Purilu. Meow, Purilu immediately sprang to life with excitement. Could it be that its wishes had finally been granted? A miracle had indeed manifested. It broke free from Kato Megumi's side, and promptly wrapped itself around AI Rant's leg that moment. AI Rand suddenly sensed that she had become the focal point of attention. 3 pairs of eyes from the front row simultaneously trained upon her. One gaze was cold and piercing. Another was unabashedly filled with heated resentment. And finally, there was the somewhat profound look from a certain aloof girl. Aside from Kato Megumi, the other 2 girls seemed displeased by AI Rand's abrupt interruption of their conversation. However, this had no bearing on AI Rand. Were it not for the Dragon Balls, even recognizing these so-called wives from a previous life would not have compelled him to approach them. He had absolutely no interest in individuals who held no relevance to him. Biologically speaking, they were not even of the same species. Of course, Yukino Shida Yukino was the sole exception. At least for now. Ignoring the others, AI Ren approached Kato Megumi. Thank you for taking care of my pet during this time. No need to thank me, Kato Megumi replied. Purilu is inherently adorable, and its presence has brought me much joy. Kato Megumi cast a pointed look at Purilu. It appeared she had already discerned Purilu's abilities. TSK, this cat always causes me trouble. Although AI Ran immediately grasped the underlying message from the girl. He deemed it inconsequential. Even if she informed others about a talking cat, no one would believe her, right? Since he couldn't ascertain who the Dragon Balls were currently attached to, perhaps he should first find a way to integrate himself into this group's team? AI Ran pondered for a moment. But contemplation had never been his strong suit. He could only take things as they came. Is that so? This little one has caused you trouble, but my apologies, I overheard you discussing game development earlier. Is there any way I can assist? Consider it my gratitude for taking care of Purilu. Kato Megumi did not respond to AI Ran, but instead turned her attention to Anilun. For this was his teamed AT that moment. Anilun was gazing at AI Ran with wide-eyed admiration. wondering about the strange rope he had wrapped around his waist. Was this a new cosplay trend? Walking down the street so brazenly without a hint of embarrassment. Could this be what they called comradeship? Adjusting his glasses, Yi Luan cleared his throat. That sounds great. We could use more hands. Let us create the most perfect visual novel together. Wait. Kazano Okashiyu interrupted Yi Luan, casting a wary glance at this peculiar man. What skills do you possess? Programming. Music. While the ethics club may resemble child's play, I do not wish for just anyone to join. AI Ran was momentarily taken aback. Programming and music. What were those? The only thing he excelled at was destruction. How could he possibly possess such highbrow skills? Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he addressed Yi Luan. I lack those skills, but I've heard that game development can be quite costly. Are you in need of an investor? Chapter 30. The chaotic first meeting investment? The four individuals present exchanged various expressions as they regarded AI Ran. Kazano Okashiyu's initial wariness gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of pity directed at AI Ran. Where did this foolish son of a landlord spring from? To think he would invest in such an unreliable club simply because we rescued his cat. When did money become so easy to come by in this world? Such individuals do exist. I suppose, those not particularly astute. Lily muttered under her breath, casting a furtive glance at Kazano Okashiyu. I certainly do not wish to be associated with someone like you, who willingly accepted an invitation, yet adamantly refuses to admit it. I'm not. Just as Zetsu and Lily stood up, her face flushed, AI Ran interjected. How about this? I will invest 1 million yen initially. And if more is needed later, you can inform me. As for a venue, I have an apartment where I currently reside alone. You may use it freely on weekends. Classmate. Yi Luan suddenly grasped AI Ran's hand. From now on, you are a member of our club. Together, we shall create the most touching visual novel. By the way, what is your name? AI Ran discreetly withdrew his hand, as he was not fond of such close contact with males. I am AI Ran, a second-year student at Chiba City TBU High School. 100 million. Even a third-rate deity could conjure that with a mere clap of their hands. Moreover, in Japan, where cash was predominantly used, there was no need to worry about anyone investigating the source of funds. What a remarkable ability. Unfortunately, none of this held any significance for AI Ran. The Scion's singular pursuit was the thrill of battle and the quest for ultimate strength. He held no interest in the wealth of humans, which lacked the protection of strong guardians. In his previous service to Frisia, AI Ran had witnessed civilizations obliterated in an instant, many of which he had contributed to. As dusk descended, he pondered whether today would yield no progress. Although AI Ran had joined this club because of him, why did Yi Luan extend the invitation? He was merely an inconspicuous passerby. Faced with Kato Megumi's query, the initial awkwardness in Yi Luan's expression was soon overshadowed by a sudden elevation in his voice. Kato, you are anything but inconspicuous. Wait, what just happened? My name is Kato Megumi. Do not belittle yourself. AI Ran paid no heed to their exchange and settled onto the chair that Yi Luan had just brought over for him. Upon sitting down, he felt his energy gradually waning. While the rate of depletion was nearly negligible, he could now ascertain that the 2-star Dragon Ball was undoubtedly among these 4 individuals. However, faced with identical energies emanating from all 4, AI Ran could not determine which one housed the Dragon Ball. It seemed he would have to passively await the awakening of the evil dragon and then send it off to the afterlife with a well-placed energy blast. Yet, to have devised such an excellent method of infiltrating this club, how clever of me. AI Ran contentedly lifted the coffee before him, gently blew on it, and took a sip. Admittedly, it was quite bitter and not to his liking. Without some pastries to accompany it, he preferred red tea. Nevertheless, while searching for the 2-star Dragon Ball, gazing at this live-action anime was still somewhat enjoyable. Meanwhile, Yi Luan was embroiled in a debate regarding Kato Megumi's attributes on an entirely different level. Kato Megumi resembled a mirror made of water, effortlessly reflecting Yi Luan's loud voice and exaggerated gestures. However, Yi Luan's subsequent remarks revealed to AI Ran that even the aloof girl could exhibit discernible changes in expression. Kato, you are not inconspicuous. Rather, your character was abandoned mid-development, rendering you unremarkable. Silence engulfed the room. In AI Ran's eyes, Kato Megumi's eyes, reminiscent of Daisy's, dulled as she gently bit her lower lip, uncertain whether she was mourning a character that never came to fruition or merely feeling displeased. May I interject? Before Kato Megumi could speak, Zetsu and Lily swiftly advanced and smacked Yi Luan on the head. You fool. Lee, isn't that even worse than being inconspicuous? Do not underestimate those unremarkable characters. Ingli Li. And Yi Luan protested loudly. Zitsuan Ingli Li, fists clenched like a little tiger ready to pounce, had longed to interject as her childhood friend conversed with these newly acquainted girls. How absurd. Ethics Club. Not at all. Characters that are devoid of distinctiveness, yet somehow manage to stand out are truly rare. Shiyu Senpai. AI Ran observed these individuals in bemusement, utterly perplexed by the nature of their dispute. I wish to return home. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Suddenly, he found himself the center of attention once more. That it seemed their internal quarrel had yielded no resolution, and they now required AI Ran, the outsider, to serve as a judge. Reluctantly shaking his head, AI Ran remarked, I do not quite comprehend the matter of your debate. I am merely an investor. However, if you all wish to collaborate on developing a game, it would be wise to seek common ground and coexist harmoniously. Ultimately, the tumultuous club meeting, arguably the most chaotic in history, drew to a close after the sun had completely set. Specifically, no consensus was reached at all. Thus, Akikurumi proposed to hold another retreat at Iron's apartment on Saturday, determined to finalize the plot once and for all. Iron stood at the entrance of the CAF. Kushina Kushiyu and Sawamura Eri had already departed. Their parting marked by an intense glare-off, infused with an unspoken resentment. Akikurumi had also left, wearing a satisfied expression. With both funding and personnel issues resolved, he was confident that he could lead the team to develop the most exquisite dating simulation game in history. Iron cradled Pulyalu in her arms, gently stroking its fur. That was quite a dull gathering, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, boss, Pulyalu replied, having been asleep throughout the meeting, entirely oblivious to Iron's words. However, since the boss deemed it boring, it felt it was best to simply follow suit with a nod of approval. Anno, it seems that Iron-san is aware that Pulyalu can speak. Upon hearing this voice, Iron's heart skipped a beat. Kato K hadn't left. Moreover, she had failed to perceive her presence until now. No, she had sensed it, yet instinctively chose to disregard it. Iron exhaled softly, refocusing her attention. Yes, Kato-san, once again, thank you for saving Pulyalu. It is an important companion of mine, at you, the host of the Two-Star Dragon. After all, hadn't the Supreme Kai mentioned that while the Two-Star Dragon possesses feeble combat abilities, it excels at concealment? No need for thanks. Pulyalu is quite adorable. However, Iron-san, could you enlighten me on who exactly you are? The girl devoid of any defining traits gazed at Iron, awaiting her response. P.S. I find the concept of the Two-Star Dragon's abilities quite intriguing. Perhaps we can all guess who the host might be. Chapter 31. Yano has arrived. Who exactly is Iron? Kato K regarded Iron with curiosity, her gaze instinctively drifting to the tail at his waist. Surely that couldn't be mere decorative rope. Was it a tail? She had previously heard Pulyalu describe Iron's appearance to Kato-san. Who I am is of little importance. You only need to know that I harbor no malice towards you. Let us reconvene this weekend. With that, Iron departed, clutching Pulyalu, as he felt starved. The thought of the delectable dishes prepared by Yukino Shida quickened his pace. Kato K, lost in thought, watched Iron's silhouette gradually vanish into the crowd before she headed homeward. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida had already prepared dinner, sitting quietly on the sofa, awaiting his return. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Iron back. A smile graced Yukino's face, but upon recognizing the visitor, her smile faded, replaced by her usual icy demeanor. Sister, what brings you here? I have been missing my little sister. What? Am I not welcome? Yukino Shida teased, her tone light, yet her gaze wandered curiously around the room. Earlier that afternoon, she had managed to extract astonishing news from Hiratsuka Shizun through subtle hints. Could it be that her sister was in love? Who was this audacious suitor attempting to woo the prized cabbage of the Yukino Shida household? Upon learning this, Yukino Shida promptly canceled her plans for the evening, rushing over. Despite their childhood bond devoid of secrets, adulthood had brought worries and mysteries between them, communication had waned, and their sisterly bond had soured. Yet, as the older sister, Yukino Shida felt it necessary to investigate the character of this boy. Observing her sister's demeanor, Yukino Shida sighed softly, inclining her body slightly. Come in, sister, forgive the intrusion, Yano said with a smile as she stepped inside, her eyes widening at the sight of a table laden with food. Did little Yukino invite someone over? There seems to be an abundance of dishes. Just a member of my club, who happens to be my neighbor living across the hall. Just a member? Yukino Shida Yano's smile turned mischievous. Not a boyfriend or anything? Yukino paused for a moment before responding. Not at the moment. Just not at the moment. Is it? It seems little Yukino has quite the interest in this boy. Not directly denying it. Can you introduce me? Yukino, not refuting Yano's assertion, shook her head. He has stepped out for a bit. I'm not sure when he will return. Mid-sentence, Yukino faltered, her thoughts drifting to the formidable adversaries Iron would face. Her heart inexplicably tightening. Yukino Shida Yano, sensing her sister's unease, was beset by a myriad of questions. What sort of boy could elicit such a reaction from her typically stoic sibling at that moment? Another series of knocks resounded at the door. I'll get it. Yukino Shida Yano briskly approached the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback to see Iron, who was slightly larger than Yukino and carrying a single shoulder bag that hi there. I'm Yukino Shida's sister, Yukino Shida Yano. You look rather dashing. Yano swiftly switched to her social mode, warmly greeting Iron. Hello. I'm Iron. He offered a brief greeting before directing his gaze towards Yukino Shida Yukino. Upon seeing Iron's state, she exhaled in relief. But with Yano present, her tone remained cool. Don't linger outside. Come in and have dinner. Will I be intruding? I could come back later if you prefer, Iron replied, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Little Iron, that's not acceptable. Yukino has prepared a delightful spread, and it would be quite rude to decline, Yano remarked, attempting to poke Iron's cheek playfully. However, Iron quickly evaded, replying coldly, Apologies, I am not accustomed to interacting with strangers, despite Yano's seemingly cheerful demeanor. Iron felt an undeniable discomfort. Her smile appeared to be a mere fade. Though he was not fond of socializing, the chilling aura she exuded was unmistakable. Undeterred by Iron's earlier words, Yano continued to beam. Oh, she elongated the vowel sound, as if genuinely intrigued by Iron. Under such circumstances, Iron felt he had no choice but to stay. Then I suppose I will intrude. Truth be told, I am quite famished. With that, he sidestepped Yano and made his way indoors. Another bowl, please. Yukino Shida Yukino calmly accepted the bowl from Iron. Returning to the kitchen to refill to accommodate Iron's appetite, she had even procured an extra-large bowl. Yet this marked the third time she had to refill it. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida Yano watched in astonishment as Iron continued to devour the food voraciously. Little Iron certainly has a hearty appetite, does it? I suppose I am just quite hungry, but eating too much at night is not good for the health. I usually only eat to about 70% full in the evenings. Is that so? Yano chuckled awkwardly. This doesn't seem like only 70%. You consumed enough for dozens. Where are you from, Little Iron? Not forgetting her purpose for visiting, Yano began to probe. I am from abroad. Iron casually tossed a piece of sushi into his mouth, his eyes squinting in delight as his tail began to wag instinctively. This sushi is absolutely divine. Truly, Yukino is remarkable. Observing the dining table, Yukino Shida Yukino breathed a sigh of relief. She was well aware of her sister's social tactics, which initially made her hesitant about Iron conversing with Yano. Concepts such as Science and Dragon Ball were challenging to explain to her sister. However, as she prepared to serve Iron another helping, her gaze suddenly became vacant, reminiscent of how the Monkey King would wag his tail every time he relished a meal. Yukino Shida Yano caught a glimpse of something swaying in her peripheral vision. Her curiosity piqued as she shifted her gaze in that direction. There, she beheld the tail. She froze momentarily. Earlier, she had noticed the tail coiled around Iron's waist, but at that time, she had assumed it was merely a cosplay accessory. Why was it now suddenly moving? She curiously inquired of AI Ran. Little AI Ran, what is this? Immersed in the exquisite flavors, AI Ran instinctively replied, It's a tail. Upon uttering those words, AI Ran was taken aback. Realizing she may have said something rather outrageous, Yukino Shida Yoshino blinked in surprise, wondering if foreigners actually had tails. At that moment, the bag AI Ran had brought with her suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke. And Puyalu collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily, Sorry, boss. The transformation lasted over 30 minutes. I simply couldn't hold on any longer. Yukino Shida Yoshino was left speechless. What on earth is this? Chapter 32. Yui Yubin's return gift. Yukino Shida Yoshino departed, initially intending to investigate the background of the boy who was suspected to be her sister's boyfriend, yet she left in a state of utter bewilderment. Yukino Shida Yukino had just confided in her all the recent happenings. These revelations had vastly exceeded her comprehension. Nevertheless, The existence of a talking cat and a Saiyan with a tail standing before her was undeniable. As for the Dragon Balls and deities, they had completely overturned her understanding of reality. On her way back, Yukino Shida Yoshino sat in the back seat of the car, lost in thought for quite some time. Today's visit to little Yukino was indeed meaningful. At least I discovered that the boy she fancies seems quite decent. Yukino Shida Yoshino reassured herself, though she soon recalled that Yukino was also harboring that so-called Dragon Ball, causing her to worry again that I should refrain from mentioning this to mother for now. I'll keep an eye on little Yukino's situation. After pondering for a while, Yukino Shida Yoshino made a mental note. Suddenly, a small orb of orange flame appeared out of nowhere within the car, yet neither Yukino Shida Yoshino nor the driver reacted, as everything appeared normal in their line of sight. Ultimately, the flame merged into Yukino Shida Yoshino's body, and the vehicle continued its journey toward the university she attended, as if nothing had occurred on the other side. Within the apartment, AI Ran stood alongside Yukino Shida Yukino by the window. Your sister's expression just now definitely indicated she was beginning to question her existence. Yukino Shida Yukino shot AI Ran a sidelong glance and softly remarked, considering so many events unfolded before her eyes. I believe it was the right choice to tell her the truth. As she spoke, a faint smile graced her lips. Tonight was, in fact, an opportunity. It had been quite some time since she and her sister had such an open conversation. After sharing their thoughts candidly, Yukino Shida Yukino realized that her sister, as always, had been concerned about her well-being. That I'm sorry, I was careless today. AI Ran looked at Yukino Shida Yukino with an apologetic expression. Aware that every time she became overly exuberant, she couldn't help but wag her tail, especially after meeting Yukino, making this tendency even more pronounced. It's not entirely your fault. I didn't anticipate that my sister would come over tonight. And as long as you're unharmed, that's what matters. Gathering her courage, Yukino Shida Yukino gently leaned against AI Ran's shoulder. The simple act of being together in silence brought her immense comfort. AI Ran trembled slightly, her body instinctively tensing up from nervousness. Pulula glanced at the hapless Saiyan, sighed in resignation, and curled up on the sofa to sleep. The next day after school, all members of the service club arrived punctually at the activity room. Another day without any requests. AI Ran moaned as she rested her head on the table to tea. That moment, Yukino Shida Yukino placed a cup of red tea before her. The service club is a society that accepts requests from students to assist them with their problems. Yet its existence remains undisclosed. Currently, all requests come through introductions from teacher Hachiman. Hachiman Bikia commented, bringing someone in for discussions is essentially exposing one's inner vulnerabilities to others. AI Ran was aware of the reasons behind the establishment of this club. According to Hachiman's explanation, Sasuke's Lion's Barrage technique was inspired by Rock Lee, while Naruto's technique was derived from Sasuke's. She would undoubtedly draw parallels to manga narratives. Thus, the members of the service club also learned something or borrowed ideas while helping others. Nevertheless, AI Ran agreed wholeheartedly with Hachiman's sentiments, as he would never easily reveal his innermost thoughts to others. AI Ran glanced at the sky blue teacup before her, then at Yukino Shida Yukino's white one. These two cups must be couple-themed. Noticing AI Ran's puzzled expression, Yukino Shida Yukino blushed slightly and explained, when I went grocery shopping yesterday, these were the only two left, and I thought they looked nice. So I bought them. Seated at the farthest end, Hachiman Bikia picked up his disposable cup with a bitter expression. What a misfortune. What did I do wrong to witness this couple's public display of affection? Reflecting on the request from Yubin yesterday, Yukino Shida Yukino wondered if she had practiced afterward. That request is clearly concluded, Hachiman remarked, perplexed. Why bring it up all of a sudden? I believe that to improve oneself, one must embrace challenges and push their limits. Ultimately, it's for Yubin's sake as well. Effort won't betray oneself, though it might betray dreams. Even within effort, achieving dreams isn't guaranteed. Rather, most people never realize them. However, the fact that one has put in the effort can serve as a consolation. Hachiman casually shared his theory. Yukino Shida sighed after listening that it's merely self-satisfaction. It's truly repugnant. Having said that, she redirected her gaze to AI Ran. Her previously cold demeanor gradually softening. Earlier, in the icy realm, she had observed AI Ran undergoing grueling training every day, and out of curiosity, Yukino Shida Yukino had asked AI Ran why she subjected herself to such torment. AI Ran had responded, firstly, I enjoy training and fighting. It is the fundamental driving force behind all actions. Moreover, Breaking through my limits today means I am undoubtedly stronger than I was yesterday. I firmly believe that. Especially when there are things I must protect. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the door, and Yuobin easily pushed it open. Yahalo! What a peculiar way to greet someone, Hachiman thought to himself. Glancing at Yuobin before returning to his novel. Meanwhile, Yukino Shida and Yuobin began conversing as a return gift. I've brought you all some baked cookies. Yukino Shida face turned pale, clearly recalling Yuobin's disastrous culinary skills. While Hachiman appeared slightly uncomfortable at the thought of the taste, only AI Ran shrugged nonchalantly, thinking, what is the big deal? It just tasted a bit like burnt vegetables that it's not that hard to accept. Such fussy earthlings that I'm not really hungry right now. Thank you for your kind offer. Yukino Shida always spoke her mind directly. However, Yuobin, undeterred by her firm rejection, hummed a tune as she pulled out a small bag of cookies from her bag. Though the bag was pink, the contents were visibly dark. Here you go, little Yukino. No, thank you. Under the relentless pressure from Yuobin, Yukino Shida reluctantly accepted the gift from her hands. Little Yukino, where do you usually have lunch? Let us eat together next time. I in the activity room with AI Ran. No, please don't. I'm not accustomed to eating with strangers, and besides, little Yukino is somewhat nauseating. Please don't call me that. Is that so? Are little Yukino and AI Ran a couple? Not yet. Under Yuobin's formidable onslaught, Yukino Shida resistance appeared feeble. Well done, Yuobin. Your arrival not only dissipated the sin of romance but also provided me with an opportunity to escape. As he closed the novel, Hikigaya Hachiman rose from his seat and uttered a barely audible farewell before departing from the activity room. Yui Yugahama noticed this and hurriedly set aside Yukino Shida. Retrieving a new bag of slightly different cookies from her bag to chase after him. It seemed he had not managed to escape after all. Observing this scene, Arian couldn't help but smile quietly to herself. Chapter 33. The Game Club's first retreat. With the addition of Yui Yugahama, the service club gradually became more lively. After resolving the incident involving the novel of Zaimokuza Yoshihiro, Saturday arrived. Today marked the first retreat of the Game Club. Held at Arian's apartment. You shouldn't participate in the upcoming retreat. The ability of the two-star dragon is to absorb the strength of those around him. I am somewhat concerned about your physical condition. Upon hearing Arian's statement, Yukino Shida shook her head, replying, I am not as frail as you might think, and I am somewhat worried about you as well. Rest assured, if I feel unwell, I will return home. Reluctantly conceding to Yukino Shida's insistence, Arian agreed. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon answering, the voice of Aki Arena came through. Arian-san, we have arrived at your apartment's lobby. Yes. Please come up. I am in room 1507. Waiting for you. Before long, there was a knock on the apartment door. Watching Arian arrange the snacks, Yukino Shida sighed helplessly. I'll go open the door. Oh, thank you. As a competent financier, Arian took care of all the expenses for the 2-day retreat, which naturally included the snacks. After all, money conjured by the god of time and space should not go to waste. Opening the door, Yukino Shida glanced over the original 4 members of the game club. Aki Arena appeared momentarily stunned. Although he was a complete otaku, he was still somewhat awed by Yukino Shida's beauty. Particularly, her ethereal aura made him feel as if he had stepped into the realm of the two-dimensional. Behind her, Kasumiga Kakashiyu frowned slightly at Aki Arena's uncharacteristic reaction, while Sawamura Spencer Arari covered her mouth and sighed at Yukino Shida's allure. Only Kadame Gumi maintained her inscrutable expression, leaving her thoughts a mystery. Soon, Aki Arena snapped back to reality. Hello, we are here for the club retreat. Is Arian-san here? Yes, please come in. Arian-kun has prepared food for you, Yukino Shida replied as she stepped aside. Having just met, she harbored no strong animosity towards this group. Although Aki Arena seemed momentarily entranced upon seeing her, who could blame him for being captivated by such charm? Yukino Shida remained ever confident. Upon seeing the members of the game club, Arian nodded slightly. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let us sit down and chat, Arian invited, guiding Yukino Shida to the edge of the sofa while he took a seat in the center, deliberately creating some distance between her and the other club members. The ability to absorb energy was no trivial matter. Even if the rate of energy depletion was exceedingly slow, he was unwilling to allow Yukino Shida to take any risks. Aki Arena settled opposite the coffee table, with Sawamura Arari on his left and Kasumiga Kakashiyu on his right. As for Kadame Gumi, Arian felt a jolt of surprise. Where had Kata gone? Are you looking for something, Arian-san? A calm voice suddenly chimed in from his left. Katamegumi had somehow taken a seat on the sofa without him noticing. Furrowing his brow slightly, Arian was astonished by Katamegumi's stealth. Her skills would surely be squandered if she did not pursue a career as an assassin or ninja. It's nothing, Arian replied, shaking his head. Let us begin the discussion about the game. Do not mind the presence of Yukinoshita and me. With that, Arian entered a state of heightened awareness. Should he detect the presence of the two-star dragon, he would summon Kane to apprehend him. As for the so-called game discussion, Arian had lost all interest. Moreover, as someone who had traversed into this world after being struck by a truck in 2022, he had encountered countless games. He was an experienced player, after all. Hey, Aki-kun, have you completed the new proposal? Oh, yes. Aki Arena hastily swallowed the cookie in his hand, surprised that Kane would inquire about his progress. Meanwhile, Arian furrowed his brow. With the onset of dialogue between Aki Arena and Katamegumi, the fluctuations in energy began to manifest, although he could not yet discern anything significant. Thankfully, there were no anomalies from Yukino's side, which eased Arian's concern. This is a plot-driven romance game. I have referenced the majority of existing works on the market for the text box and interface design, and subsequently drafted a new proposal. Perhaps spurred by the assurance of funding and personnel, Aki Arena had indeed put considerable effort into this project. Kasumigakaka Shiyu took the document, glancing over it before nodding. Sawamura, since your work has commenced, what is your progress? Sawamura Arari was taken aback. Arena had not procrastinated this time. She had not anticipated Aki Arena's speed. Last night, she had been preoccupied with reading manga in bed, completely disregarding her own responsibilities. Her purpose for joining the game club extended beyond merely creating romance games. She had other motives as well that I've been pondering. Do you believe it is easy to come up with styles and color schemes? It's not like making popcorn. It requires inspiration. While Sawamura could have easily found a reference work online to appease Aki Arena, her pride as a doujin artist prevented her from resorting to such shortcuts. Kasumigakaka, what about you? Surely you haven't written a single word of the plot. That would disappoint you. Sawamura. Kasumigakaka produced her notebook, prompting Aki Arena to lean in eagerly, with a hint of anticipation. Kasumigakaka Shiyu inquired, Aki-kun, what do you think? Aki Arena read through the entire document, feeling that something was amiss. What is lacking? Kasumigakaka pressed. Aki Arena continued to scroll through the document, his furrowed brow betraying his difficulty in articulating his thoughts. He felt that it lacked the impact that other romance games had imparted upon him. Aki Arena's response was vague, yet Kasumigakaka Shiyu refrained from probing further. She had not expected the script to pass muster on the first go. I will revise it and ensure the plot is more detailed. Kasumigakaka then turned to Arian. Arian-san, could you please pass me the dark chocolate over there? Arian gazed incredulously at Kasumigakaka. This was 99 pure chocolate, something he had randomly picked at the supermarket. After tasting it once, he had no desire to consume it again. In Arian's view, it was far more unpleasant than burnt vegetable. Man, how could anyone actually request such a bitter treat? Before he could act, Sawamura Arari had already taken the piece of chocolate. Kasumigakaka, this is 99 dark chocolate. I know, Kasumigakaka replied flatly. Since Kasumigakaka was insistent, Arian could only offer a warning. It's really bitter. Thank you, Kasumigakaka Shiyu replied, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly as she placed the chocolate in her mouth. Instantly, her brow furrowed tightly, only to quickly revert to her usual calm, yet somber expression, as if the previous change had merely been a figment of imagination. The bitterness of chocolate pales in comparison to the turmoil in my heart. Chapter 34. Speculations about the host. The second volume of Love Metronome, endorsed by Aki Arena, became a popular work, catapulting Kasumigakaka Shiyu to fame as a sought-after author. Since then, she felt that her creative drive had transformed. If it had changed, so be it. She was willing to adapt for Aki Arena. However, Aki Arena never again offered feedback on the third volume of Love Metronome, claiming he wished to see a piece that radiated from Shiyu's heart. Now, the third volume of Love Metronome lay dormant, and each night she tossed and turned, unable to reclaim her initial inspiration and motivation for writing. Arian observed Kasumigakaka Shiyu's expressions of frustration and despondency, sensing the flow of energy quickening. At you, the host of the two-star dragon. Arian had previously believed that the most likely candidate for the two-star dragon lay with Katamegumi. Due to the peculiar nature of her ability, Arian's combat power had now exceeded 15,000. yet he often found it difficult to detect her presence. However, now Kasumigakaka's emotional fluctuations appeared to directly influence the speed of energy transmission. What on earth was happening? Upon observing the furrowed brow of AI Ran, Yukino gently placed her hand atop his. Feeling the warmth radiating from her, AI Ran's restless heart gradually found solace. Offering her a slight smile, he resumed his observations. Sister Xia no Chio truly works hard, murmured Kei Katsuragi in a tone barely audible to herself. Meanwhile, Sawamura Arari turned her gaze towards AI Ran and Yukino. Have you two heard of the love metronome? She inquired. No, I detest anything related to text. AI Ran declared decisively, a hint of probing towards Xia no Chio evident in his tone. He was curious to see if expressing Xia no Chio Shiyu's disdain would quicken the flow of energy, potentially leading him to the host. Unfortunately, Xia no Chio remained silent, fixated on her computer screen, and nothing transpired. Yukino shook her head. I seldom read light novels, though. I see, remarked Arari, observing the hands of AI Ran and Yukino intertwined. Are you two a couple? Your relationship seems quite harmonious. Yukino offered a subtle smile but did not respond to Arari's inquiry. Technically speaking, they were not yet a couple, as neither had confessed to the other. Yet, did it truly matter? Although AI Ren harbored some trepidation towards discussing romantic topics for various reasons, Yukino understood that he constantly faced danger and was reluctant to make promises lightly. For now, this state of affairs was quite satisfactory. A relationship blossoming naturally required no ostensible confession to strengthen their bond. Arari's comment piqued the attention of the other three individuals present, and Sano Chioshiyu revealed a glimmer of envy in her expression. The discussion continued in a relatively light-hearted atmosphere, except for Xia no Chioshiyu, who had fallen silent after Anki Ryu's dismissal of the script, her focus unwaveringly fixed on her computer. Well then, let us conclude for today. Anki Ryu announced as noon approached. He exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling fulfilled by the day's accomplishments. You all can take a break here, Yukino, and I will prepare some food for you. With that, AI Ran took Yukino by the hand and led her towards her apartment, as his own was devoid of any ingredients. Though he could eat, he was utterly incapable of cooking. Inside Yukino's apartment, AI Ran assisted Yukino in the kitchen. With so many people to feed and a certain eating machine present, the workload was considerable. Observing AI Ran lost in thought, Yukino asked, Are you still pondering about the Dragon Balls? Indeed, he replied. The power of the two-star dragon is enhanced by absorbing human desires and emotions. Just now, Siano Chiyoshiyu's emotional fluctuations intensified the malevolent energy. However, I can't shake the feeling that she doesn't quite resemble a host. AI Ran confided in Yukino his worries and speculations, as mental exercises had never been a Scion's forte. Katsuragi could also potentially be the host. Have you heard the saying? The strange attracts the strange. Peruru's immediate appearance upon entering this world, coupled with her elusive abilities, raises suspicions. Although the two-star dragon cannot harm humans until fully resurrected, I cannot ascertain whether prolonging this will have irreversible consequences for these individuals. Thus, it is imperative to locate and eliminate it swiftly. After contemplating AI Rant's words, Yukino remarked, Human Ape-kun, you may be falling into a cognitive trap. I believe the most likely candidate is not necessarily one of them. Then who do you think it is? AI Ran asked, his urgency palpable, but I cannot disclose that yet, for fear that you might form preconceived notions based on my thoughts. Yukino gently tapped AI Rant's forehead and shot him a sidelong glance. Now, let us focus on cooking, for the workload is substantial due to a certain someone's presence. Ano, do you need my assistance? I am quite adept at cooking, came Kei Katsuragi's voice, startling both AI Ran and Yukino. When did you arrive, Katsuragi? AI Ran inquired, chuckling awkwardly that I followed you here, yet it seems you both failed to notice me. Katsuragi feigned a distressed expression, though AI Ran and Yukino perceived her demeanor as unchanged from the very beginning. Does that mean? Yes, I heard everything. About malevolence, Dragon Balls, and the strange AI Ran. Could you elaborate on this? She pressed. And what exactly are you and Pururu? What kind of situation are we caught in? Yukino rubbed her temples and sighed. Human Ape-kun, your clumsiness here is of little use. Perhaps you should step outside for a while. Katsuragi, could you help me prepare lunch? I promise to explain everything thoroughly. Well, All right then, AI Ran nodded and retreated to Yukino's living room, where he began watching M.Pan.in the kitchen. Yukino and Kei Katsuragi busied themselves. Though she did not rush Katsuragi's questioning gaze never waned. After a moment of silence, Yukino organized her thoughts and began. Katsuragi, the situation is as follows. P.S. that a poll has been initiated regarding the narrative outline. In 10 to 15 days, a turning point will occur. Please cast your votes on whether you prefer a multi-female lead harem or a single female pure love story. I am also skilled in NTR, and if the audience is substantial, I might even start a group to write GHS side stories. Thus, if anyone has thoughts, please leave your comments here. I will tally the preferences for single female versus harem narratives in 10 days and announce the results to determine the direction of the story. By the way, if you've read this far, I would appreciate a 5-star rating. Thank you. Chapter 35. The plot takes a wild turn as Katsuragi suggested. Her culinary skills were indeed impressive. AI Ran savored a piece of meat, relishing its flavor. While it did not quite match Yukino's culinary prowess, it was still a commendable home-cooked dish. Nevertheless, one could sense the care she put into it. Not bad, Katsuragi. You will surely make a wonderful wife someday. AI Ran remarked. As soon as his words left his lips, the harmonious dining atmosphere abruptly shifted, and everyone stared at him with peculiar expressions. Katsuragi blinked in surprise before maintaining her composure and offering a simple thank you. Anki Raya hung his head, a shadow flickering in the depths of his eyes. Katsuragi was the female lead he had discovered. An eerie silence fell over the table, punctuated only by AI Ran's fervent eating. Yukino continued to dine leisurely, finding AI Ran's socially inept remarks unsurprising. However, she still cautioned, human ape-kun, such comments should not be casually made to a girl. That's so? My apologies. I'll be more mindful next time. AI Ran replied, his mouth full of food, his words muffled. Airi leaned closer to Shiyu and whispered, Black stockings, that glutton, AI Ran, has such an immense appetite. I initially thought we wouldn't be able to finish all this food. Shiyu, who had been absorbed in revising the script for Shining Girl, looked up at Airi's words and replied uncertainly, boys tend to eat more during puberty, right? Upon hearing this, Airi gazed at Shiyu in disbelief, astonished that this glutton lacked basic common sense. What boy in puberty could consume food meant for dozens, showing no signs of stopping? Anki Ryo suddenly suggested, how about we play some games this afternoon? I noticed AI Ran's place is well-equipped. Sure, feel free. I bought quite a few games I haven't played yet, AI Ran said. Upon arriving in this world, he had scoured the market for every available game. After all, he was once a seasoned otaku. However, after purchasing them, he found them rather dull. Fantastic, Anki Ryo exclaimed, delighted, as he had been busy writing proposals for days and had not kept up with any anime or games. He was practically experiencing withdrawal symptoms. Ryo, you can't play. Airi interjected, baring her 2 canines fiercely. Why not? Your proposal is only 3 pages long. It's not even filled out completely. Does that seem reasonable? Anki Ryo was rendered speechless, slumping over the table in despair. Why is this happening? I just want to play games and watch anime. Ing Lily, upon witnessing Chi Luenye's expression, felt a pang of sympathy. All right, but we can only play for a little while. Both Ing Lily and Chi Luenye gazed at their childhood friend with heartfelt emotion, while the latter huffed in a tsundere manner, a faint blush gracing her cheeks that moment. AI Ran slowed his eating pace, casually glancing at the members of the gaming club that he noticed that the rate at which his energy was depleting had significantly increased. Even Yukino appeared to be somewhat affected. After the meal, Yukino and Kadamegumi busied themselves with clearing the table, while AI Ran led the others back to his apartment. Once the gaming equipment was set up, he inquired, what would you like to play? And Chi Luenye pondered for a moment before responding, how about a gal game? Playing it might inspire ideas for our own game. What do you think, Ing Lily? Don't ask me. Luenye. Then let's play a gal game. To make it more interesting, let's have a competition to see who can achieve the perfect ending in the shortest time. AI Ran. As the host, can you start? I think I'll sit this one out. I'm not very skilled at visual novels. AI Ran decisively shook his head. Please, I want AI Ran to experience the charm of gal games too, and I highly recommend this game. With that, and Chi Luenye produced a game disc. Gazing at it with a fervent expression, radiating an almost missionary zeal, seeing in Chi Luenye's fervent gaze, AI Ran instinctively took a step back, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Settling onto the sofa, AI Ran embarked on his journey through the game's narrative. The female protagonist was designed as an older, senior character. An hour later, a glaring bad end appeared on the screen, leaving Chi Linyi and the others utterly speechless and shocked. AI Ran found himself enveloped in profound doubt. After all, he considered himself somewhat of a veteran in this realm. How could this happen? Lily wore a look of disbelief, remarking that to flawlessly avoid all correct choices in such a game was a feat beyond the reach of an average person. Why did you reject the senior's offer of a lap pillow? Lily felt her worldview had been severely shaken. AI Ran responded nonchalantly, isn't the act of a lap pillow inherently strange? To maintain such a position, the girl's knees would surely suffer discomfort. If the male protagonist truly cared for the senior, he would not act in such a manner. Kaguya Shiyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she queried. Then why did you choose to leave when the hidden event accidental entry into the changing room was triggered? The prompt was there. Such a rare bonus scene. To barge in without knocking. Does the male protagonist lack basic common sense? If he truly entered, it could only be deemed intentional misconduct. Chi Linyi, feeling frustrated, asked. Then why did you respond in that way to the female lead feeding you in the accidental fall in the stairwell? Regarding that, AI Ran reflected on his thought process while playing. This game is well crafted. When I reached those scenes, I immersed myself in the experience. But if a girl were to feed me, I would undoubtedly finish my meal much quicker on my own. It would be quite bothersome. As for the stairwell incident, if the senior were to fall, of course, I would help her up, but thinking of taking advantage afterward would be despicable behavior. Is that truly the case? And Chi Linyi squatted on the floor, cradling his head in his hands, beginning to question his life choices. Rationality told him that AI Ran's arguments were sound, but the nuances between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds were starkly different. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Linyi arrived at his own conclusion. Indeed, the three-dimensional realm is a senseless game devoid of logic. AI Ran scratched his head, glancing at the three in front of him in confusion. What's wrong? Am I mistaken? Chapter 36. Interaction with Katamegumi. The illogical three-dimensional world is truly a dreadful game. And Chi Linyi sat on the sofa, staring blankly as he muttered to himself. Clearly, he had previously believed that AI Ran was part of his circle, but AI Ran's recent declarations had completely shattered his perception. AI Ran, observing Chi Linyi's dismal state, hesitated for a moment before placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. And she, while I cannot fathom how you reached that conclusion, one cannot solely rely on personal, subjective assumptions. Is the two-dimensional world truly perfect? I cannot say for certain, but distinguishing between ideals and reality is crucial. Whether as a creator or merely as an individual, the constructs of imagination will never embody perfection. They are merely derived from one's own thoughts. In his past life as an otaku, AI Ran viewed the two-dimensional world as extraordinarily beautiful, filled with handsome men, stunning women, princes, and princesses embarking on thrilling adventures. However, reality swiftly dealt him a harsh blow. Despite being reborn into a race brimming with potential, his previous years were marked solely by slaughter, destruction, and extinction. All his beautiful fantasies were crushed under the weight of reality. Had it not been for the King of Time, he would likely still be atoning for his sins in the underworld. Sitting nearby and typing, Kaguya Shiyu paused, internally repeating AI Ran's last words. Is the image of the ethical prince merely a figment of my imagination? Have I overly identified with the character of Sayoki? Shouldn't romance encompass both bitterness and sweetness? However, such thoughts were swiftly suppressed. Yet, she instinctively shifted her gaze toward Chi Linyi on the other side. Upon hearing AI Ran's discourse, Chi Linyi's emotional turmoil intensified. AI Ran's previous remarks seemed to entirely invalidate his existence. Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing his anger. After all, AI Ran was the investor, and it would be unwise to sour relations with him. He adjusted his glasses and said, I understand what AI Ran is saying. Now it's my turn in the next round. I choose the classmate character. With that, he grasped the controller, channeling all his focus into the game. At this moment, Kaguya Shiyu furrowed her brow even deeper. The ethical prince was choosing to concede rather than argue his point. Was it because he sought to produce the game and did not wish to offend the investor? Her gaze shifted back toward AI Ran. Their eyes meeting briefly. AI Ran offered a slight nod before preparing to head to Yukino's apartment. He felt it was too early to determine who the host might be, and leaving her alone with Katamegumi for an extended period made him uneasy. However, just as he reached the door, AI Ran abruptly halted. The rate of energy depletion had inexplicably surged several-fold. Surely, this state would have an impact on ordinary humans. AI Ran turned to observe the three inside the room. Ing Lily stood behind and Qi Lingyi, animatedly pointing out various aspects of the game, essentially providing spoilers. Kaguya Shiyu was fixated on her notebook, yet she appeared to be lost in thought rather than writing. Even in such circumstances, they remained oblivious. AI Ran sighed internally and stepped out of the apartment. Yet, as AI Ran turned to leave, a green light flickered within his apartment, vanishing swiftly before anyone could react. Upon arriving at Yukino's apartment, AI Ran discovered the two were engaged in pampering their cat, Purulu. The feline was currently experiencing the pinnacle of its cat life, sprawled across Yukino's lap. While Kata Megumi gently massaged its little paws, Yukino was teasing it under the chin, and Purulu purred contentedly. Eyes half-closed, AI Ran stepped forward, seized Purulu by the scruff of its neck, and casually tossed it aside. As a Scion's little brother, how can you be so complacent? Quickly, fetch me some tea. Yes, boss. Purulu displayed a natural aptitude for its role as a subordinate, darting towards the kitchen at AI Ran's command. Yukino covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Was that behavior from the Monkey King due to jealousy over Purulu lying on my lap? She could discern his feelings just from his expression. He certainly had no skill in concealing his thoughts. AI Ran settled down not far from Yukino, rubbing his temples, pondering yet another perplexing task that offered no clues as to its resolution. At that moment, Kata Megumi's calm voice broke the silence. AI Ran, Yukino just informed me about the situation with the second planet. Thank you for what you've done to protect us. This is merely my job. I am compensated for my efforts, so there is no need for you to express gratitude. After a brief pause, Eren began to scrutinize Kato K, whom he considered the most likely candidate for the host of the two-star creature. Kato, have you encountered any unusual occurrences recently, or is there any discomfort you are experiencing? Kato K pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Not at all. Aside from meeting Pulyalu and you, my life has remained unchanged. The only difference, perhaps, is that I have joined this gaming club. I see. Eren instinctively nodded. Despite facing the unknown dangers ahead, the legendary Saint, K, exhibited no signs of concern upon her face, which left Eren somewhat impressed. Both Yukino and Haruno had taken considerable time to reluctantly accept the harsh truths they had learned. Yet here was Kato K, maintaining her composure, which was quite admirable. Kato, there is no need to worry excessively. With my current strength, I can easily protect you from this malevolent dragon. Oh, please trust me. Should anything unusual occur, do not hesitate to contact me. Kato K gave a slight nod. However, every time Eren accurately pronounced her name, an unusual glimmer would flicker in her eyes, reminiscent of the recognition only family could evoke in her previous life. The feeling of being inconspicuous was truly vexing. At that moment, Aki Rika's voice suddenly resonated from outside Yukino's apartment. Kana, are you here? I'm here. Kato stood up and walked towards the door. We're playing a game, and I thought you might want to join us. Kana, come experience the allure of Gal game. Aki, my name is Kato. Apologies, I will make sure to remember next time. This has happened numerous times. With that, their voices gradually faded away. Chapter 37. How to Deal with Rascals in a Slice of Life World. On a Sunday afternoon, Eren accompanied the 4 members of the gaming club to Chiba Station. They were heading back to Tokyo today. This weekend's retreat had not yielded any substantial progress in their game. Starting from Saturday afternoon, both Aki Rika and Eriri had become completely engrossed in the game. Even Kaguya Shiyu, who typically did not play games, and Kato K eventually joined in. Even Aki, a seasoned otaku, had to admit that although Eren was inexperienced in gaming, his collection of games and various devices was truly comprehensive. Virtually everything available on the market could be found in his home, and even items that weren't, Eren promised to procure by the next time they visited. Such a generous benefactor was indeed a rarity in these times. Everyone, see you next Saturday. If there are any sudden events, just let me know in the line group, and I will be there promptly. As the train approached, Eren waved goodbye to the 4 from across the ticket gate. However, the smile on his face was somewhat forced. 2 whole days had transformed his apartment into a gaming den for this group. Yet despite this, he had uncovered nothing that seemed that he could only wait patiently for the 2-star dragon to awaken on its own. Hoping that no one would perish by that time, Eri raised her small fist and declared, Henny Aaron, you still need to be my model next time. You must keep your word. I absolutely won't strike such embarrassing poses again. Aaron turned with a cold snort, recalling what had transpired the previous night. After everyone had gone to bed, he had taken his shower. Upon finishing, he stepped out shirtless, intending to find a forest or some secluded area to practice for a while. Only to collide with Arari, who was up for a midnight visit. The sudden appearance of a shirtless man caused her to instinctively scream, drawing the attention of Kaguya Shiyu and Kato K. As for Aki, for reasons unknown, he was absent that I never would have guessed. Aaron-kun, your physique is quite impressive, Kaguya Shiyu remarked, lightly licking her lips and teasing him before retreating to her room to rest. Kato K maintained her calm demeanor, attempting to reassure the still shaken Iriri.as it was merely an accident, and with it being the middle of the night, after Aaron's brief explanation, they all returned to their respective rooms. However, the next morning, upon returning from his practice, Arari sought out Aaron, insisting on compensation for the previous night's incident, such as posing shirtless for her material. Unable to resist her, Aaron was dragged into the bedroom, where he posed in various ways. Throughout the morning, he endured Arari's giggles as she entered her creative zone. That wasn't she supposed to be rather shy? Truly, she was fitting for an artist. After waving goodbye to the gaming club members, Aaron turned to leave. This morning's experience had inflicted severe emotional turmoil upon the Saiyan spirit. Now, recalling the incident, he wished to escape from this group as quickly as possible, not having walked far. He heard Kaguya Shiyu's voice. I never would have guessed. Aaron-kun, you are rather innocent. That aspect of you is far superior to a certain proud blonde girl who draws. Who are you talking about? You, with your black stockings, plump figure. Whoever jumps out, I will name. Aaron quickened his pace. He did not wish to see this group for the time being. Today, Aki seemed unusually quiet, standing alone on the platform. Staring down and lost in thought, Divider Line Ichino's AI, a first-year student at TBU High School. To fit in, she always played the role of the natural airhead, which garnered her popularity among the boys. Of course, this came at a cost. Simple FA aids were insufficient. Initiative was also crucial to maintain such popularity. She aspired to make the most popular boy, Hayama, her boyfriend, and decisively joined the soccer club as a manager. In a similar vein, she was dragged by her classmates to attend a completely meaningless mixer. After the mixer dispersed, she was cornered by a delinquent high school student who had taken a liking to her. The flashy-dressed high school student shoved her against the wall and flirtatiously said, Ichinos-chan, why don't you come out and play with us? How about KTV? Well, what should I do? I would love to go. But my family has a curfew, so perhaps another time? Ichino's AI's gaze flickered, desperately trying to maintain her persona. Many pedestrians passed by, yet all seemed oblivious to the scene unfolding before them, hastily walking past. Ichino's AI inwardly panicked. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. In her anxiety, a glimmer of tears welled in her eyes. Oh, come on. We will get you back before your curfew. Please. Although he said please, the boy took another step closer, pressing himself against the girl. Just then, a friend who had come along nudged him, indicating that something seemed amiss across the street. The boy, irritated, glanced in the direction his friend pointed. Aaron stood on the opposite side of the road, staring intently at the group. He made no superfluous movements. He merely watched, yet the intent aura he exuded was entirely focused on the boy in question. Under that piercing gaze, the boy could no longer suppress the cold sweat trickling down his back. Thus, he made perhaps the wisest decision of his life. How about we reschedule? I just remembered I have something to attend to. See you later, Ichinos-chan. With that, he hurriedly fled the scene with his companions. Seeing the delinquents scatter, Aaron shrugged and continued on his way to the apartment. What a cold world we live in. Injustice occurs right beside us. Yet not a single person is willing to stop and lend a hand. There is no necessity to know who the person in need of rescue is. AI Ran has no interest in becoming acquainted with those who are irrelevant. Furthermore, there is no need to resort to violence to prove anything. These individuals are far too weak to summon any desire for battle. However, beneath the falling snow in the apartment, Yukino awaits his return. Her dream being to see this world become a better place, thus she must be hoping he can become a partner in justice. Just moments ago, Ishiki Kaname found herself encircled by ruffians. Unable to discern who had come to her aid, only vaguely noticing that the individual wore the uniform of Subahai. After calming her tumultuous emotions, she gazed in the direction AI Ran had departed. He had already traversed quite a distance, leaving her with only a vague outline to observe, along with his distinctive feature, a tail wrapped around his waist. Chapter 38. the man appears on a new day. AI Ran leisurely strolled towards the service club. Although they were classmates, AI Ran and Hikigaya Hachiman were not the type to enjoy each other's company. Aside from their club activities, they had hardly conversed. From a certain perspective, AI Ran and Hikigaya Hachiman possessed diametrically opposed personalities. Albeit both were rather eccentric. Point one appeared rather oblivious, but could demonstrate remarkable clarity in a crisis, while the other seemed perpetually alert, yet hesitated when faced with challenges. For instance, at this moment, when AI Ran entered the service club, Yugahama Yui had yet to arrive. The classroom was imbued with an unusually tense atmosphere, as Hikigaya Hachiman and Yukinoshita Yukino appeared to have just quarreled. What on earth is going on today? AI Ran pondered, observing the two. Despite their usual discord, the presence of AI Ran typically kept them in check. Yukinoshita Yukino cast a sidelong glance at Hikigaya Hachiman and spoke coolly. Our club's treasurer wishes to withdraw and join the tennis club. What is this about? Wasn't everything fine before? Moreover, Yugahama has been coming around frequently since last week, and the club was just beginning to gain some popularity. Yukinoshita Yukino added, I do not believe you possess the capability for collective activities. Your transformation is far from complete. Hikigaya. Yukinoshita Yukino always placed great importance on her commitments. Hikigaya Hachiman glared at the two. Visibly displeased. I accepted someone else's commission. So he trailed off, for rather than endure daily doses of their bickering and Yugahama Yui's whimsical personality, he would prefer to join the tennis club. At that moment, Hikigaya recalled the visage of a certain angel, and his face flushed with unnatural warmth. AI Ran scrutinized Hikigaya. The tennis club? A commission? Could it be that man who almost turned the teacher? Yaha! I've brought the client. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Yugahama Yui burst through the door, accompanied by an adorable boy. Hachiman, how did you end up here? Hikigaya's cheeks reddened further upon hearing the direct address from Kazuka. Seeing little Kaika looking troubled, I decided to bring him along, thinking that as a member of the club, I ought to lend a hand. Yugahama, it's all right, little Yuki, no need to thank me. It's my duty as a club member. Yukinoshita Yukino replied nonchalantly. Yugahama, you are not actually a member yet, really? Yugahama gazed blankly at Yukinoshita and AI Ran. Yes, as I have not received your application, nor has it been approved by the faculty advisor. You are not yet a member. This revelation prompted Yugahama to wail in dismay. Having grown accustomed to Yugahama's spirited nature, Yukinoshita chose to ignore her and turned to Kazuka. So, Kazuka, what is your request? AI Ran, now self-appointed as the vice president, poured a cup of tea for everyone. At that moment, Yukinoshita had already listened to Kazuka's request. All right, I will accept your commission. We simply need to improve your skills. Correct? Yes. I believe that if I become stronger, everyone will start to put in effort as well. Probably a true angel. Hikigaya mused internally as he inquired of Yukinoshita. What do you plan to do? Run until you drop. Swing your racket until you collapse. Are you a devil? Seriously? AI Ran approached Kazuka, beginning an examination of his limbs. That AI Rankun. What are you doing? Kazuka exclaimed shyly, instantly drawing the attention of Yukinoshita and Hikigaya. Scoundrel, with Yukinoshita around, how dare you tarnish Kazuka? Hikigaya glared fiercely at AI Ran, internally berating him. Yukinoshita Yukino also rose, gently kicking AI Ran's calf. Human beast Quint, have you lost control of your primal instincts? That you must lay hands on boys as well? Am I that kind of person? AI Ran shot a glance at Yukinoshita, recalling how she had shown no jealousy when 3 beautiful girls from the gaming club resided at his home. Today, however, she felt threatened by a mere boy. Was it really necessary? AI Ran considered himself a steadfast heterosexual. AI Rankin, have you finished? Kazuka asked, his voice slightly trembling with shyness. Upon hearing this, AI Ran looked up, his breath hitching as he felt his heart race. Goodness, Kazuka is alluring. Observing AI Ran's hand resting upon Kazuka's neck and shoulder, Hikigaya felt a pang of envy and jealousy. Quickly let Kazuka go. Why are you all staring at me? I'm merely checking his bones. AI Ran replied helplessly. Yukinoshita Yukino, feeling possessive, inquired, did you discover anything? AI Rankuin? The address had shifted from human beast Kuin back to AI Rankuin. Indicating that Yukinoshita's jealousy was reaching its peak, AI Ran took a step back, crossing his arms as he regarded Kazuka. I must say, while your body may not be particularly frail, if you wish to learn martial arts. Oh. No, I mean tennis. which is a physically demanding activity, you may not achieve the desired results. Have you not yet made the minimum effort? Yukino retorted, slightly dissatisfied. AI Ran sighed. Yukino always compelled herself to exert effort while neglecting the importance of balancing work and rest. This had been evident when he assisted Zaimokuza Yoshitaro in reviewing his novel. Even under AI Ran's insistence, she had not stayed up too late, yet her state of mind the following day remained poor. With this in mind, AI Ran approached Yukino, taking her hand. Some things must be acknowledged as innate, particularly regarding our physical capabilities. Study diligently, engage in activities, rest well, and play heartily. Balance between work and leisure is crucial. This is my advice. Yukino nodded, recognizing that AI Ran's words directed at Kazuka were equally applicable to herself. Hikigaya and Yugahama found themselves involuntarily fed a dose of affection, turning their gaze towards Kazuka. For the decision ultimately rested with him. After a moment, Kazuka inhaled deeply and declared stubbornly, I still want to give it a T or Y.is that so? Then prepare to be rigorously trained by Yukino. Gazing at the radiant Kazuka, Hikigaya looked utterly entranced. Yugahama, standing behind him, puffed her cheeks in displeasure, clearly annoyed. What is that expression? It's as if she has never seen him behave like this before. Chapter 39. I am Ishiki Kiname. Senpai on the tennis court, Yugahama and Kazuka were doing push-ups together, while Hikigaya's attention was drawn to something. AI Ran sat in the distance, looking utterly exasperated at him. Yugahama's feelings were so apparent. How could this fellow remain oblivious? If he truly disliked it, why sneak a glance? Oof. Kazuka's physical capabilities were indeed lacking. His frail arms allowed him to barely manage 5 push-ups in one breath. Yugahama, beside him, fared slightly better. Alas, what a shame. He is a boy. AI Ran muttered to himself. That moment, Yukino's voice reached him. What a pity. Human beast-kun. Could you explain? AI Ran's body tensed involuntarily. Nothing, just preparing for training. Kazuka's arm strength is far too inadequate. Continuing push-ups would be futile. AI Ran decisively chose to change the subject, perplexed by the inexplicable wariness that Yukino harbored towards the frail boy. Well, if it must be so, I shall serve as his sparring partner. I am undoubtedly the most suitable here. With that thought, Yukino picked up 2 rackets and strode towards the center of the court. AI Ran, feeling listless, gazed at the ants on the ground. Recognizing that his presence on the court was indeed ill-suited, the slight exertion on his part could likely upheave the entire area. Ever since he arrived in this world for his studies, AI Ran had never participated in any sports activities. The risks were simply too great. For others, that is. In order to encourage Hazuka Ayaka's exercise, Yukino deliberately tossed the ball to the sides, prompting him to move. Only through such motion could he successfully receive the ball. However, engaging in such physically demanding activities posed a significant risk of falling, particularly for someone like Hazuka Ayaka, whose stamina was lacking. As anticipated, it wasn't long before he tumbled to the ground. AI Ran sighed, retrieving a medical kit from behind him. This scenario had indeed come to pass. He silently speculated whether Hayama and Miura Yumiko would show up next, as he extended the medical kit to Hazuka Ayaka. Thank you, Hazuka Ayaka said softly. His face flushed with embarrassment. AI Ran awkwardly turned away, huffing slightly as he made his way over to Yukino. Why is the monkey so astute today? Yukino regarded AI Ran with a puzzled expression, a flicker of danger glinting in her gaze. Please, Hazuka is a boy. You know, I'm a straight man. Though, I must admit he is rather adorable. AI Ran thought to himself, but refrained from voicing it aloud, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. When it comes to sports, I am quite the expert. Can your stamina keep up? It seems to be your only weakness. If it proves too difficult, perhaps we should switch to Hikigaya. With that, he gestured towards the troubled Hikigaya Hachiman. Look, he would surely be willing. Very well. Yukino mused for a moment before deciding to substitute Hikigaya Hachiman. Indeed, many matters would not alter simply due to AI Ran's presence. Shortly after Hikigaya took over, AI Ran noticed a group approaching the court, sighing inwardly. Had this group truly come? Ah, tennis, exclaimed a blonde girl at the forefront. Her excitement palpable. Since the tennis court had been reserved by Hazuka Ayaka, any intruders were required to seek his permission. However, this group brazenly pushed through the iron gate without consultation. They moved like a king and queen surveying their domain, with the queen effortlessly seizing the conversational reins, intent on commandeering the court, utterly disregarding the expressions of Hikigaya Hachiman. Yugahama Yui, and Hazuka Ayaka. Before long, a conflict erupted between the two factions, given that Hayama was a prominent figure at school with an extensive social circle. And with Miura Yumiko's exotic beauty, their striking combination attracted a throng of onlookers. As Miura Yumiko's voice grew louder, the crowd swelled in number. Scanning the surroundings, one could see the tennis court enveloped by spectators. Resembling a pack of wolves drawn to the scent of blood, exuding immense pressure towards Hayama's side. A mixed doubles match sounds splendid. How clever of me. But is there anyone willing to team up with Hikigaya? How utterly amusing. Miura Yumiko's laughter rang sharp, prompting chuckles from the audience. Hachiman, this could be troublesome. Hazuka Ayaka muttered anxiously, yet he steeled himself, saying, how about we engage in men's doubles? It would serve to aid my practice. What? I am the one playing tennis, thus you require a girl on your side. Hazuka insisted, hoping to defuse the situation, appealing to their camaraderie as classmates. Hazuka Ayaka wore a frightened expression, casting furtive glances at Miura and then at Hikigaya. Torn between a desire to refuse and an inability to do so. To AI Ran's side. Yukino Shida. Allow me to handle this. The popular one in our class should be the one to negotiate. Be cautious, Yukino Shida replied. AI Ran chuckled softly. What is there to worry about? Yukino Shida shot him a glare. I mean to say, be careful not to injure your classmates. Repercussions will follow. At that moment, the monkey's intellect seemed to falter once more. My apologies. I will be mindful. AI Ran replied with a laugh, striding towards the court. The debate on the court continued. Look, Ayaka has tacitly agreed to my proposition. Hikigaya protested, his face flushed. You are merely grasping at straws. Come now, let us all enjoy ourselves without quarreling. Hayama interjected, acting as a peacemaker, yet his words subtly tilted in favor of his group. That I say, you all can leave. The court was reserved by Hazuka. If you wish to play, you must request permission. Do not cause a ruckus here. AI Ren had now reached the center of the court. The previously boisterous scene fell abruptly silent. Ever since AI Ren emerged from the principal's office, the legend of his ability to twist steel into pretzels had spread throughout the campus, coupled with his ever-disdainful demeanor, earning him a reputation as a notorious delinquent. The moment AI Ren spoke, he commanded the attention of all present. What? AI Ren is supporting Hikigaya too. We should all just have fun. Miura Yumiko muttered reluctantly, yet out of respect for AI Ran's reputation, she dared not voice further objections. Ah, AI Ran, you are here as well. Hayama greeted with a smile. AI Ran's status in Class F mirrored that of Yukino Shida Yukino in Class J. Both were indifferent to others, yet commanded a certain reverence from their peers. Furthermore, Yukino Shida Haruno had expressly informed him that AI Ren would one day become her brother in law. As the son of a lawyer in the Yukino Shida family, Hayama was also disinclined to provoke AI Ren. Hayama, if you wish to play tennis, please submit a request first. Let us adhere to the rules. That it would be unseemly to squabble here for the amusement of other classes, AI Ren asserted, guiding Hayama and his group towards the exit. Let us find another opportunity to play together. For now, let us disperse. Very well, Hayama conceded, leading the somewhat reluctant Miura Yumiko away. Suddenly, a figure stealthily leaned close to AI Ran's ear and whispered, Senpai, my name is Issei Enche. Please do not forget it. AI Ran turned to look at Issei Enche, but by then, she had vanished into the crowd. Have we met? What is there to remember? AI Ran shook his head in disbelief. When suddenly, the temperature around him plummeted. Turning around, he found Yukino Shida Yukino observing him with a playful smile. The monkey knows a first-year girl? How unexpected, Yukino Shida Yukino remarked, crossing her arms and standing closely beside AI Ran. Their bodies nearly touching. I do not know her. I have never seen her before. Raising a hand to her chin, Yukino Shida mused, I see. That makes sense. After all, the monkey has always behaved so crudely, while there may occasionally be shining moments. It is likely not so easy to win the favor of girls. Standing nearby, Hikigaya and Yugahama instinctively distanced themselves from the couple, feeling that remaining in their presence could severely harm their psyche. Yet, their synchronized movements inadvertently attracted each other's attention, and they found themselves glancing at one another. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, both hurriedly averted their gazes. I say, Hazuka, shall we resume our training? Hikigaya stammered, his words somewhat jumbled. Presently, he felt a tinge of social anxiety. When it came to girls, he instinctively opted for avoidance. Hazuka Ayaka replied with a smile. Yes, Hachiman, let us continue. Oh, Angel, Hikigaya sighed, his steps towards Hazuka Ayaka noticeably lighter. The previous awkwardness entirely forgotten, AI Ran cast a disdainful glance at Hikigaya Hachiman, thinking, "You squander your chance. Why are you not making a move, monkey? What are you staring at?" Aaron turned his head, and at that moment, his face was nearly touching that of Yukino Shida Yukino. He hurriedly took half a step back, his voice somewhat awkward. "It's nothing." Indeed, Aaron was a theoretical type of player, and he would not fare well if it came down to his own participation. Kazunok Shiyu fell ill. That very night upon returning from Chiba, she began to suffer from a high fever. As time passed, her muscles started to ache as well. With her parents away on business, no one was aware of her condition. Even at school, there was little reaction to her absence, for even when she attended, she would merely sleep. Unlike Aaron, she consistently ranked first in her grade, even while asleep. Following the release of Love Metronome, her occasional absence from school went without question. Lying alone in bed, she opened line. The message she had sent to Rin Shirkuan last night, which carried a hint of desperation, had yet to receive a reply. What could he be doing now? Playing games, planning something, catching up on assignments? Regardless, he should not have left my message unanswered. After coughing a few times, Kazunok Shiyu set her phone down, her gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling. Before long, she drifted back into a restless sleep. That moment, a faint green light reappeared in her room, and her fever intensified. It was unclear how much time had passed before Kazunok Shiyu woke once more, unable to open her eyes due to the fever and pain. Although her eyes were closed, she could sense that night had fallen. Suddenly, the sound of her door opening reached her ears, causing her to tense involuntarily. Would her parents not return tonight? Who could it be? Had a thief entered her home? And in her current state, despair once more enveloped her heart as she felt the presence standing beside her bed. Lord Kaioshin, have you sensed this malevolence? If this continues, it will undoubtedly inflict irreversible harm on Kazunok Shiyu. But weren't you the one who said the two-star dragon wouldn't cause substantial harm to humans before its resurrection? I had no idea it would turn out like this, Shaoran. What should we do now? Hey, you are the deity here. I'm just an intern. How can you ask me what to do? You third-rate deity. Why do you keep calling me a third-rate deity? My divine status is quite high, at least a dozen levels above mere mortals. The dialogue between the two reached Kazunok Shiyu's ears, making her feel as though she had begun to hallucinate. What was this about a two-star dragon and deities? It seemed she had read far too many novels, and now, while ill, she was experiencing such auditory hallucinations. She was unsure whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of it all. The conversation continued. Should we take her to the hospital? The senza beans won't work for her, right? Aaron asked uncertainly. In 2 lifetimes, I've sustained many injuries, but I've never been ill. Perhaps it's because I've always been a fool in both lives. Fools rarely fall ill. What nonsense are you spouting, Shaoran? This is a phenomenon resulting from the two-star dragon absorbing too much life energy. How could a human doctor possibly treat it? Aaron looked at Kane speechlessly. Then what should we do? I absolutely cannot accept any casualties within my jurisdiction. Shaoran's statements were increasingly reminiscent of a corporate drone. Kane retorted, then, upon seeing Aaron's grim expression, quickly added, actually, there is a way. Shaoran already possesses a significant amount of positive energy, so we just need to supplement her, much like how you deal with Yukino Shida Yukino. What nonsense! What have I done for Yukino Shida Yukino? Aaron replied, his face reddening in a flustered protest. Though, it's merely physical contact. Your energy will naturally flow into her. However, based on the life energy she has lost, you'll need to continuously infuse her with positive energy for several days. I dislike physical contact with unfamiliar humans. Aaron struggled, acknowledging the truth in Kane's words. Since arriving in this world, aside from his long-standing relationship with Yukino Shida Yukino, he had resisted contact with everyone else. Shaoran, this won't do. I want you to integrate into human society, not isolate yourself. I'll leave this to you. I have the demon realm to monitor. As a high-ranking official, I'm quite busy. Really, by the way, you must hurry and locate the two-star dragon, or humans will truly perish because of this. With that, a flash of pink light enveloped Kane, and she vanished from Kazunok Shiyu's room. The room fell silent once more. Lying in bed, Kazunok Shiyu felt somewhat dazed. She was now certain that the previous dialogue had not been a figment of her imagination. Was the person by the window Aaron? Had they mentioned Yukino Shida Yukino? The fever rendered her unable to open her eyes, making it impossible to discern who the man beside her was, and her thoughts had begun to slow significantly. After a while, she heard the man beside her sigh. Well, Whatever happens, I can't just let you die in front of me. Then, she felt herself being lifted. Chapter 41. Whenever night falls, Kazanok sensed that she had been lifted. Erin's arms wrapped around her waist, supporting her lower back, while the other embraced her supple thighs, fully lifting her from the bed. Huh. She's surprisingly light. Didn't expect that. Erin's self-talk reached Kazanok's ears. Curiosity, shame, surprise, and fear. All sorts of emotions converged within her. It was instinctual to yearn for someone to be by her side when she was unwell or injured. Guilt, sadness, and pain intertwined in her heart, flowing like a warm current toward an unknown glimmer in the darkness. Soon, a wave of warm energy rapidly transmitted from Erin's body to Kazanok's in an instant. She felt herself gradually recovering. Her once parched spirit began to rejuvenate under such warmth that in that moment, she felt as though she had finally emerged from the depths of suffering, gasping for breath like a drowning person. Huh? Why is he still holding me? You better not wake up right now. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain anything. Kazanok instinctively wrapped her arms around Erin's neck. Erin struggled briefly, yet considering her condition. His resistance was not forceful. The flow of energy was slowing down significantly. At this rate, I won't be able to leave for at least an hour. Erin thought. Think she could consume 99 pure chocolate on a Saturday indicates that this woman is beginning to lose her sense of taste. I can't believe I didn't realize that earlier. It seems her current condition is not solely due to excessive energy loss. Aside from combat, the only other thing Erin excelled at was physical conditioning. Of course, as part of the preparation for battle, Kazanok's state was also related to her staying up late and sitting for prolonged periods. As time passed, Erin noticed that Kazanok's body could no longer absorb positive energy. Assessing her condition, he estimated that in 3 or 4 days, she would fully recover. Gently placing her back on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Erin prepared to leave. As he reached the door, he hesitated for a moment. Sighing, he turned back to Kazanok's desk and wrote down a note before departing her home. With her eyes still closed, Kazanok waited until she was certain Erin had left before slowly rising. Had her body improved significantly after just being held for an hour? Stretching her limbs, she approached the desk and picked up the note Erin had just left behind. A scrawl of atrocious handwriting appeared before her. Hello. After my observation, your body is severely overdrawn. Though you may not feel it while young, your physical condition will deteriorate as you age. I hope you cultivate good habits and maintain adequate sleep. Below is a dietary regimen I have devised for your condition. As long as you follow the above meal plan, your body will recover swiftly. By the way, my name is Lei Feng. Kazanok stifled a laugh. Lei Feng? She hadn't anticipated that Erin could be quite an amusing person. Yet as she laughed, tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. Opening her phone, she noticed that an Eluan had also replied to a message over an hour ago. Senior, yesterday I borrowed a new game from Erin and played too late, so I didn't notice your message. Is something the matter? As she gazed at the words, revealed a sorrowful smile that a tapestry of surprise and disappointment intertwined, binding together pain and joy. Her tears flowed with greater intensity. Eventually, she managed to quell her emotions entirely and, grasping her phone, sent a message to There's no rush, Rinli-kun. Please expedite the project proposal. I intend to commence the 3rd volume soon. Time is of the essence, and before that, I hope to assist you in completing the script for Flashing Girls. Meanwhile, caught sight of message, his immediate reaction was one of excitement. The senior was finally embarking on her 3rd volume, a moment he, as her first reader, had eagerly anticipated for quite some time. Yet, as he perused the message several times, he sensed an underlying nuance in her words. Never mind, he thought, and after replying, he picked up his controller, embarking on his journey through the 2nd dimension, murmuring to himself, as long as the project proposal is submitted by Saturday. There is no need to rush. I need to draw some inspiration from these games. At that moment, upon reading his response, broke into tears, yet this time, there was a smile on her face. She had come to terms with the situation. It seemed that might harbor feelings for her, but he did not truly care for her. After waiting a day, her message had sunk into the void, regardless of whether he had seen it or merely pretended to misunderstand its significance. Since valued her abilities rather than her essence, why should she attach frivolous feelings to the notion of romance? She cast her phone aside and curled up within her blanket. That night, her tears were spent. By dawn, she resolved not to shed any more tears over this matter. As soared through the skies, he internally lamented his circumstances. Fortunately, he had been training in a forest not far from Tokyo at the time, allowing him to sense the malevolent energy and respond promptly. Otherwise, it could have resulted in dire consequences. This job was truly exasperating. That third-rate deity was utterly useless. The possibility of being the host was now virtually eliminated, though would not willingly eradicate its host before awakening. Who could it be? Could it be? As he pondered, he flew towards the location where he had been training. Although many questions lingered, one thing was certain: since was no longer as innocuous as before. A proactive approach was imperative. How could he draw it out? Curse that wretched creature. Once I find you, I will scatter your ashes. In a state of utter confusion, could only vent his impotent rage through vehement curses. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that during the purification of the 7 Dragon Balls, he had encountered 2 moments of extreme peril, one of which had been caused by the seemingly weakest. Naturally, what he yearned for most was to continue training. Ever since he began generating what he termed positive energy, his combat prowess had been escalating rapidly. His power level had now surpassed 18,000. Chapter 42. Chiba Specialties on a New Day arrived early at the service club, but unexpectedly, was already there before him. What could this mean? Regarded with suspicion, this was a person who usually sauntered into the clubroom only when the club bell rang. Had he taken the wrong medicine today? I have a request from my sister's classmate, said with a serious expression, directing his gaze at, for this was also a request from his sister, and he treated it with utmost gravity. No wonder. I almost forgot that can be considered a Chiba specialty, a sister complex. This thought crossed mind as he shared a knowing glance with, who wore an expression of surprise. Although we do not typically accept requests from students of other schools. Considering your sister's fisheye resemblance to you, I cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy. Now, what is your sister's request? Began, her words laced with her characteristic sharpness, though her face retained an air of purity. Hey, my sister is exceptionally beautiful, arguably the world's most stunning, exclaimed, feigning contemplation before teasing. I've been pondering love lately. Could you provide some insights? Spending time with these club members had led to adopt a more playful demeanor, embodying the essence of a typical 17-year-old. Thud. Kicked under the table, her eyes narrowing dangerously. When did you become such a scoundrel, targeting a club member's sister? Indeed. Besides, my sister is still in middle school. Do not entertain any thoughts about her. Kamachi is mine, declared, gripping his hand and smiling as he inquired. Minister, shall we ignore recent perverse statement? There's no saving him. Let's execute him. With an outsider present and suddenly being grasped by, S face flushed crimson. Yet she did not pull away, casting a reproachful glance at, hey, do not unjustly accuse others. My crimes are not severe enough to warrant execution. S eyes narrowed into slits, but soon shifted to a scrutinizing gaze directed at. So, you do indeed feel guilty, harboring interest in your sister? Absolutely not. Felt an overwhelming fatigue. Typically, he merely had to endure some awkward moments. Yet today he found himself subjected to a dual onslaught of couples' antics. When will arrive? He silently yearned. Yahalo, is sincerity the key? Upon its call, pushed open the clubroom door. What is going on? Noticing his despairing posture slumped over the table, she cautiously surveyed the atmosphere in the room before inquiring. We are denouncing a certain pervert who wishes to harm his own sister, shot a sidelong glance, who in turn cast a pleading look at. Meanwhile, S' expression reflected disdain towards that was dealt a final blow. Sinking deeper into despair, after a bout of playful banter, he finally relayed his sister's request that you want me to investigate why from your class has been returning home late at night, and then persuade her to change her ways. Rested her chin on her hand, summarizing earlier statements. That's correct, nodded. Since it was his sister's plea, he had initially intended to tackle the task alone. However, as a well-known social anxiety sufferer, he could not even ascertain its appearance at this moment. After much deliberation, he concluded that he needed everyone's assistance to accomplish this task, but turned her gaze to, who was lost in thought, and asked, "What is your opinion?" "Oh, it should not pose much of a problem. She is likely just working late hours somewhere, but we should investigate nonetheless." Familiar with the unfolding narrative, felt little concern, yet he resolved not to interfere excessively. S' perspective was correct, through the act of helping others. All members of the service club could glean valuable lessons, including himself. Even though he was aware of the direction events would take, he was gradually learning how to live well as an inhabitant of Earth. After contemplating for a moment, suggested, "How about this? Kun, tomorrow, arrange to meet younger brother first, and once we understand the specifics, we can devise a plan. For now, let us continue to accompany in her training. Yubihama, brimming with vitality, raised a hand. In the stillness of the night, the room of Kaguya Shiyu lay enveloped in darkness. She lay on her side, her head resting on her hand, her legs intertwined. The rolled-up hem of her nightgown revealed a trim abdomen devoid of any excess flesh, while the partly unbuttoned neckline hinted at a luscious expanse of ivory. Silken locks cascaded down her face, partially obscuring it, yet enhancing the radiant beauty of her smile. After coming to terms with everything the previous night, many matters suddenly became clear to her. Even the romantic metronome that had long eluded her seemed poised to flow effortlessly onto the page, although her body had yet to fully recuperate. The pain and inner turmoil that had once plagued her vanished, and the world regained its former brightness in her eyes. Suddenly, she heard a faint rustling outside her window, prompting her to hastily pull the covers over herself. At that moment, a shadow stealthily slipped into her bedroom through the window. It must be Aaron, she mused, feeling as though she were a thief. That a smile unconsciously graced Kaguya Shiyu's lips as she imagined Aaron's appearance at that moment. Unlike the previous night when he had lifted her into his arms, tonight he merely grasped her hand, a steady stream of positive energy flowing towards her. The warmth was reminiscent of the previous night, and she could not help but let out a soft moan. Aaron regarded the reclining Kaguya Shiyu with a mixture of uncertainty and concern. After a moment, noticing no signs of her awakening, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Damn. Working at night feels akin to thievery. He continued to transmit his energy to her, exercising caution, for the human body remained exceedingly fragile once the last vestige of energy was imparted. Aaron let out a long breath. Kaguya Shiyu was recovering well. In just one more day, she should regain the energy previously absorbed by the two-star dragon. Moreover, after enduring pure positive energy, her body would likely emerge even stronger than before. Without lingering, Aaron quietly closed Kaguya Shiyu's window and departed in the room. The flushed Kaguya Shiyu abruptly threw off the covers, gasping for breath, her face nearly crimson. Hinty, she muttered softly, her gaze instinctively drifting to the hand that Aaron had been holding moments ago. Chapter 43. Hikitani discovers something. Hikitani brought the members of the service club to the city library, where he had arranged to meet his sister, Kamachi, and Kawasaki Taisher. Hello everyone, I am Hikitani Hachiman's younger sister. Hikitani Kamachi. In stark contrast to her brother, Hikitani Kamachi exuded a lively and charming demeanor, completely at ease. One could only wonder how many times more sociable she was than her socially anxious brother. At this moment, the young boy beside her politely addressed the group. Hello, I am Kawasaki Taisher, a classmate of Hikitani-san. His voice was steady, and despite his youth, he made a commendable first impression. Of course, this did not apply to Hikitani Hachiman, who, during Kawasaki Taisher's introduction, awkwardly turned his head away, visibly displeased, particularly when Yukino introduced him. Kawasaki Taisher's call of brother nearly sent him into a fit. Hikitani Hachiman grimaced at Kawasaki Taisher, retorting, I am not your brother. Aaron glanced at the overly attached younger brother with a bemused expression. Was it really necessary? At that moment, Kamachi eyed Yubihama Yui with suspicion. Why does it feel like I've seen Yubihama-sen somewhere before? Haha, perhaps you are mistaken. Yubihama laughed, her gaze somewhat wandering. Aaron promptly interrupted their conversation. Given Hikitani's extreme sensitivity, should he discover that Yubihama was the owner of the dog that caused his accident, it would likely lead to another bout of sulking. More than likely, he would distance himself from Yubihama entirely. After all, he did not favor gentle girls, as their kindness could easily mislead him into believing they had feelings for him. This was a lesson learned from his middle school days. However, the tenderness that Yubihama displayed towards him stemmed from genuine affection. The members of the service club were among the few individuals with whom Aaron was willing to communicate in this world. He instinctively wished to avoid letting events unfold like they did in the original story, but that was a matter for another time. For now, it was crucial to discuss Kawasaki Saki's situation. Aaron gently tapped the table, redirecting the conversation. My sister is also a high school student at Subu High, named Kawasaki Saki. Recently, she has undergone several unusual changes and seems to have become a delinquent. So I would like to request everyone's assistance in investigating. Hikitani still could not recall who Kawasaki Saki was, Observing his bewildered expression, Yubihama pouted. Come on, Hiki. You should pay more attention to the people in your class. Hikitani retorted, I have been paying attention. Since yesterday, I've been trying to recall, but her name simply sounds familiar. Besides, the only one who chats with me frequently in class is Ayaka. Mentioning Hazuki brought a smile to Hikitani's face. Recently, he had been helping Hazuki practice, which had significantly brightened his otherwise dreary high school days. Yukino Shida coolly remarked, Hikitani-san, please refrain from revealing your distasteful preferences in front of others. Hikitani twitched his mouth. What are you imagining? My preferences are perfectly normal. I would never be attracted to men. At this moment, Yubihama regarded Hikitani with a doubtful expression. Could it be that Hiki truly liked men? What would that mean for her? Just then, Kamachi stepped forward resolutely, stating, Brother still likes girls. Well, it was hard to dispute, but if certain things suddenly became true, wouldn't the Hikitani family be doomed? Ahem. Weren't we discussing Kawasaki's situation? Aaron cleared his throat. Feeling utterly speechless at the erratic thought processes of this group, seated across from Aaron, Kawasaki Taisha lowered his head in disappointment. I'm sorry for causing trouble, but I am truly worried about my sister. Yukino Shida pondered for a moment before stating firmly, I understand the concern for family. Since Kawasaki-san is a student at Subu High, we can consider this request as a standard interaction, and the service club will take on this task. Although they accepted the request, it was already too late to do anything today. Any action would have to wait until tomorrow. Watching the Hikitani siblings walk away, Aaron instinctively turned his gaze back to Yubihama, who was now cozily engaged with Yukino Shida. He sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. As someone not particularly adept at socializing, he hoped for a favorable outcome for them. Hikitani Kamachi skipped happily alongside her brother. Hey, brother, Yukino Shida-san from your club is so beautiful, like someone who stepped out of a painting. Kamachi feigned casual admiration, eager to see if her oblivious brother would finally awaken to the truth. She is indeed quite lovely. Though a bit sharp-tongued, I commend Aaron for putting up with her, he replied. Feeling a bit disappointed by her brother's response, Kamachi pressed on. Are Aaron and Yukino Shida-san a couple? Though they claim they are not yet in a romantic relationship, it's evident to anyone with eyes. And what about Yui-san? Kamachi recalled Yubihama's gaze directed at her brother earlier and suddenly felt hopeful. She even began to refer to her as Yui-san, with an eager expression. She looked at Hikitani Hachiman. For the sake of the Hikitani family, Kamachi was carrying burdens that someone her age should not have to bear, all because of this useless brother. Upon hearing Yubihama's name, Hikitani slowed his pace. After contemplating for a while, he finally said, Well, I hardly interact with Yubihama. I'm not particularly skilled at conversing with girls. Upon hearing this response, Kamachi's face fell. Does this mean brother will end up alone forever? As long as I have Kamachi, everything will be fine. Ew. Kamachi grimaced, sticking out her tongue. But even if my brother becomes a failure, I won't abandon him. Hi there, Hikigaya replied weakly. Suddenly, Kamachi seemed to have recalled something. Brother. I've just remembered. Uebari is the owner of that little dog. When you were hospitalized, she even brought you a care package. After you were discharged, she visited our home and brought you gifts as well. It seems you and Uebari really are fated to cross paths. Upon hearing this, Hikigaya Hachiman abruptly halted his steps. What's wrong, brother? Did Kamachi say something inappropriate? No, it's nothing. Hikigaya Hachiman let out a bitter laugh and continued walking in the direction of home. Indeed, I have no fondness for gentle girls. Chapter 44. Enri Soryu is also quite busy. The game club group has been rather quiet these past few days. Inari has not spoken a word. And Kato Megumi has been quite reticent as well. Kazanaku Shiyu has been ill for a few days, which has considerably reduced her banter with Sawamura ERI.AS for Enri Soryu. After taking 3 days off, he finally completed the game he borrowed from Inari, all while remaining sleepless and tireless. Thus, this week, the group has exchanged very few messages. Suddenly, Enri Soryu sent a bombshell message in the group. Everyone, I won't be able to attend Saturday's event. I have some last-minute matters to attend to. Why? Kazanaku Shiyu, upon seeing Enri Soryu's message on her phone, immediately sprang out of bed. She was increasingly looking forward to club activities, especially since she owed Enri Soryu a significant favor. If she could repay him sooner, she could extricate herself from her obligations. Providing Enri Soryu with a flawless script to aid him in completing his dazzling screenplay would be sufficient to clear the debt she owed from the love metronome. Kazanaku Shiyu felt quite exhilarated. Having already completed part of the script, she had no intention of delaying any further on the other side, and Risoryu was scratching his head, pondering why he wouldn't attend the event. Having finally completed the game he had been so eager to conquer, what should he do next? Of course, he needed to conduct a reviewed essay blogger with 100,000 followers. Isn't had expected of him to share a game guide at the first opportunity? However, using that as an excuse to duck out of Saturday's event was clearly flimsy, especially since he was the one who had organized the game club that I need to work on Saturday. So I won't be joining this time. Please ensure everything is ready for Saturday, and we can gather at school next week. And Risoryu felt his reasoning was flawless and wouldn't hinder the progress of the game. At this moment, Eri spoke up. Soryu, are you really going to work? You haven't been gaming too much, have you? What are you talking about, Eri? I have several jobs I need to attend to. I have no objections. Although I've been designated as the female lead, I still have no idea what I should be doing. Kato, why don't you study some programming this week? The programming for Gal Game can be quite applicable. And it won't take too long to learn. Inari, could you prepare a more detailed textbook for Kato? Sure. As Inari was flying towards Tokyo, he typed out 2 characters before tucking his phone back into his pocket. With that said, I have no issues, Kato Megumi replied. Then I have no objections either. I still need Inari to model for reference. You false noblewoman of the sketching world, are you no longer concealing your desire for her body? What are you saying, you black-stockinged fat woman? Do you understand that I was merely gathering references? Pure references. Those who understand sketching claim to be pure. Since you all have no issues, may I join as well? Shall we meet at the station on Saturday and head to Inari-kun's apartment? Inari-kun, and Risoryu, holding his phone, felt a twinge of unease at Kazanakashiyu's address for Inari. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Inari was quite out of place with them. He didn't understand the two-dimensional world at all, and was only willing to invest in them out of gratitude to Kato. Moreover, they had only met twice. Kato, thinking of Kato Megumi, and Risoryu pushed Kazanakashiyu's matter aside. The thrill of their last encounter lingered in his memory as a two-dimensional otaku. He lacked the courage to pursue Kato, so he devised a means to express those feelings entirely through a game. The three-dimensional world was a wretched game in itself. Meanwhile, in a large villa, Eri was pacing anxiously, stamping her feet. That black-stockinged fat woman was once again slandering her before Soryu. What is the meaning of this? She merely wanted to gather references. After a few complaints, she buried herself back into her creation. However, the male lead in the manuscript Eri was currently working on bore an uncanny resemblance to Inari. And he was depicted in the nude. Inari was lost in thought above Kazanakashiyu's home, contemplating how absurd it was to sneak into a girl's house at night to hold her hand. No matter how he pondered, it felt perverse. Thus, to avoid awkwardness, he could only choose to enter her room after midnight, once Kazanakashiyu was resting. This was, in fact, even more perverse and had escalated to a criminal act. But how could saving someone be classified as a crime? Besides, today was the final treatment. Inari reassured himself. Unfortunately, Kazanakashiyu was entirely different from Yukino Shida Yukino, who lived a very regimented life. She was a typical night owl. The night was when she thrived, and she attended school merely to catch up on sleep. This characteristic was quite similar to Inari as time ticked by. It quickly reached after 1 in the morning. Inari landed outside Kazanakashiyu's window and stealthily entered her room. Fortunately, this woman has a habit of not locking her windows at night. Otherwise, I would have had to think of another way in. In the darkness, Inari deftly made his way to Kazanakashiyu's bedside, took her hand, and began his work for the day. The moment Inari grasped her hand, Kazanakashiyu's eyelids fluttered slightly. Today, she was still pretending to be asleep. Having undergone this experience for 2 consecutive days, how could someone as astute as she not realize that Inari was there to help her? Thus, she chose to feign sleep, allowing both of them to avoid awkwardness. As Inari's energy flowed into her body, Kazanakashiyu let out a soft murmur, unsure if it was from shyness, as she felt her body beginning to warm. In recent days, Kazanakashiyu often recalled the events of the night before last. In her moment of despair and helplessness, Inari had pulled her from the abyss. The warmth she experienced in Inari's embrace was something she had never felt before, leading her to become somewhat entranced. Inari exhaled softly. This covert task had finally reached completion. He stood up, observing Kazanakashiyu. Although he could barely make out her outline in the darkness, from her breathing, he could ascertain that Kazanakashiyu had fully recovered. Reflecting on the plot of the side character female lead he had seen in his previous life, Inari murmured, "From a certain perspective, humanity is indeed a resilient species. Although physically frail, their spirits remain strong." With a sigh, Inari quietly departed. His work for the day was complete. That third-rate deity would not be compensating for overtime. Was Inari-kun just speaking of me? Strong. It seems I owe Inari-kun yet another favor. However, since he came secretly, wishing for me to remain unaware of this matter, how should I repay him? Kazanaku Shiyu murmured to herself, slowly rising from her bed, turning on the bedroom light, and approaching her desk. The computer was merely in a sleep state, and Kazanaku gently tapped it that a partially completed document appeared on the screen. The title at the top read Love Metronome. Chapter 45, The Strategy of the Delinquent Girl. During Thursday's lunch break, enduring Hikagaya's peculiar gaze, Uebari finally reached her threshold of endurance, blushing as she asked him, what does that expression mean? Am I doing something wrong?" Hikagaya quickly lowered his head. "No. There's nothing wrong." Yukino snapped her book shut with a thud. "Hikagaya, if you don't want to be taken away, I suggest you refrain from teasing my club members. Aren't I also your club member?" Hachiman Hikagaya muttered softly, focusing entirely on the novel in his hands. This moment, Iron slowed his pace of eating. Given Hikagaya's current state, even he could guess a few things. However, Iron was at a loss for how to resolve the prevailing issue. Entrusting a Saiyan to act as a matchmaker seemed far from a reliable course of action. Nevertheless, problems tend to find resolutions in due time, he thought, as he chose to continue his meal. Meanwhile, Yukino aptly offered him a cup of black tea. "Thank you," Iron said gently after taking a sip, expressing his gratitude to Yukino. She shook her head dismissively, replying, "It's nothing, compared to the effort you've put in these past few evenings." This pales in comparison. Hikagaya and Yui Yugahama looked on, astonished at the exchange between the two. Did Yukino just utter something so suggestive? What could she possibly mean by evenings of hardship? Hikagaya did not wish to dwell on it further. Realizing that knowing too much might lead to dire consequences at the hands of these two, Yugahama's face had turned a deep shade of crimson as she stole a glance at Hikagaya. A movement he keenly noticed. Was Yugahama genuinely being so kind to him simply because he saved her dog? Hikagaya hoped it was not the case. He wished for Yugahama to be, like Yukino for Iron. His own unique Yugahama. This was not to imply he had feelings for her, but he desired her kindness to stem from a more genuine bond of friendship and camaraderie, rather than a sense of guilt or indebtedness from being rescued. "Hey, Yugahama." The increasingly anxious Hikagaya finally resolved to take action. He stood up and addressed her. "Could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." He did not want to evade the matter. He needed to ascertain the truth, even if the outcome proved disappointing. Yugahama paused, bewildered. "What are you implying?" Hikagaya turned and walked out of the clubroom, his voice trailing back. "Don't worry about it. Just follow me." If Yugahama continued to hesitate, Hikagaya feared he would lose the courage to confront the situation, especially with Yukino watching him with a disapproving expression. Yugahama was Yukino-shida's only friend, and she felt uneasy about letting her go off alone with Hikagaya. Observing the situation, Iron began to soothe Yukino, whispering reassuringly in her ear, "It's all right. Hikagaya will take good care of Yugahama. Besides, even if something goes awry, I'll be able to sense it from here." The warm breath of Iron against Yukino-shida's earlobe caused her to momentarily weaken. Casting him a reproachful glance, her cheeks flushed. Yukino nodded gently, her face still tinged with pink. Iron felt that Hikagaya's response indicated a significant shift in him. At the very least, he would no longer hastily pass judgment on others according to his whims. Regardless, Yugahama was not like the arrogant blonde, Eri, who often spoke insincerely. If Hikagaya had approached her sincerely from the outset, while Yugahama might not have declared "I like you," she certainly would not have sabotaged the situation with contradictory words. He savored a sip of the exquisite black tea brewed by Yukino, remarking, "Delicious. Your skills, Yukino, never cease to impress." By the way, have there been any developments regarding Kawasaki-saki's situation? Yukino did not respond directly. Instead, she squinted and leaned against Iron's shoulder. "Have you heard of animal therapy? When someone is moved or possesses a caring heart, they can't help but want to take in a pitiful little creature." Iron replied uncertainly, though that may not be entirely accurate. It's true that the Monkey King has been diligently studying lately. Yukino softly elucidated for Iron. If a frail blue kitten were to appear before someone, it would undoubtedly provide a sense of emotional healing. Iron scoffed slightly. It seems like only you would feel that way. He recalled that Kawasaki was allergic to cats. Once, when fur from Pururu clung to him, Kawasaki had walked by and started sneezing incessantly. Yukino Shida frowned in disbelief, gazing at Iron. Is there truly such a person in this world? Liking cats to such an extent is excessive. Have you been brainwashed by Pururu? Just as they were deliberating on the feline plan, Hikigaya and Yugahama finally finished their conversation and returned to the service club. Yukino Shida, startled, sat upright like a frightened cat. Yugahama's face bore faint traces of tears, her eyes slightly red, yet radiating immense joy. Her uncontainable smile made it evident that she was genuinely elated. Hikigaya appeared a bit uneasy but overall remained composed. Iron sensed a shift in his aura, as if his internal struggles had begun to resolve. Clearly, this had turned into a happy ending, a satisfactory conclusion. It seemed that the bad outcomes from their gaming session last Saturday were not his fault at all. It must have been the developer's oversight, who said Science couldn't forge connections. Hikigaya returned to his seat and inquired, "So, what is the status on Kawasaki-saki? We still have no leads." Yugahama raised her hand. "What about romance?" Yukino Shida looked at her with an expression of confusion. "Romance? Surely. Only love can bring about a transformation in a girl, right?" As she spoke, she sneakily glanced at Hikigaya, then broke into a silly grin. Yukino Shida unconsciously glanced at Iron, nodding thoughtfully. She found merit in Yugahama's assertion. Iron looked at Yukino Shida in disbelief. "No way. Could it be that Yugahama has lowered your IQ?" This plan was clearly unreliable. Determined to intervene, Iron declared, "Ahem, do you know about the Eagle Ladder? It's that bar near the apartment." "Oh." Yukino Shida shot Iron a disapproving look, silently questioning how he was aware of that bar. "What are you thinking? I meant that Kawasaki is likely working there." Chapter 46. The bar with residual mischief at 8:30 in the evening. At the Angel's Ladder, Hikigaya and Yugahama waited on the first floor for nearly half an hour before Yukino Shida and Iron finally arrived. Hikigaya remarked, "I can't believe the president is late today." Yukino Shida calmly admitted her fault. "I apologize for making you wait." Iron awkwardly added, "It's mainly my fault." Earlier, Yukino Shida had instructed Iron to wear formal attire, but he had returned dressed in his Saiyan battle uniform. The quintessential outfit for a Saiyan. The outcome was predictable. "Hey, Monkey King, could you please possess a modicum of common sense? Is that cosplay outfit truly formal wear?" Yukino Shida sighed, shaking her head in exasperation, before dragging Iron to a clothing store to purchase a proper outfit. This was the cause of their tardiness. "No worries, haha." Yugahama giggled, adjusting her posture. As this was a formal adult establishment, all manners were expected to align with mature standards, a lesson imparted by Yukino Shida. She glanced at Iron, exclaiming, "Wow, today Iron looks just as handsome as Hikigaya." "Humph." Iron sulkily turned his head away, finding this attire uncomfortable, far inferior to his battle uniform. "All right, shall we head upstairs?" Yukino Shida, amused by Iron's sulking, placed her hand on his arm. "Let us go." The Angel's Ladder could be considered a very upscale bar, renowned for its decor and service. The finest in Chiba City, it was an excellent venue for relaxation or business discussions. Frequented primarily by commercial elites, guests like Iron and his companions were exceedingly rare, virtually non-existent. Due to her family background, Yukino Shida appeared unfazed. Iron adopted a nonchalant demeanor, while Yugahama, being oblivious, displayed no particular reaction. However, Hikigaya felt somewhat anxious. Iron approached Hikigaya and advised, "Relax, keep your chest out, head held high, and stomach in. Don't let curiosity lead you to gawk around as long as you don't act out of line. No one will pay you any mind." Hikigaya nodded, gradually calming down. "Look, there's Kawasaki over there," Yugahama whispered excitedly. "Yukino Shida, why don't you and they go meet Kawasaki? I have a few things to tend to." Iran suddenly halted in her tracks, casting a skeptical gaze around the bar. Once again wearing such a serious expression, Yukino anxiously grasped Iran's hand and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. You all go ahead. I'll join you shortly." "All right, be careful." After Yukino departed, Iran ventured into the depths of the bar. She surveyed the entire establishment, but found no clues. Although the bar was suffused with an ominous aura, the patrons inside appeared unfazed, as if they were not affected at all. Could it be that a host of the Dragon Balls had visited this place? AI Ran closed her eyes to sense the atmosphere for a moment. This malevolent energy was unfamiliar, something she had never encountered before. Currently, there were no signs of evil dragons within Chiba City, and the ominous energy here was gradually dissipating. The issue regarding the 3-star ball on Yukino's person remained unresolved, and the identity of the 2-star ball's host was still a mystery. Now, another unfamiliar Dragon Ball had appeared. AI Ran couldn't help but feel a rising irritation. The Kaishin of Time had consistently mentioned that the concentration of positive energy within her was insufficient to purify the 3-star ball on Yukino. However, AI Ran still could not comprehend how to acquire this so-called positive energy. She was told that engaging in romantic relationships and learning to emulate the lifestyle of an ordinary earthling would generate a continuous flow of positive energy. Such ambiguous statements only served to heighten her frustration. Was her degree of earthification still inadequate? Meanwhile, the conversation between the servant club and Kawasaki Saki had commenced. Yukino stepped forward and greeted. "Good evening, Kawasaki-san." Kawasaki Saki had initially thought she was addressing a customer, but upon looking up, she realized that 2 of the 3 were her classmates, with the third being the renowned Yukino Shida from school. Yubahama and Yukino Shida. Bikiya stared with lifeless eyes, displeased that the girl had overlooked him. "Hey, what about me?" Kawasaki Saki replied indifferently. "I don't know you. You seem to be from our class, but I don't know your name." "Huh?" Kawasaki Saki nodded slightly, and then suspiciously regarded the 3 in front of her, inquiring, "So, what brings you here?" A few students from Sobu High, donned in expensive formal attire, had come to the Angel's Staircase at this late hour, leading Kawasaki to believe they were there to see her. As it turned out, she was correct. "Your brother, Yukino Shida," Yukino stated calmly. "Kawasaki Daichi informed us of your situation. And, according to Kawasaki-san, cough, that sounds a bit strange. Let's just refer to him as Daichi. At Daichi's request, we hope to restore you to the gentle sister who doesn't return home late, who is distressed by her studies and harbors no secrets." Kawasaki Saki sighed in exasperation. "Daichi really has done something unnecessary." "Unnecessary?" Yukino Shida softly repeated, offering no further comment. Yet her expression conveyed her unwillingness to back down. As Kawasaki Saki polished a glass, she spoke slowly. "In any case, I don't care what Daichi told you. It has nothing to do with you, so please leave me out of it." Yukino Shida glanced at her watch. "Cinderella's magic will wear off at midnight. But your magic is about to expire soon, Princess Ariel. Sobu High has regulations regarding work hours, and time was quickly running out. You." Kawasaki Saki shot an irked look at Yukino Shida, who remained unfazed. The atmosphere grew tense at that moment. Bikiya interjected. "You're working to save up for college tuition, right, Kawasaki-san?" At this point, AI Ran had arrived at the rooftop of the Angel's Staircase bar, aside from the bar itself. The rest of the building exuded no trace of malevolence. Moreover, judging by the rate at which the ominous energy was dissipating, the unknown host must have visited this bar within the past 3 days. During those 3 days, AI Ran had been in Tokyo each day, which explained his lack of awareness. At that moment, he noticed that several members of the servant club had brought Kawasaki Saki out to the street. A smile crept onto his face. It seemed their mission had been successfully completed. Suddenly, AI Ran recalled something and quickly leaped from a blind corner of the building to join Kawasaki Saki and the members of the servant club. "Good evening, Kawasaki." AI Ran. "You came with them?" AI Ran nodded and asked, "Kawasaki, may I inquire about something? Did any peculiar individuals visit this bar in the past 3 days?" Kawasaki Saki pondered for a moment before uncertainly responding. "Last night, a young lady arrived with a blonde maid. They rented out the entire place, seemingly to retrieve her brother who had gotten drunk at the bar. That group could be considered one of the few unusual visitors during these days." "I see," AI Ran murmured, stroking his chin. "A young lady? A wealthy person? A blonde maid?" Ultimately, he sighed. Such scant information was utterly insufficient. Chapter 47. Is it possible that the host of the 2-star Dragon Ball is male? In the absence of leads, AI Ran ultimately had to abandon the search for new Dragon Balls. Given his current circumstances, it was wiser to prioritize the matters concerning the 3-star and 2-star balls. Before long, Saturday arrived, marking the day for the gaming club's gathering. Yukino Shida had returned to her family home the previous night, as she was accustomed to reporting her status every weekend, being from a prestigious family. The Yukino Shida household had always enforced strict discipline. Hence, last week had been an exception, Since only 3 girls were coming today, AI Ran decided to meet them at the station, as they were all involved with the Dragon Balls. And any mishaps would be undesirable. The apartment was not far from Chiba Station. A 20-minute walk would suffice. Along the way, Sawamura Eri could hardly contain her excitement, her twin ponytails bouncing energetically. AI Ran's house has so many wonderful things, and plenty of food too. It's simply paradise. There's nothing left. At least the food is gone. If you want to eat, you'll have to wait for me to buy some this afternoon. AI Ran shot a disapproving look at Eri. Her expression, akin to that of a bandit entering a village. Was a game truly worth such exuberance? Sawamura Eri remained unfazed, instead cheerfully patting AI Ran on the shoulder. One must be self-sufficient. AI Ran just needs to provide the games, and I'll bring my own snacks. She patted her bulging backpack, radiating a sense of pride. Meanwhile, Kasumiga Kakashiwa's attention shifted to AI Ran and Eri, and she furrowed her brows, saying, Eri, don't lose sight of the main task. Where are your drawings? Don't worry, they're ready. Kata Megumi quietly walked at the back, asking, AI Ran, why didn't Yukino-san accompany you today? Upon hearing this, Kasumiga Kakashiwa's frown deepened. AI Ran, leading the group, did not turn back and casually replied, Yukino Shida returned to her family yesterday. I'm not sure about the specifics that I see, Kata murmured softly, her voice barely audible, not attracting the attention of the others. However, AI Ran sensed something unusual. Today was indeed strange, since earlier, there had been no signs of energy dissipating at all, setting aside Kasumiga Kakashiwa for the moment. As he had infused her with 3 days' worth of positive energy, the malevolent energy surrounding Kata Megumi and Sawamura Eri had also noticeably diminished. It seemed these two were not hosts of the Dragon Balls either. Runda hasn't shown up at school all week. Even when I called, he was busy playing games. He's not even joining the club gathering today. Eri complained as they walked. Anri hasn't attended school this week. AI Ran seemed to catch a hint of information, hoping to glean more from Eri, who was notoriously unable to keep secrets. Yeah, Rundu does that often. He's quite intelligent, and even with such absences, he maintains decent grades. Eri chattered on about Anri Rundu's situation, while AI Ran filtered out the comments that stung his heart. What did it mean to maintain decent grades even when frequently skipping classes? Despite attending school every day, I have never been ranked second to last, the rather unpleasant title of the one who stands unyieldingly as the last, but one has already begun to circulate within the school. Analyzing the information relayed by Ing Lily, AI Ran's heart grew increasingly despondent. Previously, Cain had mentioned that Saiyan generate sufficient positive energy through love, subtly hinting that the hosts of the Dragon Balls are invariably female. The subsequent appearance of Yukino, the peculiar behavior of Kata Megumi and Kasumiga Kakashiki, and even that unknown young lady and the blonde made further entrenched AI Ran's belief that the hosts of the Dragon Balls were indeed women, leading him down a path of despair. Yet, could it be possible that the hosts of the Dragon Balls are actually male? Only love can purify the 7 Dragon Balls, after all. Kai Yin's words echoed in AI Ran's mind, causing a sudden chill to envelop him. Surely not. While Hikigaya hasn't been swayed by Hazuki Ayaka, must I, AI Ran, twist myself for the sake of work? Even if I were to bend, I would prefer someone like Hazuki Ayaka. Ahem. AI Ran hastily cleared his throat, attempting to rein in his wandering thoughts. Are you feeling unwell, AI Ran? Came the voice of Kasumiga Kakashiki from behind. However, when he turned to face her, she deliberately averted her gaze. Not wanting to dwell on it, AI Ran calmly responded, I'm fine, just a bit of discomfort in my throat. With that, he hurriedly moved forward, as his foremost concern was to consult the Kaishin of time. Must love truly be a prerequisite for the purification of the Dragon Balls? But what if the counterpart is male? I refuse. AI Ran resolved that, should there be no alternative, he might as well return to hell to repent. Upon arrival, AI Ran opened the door to the apartment. After everyone stepped inside, he retrieved several pairs of paper slippers. Please, make yourselves comfortable that I won't be participating in the game development for now. I need to change into some different clothes. Eagerly, AI Ran retreated into his room, softly murmuring, I'm back as he uttered the secret phrase. A pink glow manifested in the bedroom. Hello, Xiao Ran, the Kaishin of time greeted. I have some questions for you, AI Ran said, casting a stern gaze at Kai-in. If this mediocre deity failed to provide a satisfactory answer, AI Ran would certainly consider resigning. Kain stared at AI Ran in confusion, then placed her fingertip on his forehead. Within mere seconds, she scanned AI Ran's thoughts. Pulling back her finger, Kain burst into laughter. Could it be that the host of the second star is male? Ha ha! AI Rant's expression darkened as he solemnly replied, Kaishin of time, I implore you to maintain the dignity befitting a deity. Your current behavior is no longer that of a mere third-rate god. It borders on the absurd that I am one of the highest-ranking deities among the many universes, aside from the Grand Priest. You know, Kain continued in a teasing tone. However, upon witnessing AI Rant's demeanor, which suggested he might self-destruct and return to hell at any moment, she quickly added, Young man, please don't be so impulsive. You are currently an intern time patroller. Once you are officially appointed, your future will be bright. Please do not entertain any dark thoughts that AI Ran is the only warrior on this timeline. And if he were to resign, Kain would have no idea where to find a replacement. Your expression resembles that of a heartless corporate boss manipulating an employee, AI Ran remarked. Cutting to the chase, is there any solution? Simply eliminate the second star dragon once it revives, and it will be quite straightforward. By eradicating the gathering of malevolent energy, the purification will naturally be complete. AI Ran looked at Kain with skepticism. Is it truly that simple? Then let me take you to find an Yi. You can extract the second star dragon from his body. Oh, Xiao Ran. That's not feasible right now. Not to mention, you cannot confirm that an Yi is the host, even if he were. I cannot interfere too much during the purification of the Dragon Balls. You must figure it out on your own. I already overstepped my boundaries during the incident with Yukino Shida Yukino. AI Ran. This third-rate deity is indeed manipulating me, isn't she? Chapter 48. The game club with hidden agendas. AI Ran was quite vexed with Kain. What does it mean to rely on oneself to solve problems? I am still just an intern. Is this not rather hasty? After calming himself, AI Ran returned to the living room with a stack of books. Lily was engaged in a discussion about the plot of Shining Girl with Kasumiga Kakashiki. Kata Megumi sat quietly on the sofa, though for some reason, her gaze flickered upon AI Ran's arrival. That it was now almost certain that the three girls before him were not the hosts of the Dragon Balls. AI Ran felt a sense of relief. Constantly focusing on sensing energies was indeed exhausting. Katu, these are the textbooks that outline the common templates for Gal games currently on the market. Take a look. As for the computer, you can use the one in the room where you all rested last time. Thank you. AI Ran placed the books in front of Katu, explained a few things, and then headed to the kitchen to prepare drinks for them. At that moment, Lily perked up. A computer? She knew about it. Every boy's computer contains study materials. Of course, the quantity of study materials on her computer far exceeded that of any other. However, having more materials isn't a problem. It also serves as an opportunity to understand AI Ran's peculiar interests. If she could discover something, she'd no longer have to worry about AI Ran denying her the chance to gather material. Haha, I truly am a little genius. With that thought, she stood up, stretched nonchalantly, and made her way towards AI Ran's secondary bedroom. What is that false young lady up to now? Kasumiga Kakashiki merely cast a glance at Lily before redirecting her focus back to the script. Since an Yi found her, the preparation work for Shining Girl had been ongoing for nearly a month. In the preceding weeks, and Yi had struggled to find a suitable female lead, causing delays. Last week, he had been preoccupied with playing games, resulting in only a rough discussion. This week, however, as the club president, unexpectedly canceled the activity that a skilled craftswoman cannot work without materials. How could one write a script satisfactory enough for an Yi without a complete plan? Pulling out her phone, Kasumiga Kakashiki sent a message to the group. Luin Yi-kun, could you please send over your proposal promptly? I need it right away. After a short while, an Luin Ye's message arrived. I'm sorry, senpai, but I'm still not satisfied with the current proposal. Could you write the part for the female lead based on Kana's character for now? In Tokyo, an Luin Yi had been holed up in his bedroom for 2 days without stepping outside. After replying to Kasumiga Kakashiki's message, he swiftly continued working on his document. His creative fire was blazing fiercely. Of course, the subject of his creation was a guide for a game he had previously completed. He could already envision that once this guide was released, his fan base of 100,000 would surge once more, but a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him, to the extent that he failed to notice how Kasumiga Kakashiki had shifted from calling him Ethics-kun to Linyaking. At that moment, the notification sound of a message echoed again. Frowning, he glanced at the screen. It was yet another message from Shiki-senpai. Luin Yikuan, I've sent a draft in the group. This is the latest storyline. Time is short, so it's not very detailed, but the outline is complete. Kasumigakaka Shiki was aware of an Iluinye's fondness for Kata Megumi, or at least for the idealized version of her in his mind. Since Shining Girl originated from her, she decided to cater to his interests. With that in mind, she sent another message. I'll try to write more character storylines for you to choose from. In this version, the female lead is still a classmate of the male lead, and their encounter is rather dramatic. Take a look. After quickly reviewing the draft, an Iluinye's expression brightened. The previous flicker of dissatisfaction vanished, replaced by a torrent of praise. This is quite good, Shiki-senpai. I knew that Shiki-chan could write love metronome. How could she not craft a compelling character storyline? I understand. I will enrich this segment in due course. After sending that message, Kasumigakaka Shiki set her phone aside, her expression neutral. Predictably so, was it not? At that moment, AI Ran emerged from the kitchen, carrying several cups of drinks, and placed one in front of Kasumigakaka Shiki. You've worked hard. Have a drink. Just as Kasumigakaka Shiki was about to express her gratitude, AI Ran had already walked over towards Kata Megumi, murmuring to himself, it's strange. Where did Sawamura-san run off to? Kato Megumi took the cup from Ainara's hands, expressed her gratitude, and answered Ainara's inquiry. Thank you. Classmate Sawamura just went to the bedroom. I see. Currently, this is the only drink we have at home, so let us make do with it for now. I'll head out to purchase today's ingredients and snacks. You all keep up the good work. Ainara had now clearly defined her role, since the Dragon Balls were not within their trio. She would focus on her duties as an investor and manage the logistics efficiently. After sipping the drink that Ainara had brought, Shiyu Kasumigakaka gradually relaxed her furrowed brow. This honey grapefruit. And it has been specially heated? She recalled the note left by Ainara, which detailed a health regimen. For the past few days, Shiyu had adhered to that regimen, and honey grapefruit tea was indeed beneficial for gut health. After Wednesday, Ainara had not appeared in the evenings. In the following days, Shiyu found herself eagerly anticipating the familiar silhouette that would sneak in through the window. She was uncertain of her own feelings. Yet one thing was clear. She had not developed an affection for Ainara. If one could swiftly transfer their feelings from one relationship to another, then her emotions would be far too trivial. Yet, Shiyu still held on to that anticipation, the embrace, the warmth, and the satisfaction that filled the void left by past wounds. Observing Ainara preparing to leave, Shiyu impulsively suggested, Ainara-kun, why don't I accompany you? I have things I wish to buy as well. Ainara looked at Shiyu with confusion, feeling a sense of guilt in her presence. If possible, Ainara truly preferred not to be alone with her. At that moment, Kato Megumi slowly closed her textbook and calmly stated, then I shall join as well. I assume Ainara-kun does not cook, so I will take charge of selecting the ingredients and preparing lunch. The thought of Kato joining them would likely alleviate some unnecessary awkwardness, and with that in mind, Ainara nodded. Very well, let us go together. I will inform Sumurad. No need. I want to go out too. Inari emerged from the room, eyeing Ainara with suspicion. There's nothing on the computer? Impossible. How could a teenage boy not possess something embarrassing to hide? Could it be that Ainara was traditional, still the type to hide magazines under the bed after reading them? Chapter 49. The temporary male lead in a CAF near the apartment. Ainara helplessly observed the expressions of Sawamura Inari and Kasumigakaka, Shiyu seated across from him. He lightly tapped the table and said to Inari, I thought we were here to buy ingredients and snacks. Can you explain why we ended up here? Hentai Ainara, it's for material. I want to draw Kato, but she always has that expressionless face. How can I possibly capture that? Kato Megumi, sitting beside Ainara, placed her coffee on the table and spoke in a flat tone. I apologize for not being able to convey any expressions. Seeing Kato apologize, Inari quickly waved her hands in a fluster. Oh, there's no need to apologize. Everyone is different. So why me? Ainara interrupted Inari's rambling with a stern look. I have no interest in being any sort of male lead. It was absurd. They had merely come out to buy groceries, yet Inari's thoughts were far too erratic. Halfway through, she started complaining about being tired and needing a place to rest, after tricking everyone into the CF. She proposed that Ainara play the temporary male lead. It's just for material. You don't have to do anything serious. Inari argued back, though she harbored her own hidden motives. Last week, Inari had conversed with Yukinoshita Yukino, who, when asked if Ainara was her boyfriend, replied, not yet. That was their unspoken agreement. Once they collected all the Dragon Balls, they would finally be together. Even a wordless promise was worth waiting for. However, to Inari, this sounded entirely different. She interpreted it as Ainara being childhood friends or having a close neighborly relationship with Yukino. If that were the case, why not find a way to match him with Kato? Even though Inari was a proud blonde, she sensed that Ainara also had feelings for Kato. If Ainara ended up with Kato, her only rival would be that dark-haired, hefty woman. But how could a gloomy, stout woman possibly compete with her, a childhood friend? Crafting such a clever scheme made Inari admire her own wit. Love was indeed a battlefield. Thus, she thought, I'm sorry. Shiyu remained silent, merely furrowing her brows at the milk in front of her. This matter had nothing to do with her. Her current focus was on perfecting the script and repaying Aki's kindness. Ideally, she would find another opportunity to repay Ainara for his care. Shiyu had never been one to enjoy feeling indebted to others. Yet beneath the table, her leg began to shake involuntarily. Kato Megumi nodded and said softly, if I can assist Sawamura, I have no objections. But it ultimately depends on Ainara's decision. As she gazed into Sawamura Inari's eager eyes, Ainara sighed internally. Fine, let us treat this like a child's game. All right, just this once. What do I need to do? Inari pondered for a moment, pinching her chin. You two should sit a bit closer. How can the male and female leads sit so far apart? Like this? Kato leaned in towards Ainara, who caught a faint scent reminiscent of acacia flowers. It was a fragrance entirely different from Yukino's, more delicate and floral. That's about right. Hentai Ainara, you need to show a bit of a smile to set an example for Kato. You're playing a couple. So why the sour face? Is it like this? Ainara forced a grim smile, gritting his teeth at Inari. That smile conveys no sense of happiness. It looks as though you might devour someone. Be more natural. Even that smile was deemed inadequate, giving off an impression of impending confrontation. Following Inari's directives, Ainara reluctantly contorted his face into various smiles. Suddenly, a soft puff echoed from beside him. Kato Megumi had been inadvertently amused by the comedic exchange between Ainara and Inari. That's the expression. Inari quickly captured the moment with her phone. Kato, you look truly beautiful when you smile, she exclaimed, then handed her phone to Kato, eyes gleaming with anticipation. What do you think? Can I use this as a reference for a drawing? Ainara leaned in curiously. In the photo, Kato's lips curled upward, her eyes sparkling with life, enhancing her aura and presence immensely. Ainara nodded in agreement with Inari's earlier statement. Indeed, Kato, you should smile more often. It truly makes you much more charming. Kato tilted her head, puzzled. Is that what you think, Ainara-kun? Absolutely. Well then, I'll try to smile more from now on. As she spoke, Kato raised her coffee cup to her lips. Taking a gentle sip, the warmth enveloping her face in a soft haze. Ahem. Shiyu's leg shook even faster. I suggest we hurry and buy the ingredients. Don't you all feel hungry? Sawamura Inari looked at Shiyu with a strange expression. Inari sensed that something was amiss with this woman today. Just as she was about to inquire, Ainara's voice interrupted. It's nearly noon. We really should go buy groceries. He was now questioning his own existence. What was he doing? The host of the Dragon Balls was nowhere to be seen. Yet here he was, playing the role of a temporary male lead. How had things escalated to this point? It was utterly illogical. Tokyo, Akiran had already polished his manuscript to perfection. He nodded with satisfaction, recognizing it as a labor of passion and dedication. A monumental work poised to stir significant ripples within the community. With a simple click, he initiated the upload and reached for his phone to check on the club's progress. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily transfixed by the screen. There it was, the unmistakable image of Kato. Her face partially obscured by her hand yet adorned with a smile. Just moments ago, Irie had uploaded it as material to their group. This was the fateful encounter I had that day. Akiran paced excitedly around the room, carefully saving the photo for himself. Wait a moment. Why was Kanna able to smile so joyfully in my absence today? I should have joined the club activities instead. Akiran murmured to himself, pondering what had transpired. I am so curious. I want to know. Suddenly, a faint green light reappeared. This time, the emerald glow did not vanish immediately. Its hue deeper than before. Akiran remained oblivious to the luminescence. His gaze fixated on the photo on his phone, lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, AI Ran, who was at the checkout, abruptly turned to glance at the three girls from the gaming club. Why had that ominous aura returned around them? P.S. Today, this book will begin its recommendation process, so I kindly ask those who have reached this point to grant me a 5-star review. This is truly significant for this book. Chapter 50. The Monster That Feeds on Obsession Tokyo. Akiran's residence was entirely enveloped in green light. The barrier rendered the home and the outside world as two utterly isolated realms. Akiran stared vacantly at the photo of Kaguya on his phone, while beside him sat a green-skinned creature resembling a toad. Ha ha ha. Love unrequited, desires unattained, thoughts unfulfilled. Humanity can never relinquish its obsessions. The more elusive the desire, the deeper the fixation. You concur, do you not, my host? Akiran nodded numbly, as if his soul had detached from his body. How splendid. It is precisely for this reason that I chose you from the vast sea of humanity. The 2-star dragon proudly stroked its ample belly. You are indeed my most perfect host. Your powerful obsession drives you to transform from a player into a creator, yearning for the woman before you. Am I right? Akiran continued to nod. You have performed admirably, and I have savored the obsessions of the other 2 women as well. They were truly delectable. You can utilize these to realize your aspirations, which is commendable. However, recently, a particular delicacy inexplicably vanished, leaving insufficient energy for my complete revival. Do you comprehend? Akiran exhibited no reaction this time, seemingly lost in contemplation over the 2-star dragon's words. The 2-star dragon remained patient, and once Akiran nodded again, it leaned in closer, continuing to entice him. Why not merge with me? This way, you can attain everything you desire and, like us evil dragons, eternally relish the pleasure derived from human anguish. At this moment, Akiran's previously numb expression twisted into a grimace, his body trembling violently. The 2-star dragon sighed, realizing that the timing was not yet ripe. Fortunately, Akiran's sudden surge of obsession granted him an opportunity for manifestation. However, at present, the power was insufficient. The 2-star dragon placed its large hand upon Akiran's head, and a surge of malevolent energy swiftly coursed into his being, soon calming Akiran that I was too hasty. My host. Yet, I know you better than anyone else in this world. You will undoubtedly choose to merge with me in the future. You are a perfect individual. To fulfill your aspirations, you can disregard the emotions of others, abandon your dignity, and even deceive yourself. Such a splendid and perfect quality. You, like me, are a monster that feeds on obsession. Let us await the unfolding of events. With that, the 2-star dragon transformed into a dark yellow dragon ball and re-entered Akiran's body. Be cautious of that long-tailed human. He poses a significant threat to us. However, the woman beside him seems to carry the aura of a 3-star dragon. Seek an opportunity to engage with her. The 2-star dragon's voice faded along with the green light, and soon after, the barrier outside shattered like a mirror. Akiran jolted awake, bewildered as he surveyed his room. How strange. Did I just fall asleep? Shifting his gaze back to his phone, he was alarmed to see it was already 10 a.m. Akiran shouted, "Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. If I'm late today, I might get fired." Upon returning to the apartment after grocery shopping, the only one capable of cooking, Kaguya, was in the kitchen preparing lunch, while Kasumiga Kakashiyu assisted her. AI Ran and Irie, deemed unhelpful, were relegated to the living room. Snacking on a chip, Irie leaned closer to AI Ran and asked, "Hentai AI Ran, you've been lost in thought since earlier. Are you pondering something mischievous? What could I possibly think that is mischievous?" "I haven't done anything," AI Ran replied, irritated by Irie's interruption, sizing her up with disdain. "You must come from a wealthy family to have such a prominent figure at such a young age." Although Irie and Yukino were of similar stature, AI Ran preferred to describe Yukino as distinct, whereas Irie, well, that was a different matter. Indeed, Saiyan's standards were quite double-edged. Irie crossed her arms and took a step back. Unwilling to concede in the standoff against AI Ran, she revealed her 2 small canine teeth, glaring fiercely at AI Ran. "What else with that look?" Shrugging, AI Ran chose to divert the conversation. "Never mind that. Aren't you supposed to be working on your manuscript right now? You just got the photo you wanted. I prefer to draw at home. I always feel awkward outside. At this." The corner of AI Ran's eye twitched involuntarily. "Then why didn't you feel awkward when you drew that half-naked portrait of me last week? And you were laughing so creepily." After another chip, Irie's mood brightened considerably. "Wow, you bought so many snacks. Can you finish them all by yourself? I'll help you out today." "Fine, you can eat the snacks, but let me have some peace and quiet for a while." AI Ran leaned back, closing her eyes. Humph. Upon witnessing AI Rant's voluntary retreat, Li let out a triumphant hum. Her combat prowess, in truth, was rather feeble. In countless engagements with Kasumiga Kakashiyu, victories were a rarity. Yet, before AI ran, she consistently maintained an undeniable advantage. With a resigned sigh, and undisturbed by Li's antics, AI Ran resumed her perceptive endeavors. The presence of an Lunyi had vanished from this world. The members of the game club exuded an aura of malevolence, allowing AI Ran to swiftly detect them regardless of distance. However, since earlier, she could no longer sense his presence, as if he had completely ceased to exist in this realm. Several times, AI Ran contemplated venturing to Tokyo. The malevolent energy surrounding Kato Megumi and Zoomura Li had intensified. This phenomenon did not manifest in Kasumiga Kakashiyu, likely due to AI Ran's previous interventions. Faced with such an uncanny situation, AI Ran intended to inquire further with the god of destruction, but the moment that thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. She had discerned that the words of this second-rate deity were generally unreliable. Her competence likely paled in comparison to that of the Universe 7's god of destruction, Shin. Initially, she claimed that the Dragon Balls required love to purify, only for a man to appear among the hosts. Then, during the incident involving Yukino Shida Yukino, she stated that merely remaining quiet for a year would suffice. Yet soon after, the 3-star dragon emerged. Subsequently, she asserted that the 2-star dragon could not be killed until it was fully resurrected, resulting in a significant loss of Kasumiga Kakashiyu's life energy, nearly leading to her demise. Such a loose tongue was akin to that of a charlatan. Value your life. It is wise to steer clear of unreliable deities. One's own endeavors must rely on oneself. Suddenly, an Lunyi's presence re-emerged in AI Rant's perception. Chapter 51. As expected of you, Saint Megumi and Lunyi's presence exhibited no significant alterations. Yet, AI Rant sensed something amiss. Her perception of energy had become nearly flawless. If nothing untoward had transpired, it was inconceivable that she would be unable to sense such a presence. What had transpired with an Lunyi? AI Rand found herself perplexed, unable to delve further into her thoughts, for Kasumiga Kakashiyu and Li, inexplicably, had commenced another confrontation. With a sense of resignation, AI Ran opened her eyes. The two were locked in a standoff not far from her. Kasumiga Kakashiyu, arms crossed and leveraging her height, looked down upon Li, exclaiming, "Have you still not managed to produce a draft by now? Did you truly join this club to complete Shining Girl? Do not call my name, fat woman in black stockings. Have you accomplished much yourself?" "Of course," Kasumiga Kakashiyu replied with a haughty laugh. "The initial draft for the protagonist segment is complete, and Yikuan has given his approval. Your work is the pressing matter at hand." Yikuan? Li looked at Kasumiga Kakashiyu in confusion. That it was evident that this black-stockinged woman was behaving unusually today. The one who knows you best is always your rival. The oblivious Li exemplified this truth. "What? Is there something wrong with what I said?" Kasumiga Kakashiyu seated herself on the sofa, occupying the spot where Li had been moments earlier. AI Rand silently shifted aside, thinking, "Why must your quarrels wreak havoc on the innocent? Why are you so close?" TSK. Kasumiga Kakashiyu continued to glare at Li, her foot involuntarily beginning to tremble. "I assure you, I will not delay progress. Besides, Kato only began learning programming today. She requires time to acclimate." Indeed, Li had yet to put pen to paper, and in her insecurity, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Nevertheless, Li clenched her teeth, glaring defiantly at Kasumiga Kakashiyu, unwilling to concede. This black-stockinged woman had clearly taken something to alter her disposition. Li had not provoked her at all, merely sitting on the sofa, snacking on chips. Moreover, Linyu was not even present today. AI Ran observed the ongoing verbal sparring between the two with a sense of incredulity. Clearly, Li could only gain the upper hand when facing AI Ran. However, against Kasumiga Kakashiyu, she succumbed after just a few exchanges. That moment, Kato Megumi silently entered the living room. "Kasumiga Kaka-senpai, Zomura-san, AI Rankin, dinner is ready." Immersed in their sharp-tongued banter, both Li and Kasumiga Kakashiyu were startled by the sudden voice. Momentarily recalling Kato Megumi's presence, Kasumiga Kakashiyu waved her hand with enthusiasm, confidently declaring, I shall let you off this time, blonde loser." Li grinned, revealing her small fangs. A mere Kasumigakaka Shiyu, though she had been thoroughly bested. It was only Kato Megumi's arrival that interrupted Kasumigakaka Shiyu's relentless onslaught. A sensible person would have recognized their own position and seized the opportunity to retreat. Yet, Inglili stubbornly refused to acknowledge her defeat before Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Kato Megumi placed the dishes on the table, casually remarking, "The relationship between Kasumigakaka Senpai and Zomura-san is quite good, isn't it? Who has a good relationship with her?" Inglili retorted, turning her face away in discomfort. "All right, let us eat first. AI Rankun. Could you please help me bring the food from the kitchen? It's simply too much for me to handle." "Sure, I happen to be hungry as well." AI Ran, who had been feeling somewhat overwhelmed, promptly made his way towards the kitchen, only to suddenly realize something felt amiss midway. Hadn't Kato's tone just now sounded as if she were the mistress of this household? After dinner, Kasumigakaka Shiyu began to refine the plot of the protagonist's storyline, planning to incorporate childhood friend and junior lines, while the originally prioritized senpai line had been discarded, were it not for the fact that the club's operational expenses were solely funded by AI Ran. Kasumigakaka Shiyu might have considered writing exclusively the protagonist's line. The so-called side stories were utterly inconsequential, hardly qualifying as mere embellishments. After all, the planner was indifferent to such details if spurred by Kasumigakaka Shiyu's influence. Inglili also began to diligently sketch. It must be said, the Inglilian work mode was an entirely different persona than before. Her serene demeanor compelled AI Ran to steal a few glances. What a splendid girl. It was a pity she had a tendency to speak too much. Kato Megumi, eager to familiarize herself with the mechanisms of Gal games, selected one to play, with nothing else to do. AI Ran stood behind her, observing Kato Megumi as she played. The apartment once again fell into a rare silence. An hour later, "I love you all. MHM, Hinamori-kun, we love you too. Yukimi-chan, Hisuna-chan, Megumi-chan, Yoko-chan, Yura-chan, Rika, AI-chan, let us live happily together from now on." Beneath the full moon, on a beach illuminated by a bonfire, a boy made a lifelong promise with 7 uniquely beautiful girls. Happy AI Ran blinked, still struggling to comprehend the situation. He then turned to gaze at Kato Megumi, rubbing his eyes before looking back at the game screen. This was the most challenging harem ending to achieve in an all-ages romance game. Is there something amiss? Inglili, who had somehow crept up behind AI Ran, burst into laughter, patting his shoulder. What could possibly be wrong? See, it merely indicates your gaming skills are subpar. Bad Ankun. Kato completed the game, not you. What are you so proud of? Ignoring the golden-haired loser, AI Ran incredulously inquired of Kato Megumi. Kato, is this truly your first time playing a gal game? MHM. Kato Megumi replied calmly. If memory serves, this should indeed be my first experience with this type of game. Is it truly possible to achieve the harem route on your first try? While perhaps not entirely blank, could it be that Kato Megumi was, in fact, the reincarnation of Kirito's grandparent? After all, the male lead in the game was also named Hinamori. No, it must be Asuna's reincarnation. Her skills were simply astounding. Perhaps it was due to the notion that only women truly understand women's hearts. The moment the thought escaped his lips, AI Ran promptly refuted his own assertion. Not quite. Those who create gal games are usually middle-aged men without girlfriends. Huh. Does AI Rankun believe that our club members are merely middle-aged men without girlfriends? Xiajichio Shiyu teased AI Ran, her eyes sparkling with an unusual glimmer. Chapter 52. Annie Lewin was also provoked. Xiajichio Shiyu herself was perplexed about her feelings. Before lunch, the mere sight of Lily sitting beside AI Ran stirred her unease. Witnessing AI Ran and Lily engaging in lively conversation, lavishing praise upon Kato Megumi's gaming skills, only intensified her agitation. Ultimately, she could not restrain herself from interrupting the dialogue between AI Ran, Lily, and Kato Megumi, though she was convinced that she did not harbor romantic feelings for AI Ran. She could not fathom why she felt discomfort by his interactions with other girls. Was this the so-called suspension bridge effect? Perhaps her feelings stemmed from AI Ran having saved her. Xiajichio Shiyu found herself in a state of bewilderment. Sensing that he had said something amiss, AI Ran awkwardly glanced at Xiajichio Shiyu and remarked, "Our club must be a special case, as everyone here is such a lovely girl." Xiajichio Shiyu elongated the vowel, then redirected her focus back to scriptwriting. She dared not continue conversing with AI Ran. If everything occurring now was merely a result of the suspension bridge effect, Xiaojiqiu Shiyu would not feel so tense. But what if it were not? She hesitated to contemplate further. As time passed slowly. Spring was nearing its end, and the dusk arrived earlier than the average person's perception. Lily, having completed a painting, stretched languidly. It was nearly 5 o'clock. She glanced at the time and announced to everyone, "Let's go out for dinner tonight. I've already sketched the initial draft of the protagonist. The subsequent illustrations can be completed gradually. But I still lack inspiration for the outdoor scenes and need to gather materials." AI Ran shot a puzzled look at Lily, then motioned her to glance beside her as Xiaojiqiu Shiyu. The script supervisor was most aware of what scenes were necessary. Such a simple notion was evident even to an outsider like AI Ran. Naturally, Zitsuan and Lily understood this as well, but she would never dare to ask Xiaojiqiu Shiyu directly. Xiaojiqiu Shiyu took a sip of her honey pomelo and promptly answered Lily's query. She was more than willing to assist with any task that could advance the game's progress. The evening's plot primarily featured 2 scenes. The male and female leads going shopping for clothes, with all scenes set in a mall, corresponding to the game's elevator and clothing section. Of course, considering Lu and Ye's particular preferences, it would be best to include a fitting room scene as well. As she spoke, she unabashedly displayed a hint of disdain, for men often favored such so-called fan service plots. Upon shifting her gaze to AI Ran, she paused for a moment. Well, indeed, there are some fools who are rather dim-witted and do not appreciate these things. She recalled AI Ran's comments about fan service scenes the previous Saturday, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. "Then let us hasten to the mall, where we can also solve our dinner predicament. I'm nearly starving." Lily patted her small belly, her expression one of impatience. "By the way, didn't you snack all afternoon? How could you still be hungry?" AI Ran exclaimed, as if discovering new territory. Was Lily truly of Saiyan lineage? Lily retorted proudly, "Humph, what a surprise. For girls, desserts and main courses reside in different stomachs." Hentai AI Ran. "If you continue this way, you will surely find it impossible to secure a girlfriend in the future. All right, then let us venture out." AI Ran sighed and rose to head toward the door that he had miscalculated. Given Lily's demeanor, it was evident she could not possibly bear the bloodline of a Saiyan. Accompanying girls on shopping trips is a rather arduous task. Even Goku and Vegeta, capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, struggle to cope with such situations. AI Ran found himself even less equipped for it. Lily and Xiaojiqiu Shiyu energetically debated what visuals to incorporate into the game's narrative, while AI Ran and Kato Megumi, both novices, sat on a nearby bench to rest. The bench could only accommodate 2, and Kato Megumi remained composed, while AI Ran had already dozed off, breathing in the faint scent of locust flowers emanating from Kato Megumi. AI Ran easily relaxed. He tilted his head, not touching Kato Megumi, yet to an outsider, it appeared as though he was leaning against her to tea that moment. Lily happened to catch sight of this scene. She quickly grabbed her camera and captured the moment, the first physical contact between the male and female leads on their initial date. This was a rare opportunity for material. Xiaojiqiu Shiyu followed the direction of the camera and, upon seeing AI Ran and Kato Megumi, her breath hitched and her pupils swiftly contracted. "I'm sorry, I must have fallen asleep. I hope I didn't touch you." Kato Megumi replied calmly, "Not at all. In fact, AI Ran always instinctively moves away whenever he gets close to me." Zitsuan Lily fiddled with her camera. Today's haul was abundant in every sense. "The photos are all taken. I'll send them to the group." Wait. The chat group was inundated with rapid-fire notifications, and the phone chimed incessantly, quickly displaying 99 that the distinct sounds of 4 individuals melded into a cacophony, akin to a miniature concert, drawing the attention of nearby passers-by and inducing embarrassment among the group. Xiaojiqiu Shiyu placed her hand on her forehead, utterly exasperated with this useless young lady. "I already said to wait. Does speed typing warrant an award? Compress the files and upload them." Zitsuan Lily, aware of her blunder, was resolute in refusing to accept Xiaojiqiu's reprimand. She stubbornly lowered her head, silent as a mouse. Xiaojiqiu Shiyu chose not to pursue the matter further, having realized her previous comments were rather harsh. Yet, that moment lingered in her mind. Xiaojiqiu Shiyu exhaled softly. She repeatedly reassured herself that it was merely the suspension bridge effect. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Kato Megumi stepped in to ease the tension. "All right. Since we've completed the location scouting for today, let us head back." "Yes, let us return. I still need to sift through this pile of photos to find the most suitable material." In Tokyo, after a long day of work, Lewin also returned home, dragging his weary body. Just as he settled before his computer, his phone erupted with a flurry of message notifications. What was Lily up to? Lewin swiftly perused the photos in the group, noting that even in his absence, everyone had actively participated in club activities. Suddenly, a particular photo caught Lewin's eye in it. Ran rested with his eyes closed against Kato Megumiya's shoulder, while she wore a serene smile, seemingly enjoying the moment. What on earth is happening? Kato is my female lead. Lewin bellowed, leaping from his chair. P.S. This book has entered the verification phase. If possible, please give the author a 5-star rating. It truly means a lot to me. Thank you. Chapter 53. Wishes fulfilled in the deep of night. Ran had just completed his training and was flying toward his apartment. The training location had shifted to a deserted island overseas, as Ran felt uncomfortable releasing energy blasts near Tokyo every day. With a combat power exceeding 18,000, a casual energy blast from Ran could rival the destructive power of a hydrogen bomb created by mankind. If he were to inadvertently misfire, Japan might once again experience a historical reenactment reminiscent of over 70 years ago. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to suggest that the next club activity be held at Lewin's house. After all, the absence of the protagonist is not a significant issue. Ran pondered as he flew. He was not particularly adept at social interactions, especially with 3 women. Suddenly, Ran sensed something unusual. Xiajiqiu Shiyu had inexplicably left the apartment and was aimlessly wandering the streets alone. What on earth was she up to? Ran called out sharply, accelerating his speed. Xiajiqiu Shiyu had yet another sleepless night. Perhaps one day she will succumb to madness. As the twilight-hued poem of the Zaya sighed softly, she continued her forward march, as if only such movement could dispel the turmoil within her heart. This insomnia had first manifested during the disheartening discussions surrounding the lackluster sales of the first volume of Love Metronome. Subsequently, Lewin engaged in a protracted war of words on social media, ardently defending the book and extolling its virtues to the online community, which ultimately resurrected the faltering Love Metronome and ensnared Zaya poem in its spell. She came to believe that Lewin was the one who understood her. Through his fervent recommendations of Love Metronome, she could sense an affinity. I am truly a willful person, she murmured to herself. The cunning Lewin was also a form of caprice. She imagined herself as Xiaoyu Jia from the novel. Naively casting Lewin in the role of the male protagonist, she persistently transformed her inner anguish into this capriciousness, unilaterally venting her feelings to Lewin, and then justifying her debts to him as reasons to remain in his vicinity, assuming he would inevitably comprehend her thoughts. Thus, the cycle continued. Alas, in truth, Lewin could not fathom her. Everything echoed what Ran had said. He was merely a figment of her imagination. Zaya poem was even certain that Lewin had seen her desperate text that day. The system's read notification could not deceive her that he had fled. During her illness, Zaya poem suddenly realized that such capriciousness resembled a compromise to remain by Lewin's side. This was not her desire. She longed for someone to decipher the true essence hidden behind her whimsy. That very night, in her moment of despair, Ran quietly appeared at her bedside once more. Reflecting on this, Zaya poem softly confessed, "I have been willful again." Indeed, in the days that followed Ran's embrace, she first distributed her capriciousness towards Lewin among other young men. Each time Ran approached her in the stillness of the night, Lewin gradually receded from her heart. Yet, this too felt unjust. Deep within, Zaya poem reaffirmed this sentiment, regardless of whether it was the bridge effect. If she could so easily transfer her affections to another, what did that make her previous self? Moreover, it was unfair to Ran. Although Ran appeared to possess a low emotional intelligence, she was certain he would not notice unless she mentioned it. Taking a deep breath, the coolness of late spring filled her lungs. I must return and strive to craft a perfect script. This is what I owe Lewin.by this time next year. I shall graduate, and I will leave without any debts. For Ran. Upon recalling his name, Zaya poem halted her steps. She owed him as well. Without him that night, she likely would not have made it through. The torment of her spirit that night had been far more unbearable than physical pain. Ran's presence had not only healed her bodily ailments but also mended her emotional wounds. Yet, she had again unilaterally transferred her feelings towards him. Although Ran does not wish for me to know, I cannot pretend nothing has occurred. I must take action, or else. a gust of cold wind swept by, causing Zahil Poem to instinctively draw her arms tighter around herself. Tears began to flow anew, unconsciously. Thus, she stood foolishly by the roadside when suddenly a horn blared and a large truck had lost control. The driver frantically pressed the brakes, yet Zahil Poem remained within the danger zone. Clearly, this truck was not the one that transported souls to another world, for that vehicle never halted. Fear-stricken, Zahil Poem's face drained of color. And in her despair, she closed her eyes, her mind consumed by a singular thought. How she longed to feel that warmth once more. The blaring horn persisted, and though the truck's speed had diminished, it would not come to a stop before colliding with Zahil Poem. The driver, too, closed his eyes in despair. The fatality seemed inevitable that night. Ultimately, the truck halted, and no crash was heard. The driver hastily leaped from the vehicle, exclaiming, "What the hell?" before quickly retreating into the cab and speeding away. Meanwhile, Zahil Poem had vanished from the spot. "Hey, woman, why are you out at this hour?" AI Ran held Zahil Poem suspended in midair, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at the young woman in his arms. What a peculiar time for a literary girl to be wandering alone at night. Yukino was hopelessly enamored with cats, insisting on bringing Pururu home every weekend. Yet Zahil Poem was even stranger, strolling the streets at such an hour. She had nearly been run over. Zahil Poem, eyes closed, clung tightly to AI Rant's neck. Yes, this warmth, this scent. Was she dead? She hadn't anticipated that death could fulfill her final wish. Dead? Not at all. So your last wish was merely to find someone to hold you. Such a simple desire hardly warrants death. Not dead. Zahil Poem slowly opened her eyes, discovering she was indeed suspended in the air. Unlike Yukino, she did not exhibit fear. Instead, she tightened her grip. AI Ran, who exactly are you? In the air. Zahil Poem clung to AI Ran like a koala bear embracing a tree trunk. AI Ran flew slowly. As Zahil Poem maintained an upright posture, her chest naturally thrust forward, further constricting her already limited view. Zahil Senpai, could you please refrain from holding me like this? I can't see ahead at all. This is rather dangerous. Upon hearing AI Rant's words, Zahil Poem only tightened her grip around his neck, the soft warmth overwhelming him into silence. She did not wish to reveal her tear-filled eyes to him. Why is it you who saved me again? Zahil Poem's voice was soft, and AI Ran momentarily paused, realizing she had discovered his clandestine visit to her room that night. Well, we are somewhat acquainted. I couldn't just stand by and watch you get hurt. Perhaps you should remain silent. Zahil Poem, blushing, uttered a soft whimper, finally realizing how shameful her current position was. Every time AI Ran spoke, a warm breath caressed her chest, as if penetrating her clothing and reaching her heart, which had been racing since earlier. Zahil Senpai, I truly cannot see ahead. AI Ran struggled, trying to maintain the distance between his face and Zahil Poem's chest. Goodness, I nearly suffocated. He struggled to control their trajectory as he flew into the apartment. Arriving at the sofa, AI Ran quietly said, Zahil Senpai, you may release your legs now. There were still 2 people asleep in the bedroom. And even in his own home, AI Ran felt as though he were committing a theft. Gradually, Zahil Poem loosened her intertwined legs, her feet touching the soft sofa. The solid ground beneath her offered little comfort. Only a faint sense of loss. AI Ran slowly bent down, gently laying her on the sofa, his own body nearly hovering beside hers. The heavy breaths of the 2 broke the tranquility of the living room. AI Ran was breathless from being smothered, while Zahil Poem sought to calm her increasingly rapid heartbeat. Zahil Senpai, you can let go of my neck now. Clinging like this isn't ideal. Blushing, Zahil Poem quickly released her hold and turned her face away to avoid AI Rant's gaze. In the darkness, the tears at the corners of her eyes sparkled, and AI Ran, ever perceptive, gently wiped them away with his fingers. Embarrassment, frustration, sorrow, and gratitude. An array of emotions choked Zahil Poem's throat, just before she could part her lips. AI Ran swiftly distanced himself. You should get some rest, Zahil Senpai. Everything will eventually pass. That moment, AI Ran struggled to suppress his embarrassment, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in, reflecting on his previous actions. In an attempt to maintain an unremarkable tone, Aaron softly remarked, I shall return to my room to rest now. You should also retire early. With that, he swiftly made his way towards his chamber. Observing Aaron's retreating figure, Shiyu Zhaoqiu stood in a daze for quite some time. realizing that she was increasingly unable to escape the warmth that Aaron exuded. Upon returning to her bedroom, she found Lily and Kaguya already asleep within. Shiyu Zhaoqiu tiptoed quietly into her own covers to Aaron-kun. Permit me to indulge once more. If it is at all possible, please rescue me. With such thoughts, Shiyu Zhaoqiu gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Kaguya, resting on her side, slowly opened her eyes. As the morning dawned, Shiyu Zhaoqiu appeared to regain her former spirit, spending the entire morning cozied up on the sofa, engrossed in writing the third volume of the Love Metronome. She had previously felt prepared to pen the third volume, yet when it came time to write, the results fell short of her expectations. However, this time felt different. Lily, also a fan of the Love Metronome, wisely refrained from disturbing her, retreating to her own room to engage in drawing. Shiyu Zhaoqiu hummed an unknown tune, her legs restlessly bouncing. With the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard, a smile finally graced her face. As for the script for The Shining Girl, it had temporarily slipped from everyone's minds that in the afternoon. Just as the week prior, Aaron accompanied them to the Chiba City station. Lily shot him an indignant glare. Having once again been denied her request for material this morning. Humph, the next time we meet, I shall undoubtedly take you to savor delicacies you have never experienced before. Do not forget our agreement for you to model for me. This morning, Lily had established a wager with Aaron. Should she find a dish that pleased him, he would model for her for half a day. Aaron sneered at her. What a joke. Having traversed countless locales, what culinary wonders have I not encountered? You think a single meal will suffice for me to pose for your nude sketches? Let us see you find something worthwhile first. I shall take my leave now. You may wait for your train at your leisure. How can you, Aaron, so casually leave us three delicate maidens here to await the train? Such a lack of gallantry. TCH, I have never claimed to be a gentleman. In response to Lily's accusation, Aaron waved dismissively, turning to depart. Wait, Shiyu Zhaoqiu suddenly called out to him. Once the third volume of the Love Metronome is completed, may I have your opinion on it, Aaron-kun? Aaron replied, You wish for me, a near illiterate, to read a book? A romance novel, no less? Is this truly how you intend to wound my pride? Initially inclined to decline, he hesitated upon seeing Shiyu Zhaoqiu gazing at him with eager anticipation. The words he intended to utter became difficult to voice, and after a moment's deliberation, he awkwardly turned his head, stating, If this book proves interesting, I shall take a look. Shiyu Zhaoqiu's voice brightened immediately at that moment. Aaron cast a knowing glance at Kaguya and Shiyu Zhaoqiu, saying, I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourselves. Observing Aaron's serious demeanor, the latter nodded in understanding. They were now privy to the circumstances, for Aaron had divulged the entire story to them. Yet, Shiyu Zhaoqiu chose to remain behind to repay her debt to Akiyama Rin. Kaguya, for reasons unknown, had no intentions of departing from the club either. As for Lily, Aaron glanced at the golden-haired girl, who was listlessly scanning the surroundings, and sighed. Let her be. She seems to possess a certain navet. It is best to allow her to maintain her innocent and romantic disposition. The following day after school, Yukino, with her eyes half closed, gently sipped from a cup of red tea before opening one eye to glance at Aaron beside her. I never imagined that Ningen-kun would begin reading romance novels. Aaron, maintaining his composure, set down the novel in his hand. This is a work by Senior Zhaoqiu. She recommended it to me. It is rather well written. Though I confess, I struggle with many of the characters. Nonetheless, it is certainly preferable to those textbooks. Aaron's plan for the day involved reading novels in the clubroom to escape the torment of being coerced into studying by Yukino. I see, Yukino responded, picking up the Love Metronome to peruse it for a few moments before carelessly placing it into Aaron's backpack. Then, with an air of familiarity, she produced a Chinese literature exam paper. Ningen-kun, before indulging in novels, you ought to complete this test first. What is this? Aaron lamented, collapsing onto the desk. His initial plan had failed miserably. Yahalo. Yui Uebahama entered, exuding her usual exuberance. She wedged herself between Aaron and Yukino, prompting Aaron to shift toward Hikigaya Hachiman. Hey, Yuki, yesterday Yumiko mentioned that girls' cosmetics must indeed be expensive. Yukino interrupted her. Uebahama-sen, you are too close. Isn't that how we can strengthen our bond? Observing the two girls nestled closely together, Aaron felt a pang of jealousy. Nearby, Hikigaya Hachiman wore a look of relief. Finally, A savior had arrived, for he was nearly overwhelmed by the romantic tension pervading the room, all stemming from the presence of Eren and Yukino Yukino. Eren silently regarded Hikigaya Hachiman, conveying a message through his gaze. What is there for you to be cheerful about? Are we not in the same predicament? Consider this, when Uebihama and Yukino are so close. What does that make us? Hikigaya Hachiman's expression shifted upon meeting Eren's gaze. However, he quickly regained his composure, shooting a blush-tinted glare at Eren. Has Hikigaya finally had an epiphany? Eren observed with amusement. Nevertheless, he could not allow Uebihama to continue her unabated antics. Yukino, what about my instruction? Uebihama-san, I must guide Ningen-kun in his studies. May I ask you to take a seat to the side? Consequently, Yukino and Uebihama swapped positions, placing Uebihama by the window while Yukino found herself sandwiched in the middle. Yukino felt the warmth of Uebihama pressing against her left side, which was somewhat uncomfortable, yet there was no recourse. Thus, Eren's second plan for the day met with failure once more, observing Eren lost in thought. Yukino gently stated, Ningen-kun, your grades are severely hindering the club's progress. If this continues, I shall have to tutor you at your home in the evenings. Though her tone remained calm, her face flushed deeply at the prospect of making such a declaration in public. Eren retorted, and what of this clueless Uebihama-san? How are her grades faring? Haha. Well, I managed to pass the threshold each time. What? Eren stared incredulously at Uebihama, astonished that she could even manage to pass. Oh, what should you do? The ever-resilient Ningen-kun? Yukino moved closer to Eren, exuding an imposing aura. Fine, my grades are indeed poor. I will focus on completing the exam. Please do not mention that nickname again. Eren grimaced, propping up his chin with one hand while twirling a pencil with the other. Being alone with Yukino used to feel akin to sitting beside a tranquil lake, with a gentle breeze bringing relaxation from within. Now, with the presence of the rather boisterous Uebihama and the reserved Hikigaya Hachiman, the lake seemed to brim with vitality, creating ripples akin to dragonflies skimming the surface. Nevertheless, the essence of their ordinary, peaceful interactions remained unchanged. This was merely Eren's gradual integration into the world. Thus, he found a peculiar sense of contentment in their current state. Iroha Saika strolled towards the service club, having learned a few days prior that a certain senior was a member. Yet, how one navigated to the service club remained a mystery, even to the students she asked. Thus, she sought out the faculty room, her remarkable initiative being her greatest asset. A certain iron-fisted, single woman clad in a white lab coat took notice and became intrigued. Hastily, she led the young girl outside and inquired whether she had any requests to entrust to the service club. I wish to express my gratitude to a senior in the service club for their assistance. Senior, Hikigaya. No, it's Era-senpai. Hiratsuka was somewhat astonished. Could it be that such a person would actually aid a junior? Could it be due to love, perhaps? Upon this thought, Hiratsuka's mood soured instantly. She herself was still single. Why were all these youngsters falling in love one after another? She heard that Hikigaya had recently become quite close with Uebari. She would definitely seek an opportunity to tear them all apart. She absolutely could not allow them to bask in happiness before her. With this thought, Hiratsuka couldn't help but emit a laughter filled with resentment, prompting a nearby Kazuki to quickly distance herself from Hiratsuka. Being tainted by the grievances of a leftover woman might jeopardize her chances of getting married in the future. Hey, Yukino, I'm coming in. As usual, Hiratsuka boldly swung open the door to the service club. Yukino sighed. She had long lost interest in reminding this utterly forgetful teacher. Hiratsuka-sensei, did you come today with any requests for us? Today, I'm mainly here for this little one. Hiratsuka shifted slightly, and Kazuki quickly introduced herself. Hello, seniors. I am Kazuki from the first year. Era, this girl says you helped her before and would like to thank you. Hiratsuka placed emphasis on the word thank you, while glancing at Yukino discreetly. However, Yukino merely regarded Kazuki with a calm expression and nudged the nearly dozing Era. Nairuko, wake up, someone is here for you. What? Era lifted her head in bewilderment. Kazuki scanned the members of the service club. Aside from the strikingly beautiful Yukino, she had not heard of the others, thus they seemed less significant. Consequently, she focused her attention on Yukino, and her heart sank. That perfect visage instilled a sense of pressure within Kazuki, and she appeared to be the type of person who was not only beautiful but also intelligent. Her academic performance must be exceptional as well. Then, Kazuki, please take a seat and let's converse. Yukino Shida's cool voice floated over. Kazuki instinctively recoiled slightly. Chapter 56. Kata Megumi is angry after leading Kazuki to the classroom of the service club. Hiratsuka left immediately. Although she was the advisor of the club, she adhered to a laissez-faire policy. Kazuki settled across from Era and addressed her. Senpai, thank you for your previous assistance. Assistance? When did this happen? Do we know each other? Era looked at Kazuki in confusion, having no recollection of the girl that it was 2 Sundays ago, near Chiba Station. Era bowed her head, recalling for a moment. Oh, so it was you at that time. I appreciate your gratitude, but it's unnecessary to dwell on it. It wasn't exactly a pleasant memory for you, was it? Era waved her hand dismissively and returned to studying the national literature exam paper before her. Observing Era's nonchalant demeanor, Kazuki hesitated before continuing. Actually, I also have a request I would like to ask of you all. Yukino Shida handed her a cup of red tea in a disposable paper cup. Then, Kazuki, may I ask what your request is? Thank you. I wish to make some genuine friends at school. Nearby, Hikigaya Yachiyo internally scoffed. Isn't it better for you to seek out the popular crowd for something like this? They often won't refuse requests, and judging by your attire, you seem quite popular yourself. Such a beautiful girl is usually in high demand. Why would you come to our socially inept club? Yukino Shida cleared her throat. Ahem. Is that so? Could you specify what kind of friends you are looking for? Upon hearing this, Era tilted her head, looking at Yukino Shida with a blank expression. Please, don't force yourself. This request is well beyond your capabilities. Ah, in that case, it's my turn to step in. Ueburi Yui placed her hands on her hips, looking proud. I'll introduce you to Yumiko and the others. They are all good people. Hikigaya reminded her, for making friends. It might be better to stick to those in your own year. Kazuki quickly interrupted Hikigaya. Actually, upperclassmen are fine too. She then shifted her gaze back to Yukino Shida. Could you assist me with this? Yukino Shida lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before nodding. Kazuki, we accept your request. Tokyo Toyonakazaka High School Sawamura Spencer Eriri felt somewhat fatigued. She had already stifled several yawns during the afternoon classes. Were it not for maintaining her perfect ladylike appearance, she would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. It was no surprise, considering she had been tirelessly working on her game production since Saturday to prevent any delays due to original artwork issues. She hadn't played a single game, and today she only went to bed past 4 in the morning. Frankly, the fact that she didn't arrive late to school today felt miraculous. Fortunately, her investment of time and energy yielded commendable results. After countless drafts, she had finally depicted the character design of the game's female protagonist as she envisioned. For her, this was a satisfactory piece of work, although it was still merely a simple draft. The protagonist's expressions and that sense of tranquility aligned perfectly with the literary descriptions by Kasumiga Kakashiya and the requirements relayed to her by Aki. After school, she patiently waited for a while, confirming that no one was on the second floor of the building, before she dashed to the multimedia classroom, where she found Aki and Kasumigakaka already present. The two were seated at opposite sides of the classroom, both engrossed in their books. Their sense of time was truly lacking. It was supposed to be an enthusiastic invitation to view the character design, yet they were already over 10 minutes late. What was going on? Hearing the commotion, Kasumigakaka closed her book and casually complained. Who was enthusiastic about it? You, Kasumigakaka? Eriri felt a surge of irritation. This dark-haired, plump woman had an uncanny ability to provoke her temper instantly. Now, we are all comrades in the same club. Let's not be so angry. Eriri was startled by a sudden voice from behind her, jumping a considerable distance and nearly dropping her laptop. Turning around, she saw Kata Megumi with a beaming smile and a meddlesome expression. When did she arrive behind me? How did I not notice at all? At this moment, Aki also spoke up. Indeed, let's take a look at your confident creation. Eriri, it should be a wonderful original artwork. Eriri nodded, placing her laptop on a table, opening up to the design she had crafted, and presented it to them. Aki would surely be satisfied this time. Eriri felt confident about that. What do you think? Eriri crossed her arms, standing aside, trying to appear less eager. Not bad. It's a lovely girl who instantly evokes fondness. I think it's excellent that if made into the protagonist, many would surely adore it. Eriri, you are truly impressive. Kata's gaze shifted from the laptop screen, offering her affirmation first. Although it was merely a draft, it was already far superior to the one presented at Era's home. Kasumigakaka brushed her long hair aside, not directly expressing her admiration, but the implication was clear. Eriri understood her nature well and felt pleased, allowing a smile to creep onto her face. However, moments later, she realized that her reaction resembled that of a child joyfully responding to praise from their parents. Thus, she quickly reined in her exuberance, clearing her throat and directing her gaze toward Aki, who was still intently focused on the laptop screen. Aki, what do you think? I think it's fantastic. Eriri's drawing skills remain impeccable. But, Eriri's beautiful brows furrowed, her previously buoyant heart gradually sinking. Don't misunderstand. The protagonist you drew is perfect and utterly flawless, as an outsider. I can't find a single fault. Aki spoke, somewhat nervously. Unlike the script for Kasumigakaka, which was rejected 2 weeks prior, the artwork by Inariri is undeniably exquisite. However, as I observe Inariri's expression growing increasingly frosty, I grit my teeth and voice my thoughts. Yet, this original artwork fails to resonate with my inner self. I don't believe it embodies the image of the protagonist I envision, which diverges from the essence I wish to convey to the players. A hint of amusement flickers across Kasumigakaka Shiyu's face as she silently returns to her original seat. Kato Megumi follows suit, trailing behind Shiyu, leaving only me and Inariri to continue our discussion on the artwork. Inariri takes a deep breath. The earlier buoyancy instilled by Kato and Shiyu has vanished entirely. Suppressing her discontent, she strives to maintain her composure and poses a question to me. Can you tell me, what exactly went wrong? I'm sorry, Inariri, but I cannot pinpoint the specific shortcomings, I reply, shaking my head. Overwhelmed by Inariri's intensity, I avoid her gaze and turn my attention back to the computer screen. However, the character design does not evoke any sense of emotion within me. It lacks the enchanting feeling I experienced when I serendipitously encountered Kana on the hill. A sensation akin to a fateful meeting. And Kato Megumi, seated in the corner of the classroom alongside Kasumigakaka Shiyu, suddenly stands up. Her gaze is serious, and the calm demeanor she once possessed has evaporated. Furrowing her brow, she strives to maintain a natural tone. My name is Kato Megumi, not Kana. Kato. I stammer, startled by her sternness, involuntarily retreating a step. After a moment's hesitation, Kato Megumi's composed voice echoes once more in the multimedia classroom. I apologize. But I'm feeling unwell today, so I will take my leave. With that, she picks up her bag and strides out. I find myself in a daze, my hands tightening into fists on the table. In the next moment, I rise to my feet, determined to apologize. Just as I am about to make my move, Kasumigakaka Shiyu's voice cuts through. Wait, and have you forgotten something? Today's primary objective was to finalize the protagonist draft with Inariri and discuss the club's funding. Was it not? Even with Iron-kun's financial support, you still need to provide a reasonable budget plan. However, with Kato, the designated protagonist, absent, we should at least wait until everyone is present. When will that be? Kasumigakaka Shiyu flips a page in the book resting on her lap. Her gaze unwavering. Our time is already quite limited. It has been nearly 2 months since you first expressed your desire to create a game, and many crucial matters remain unaddressed. Is your original intention for founding this club truly to make a game? Shiyu's words are devoid of any gentleness, driven not only by her eagerness to complete the game and repay my debts, but also influenced by Iron's descriptions of the 2-star capabilities. The astute Shiyu harbors further suspicions. Could that so-called evil dragon be hinting to me, perpetually preventing me from completing the game, all the while keeping Kato, Inariri, and herself dangling? Faced with Shiyu's inquiry, I respond passionately. Of course. I wish to share the emotions I experienced that day with everyone. A game is the best medium to convey that sentiment. My intentions are indisputable. That is commendable enthusiasm. But please tell me, how far have we progressed toward your goal since the club's inception? Are we even 1/10 of the way there? I find myself momentarily at a loss for words, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Shiyu lets out a sigh. Many matters within this club cannot be scrutinized deeply as they yield no answers I seek. Enough of that. Let's return to our initial topic. Today, we must finalize the draft and address the club's budget. I'll go fetch Kato, so we can all. There's no need for that. Inariri and I are the primary creators. We can manage this without troubling Kato for now. In fact, I believe it's better for her to have some quiet time alone. Convinced by her reasoning, I retake my seat. Understood, let's discuss the funding issue. Inariri, however, is not inclined to revisit the artwork debate. She cannot grasp my earlier sentiments, as she was not present during my encounter with Kato. And even if she had been, she could not possibly know my inner thoughts. It's akin to the countless clients I've encountered before. They always claim the current version is unsatisfactory and demand to see the next iteration. Should we, too, follow the adage that suggests after reviewing dozens of versions, the initial draft is ultimately the best? The crucial difference is that those clients are the ones funding the project. What am I doing now? Am I merely painting my unrequited feelings for my childhood friend while entangled in this so-called destined encounter with another woman? In that instant, Inariri suddenly feels quite foolish. Yet, on this matter, Shiyu is equally culpable. After all, she is the one writing the script. No, that isn't right. It seems Shiyu has lost interest in me altogether. Otherwise, she wouldn't have. As these thoughts cross her mind, Inariri gazes at Kasumigakaka Shiyu, confusion etched on her face. What has transpired during this time? Realizing that now is not the moment for such musings, Inariri takes a deep breath, calming her mindset, and softens her tone. I am merely an illustrator, not a psychologist. I cannot deduce the correct conclusions from your ambiguous statements. Therefore, please do not make me exert effort trying to guess or speculate. Provide me with specific directions for the artwork or offer constructive suggestions. For instance, is it the shape of the protagonist's face, the size of her eyes, her body proportions, or perhaps her attire? Once you clarify these aspects, we can discuss the artwork further. Upon hearing Inariri's words, Kasumigakaka Shiyu's lips curl slightly, and she resumes perusing her book, resting it on her thigh encased in black stockings. Very well. Let's first address the club's budget. Ironkuen previously provided us with a funding of 1 million yen and has also covered our weekend meetings and other expenses. We need to meticulously calculate our costs and confirm when the game will be completed, how it will be sold, and how the profits will be divided. Even if Inariri and I can overlook the financial aspect due to our prior friendship, Iron and Kato are under no obligation to do the same. I hope you understand this. And Kuen, upon hearing Iron's name, my frustrations bubble to the surface, suppressing my emotions. I turn to Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Shiyu-senpai. How much do you estimate it will cost to produce this game? Kasumigakaka Shiyu struggles to maintain her composure while reading. And Kuen, have you truly not considered these matters at all? I was solely focused on quickly bringing the game to fruition and did not have the time to ponder such details. While it is commendable to have the urgency to create the game, funding is of utmost importance. The script and illustrations are our responsibility, and even Kato could learn programming. However, background music, voice acting, and game optimization cannot be accomplished by us alone. Enthusiasm alone is not sufficient. Hence, Iron's involvement is crucial in resolving these core issues. That I have roughly calculated that if we aim to complete the game before summer vacation, we will need at least 5 million yen. The longer we delay, the more expenses we incur. I, too, am preparing for exams and can only assist you until summer vacation. After that, I will be powerless. 5 million, and summer vacation is only 2 months away. Consider the challenges from the perspective of a producer. Unkuen. Creating a game isn't something that can be accomplished on a whim. I expect to see an accurate budget proposal for the club by the weekend. I cannot accept the notion of Iron's funds being endlessly poured into a bottomless pit due to your aspirations. Ignoring my bewildered protests, Kasumigakaka Shiyu exits the classroom. Inariri bites her lower lip lightly before following Shiyu's lead. I remain alone in the classroom, murmuring to myself, how did it come to this? It's only been a week since we last met. Why has everything suddenly changed? Panic begins to set in as events spiral beyond my control. I grip the table tightly, growling. The real world is such a dreadful, worthless game. At that moment, a voice resounded within his mind. Have you finally realized? Would you consider merging with me? This way, everything you desire could be attained. Our Dragon Balls exist to fulfill the wishes of others. Ani Luni shook his head discontentedly and replied, I have not yet failed. The two-star dragon ceased to speak. Yet the fusion had commenced, unbeknownst to Ani Luni.P.S. In the next chapter, the protagonist will begin to pursuing Lily. Watch my maneuvers. Chapter 58. The Saiyan uninterested in others' romantic affairs in a restaurant in Tokyo. The owner's bellowing voice echoed. Ani, if you continue to daydream, you might as well settle your bill and leave. You've messed up several orders today. Ani Luni shrank his neck, bowing to the proprietor. I apologize. Boss, please don't fire me. I need to save money for the new game. The owner sighed, speaking with resignation. Fine, it's nearly closing time. Just tidy up and prepare to leave. Make sure to work hard tomorrow. And remember not to be late. Yes, thank you, boss. Wiping the virtual sweat from his brow, Ani Luni acknowledged that he had indeed been distracted all day. Kata Megumi stormed out of the multimedia classroom. A considerable blow to him. The female protagonists in Gal games would never treat the male leads this way. Reality is truly a wretched game. Cursing under his breath, Ani Luni began to pack his belongings. Across the street, in a coffee shop, AI Ran sat by the window, pondering, what could be happening? I can no longer sense Ani Luni's presence. She downed her coffee in one gulp, grimacing as the bitter taste lingered. Without sugar, this concoction was akin to dishwater. Henny AI Ran. Did you bring me here just to spy on Luni at work? Ing Lily, dressed in a green tracksuit, lightly kicked AI Ran's calf in annoyance. The current Ing Lily was a stark contrast to her usual self, sporting thick black-rimmed glasses and a somewhat outdated but clean green tracksuit. She wore clothes from her middle school days. Although she felt conflicted about still fitting into this outfit, it remained one of her favorite loungewear. AI Ran glanced at Ing Lily, responding helplessly, I wasn't spying. I've already said I was going directly to Ani's workplace. You insisted on dragging me here. I'm in this outfit now. How can I face anyone? Moreover, I don't want to see him right now. Zamura Ing Lily popped a small piece of mousse cake in her mouth, demonstrating that sweets could indeed lift one's spirits. The moment the cake touched her lips, her previously sour expression transformed into one of delight. After Ani Luni's presence had faded, AI Ran immediately thought of Ing Lily. Knowing that as childhood friends, she would certainly be aware of where Ani was working. However, she hadn't anticipated Ing Lily showing up in such a state, and it seemed something had transpired between her and Ani Luni. Could it be related to the sudden disappearance of Ani Luni's presence? With this thought in mind, AI Ran tentatively inquired, did you have a quarrel with Ani? Or has something else occurred? AI Ran understood Ing Lily's personality somewhat. If she didn't take the initiative to ask, this proud girl would never divulge any details. After all, she had just assisted AI Ran, and it pertained to the Dragon Balls, so it was worth showing concern. The original artwork I prepared for the heroine didn't pass, and I still don't understand the reasons for its rejection. Ing Lily lowered her head, her brilliant golden twin tails cascading down either side of her. As she nibbled on her dessert, she recounted the events that had transpired in the multimedia classroom in a narrative tone, even showing AI Ran the original character design on her phone midway through. In conclusion, Ing Lily pursed her lips, recalling the bond she once shared with Ani Luni, and felt compelled to defend him. As for Luni, he has been quite diligent lately. At least he still holds the position of producer, overseeing game planning and narrative design. AI Ran contemplated for a moment, casting a glance at Ing Lily as she remarked, I see. Perhaps that I don't know Ani well, but since you've reached such a conclusion, it's likely your perspective is accurate. This, however, was a lie. Ani Luni has indeed gone to as a producer. He ought to have adequately prepared for the preliminary work. He should have a clear understanding of the heroine's image and personality. Yet, when faced with the artist, he cannot articulate even the most basic requirements as the one in charge. He has the authority to determine the acceptance of all content, but in exercising this power, he also bears the obligations of a producer. Why should Ani Luni, who is neither your benefactor nor your financial backer, compel you to deny your own efforts for the sake of such a lackluster individual? I, too, am the financial backer. These were the thoughts that swirled in AI Ran's mind. Yet she recognized that Ing Lily held expectations for Ani Luni. The foundation of their gaming club was, after all, a mutual willingness to collaborate. Moreover, there seemed to be no clues regarding the Dragon Balls in this matter. Thus, AI Ran concluded that this was a personal issue between the two of them, not something she should meddle in. She would rather remain a discreet confidant, a silent listener to their secrets, though AI Ran still found the situation quite vexing. After hearing Ing Lily's account and grasping the nuances of the situation, even AI Ran, an outsider, felt an inexplicable sense of frustration welling up within her. Just then, she spotted Ani Luni exiting the restaurant across the street. Ing Lily, it's getting late that I have some matters to attend to. So let us pause our discussion here for today. Thank you for your help. I'll treat you to something delicious on Saturday. Huh, but I wanted to sit here a while longer, noticing the glimmer of hope in Ing Lily's eyes. AI Ran chose to ignore is that so? Then you can rest here for a bit. I'll take my leave. However, it's nearly dark, and it's not safe for a girl to be out alone. You should head home early. As AI Ran rose to depart, she hesitated for a moment before saying, Lily, although you may be a fool, I believe you are not at fault in this matter. Regardless of your intentions, you must learn to articulate your refusal to unreasonable requests. Wah! Who's the fool? Upon hearing the affirmation she longed for, Lily's mood lifted, and her proud demeanor returned. AI Rand smiled at her before exiting the CF. Meanwhile, as Ani Luni left the restaurant, the voice of the two-star dragon echoed in his mind. Ani, I sense a location brimming with negative energy. We must hurry there. Just don't take me to any morgues this time. That's too creepy. Ani Luni felt somewhat reluctant. After witnessing the photograph of Katu and AI Rand in a fit of rage, he had struck a deal with the two-star dragon. However, that same night, the two-star dragon had coaxed him into a morgue, leaving him quite unsettled. Was this ploy to be repeated? No way. I sense immense greed over there. What kind of greed could the dead possess? We are partners now. If I can revive you, I will surely create a true two-dimensional world for you and that girl named Katu. You must trust me. Chapter 59, Kasumigakaka and Lily. After AI Rand departed, Lily remained seated alone in the CAF, contemplating AI Rand's earlier words. However, no matter how she pondered, all Lily could offer herself was a bitter smile. AI Rand was indeed correct. One must use words to reject unreasonable requests. But the one making the request was Ani Luni. Lewin also harbors a fondness for Kato Megumi, a fact that Arari is well aware of. As someone who exclusively engages with the childhood friend route in Gal games, Arari has been keenly observing Aki Lewin's choices. She possesses a profound understanding of the mindset that leads to such decisions. Lewin invariably opts for the classmate option, and within the game club, Kato Megumi is the only one who embodies this archetype. In fact, the very development of this game can be seen as a veiled confession of Aki Lewin's feelings for Kato Megumi. Being the daughter of a diplomat, Arari's emotional intelligence has always been commendable. However, she chooses to live her life in a carefree manner. Therefore, she is acutely aware of all these dynamics. Yet, despite this knowledge, she decides to join in, hoping to rekindle her relationship with Aki Lewin to the innocence of their elementary school days, or perhaps even advance to a romantic connection. Such is the nature of youthful infatuation. At that moment, Arari suddenly notices a figure clad in black stockings passing by the bedside. She rushes out of the CAF to call out, Kazuki no Oka Utaha. Turning around, Kazuki no Oka Utaha spots Arari and greets her with a teasing smile. Oh, what a surprise to see you here, Sawamura Spencer Arari. She can probably guess the reason for Arari's visit. The remarks made during the club meeting earlier must have struck Arari like a bolt from the blue, shattering her perceptions of their relationships. Thus, Utaha deliberately avoided Arari after school, never anticipating their encounter here. Utaha, you've been acting oddly lately. Are you alright? I'm fine. At my work is progressing smoothly. I just enjoyed some afternoon tea and dessert. Today has been quite pleasant. Arari, taken aback, flicks her twin tails. Gritting her teeth, she resolves to stop beating around the bush, as it is not her forte. What did you mean by what you said in the club this afternoon? Literally what I said. What do you mean literally? Utaha cannot help but sigh. Realizing that Arari requires clarity, Arari pouts, and at this moment, Utaha seems less enigmatic, resembling the person she remembers, equally irksome. What's with that impatient demeanor? It's nothing. Utaha waves her hand dismissively and continues. Is there something wrong with what I said in the club? My sole intention is to expedite the completion of this game. Really? Skepticism is etched on Arari's face. People can change, Sawamura. Memories ebb away like the tide, and Utaha's eyes are no longer restrained. A separation of 3 days warrants a fresh perspective. Our previous matters are long past, and you should update your fixed notions. Huh? Arari furrows her brow. When I joined this club, I indeed had thoughts of advancing my relationship with Lun Kun, but later I realized that he was never what I truly needed. Now, all I desire is to see this game through to completion. No need for Lin? Arari gazes at Utaha in disbelief, cautiously voicing her most pressing question. Utaha, have you given up? Yes, I gave up just last week. Although you're a bit of a fool, I believe my intentions have been clear since this afternoon. Last week, Arari murmurs to herself, the most compelling explanation for giving up on Lewin is the presence of someone else she likes. Last week, Utaha was ill at home, missing school, while Aki Lewin stayed home for 3 days. Initially, Arari suspected some secretive connection between them, but later she discovered that they had not been in contact at all. Did Utaha develop feelings for Era during their weekend visit? If so, that would certainly explain many of the puzzling occurrences from that weekend. Yudaha, you have feelings for Era? At the mention of Era's name, a fleeting glimmer of infatuation crosses Yudaha's eyes, quickly suppressed. She still has debts to settle, and now is not the time to bring this up. That would be unfair to Era-kun. I wouldn't say it's love. I simply find Era-kun quite interesting and have some fondness for him. Not quite in love yet. Erari senses that the situation is more complex than it appears. For Yudaha to utter the words some fondness carries significant weight, almost validating the assertion. After being adversaries for so long, to suddenly learn that her rival has developed feelings for another, especially for Era, who had just shared coffee with her, leaves Erari with a whirlwind of emotions. Era is genuinely quite charming, possessing an appealing physique. Moreover, during their arguments, he often concedes to her. With one less rival, I should be pleased. Yudaha crosses her arms, revealing a cryptic smile. There is a reason she divulges this information to Erari. Everyone gravitates towards something desirable, but when that desirable thing pertains to love, especially with Yukino also vying for it, she cannot afford to remain unprepared. For some unknown reason, Erari feels her regard for Yudaha diminishing, especially as she observes the unhidden smile of triumph on her lips, as if she were reveling in her victory. Farewell, Sawamura. See you at school tomorrow. Yudaha waves to Erari before departing with a light-hearted stride. Watching Yudaha's retreating figure, Erari internally reiterates her previous thoughts. Akilun, following the instructions of the two-star dragon, arrives at a large game hall. Although referred to as a game hall, aside from a few arcade machines at the entrance, the interior is filled with an array of pachinko gambling machines, where a group of middle-aged men sit vacantly, mechanically inserting glass balls into the machines and pulling levers with numbed expressions. Standing at the entrance, Aki Lun's expression darkens. That is this where you said greed resides. Indeed, what a delightful aroma it exudes. Each individual here radiates sheer greed. Human desire serves as the medium through which I absorb energy. Truly perfect. You expect me, a high school student, to enter this den? That's even worse than when you sent me to the morgue. Aki Luen exclaims in exasperation. They s a devoted otaku. He can certainly distinguish between a game hall and a gambling den. That what's the rush? I haven't asked you to gamble, the two-star dragon responds, now completely in sync with Aki Luen's sentiments. There are various machines over there. Just find one to play for a while, allowing me to quietly absorb energy. You must understand that only when I am fully revived can your wishes come to fruition. Just a few hours will suffice. With a grim countenance, Aki Luen struggles for a moment before finally sighing and stepping into the game hall. Chapter 60. Rainy night. After exchanging a few coins for tokens, Aki Luen sits at an arcade machine, anxiously surveying his surroundings, praying not to encounter anyone familiar as a hardcore otaku. He had previously garnered quite the infamous reputation at Toinoki High for advocating manga and games indiscriminately. The thought of being spotted in such a gambling establishment by acquaintances fills him with dread. Act natural, Aki. Looking so shifty will raise suspicions. Aki Luen mutters irritably. Easier said than done. Relax, it's merely about absorbing some energy. These people will be just fine, the two-star dragon assures him nonchalantly, adept at concealing its true nature. Before its complete revival, it would never engage in large-scale slaughter that might draw attention. Following the two-star dragon's words, Aki Luen adjusts his black-framed glasses and inserts a token into the game machine. Beginning to play. An hour later, the once clear night sky begins to drizzle. The voice of the two-star dragon echoes in Aki Luen's mind once more. Excellent, excellent. These greed-filled humans have indeed provided me with a substantial amount of energy. We can leave now, Aki. Upon witnessing that those humans drained of energy by the two-star dragon exhibited no abnormalities, Aki Ryo let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Rising to his feet, he lowered his head and hurriedly blended into the throngs of people on the street, making his way towards his home. Along the way, Aki Ryo curiously inquired, "How much longer until you can be resurrected?" "Soon," the two-star dragon replied dismissively, before lapsing back into silence. On the rooftop opposite the arcade, AI Ran held a straight bone umbrella. Furrowing her brow as she intently observed Aki Ryo's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. On the other side, Irie leaned against her bicycle, standing alone at the entrance of a general store. The sky was shrouded in gray, and a persistent drizzle fell, not torrential but enough to deter one from braving the elements. How long is it going to rain? The sky has darkened. Irie turned to glance into the store. But alas, despite its wide array of goods, It did not sell umbrellas. If I hadn't needed to speak to Kasumigakaka Shiyu, I might have been home by now. Iri lowered her head, feeling a twinge of fear at facing such a rainy night alone. Zakamura-kun, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Iri exclaimed in surprise. Hentai AI ran. Come on, I'll walk you home, he offered. Huh? Weren't you looking for Rio? What are you doing here? How did I end up here? I sensed your presence and came to check on you, only to find you standing here like a fool. I just happened to be passing by. Come on, the rain isn't going to stop anytime soon. And it would be unwise for you to catch a chill out here, QM. Iri hesitated. This is somewhat akin to sharing an umbrella, isn't it? What if someone from school sees us? Of course. AI Ran was oblivious to Iri's thoughts, as he promptly opened the umbrella and moved beside her. Wait. Iri called out, quickly undoing her signature twin tails, her golden hair, still radiant on this overcast day, cascaded down like silk, lending her haughty and lively demeanor an added touch of gentleness amidst the rain. She then retrieved a hat from her backpack and placed it atop her head, a customary disguise whenever she ventured out to buy notebooks. Letting out a sigh of relief, Iri declared to AI Ran, now it's fine. Let us go. AI Ran instantly understood her intention. Looking at her with a bemused expression, this girl certainly bore the weight of her noble demeanor. Don't worry. You now give off a completely different vibe. Let's hurry. It's already quite late. Upon hearing AI Ran's words, Iri felt reassured. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she pushed her bicycle and stepped quickly under AI Ran's umbrella. AI Ran. Thank you. It's a bit chilly today, having stood here for so long. I am quite hungry. I can't wait to get home for a meal. AI Ran rolled his eyes at Iri. Didn't you just have dessert at the CAF over an hour ago? Stop nagging, Iri retorted, her cheeks flushing. I told you before, girls have two stomachs, one specifically for desserts. Yes. AI Ran ignored her whimsical logic. Lead the way. I have no idea where you live. Outside the umbrella. The rain fell softly, while beneath the canopy, they remained dry, driven by the human instinct to seek warmth. Iri instinctively inched closer to AI Ran, narrowing the distance between them. The height difference was considerable. AI Ran stood over 6 feet tall, while Iri was merely 158 centimeters. If AI Ran held the umbrella at a normal height, Iri would still be caught in the rain. Noticing her predicament, AI Ran lowered the umbrella slightly. Iri turned her head, speaking with a haughty tone. Humph, I didn't expect Hentai AI Ran to have such a considerate side. What can I say? Zakamura-san is just too short. I can't very well let you get soaked, can I? How infuriating. I take back what I just said. Hentai AI Ran, you're utterly thoughtless. It's not my fault I'm not taller. You should drink more milk and get outside more often. I do drink milk. It just doesn't help me grow. What can I do about it? Iri's tone carried a hint of melancholy, prompting AI Ran to glance down at her modest endowments. B79.9, as expected of you. Even in AI Ran's past life, the only impression he had of Iri, aside from her golden hair and haughty demeanor, was that rather unfortunate B79.9. Contemplating this, AI Ran spoke with a tinge of sympathy. Don't be discouraged. Who knows? You might still grow. However, as AI Ran glanced down, his gaze fortuitously met Iri's, whose expression instantly transformed into one of fierce indignation, akin to a feisty golden retriever ready to pounce. Hentai AI Ran. Where are you looking? AI Ran was taken aback, having not anticipated that his small action would be noticed by Iri. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied nonchalantly, Don't misunderstand. I was merely admiring your hair. I think Zakamura-sen looks prettier without the twin tails. Iri's eyes brightened. No girl would dislike being called beautiful. Yet she didn't want AI Ran to realize it. Thus, her smile quickly morphed back into her haughty facade, and she turned her head away with a huff. Chapter 61. Iri ascends. Then, in the tranquil night, only the sound of raindrops pattering against the umbrella broke the silence. Beneath the shelter, AI Ran and Iri engaged in casual conversation. As they approached her home, Iri suddenly posed a question after a moment of silence. Hentai AI Ran. Has anything happened between you and Kasumigakaka Shiyu recently? Indeed, quite a few events had transpired, such as AI Ran sneaking into Kasumigakaka Shiyu's bedroom nightly, only to be discovered, or the fact that he had embraced her twice thus far. In contrast, with Yukino Shida Yukino, AI Ran had merely held hands and rested his shoulder against hers. After all, Yukino Shida was rather reserved. Despite harboring feelings, both were making an effort to maintain their current distance until their relationship was clearly defined. Unlike Yukino Shida, Kasumigakaka Shiyu was like a flame. Once she confirmed her feelings, she preferred to take the initiative. Reflecting on Iri's inquiry, AI Ran involuntarily recalled all that had transpired between them the previous week. Kasumigakaka's pain, strength, acceptance, tenderness, and tears replaying vividly in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, AI Ran finally spoke. Last week, I happened to assist Kasumigakaka-san a few times, so now, I suppose we've become somewhat acquainted. AI Ran expressed a hint of uncertainty. Uffed. Iri suddenly burst into laughter. Though AI Ran is a hentai, sometimes you can be quite gentle. Gentle? AI Ran was taken aback by Iri's assessment. When had he ever possessed such a trait as a Saiyan? At the entrance of a lavish mansion, Iri halted, placing her hands behind her back as she addressed AI Ran. All right, I'm home now. Thank you. It's nothing. I merely escorted you back. You also helped me find Akiko today. Didn't you? Iri shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. What you said to me at the CAF today really comforted me. I had begun to doubt myself, and I truly needed that affirmation. So, thank you, and don't forget our bet. I will definitely find a culinary delight that will astonish you. Just wait patiently to be my model. With that, Iri let out a haughty huff and quickly made her way into her home as courtyard. Seeing Iri's proud demeanor, AI Ran smiled, then found a place to take flight towards Chiba City. Mom, I'm back. The voice of Zakamura Sayuri approached, filled with concern. Did Iri get caught in the rain? You forgot your umbrella when you left. No, a friend walked me back. Iri replied. I'm going to take a shower now. All right, dinner will be ready soon. Come eat as soon as you finish washing up. Zakamura Sayuri watched her daughter return to her room, her gaze lingering on Iri's outfit and hair, her interest growing that a friend walked her back in such a hurried manner, only to return disguised once more. It seemed the one who accompanied her home was not a female friend from school. Could it be Rio? After finishing dinner, Lily picked up the original script of the female protagonist and pondered over it for quite some time. She gently bit her lower lip. The fact that Kasumi no Oka Shiyu had withdrawn should be good news. Although Ryu also seemed to hold a fondness for Kata Megumi, it was merely a result of their so-called encounter. The two of them had previously been complete strangers. How could there possibly be any emotional foundation? This truly was the most opportune moment. It was the best time to resolve the misunderstandings from their elementary school days and embark on a path toward the quintessential childhood friend's happy ending. With determination, she took out her phone and sent a message via line to Anki Ryu. Are you there, Ryu? Oh, I'm here, Lily. Why are you looking for me at such a late hour? Must we really use Kadu as the female protagonist for our game? If I were to design a protagonist based on my own likeness, after all, I know myself best, I am confident that I could create an original piece that would satisfy you. After typing this message, which was akin to a confession, Lily hesitated for a long time before ultimately sending it. This time, Anki Ryu did not reply immediately. Lily could understand. She was willing to wait. She had wrestled with this brief message for quite a while, one could even say from elementary school until now. Perhaps Lily was inspired by AI Ran's encouragement to verbally reject unreasonable demands. Indeed, for Lily herself, the request for her to draw Katu as the protagonist was inherently unreasonable, or perhaps it was the decisive manner in which Kasumi no Okashiyu had found her true love that spurred Lily. That resoluteness truly impressed her. After a long wait, Anki Ryu finally responded, and Lily took a deep breath. Opening line. Lily, you still don't understand. The essence of the two-dimensional world lies in capturing that fleeting moment of emotion. If the original art of the female protagonist changes, it's impossible to convey our creative passion to the readers. If we were to do that, I would be unworthy of claiming to love the two-dimensional world. Why can't you grasp this? Lily quickly sent a text, although she felt a twinge of confusion over whether Anki Ryu truly did not understand or was merely feigning ignorance. However, her feelings for Anki Ryu ultimately prevailed. She preferred to believe that he was simply a bit slow due to his immersion in the two-dimensional realm. It is you who does not understand. Lily, on the other end of the line, sensing Lily's negation of his feelings for the two-dimensional world, Anki Ryu became somewhat agitated, and in a moment of emotional upheaval, he brought up a topic they had both long avoided. The two-dimensional realm is absolutely pure. The exhilaration of that moment must be conveyed to the players in its entirety. Ing Lily, you are still not pure enough in this regard, which is why we lost touch in our childhood. Ing Lily opened her mouth to explain, but suddenly realized that Anki Ryu was not by her side at that moment. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by a blade. Heavy and painful. She recognized that the incident was indeed her fault, and she understood that. However, hearing Anki Ryu express it in such a tone caused her immense heartache. Let us reconcile, Ryu. Ing Lily sent this line message through tears. Haven't we already reconciled? The past is behind us. Now we should work together to create this game. This message was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ing Lily could no longer deceive herself. Ryu must have understood the meaning behind her previous message. She forcefully controlled her emotions and, with trembling hands, typed the final segment of text before finally succumbing to a fit of sobs. I understand now, Ryu. I will do my utmost to cooperate with you to create this game. P.S. Today is the last day of the verification period. I kindly request a wave of 5-star reviews, as this is very important for the author. Thank you. Chapter 62. A series of spectacles is about to unfold. The time had come for Friday's lunch break. I in the service club today. Only AI Ran and Yukino Shida Yukino were present, while Uebihama Yui had taken Ishikiaki and Hikigaya Hachiman to befriend Miura Yumiko. However, it seemed that Ishikiaki's current objective was to connect with Hiyama. After all, she had even introduced Ishikiaki to Miura Yumiko as a friend and brought along the typically socially anxious Hikigaya Hachiman, which sounded quite thrilling. Silently lamenting this, AI Ran yawned and picked up the bread in front of her. What's wrong? You look a bit out of sorts. Yukino Shida Yukino, sitting beside AI Ran with her bento, skillfully handed over a portion of her homemade meal. Huh? Do I? After accepting the bento, AI Ran yawned again. This is the 4th yawn since you arrived in this clubroom. Is something the matter? Nothing out of the ordinary, but I haven't been resting well lately. AI Ran opened the bento box to reveal small sandwiches neatly arranged inside. Casually tossing a piece into her mouth, she couldn't help but wag her tail in delight. Now that they had returned to the realm of this slice-of-life anime, Yukino Shida Yukino certainly couldn't afford to prepare meals for AI Ran every day. After all, bringing that many bentos to school would be rather excessive. Of course, given Yukino Shida Yukino's stamina, it was unrealistic for her to prepare meals that would satisfy a Scion's appetite daily. Nevertheless, she still made it a point to prepare a snack for AI Ran every lunch. Naturally, the other two Scions had no such concerns. Son Goku's wife, Chi-Chi, was a master of the turtle school and had even reached the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament. With her stamina, cooking for not just 1 but 3 Scions would be a cinched as for Vegeta. His wife just so happened to be the world's richest woman, with dozens of chefs at their disposal. AI Ran savored the snacks lovingly prepared by Yukino Shida Yukino, her thoughts drifting back to the events of the previous nights. From Monday to Thursday, AI Ran had been keeping an eye on Anki Ryu in Tokyo. Yet, after 4 consecutive days of surveillance, Anki Ryu had shown no signs of abnormality. Although he would head to that arcade to play some games after work, it shouldn't be anything out of the ordinary. After all, he was a typical otaku. Ningen-kun. Next week we'll begin our on-site internship, and our family's construction company is part of the school-organized visit. My sister said that on that day. She wants to have dinner with you. Yukino Shida Yukino blushed slightly, her tone a mix of shyness and concern. Although it was her sister who wanted to meet AI Ran, it was their family's company. And their mother would likely be present as well. After stuffing the last piece of sandwich into her mouth, AI Ran looked at Yukino Shida Yukino and replied, "Oh, no problem. On the day of the internship, I'll stick by your side the entire time." Yukino Shida Yukino smiled slightly. After all, no matter when, Ningen-kun was always so dependable. Zoamura Sapinsaru Ing Lily, a hidden otaku and a creator of popular 18 doujin works, is well known in the doujin creation circle under the pseudonym Hakugieri. Although she is yet to graduate, she has already firmly stepped into the professional world, receiving numerous paid illustration commissions. Logically speaking, a professional illustrator of her caliber should quickly rebound from any emotional downturn. Yet she now faced the cruel rejection from the person she had secretly loved for many years. After resting at home for 3 days, she gradually untangled her thoughts and allowed herself to calm down. Currently, she was in the multimedia classroom, the temporary base of the game doujin club. Ing Lily, It's already Friday. Have you come up with any good ideas for the female protagonist character design? Not at all. My mind feels as barren as chewed sugarcane fiber, devoid of even the slightest inspiration. Just in me already. Lily responded coldly to Anki Ryu, who looked at her with hopeful eyes. Anki Ryu understood why Lily was treating him this way, but some matters could not be openly addressed. Her support was still needed at this stage. He mechanically turned his head, casting a pleading glance at the other two. Hoping they could alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu shrugged, indicating her inability to assist. What a joke. I'm about to see AI ran. How could I possibly have the time to deal with your problem? The breath of Kasumi Shiyu grew slightly heavier. She had endured a week of torment, akin to a patient addicted to cat cuddling. Now, she continued to replenish her energy with Eren. She had even begun contemplating a direct journey to Chiba that very evening. Observing this scene, Aki-kun paused for a moment and offered a few comforting words. Lily, it's all right, no one in the club will rush you, so there's no need to put so much pressure on yourself. We can slow down the pace and wait for your original artwork. However, to Lily, these words conveyed an entirely different meaning. No one will rush me. Then who was it that just questioned my progress on the original artwork? No need to pressure myself. Slow down the pace and wait for my original artwork. If it weren't for your unfounded dismissal of my artwork last time, if it weren't for your feigned ignorance when you confessed to me that evening, would I be in this wretched and anxious state now? Bang. Lily's eyes widened in fury as she slammed her hands on the table, her lingering feelings for Aki-kun gradually eroding. Yet, upon witnessing Aki-kun's retreating movements, she chose to swallow her thoughts. After glaring at him fiercely, she crossed her arms and slowly sat down, turning her gaze to the window. Kasumi Shiyu observed the evidently troubled Lily, her brow furrowed in contemplation. As a novelist, she naturally understood the irritations of the creative process, and thus empathized with Lily's struggles. However, it was clear that Lily's current emotions transcended mere irritation. Recalling their chance encounter at the CF on Monday, she couldn't help but speculate that Aki-kun. Kasumi Shiyu spoke, drawing the attention of everyone in the club towards herself. Setting aside the matter of the original artwork, I previously sent you the draft of the game on your line. Did you see it? Aki-kun, evidently still reeling from Lily's earlier outburst, took a moment before hurriedly responding, Yes, of course I saw it. Really? What do you think? Is there anything that needs revising? The plot penned by teacher Kasumi Shiko is, as always, intriguing, yet it feels somewhat different from what I had anticipated. Kasumi Shiyu lowered her gaze in silence. Unlike 2 weeks ago, she refrained from inquiring about the specific discrepancies in the plot. There was no longer a need. Upon hearing this, Lily's gaze, which had been directed out the window, returned to Aki-kun. Yet another familiar phrase. It was not the feeling he had hoped for. Lily felt a faint urge to laugh. She looked at Kasumi Shiyu and thought, You made the right decision to withdraw. Chapter 63. Severing ties completely. After a moment of contemplation, Aki-kun stepped up to the podium in the multimedia classroom. Adjusting his black-framed glasses with his index finger, and announced loudly, After some thought, we want to be having a sleepover at Eren's house this week. I've already informed him in the group chat. Immediately, Kasumi Shiyu's expression darkened, and she asked in a low voice, Why? To find the direction for the game's planning and to recapture the feelings from that day when I met Kato. I wish to invite Kato to my house to play games together and then go out shopping. A date? Kasumi Shiyu shot a hostile glance at Aki-kun. Why should everyone's collective activity be cancelled for your date? Kato also looked at Aki-kun in surprise, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Aki-kun's subsequent words. No, it's a club activity for research purposes. Aki-kun corrected Kasumi Shiyu's assertion. Only 2 people conducting research. Lily's tone had softened considerably, yet it still brimmed with a hint of hostility. Lily, you are to design the original artwork, while Shiyu-senpai is to work on the manuscript, considering both of your workloads. You 2-1T need to participate in this activity for now, Aki-kun stated earnestly. All right, continue. Kasumi Shiyu indicated with an emotionless expression for Aki-kun to proceed to simulate the scenes that will appear in the game. I hope to portray Kato as the female protagonist, to stroll through stores, hold hands, exchange gifts, indulge in desserts, in short, to conduct a simple and ordinary research. Interesting and mundane are not inherently contradictory. What I seek is the tender affection between the male and female leads in the commonplace aspects of daily life, where simply having each other nearby brings joy. To depict these ubiquitous scenes through words and exquisite original artwork will result in a game that resonates deeply with players, a great work. With his impassioned speech concluded, Kato, sitting at the back of the multimedia room, stood up and said in a calm tone, "I'm sorry, Aki-kun. Although I agreed to be the female protagonist for this doujin club, I really don't want to do any of those things you mentioned. If we're not having a sleepover this weekend, I'll be studying at home. My grades have been slipping lately, and I really should dedicate some time to my studies." With that, Kato picked up her backpack. Kato, Aki-kun hurriedly approached the back of the multimedia classroom, attempting to stop her. At that moment, Kasuma Shiyu stepped in front of him. "According to what you said, Aki-kun, can simple, everyday romantic interactions truly be engaging?" "It can," Aki-kun affirmed firmly, yet his gaze kept drifting towards Kato. Noticing that Kato didn't seem inclined to leave immediately, he shifted his focus back to Kasumi Shiyu. If it were a best-selling novelist like Kasumi Shiko, she would undoubtedly create vibrant characters and captivating stories. "I believe in you." Facing Aki-kun's expectations, Kasumi Shiyu closed her eyes, crossed her arms, and pondered quietly, not providing an immediate response. For her, her relationship with Aki-kun was merely a dead ode. Once settled, they would part ways. What she needed to consider now was the feasibility of such a script. Lily observed this scene before her with a strong sense of déjà vu. It reminded her of an ordinary afternoon before the club had even been established, when Aki-kun had appeared before her without any prior indication. "Come, let us create a game together. Lily, if it's you, you can undoubtedly produce the most exhilarating original artwork. You're the best artist I know, and I believe you have that capability." He had made his decision unilaterally, brimming with excitement, rallying the team, fervently offering encouragement, all under the guise of belief, yet failing to recognize her presence in their shared journey. "I believe in you. I believe in you." Were you a cheerleader or a game producer? Lily couldn't help but ponder this question. What was the initial sentiment that had driven her to join the club? Was it the satisfaction of being needed by Aki-kun? The pride of having her abilities recognized? Or perhaps a sense of responsibility to be of service? It seemed none of those fit. It felt as if she had merely been drawn to this childhood friend out of affection and had been moved by his seemingly passionate gaze. Ultimately, did he genuinely wish to create a remarkable game rather than merely one he deemed exceptional? Or, to put it more plainly, a game modeled after Aki-kun and Kato? Recently, Aki-kun had been quite diligent. He even held the position of producer, responsible for game planning and plot design. Lily suddenly recalled a phrase she had exchanged with Aaron at the CEF earlier. A wave of foolishness washed over her. He had already found his leading lady in life, using the pretext of game development and field research as excuses for hand-holding and dates, and she had understood this long ago, but had continued to deceive herself. No wonder Aaron had hurriedly left after comforting her. In his eyes, she was undoubtedly a complete fool. "Lily, why are you crying?" Aki-kun noticed her distressed. "It's nothing." Just thinking of something amusing." Lily retrieved a tissue to dry her tears. In that moment, she finally awakened completely from her reverie. Having already agreed to the other party's request, even if unexpected circumstances arose midway, no matter how unpleasant they might be, it was her professional duty to fulfill their needs. "Aki-kun, I will diligently complete the original artwork for the female protagonist as per your request. Farewell, Rooney. Let this manuscript serve as a reminder of our childhood affair, a form of compensation from me to you. Once the original artwork is completed, you and I shall settle our debts and part ways." Shiyu of the Zayansaku slowly opened her eyes, witnessing the entirety of Irie's reactions unfold before her. After a gentle sigh, she addressed Anki Rooney. "Renikin, I understand now. I shall gradually revise it according to your directives. Yes, I entrust this to you. Senpai, in the following days, I will thoughtfully contemplate and will reach out to discuss before putting pen to paper." Indeed, the affirmations from Irie and Shiyu ignited an immediate surge of enthusiasm within him. He was resolute that he could complete this captivating game that would enthrall everyone at that moment. Already at the classroom door, Kato Megumi spoke softly. "Anki-kun, I shall take my leave now. I apologize for declining your invitation, but I will cooperate with Irie's work. For now, I shall be on my way." With that, she vanished from Anki Rooney's sight like a fleeting cloud. Chapter 64. They Gather Here, Part 1. The final outcome of the game club's meeting on Friday ended in discord. Following Kato Megumi's departure, Anki Rooney remained silent, lost in thought. Ultimately, he was unable to present a reasonable game development budget as planned. Much to Shiyu's disappointment. However, she said nothing, merely sighed softly and bid farewell before hastily leaving Das for Irie. She found herself wandering the streets alone. Often, when one is disheartened, hesitant, or indecisive, there is an innate desire to seek a confidant. Yet, to Irie's astonishment, she realized she had no one to confide in.ai ran. The name suddenly came to her mind for reasons unknown. The group gathering this week, not happening. Irie pondered, her head lowered. The thought of the impending weekend evoked an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. What once held a sense of belonging had vanished, leaving behind a hollow feeling akin to standing amidst a bustling, yet silent black and white street. The world had lost its color. The crowd was no longer merry. In this desolate place, it felt as though everything had succumbed to silence. She wished to dispel these sorrowful emotions, yearning not to shed a single tear. Eager to escape this place, Irie took action. She sent a text to her mother and then entered the station, boarding a train bound for Chiba. An hour later, Irie arrived in Chiba, instead of heading directly to AI Rant's home. She ran to the mall where the game club had previously filmed, hesitating once again. Am I even a friend to AI Rand? What does it mean to seek him out like this? After a moment's contemplation, she resolved, well, since I'm here, I might as well buy some fruit and snacks as gifts and spend the night gaming at AI Rant's. With determination, Irie purchased some apples and packed a few snacks before making her way to AI Rant's apartment. At an indeterminate moment, the sky, heavy with dark clouds, erupted with a clap of thunder. The late spring weather, much like a young girl's sentiments, was perpetually elusive. The cacophony of sound startled Irie, causing her to freeze in place. Her eyes betraying her fear. Raindrops, initially gentle, soon transformed into a torrential downpour. The rain cascaded like a waterfall from above, drumming against the ground with relentless intensity. Pedestrians hurried past, some clutching briefcases, others wielding umbrellas. Irie joined their ranks, running with small strides, her gifts held tightly in her arms. Her hair was thoroughly soaked, her shoes began to take on water, and the deluge obscured her vision, in a moment of carelessness. She tripped over a slightly elevated section of pavement. Ouch! The apples tumbled from their bag, scattering across the ground. Irie slowly rose to her feet, feeling a fiery pain in her knee and the outer side of her arm. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she retrieved her backpack and began to gather the fallen apples. Passers-by averted their gaze, instinctively moving away to avoid any unnecessary trouble. She resumed her journey to AI Rant's apartment. Irie could no longer hold back her tears. They flowed freely, a manifestation of both pain and frustration. Upon finally arriving at AI Rant's door, Irie adjusted her hair that clung to her cheek, sniffed back her tears, wiped her face with her damp sleeve, and donned her usual proud demeanor as she pressed the doorbell. After a brief wait, no one answered. She pressed the button again and waited in silence. Yet still no response. Is he not home? Or is he asleep? She set her belongings down, took out her phone, and attempted to contact AI Rand via line. But just moments ago, her phone had taken on water. Undeterred, she rang the doorbell once more, gradually lowering her head before the unyielding door. Fool, fool, fool. Her murmurs, tinged with a hint of tears, were directed at AI Rand, or perhaps at herself. Leaning against the wall, she slowly sank to the ground, resting her head on her knees, gradually becoming silent in her weeping. As the thunder grew more frequent, the rain outside intensified. At this moment, AI Rand hovered above Anki Rooney's residence. Earlier that afternoon, he had received a text from Anki Rooney announcing the cancellation of this week's group gathering. This simply cannot be. Every Saturday is an invaluable opportunity to interact closely with the Dragon Ball host. Frustrated, AI Rand glared at Anki Rooney's house. Several times, he contemplated unleashing a Kamehameha to send both Anki Rooney and his house skyward. That would complete the purification of the Dragon Balls, wouldn't it? Alas, murder was not an option. The Supreme Kai of Time had warned him that if he were to kill again, he would descend directly into hell. With a resigned sigh, AI Rand propped his chin on his hand. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded, and a torrential downpour ensued. Fine. It's raining. There's still no change at Anki Rooney's place. I might as well head back. Wiping his face with his hand, AI Ran noted that a Scion's hair does not change after adulthood, so even in the rain, there was no need to fuss over it. Once home, a few shakes would suffice. Time to go home, take a shower, and get some proper rest, he mused. Daytime classes, evening work. What kind of life is this for a corporate drone? With that, AI Ran sped towards Chiba. Moments later, AI Ran returned to his apartment. As the elevator doors opened, he stepped out only to find a curled figure before his door. Zetsuin? Upon approaching, AI Ran unexpectedly crouched down and gently called out Ing Li's name, responding to the invocation. Ing Li slowly lifted her head from between her legs, her crimson eyes unable to contain the tears that streamed down upon seeing AI Ran. Their gazes locked. AI Ran's heart clenched painfully. AI Ran. Ing Li gradually rose to her feet, but having squatted for too long, she stumbled forward towards AI Ran. Quickly embracing the oncoming Ing Li, AI Ran felt her frail, icy, and damp form. He noticed the fruits and snacks set aside, as well as the wounds on Ing Li's body. Though the circumstances remained unclear, his hand instinctively began to gently pat her back. That I'm sorry. Zemu Ran, you must have waited for a long time. AI Ran's voice softened as he gazed at the pitiable Ing Li.P.S. After much contemplation, I decided that this approach would bridge the distance between Ing Li and the protagonist. Dismissing various alternatives that failed to make sense, another chapter is on the way, and soon we shall encounter the much-anticipated dramatic scene. For those reading thus far, I kindly request a 5-star review for this book. Thank you all. Chapter 65. They gather here, Part 2, filled with anticipation to confide in someone. She was met instead with disheartening surprises and a bittersweet weight. The loneliness and pain that engulfed her were utterly released the moment she beheld AI Ran before her. The self-restraint she had maintained was completely unraveled, akin to a dam breached by floodwaters, rendered utterly ineffective. Zemu Ran let us head inside, as she saw the disheveled Ing Li gradually cease her sobbing. AI Ran gently loosened his embrace. Yet, Ing Li did not release her hold, only offering a barely perceptible nod. After initially venting her emotions, she found herself at a loss on how to navigate the current situation. Her childhood pride began to resurface, taking command of her thoughts. Why did I suddenly leap into AI Ran's arms? How unreserved. Am I such a fool? Zemu Ran, if you hold me like this, I can't open the door. AI Ran helplessly raised his hands, bewildered by the events of the evening. Hearing this, Ing Li hesitated for a moment before slowly releasing her grip and retreating a few steps. Her gaze lowered, lips pressed together in silence. She knew without needing a mirror that her face must be flushed, as she could feel the heat radiating from it. AI Ran casually picked up the items Ing Li had brought, opened the door, and said, "Please, come in. I'm sorry for the disturbance." Ing Li mumbled, her head down as she entered AI Ran's home. AI Ran followed her in and closed the door behind them. The sound of the rain and the occasional thunder was muffled outside, significantly quieter in this reassuring environment. Ing Li sighed in relief, yet another wave of unease washed over her. Upon reaching the living room, she stood there, momentarily at a loss. She was drenched from the rain, and after having fallen, her clothes were speckled with mud. "Please, make yourself comfortable," Zemu Ran, AI Ran said, placing the items on the coffee table. Noticing the tear in her thigh-high socks and the trickle of blood seeping through, "That I'm dirty. I'll stain your sofa." "It's fine. We can clean up later," AI Ran replied casually, retrieving a first aid kit from beneath the TV cabinet and approaching Ing Li. It contained bandages and antiseptics, as AI Ran often sustained injuries during training and kept these supplies at home. "Wait," AI Ran. Ing Li's calves shrank back slightly. Although she knew his intentions, she felt a surge of shyness. "I am fine. You don't need to trouble yourself." "What? I didn't intend to treat you." AI Ran looked at Ing Li in confusion. In anime, don't boys always take the initiative to help girls with these things? For some reason, Ing Li felt an unexpected wave of relaxation, her tone shifting back to her usual proud demeanor. She even recalled a story she had drawn previously, in which a queen, cast adrift, was rescued by a knight. Their relationship deepened. The knight, aware of their vastly different statuses, hesitated to assert himself, while the increasingly impatient queen compelled him to kneel before her bed. The knight could only grasp her foot, leading to some rather risky developments. This thought crossed her mind. Ing Li trembled slightly, a mix of fear and anticipation coursing through her. Yet, AI Ran merely set the first aid kit before her and retreated to the opposite side of the room. Hentai AI Ran, how can you be so unchivalrous? Ing Lili muttered in dissatisfaction, unbuttoning the top button of her shirt and exhaling slightly, beginning to tend to her own wounds. You can't treat your injuries like that. Seeing Ing Lili fumble, AI Ran sighed and quickly intervened. Silly Ing Lili, let me help you. You're the silly one. And don't call me by my name, she retorted, but then a soft whimper escaped her as AI Ran grasped her foot and placed it on his thigh. I am going to start now. Bear with it a bit. Watching AI Ran sit cross-legged beside her, carefully tending to her leg injury, Ing Lili's mind went blank, her thoughts ceasing as she gazed at the man before her. She couldn't help but immerse herself in the role of the queen from her story. No. Ing Lili, pull yourself together. Don't let your mind be clouded with such frivolous thoughts. Yet this feeling was something she had never quite experienced before. Ing Lili pressed her hand to her chest, a powerful emotion yearning to emerge, yet she stifled it resolutely. Hentai AI Ran. Can I come here every weekend? I want you to be my model. Silly Ing Lili, don't forget our bet. Until you find a dish that satisfies me, you can forget about that. AI Ran carefully applied a waterproof bandage, lifting his gaze to meet Ing Lili's anxious eyes. Suddenly, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Go take a shower. What? What do you mean what? You're soaked, and your clothes are torn. If you don't wash up, you'll catch a cold. By the way, isn't this uncomfortable for you? AI Ran shot Ing Lili an exasperated look before continuing. After you wash up, change into my clothes. You can't wear that right now. Ing Lili replied, her face flushed as she hurried toward the bathroom. At that moment, AI Ran's phone suddenly lit up. Picking it up, he saw a friend request from Xiaji Qiu Shiryu. Their only previous contact had been through the game club group. Why did she suddenly add me as a friend? AI Ran's phone only had contacts for Shuiji Xia Shui, by Kaguya Hachi Man, and you by Bin Jie. After pondering for a moment, he clicked to accept. AI Rankun, I want to come over tomorrow. Why? Isn't there no club activity this week? But after facing such an ordeal, I feel a bit scared being alone. And you've done this and that for me. Don't you think you should take some responsibility? Upon reading Xiaji Qiu Shiryu's message, AI Ran was momentarily taken aback. What have I done? Wasn't it to save someone? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. It is not appropriate. The timing is still not ripe. I must exercise patience. Suppressing the flames within her heart, Pu Xiaji Qiu gradually descended from AI Ran, taking a few hurried breaths as the flush on her face slowly faded. Then, with a light and cheerful gait, she made her way to the living room of AI Ran's home to tea that moment. AI Ran also stood up and opened the door. Kato, good morning. AI Rancoin. I apologize for not giving you a heads up before arriving. Kato K held 2 large bags of groceries, gazing at AI Ran with a calm expression. Before continuing, I accidentally overheard some strange noises inside. Is everything all right? Oh, it's nothing. Xiaji Qiu Senpai just came by. AI Ran, feeling somewhat uneasy under Kato K's scrutiny, slightly shifted to the side to allow her passage. This action felt so familiar, as if it had just occurred a few minutes prior. Kato K's outfit today struck AI Ran as remarkably reminiscent. A white beret, gently flowing bangs, a red blouse on top, and a puffy white lace skirt below, with white stockings that perfectly revealed an enticing glimpse of her legs. Isn't this the exclusive outfit of Saint K? Noticing AI Ran's gaze, Kato K tilted her head with a puzzled expression. AI Rancoin, why do you keep staring at my clothes? Don't you find them appealing? Oh, it's nothing. Kato-san looks lovely in this outfit. It suits you well. AI Ran silently apologized to Anilin in his heart again. Why did I say again? AI Ran suddenly realized. Kato-san, please come in. The foolish Iri and Xiaji Qiu Senpai are also here. Saying this, AI Ran took the 2 bags of groceries from Kato's hands and stepped inside first. Foolish Iri. Kato quietly repeated the phrase in her mind before uttering, excuse me, and followed AI Ran inside. Upon returning to the living room, Iri and Pu Xiaji Qiu resumed their verbal sparring. Pu Xiaji Qiu crossed her arms, gazing proudly at Iri. You, a mere impostor of a lady, dared to spend the night at a boy's house. What business is it of yours? Iri, now dressed, revealed her 2 prominent canine teeth. Grinning at Pu Xiaji Qiu, AI Ran ignored their banter and headed straight for the kitchen, He had grown accustomed to it during the past 2 weeks. Whenever these two were together, they spent nearly half their time exchanging barbs. Noticing AI Rand's presence, Irie suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at him. Earlier in the room, she had checked herself, although her clothes were disheveled. She felt no discomfort. Had she been feverish last night? As calmness returned, Irie began to analyze her current situation. How had she ended up in the room last night? Pulling aside the curtain, she allowed a gentle stream of sunlight to enter. Suddenly, it dawned on her that AI Rand had carried her into the room, and she had worn such attire last night. It was all right. It was completely inconsequential. Hentai AI Rand was still a gentleman. What error is this? It's merely a hug. Forcing herself to forget the embarrassing incident from last night, Irie took a deep breath, changed her clothes, and left the room. In the living room, she encountered her adversary, Payu Xiajiqiu. Returning to the present, as AI Rand walked past her, Irie felt her cheeks flush once more. She took 2 steps back, lowering her head and placing her hands over her chest. It felt as though something tangible had collided with her heart, leaving her breathless and her heart racing. Perhaps it was simply the aftermath of her recent illness. Irie reassured herself inwardly. Hentai, AI Rand. Thank you for taking care of me last night. Her voice was barely audible, and aside from Payu Xiajiqiu beside her, no one else heard. She had intended to express her gratitude properly, but the words had condensed into this fragmented sentence. Observing this scene, Payu Xiajiqiu regarded Irie with a look of uncertainty. Kato K, who had just entered the living room alongside AI Rand, spoke up. Oh, did Sawamura-san come over to AI Rankuin's place last night? Huh? Irie was startled by the sudden voice, and, upon realizing it was Kato K, she sighed in relief. However, she soon grew anxious again. I wanted to come and gather material from Hentai AI Rand. By the way, why are both of you here today? I am truly clever. Irie silently praised herself, relishing in her ability to turn the tables. Tisich. Payu Xiajiqiu sulked as she plopped down on the sofa. I came for material as well. I've written half of the 3rd volume of Romantic Metronome, but I find myself at a loss for some scenes, as I've never been in a relationship and don't know how to write them. Hence, I sought AI Rankuin's cooperation for material. In order to better participate in club activities, I thought perhaps I should play more gal games. It might help with writing. Among those I know, it seems AI Rankuin has played the most games, so I also came for material. Kato K pondered for a moment before speaking with a calm demeanor. Payu Xiajiqiu couldn't help but shake her leg, shifting her gaze to AI Rand. Since we're all here for material, shall we go out and explore today? What do you think? AI Rankuin, I have no desire to be treated as your source of material. AI Rand resolved to take action and uphold the dignity of science. P.S. That's enough for today. I will organize the outline. The current romantic arc is nearing its conclusion, and I will soon begin the main storyline of the 2nd and 3rd Dragon Balls. I will plan it well. I kindly seek a wave of 5-star reviews. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 68. Both owe nothing to each other in a secluded park in Chiba. Irie held a digital tablet. Addressing AI Rand and Kato, the female protagonist experience is about to commence. Hurry up! Payu Xiajiqiu's airy voice drifted from behind her. As expected of a Hombarido artist, it's rare for you to venture out. You resemble a little dog that has slipped its leash. Hey, keep your voice down. Irie glanced nervously around. Her identity must not be exposed, or she'd face utter social demise. Seeing that there was no one around, Irie shot a furious glare at Payu Xiajiqiu. Next time, I'll use you as the model for my doujin. By the way, aren't you cooped up at home all day too? Why are you criticizing me? I am different. I often go out to gather material. Only those who are keen observers of life can write words that truly resonate with the heart. However, Payu Xiajiqiu turned to face AI Rand behind her. Today is the first time I'm out gathering material with a male. AI Rand, displeased, turned his head away. Standing beside him, Kato K offered a serene smile. AI Rankuin, please don't be upset that I'll cook for you these next 2 days as compensation. Indeed, the dignity of a Saiyan seemed to be worth roughly 10 meals. Payu Xiajiqiu, visibly disgruntled, settled beside Irie. Kato K and Irie were focused on creating a game, prioritizing their material gathering activities, while tomorrow was reserved for Romantic Metronome. AI Rand was immensely displeased. He had read Kato K's female protagonist experience plan no less than 10 times, And no matter how he looked at it, two words emerged from the text: cannibalism. Kato K's plan for the female protagonist experience could be summarized in one sentence: the romantic journey of a shy boy and an innocent girl. While it could be argued that Kato K was innocent, he could not fathom how he was perceived as shy. Science should not be overly courageous. Of course, it seemed Kato K was not particularly innocent either. Kato K regarded AI Ran with a calm demeanor. AI Ranquin, shall we hold hands? Huh. The overly brave Saiyan took a half-step back, looking at Kato K in confusion. Kato-san, was there such a scene in the script? Well, since I can never seem to elicit a satisfied expression from Irie, I thought I might try this. It might yield some effect. AI Rankin, shall we hold hands? The protagonist's first experience was nearing completion. Meanwhile, Shiyu Kazunoko fixated her gaze upon the figures of Eren and Kato Megumi walking ahead. Her eyes narrowed, making her crimson pupils appear particularly menacing. She had perused Kato Megumi's plan for the protagonist's experience. Thus, she was acutely aware of the underlying intricacies. Nevertheless, the prospect of spending time alone with Eren tomorrow for research kept her frustrations at bay. However, Inori had deliberately lagged half a step behind Shiyu Kazunoko, her instinct for self-preservation causing her to tremble, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Shiyu that seemed to be driving Eren to the brink of fury. Had this woman truly gone awry? Shiyu Kazunoko, you wouldn't suddenly explode, would you? Why would I explode? Shiyu Kazunoko continuously shook her leg, her expression a vivid display of irritation. Inori gestured forward with her chin, opting for silence, fearful that a careless word might ignite Shiyu Kazunoko's temper. Zoamura, don't you think they're exhausted from holding hands for so long? Inori retracted her neck slightly, noting the oddity in how Shiyu referred to herself. I too believe they've held hands for far too long. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a pang of bitterness, her irritation extending to the couple in the distance engrossed in their photography. Those fortunate souls ought to combust. Turning back, Inori noticed Shiyu Kazunoko's hair dancing with the breeze, her expression gradually darkening. Shiyu Kazunoko, if you wish to hold hands, why not simply approach? Eren has a free hand. After all, Inori's words were tinged with acidity, as she found herself utterly perplexed regarding her own desires. Easier said than done. Today is your research outing with Kato, while tomorrow is my turn. Her surprise, this brazen woman, who frequently drove others to distraction, exhibited such a side. Brazen woman. Have you ever encountered a brazen woman as beautiful as I? Shiyu Kazunoko's attention was momentarily diverted by Inori, pulling her gaze from Eren and Kato Megumi. And no matter how stunning, it could not conceal your brazen nature, though, so it appears Inori is merely putting on a brave front, secretly acknowledging that I am indeed more beautiful. The desire for beauty is an intrinsic trait of womanhood. On this topic, they could debate for a century without weariness. Inori, unwilling to yield, retorted, "Humph, your narcissism knows no bounds. You are merely a woman fond of wearing black, relying solely on your shameless figure. Indeed, the less one possesses, the more one fixates on what little they have." Shiyu Kazunoko placed her notebook on her thigh, pointing at a particular part of Inori. "Look, middle schoolers have surpassed you in development. Shiyu Kazunoko, I'll take you on." After a playful scuffle, Shiyu Kazunoko redirected her gaze to Eren, emitting a dissatisfied click of her tongue. She sighed softly, her voice barely audible to herself. "Why is it not finished yet? Shiyu Kazunoko, what do you intend to do about Anki Roni?" Inori's reference to her childhood friend had shifted. Without turning her head, Shiyu Kazunoko replied nonchalantly, "How would I know? The previous draft was rejected, and without a viable project proposal, I cannot restart the copywriting process. Then I'm even more at a loss. At most, I can sketch some original designs for female characters. Without a script, I'm at a loss for what to draw." Inori lifted her head, exhaling softly. The sunlight illuminated her hair, causing it to cling to her cheeks, rendering her slightly ethereal. "What? You're not calling him Roni anymore? Have you started addressing your childhood friend by his name directly?" After all that had transpired, she had somewhat come to terms with it. Yet, she still wished to excel in this game. If she could succeed, perhaps then. Shiyu Kazunoko failed to catch the latter half of Inori's words, her focus wholly consumed by Eren and Kato Megumi. She was on the verge of losing control. Inori suddenly chuckled. "If we can excel in this game, Perhaps we can finally settle everything from our childhood that a state of mutual independence is the best form of forgetfulness. As the evening approached, Aaron returned to the apartment, sprawled on the sofa like a fish out of water. He had spent the entire afternoon learning how to hold the hand of an innocent girl, a task far more exhausting than any training. Inori led Kato Megumi back to the guest room, meticulously examining Kato's face as she made final adjustments to several nearly completed CG illustrations. This afternoon, she had devoted herself to illustrating everything from the basic female protagonist prototype to various scenarios depicting the protagonist's interactions with the male lead, pouring her heart into the endeavor. Once the modifications are complete, I'll share them in the group. That way, my task will be done before the script is released, and I won't need to participate in club activities at school for a while. In the living room, Shiyu Kazunoko took a cushion and sat beside Aaron, gently inquiring, "Are you tired? If possible, please refrain from speaking to me right now." Aaron's face was buried in the sofa cushions, his voice muffled. Much like before the appearance of the three-star dragon, Aaron had been plagued by an inexplicable sense of impending danger. Thus, he spent his nights surveilling Anki Roni for hours, dedicating the rest of his time to intense training. He had even contemplated requesting a time chamber from Kane, the deity of time, knowing she possessed such resources. Yet, after days of rigorous training, he could not help but feel fatigued. Suddenly, he felt hands resting on his shoulders, applying slow yet rhythmic pressure. The sensation was immensely pleasant, nearly prompting a groan to escape his lips. Was it Shiyu Kazunoko? Aaron felt conflicted, uncertain if he should look up. After today's events, even a fool could discern Shiyu's feelings. However, the image of Yukino suddenly flashed in his mind. "Say, Aaron-kun, have you been keeping up with the love meter lately?" Shiyu Kazunoko's voice interrupted Aaron's reverie. "Yes, although it was quite a struggle. I managed to finish reading the first and second volumes. The character Sayaka was crafted based on your senior, wasn't he?" "Indeed, Aaron-kun, you've discerned that quite astutely." Shiyu Kazunoko's features softened. "There was a time when love meter was on the verge of cancellation. During that period, I felt as if I were being invalidated, engulfed in despair. Then, Anki Roni, who fervently promoted the work, appeared before me at that moment. I truly believed I had found someone who understood me. But subsequent events proved me wrong. Our connection was merely that of author and reader. To him, I was just Kazushi." Returning from that night's thoughts, Shiyu Kazunoko continued, "By the way, I haven't properly thanked you. Aaron-kun, if you hadn't been there during those days, I can hardly imagine how I would have endured those nights. Thank you for being by my side, Aaron-kun." The living room was enveloped in silence, save for the faint sound of snoring. Aaron, unbeknownst to him, had turned his face aside and fallen asleep. "Aaron-kun." Shiyu Kazunoko gazed at Aaron's face, slowly leaning down. Line break. Inori let out a long sigh. Finally finished. "Kato, what do you think?" "I think it's perfect, especially the background of this good end." Kato Megumi gazed at the image before her, where the protagonist's eyes were gently closed, embracing the male lead with deep affection. "I never imagined that Zoamura could create such a flawless original drawing without seeing the actual scene." Inori looked at Kato Megumi in confusion, though her expression remained unchanged and her tone still composed. Inori sensed an undertone of regret in her words. "Oh well, perhaps I'm overthinking it." Since the protagonist had acknowledged it, she decided to share the illustrations in the group. Now that I in Tokyo, and Ilun was engrossed in the latest issue of Jump Shonen. However, this edition lacked any remarkable works. It was merely a rehash of old ideas, utterly devoid of interest. Indeed, there are so few truly pure creators in the realm of anime. Just then, his phone chimed. Frustrated, he tossed the Jump Shonen Weekly aside and glanced at his phone. Lily had already produced 5 original sketches so quickly. After a cursory look, Lewin nodded in satisfaction. The quality appeared commendable. It seemed I must promptly unveil my project proposal. The game that can touch everyone's hearts must be released soon. "What are you so happy about, Lewin? You shouldn't speak suddenly like that. It's quite alarming." Urshing Long ignored Lewin's complaints and continued. "Your heroine has been in Chiba since this morning, along with 2 other delectable characters. Look, doesn't the male lead in this photo resemble your investor?" "What are you talking about? Kato wouldn't be in Chiba? Didn't she say she was studying at home yesterday?" A girl like Kato could never deceive me. With those who had absorbed his energy, he could sense their location at any time. She was indeed in Chiba, At your investor's house. Impossible. No way. And Yi Luan crouched down, cradling his head. Long, when will you finally resurrect? Didn't you promise to create a perfect two-dimensional world for Kato and me? The energy absorbed was far from sufficient. At this rate, your heroine might already have a child, while I may not even be able to resurrect. With a sigh, Long lamented that he could constantly detect in Yi Luan's thoughts. This human had previously regarded himself as a backup option. If he could successfully create the game and be with the heroine, he would no longer cooperate with Long to absorb negative energy. Of course, if things didn't go well, he could utilize the powers of the evil dragon to create a perfect two-dimensional world to be with his heroine. What a splendid host he was. However, it seemed the time was ripe, once again provoked, and Yi Luan's eyes reddened as he whispered fiercely, Long, tell me, how can I expedite your resurrection? I need that perfect world, as long as you accept me. My host, if you open your heart to me, you will gain all the powers of our dragon pearl, and then a wish can be fulfilled. Fine. I truly do not wish to continue with this three-dimensional garbage game for another moment. As you wished, a green light enveloped in Yi Luan's room. In an instant, in Chiba City, AI ran. Reclining on the sofa, unconsciously frowned. Soon after, a pair of delicate hands gently smoothed his brow. P.S. A 5-star review would be greatly appreciated. It is currently a promotional period, and everyone's ratings are truly important to me. Thank you all. By the way, according to the current voting results, the vast majority desire a harem, so I will not alter the outline and will proceed with the operation. Chapter 70. A direct approach in love. Knock. And Yi Luan's room was shrouded in darkness. Despite it being daytime, the curtains were drawn tightly, and the dimly lit space was filled with a murky green fog, creating an inexplicably eerie and cold atmosphere. With the sound of knocking, the sinister chill dissipated, and the room transformed back into a typical space with drawn curtains. Dressed in pajamas, and Yi Luan sluggishly shuffled to the door in his slippers, the sole scraping against the wooden floor with an unpleasant creaking sound. With a thud, the door swung open. Lin? I thought I heard something strange. What is happening in here? And Yi Luan's parents gazed at him with concern. They had been knocking for nearly 10 minutes, and if he didn't open the door soon, they would have called the police. Nothing happened. I just tripped and hit my head. It's nothing. You two should go back to sleep. Have you been overworking yourself lately? I told you not to get so immersed in your two-dimensional world. And Yi Luan's father began, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. A wave of green mist enveloped them. And in just a few seconds, they began to dissolve, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Damn humans! I was initially considering sparing you. Yet here you are, chattering away. And Yi Luan coldly regarded the two remaining garments on the floor before retreating back into his room. Thud! The door clicked shut once more, and Yi Luan stood silently behind it, his head bowed. After a few seconds, he slightly lifted his gaze. The calm expression he had moments ago had vanished without a trace. And behind his black-framed glasses, his eyes were bloodshot, wild, and terrifying. A sinister grin spread across his face. I have finally resurrected. Unfortunately, this body is still too weak. I am not yet a match for that long-tailed human. But is that woman beside him the host of the 3-star dragon? If we join forces, we should be able to eliminate him. It seems I must accelerate my plans. I can hardly wait to hear the wails of humanity in this world. Outside, the glow of car headlights filtered through the curtain seams, illuminating the face of an Yi Luan, which bore a wicked and maniacal expression. Yet, his shadow resembled that of a large toad. Simultaneously, strange occurrences began to unfold in various corners of the world. In the Yukinoshita family estate, Yukinoshita Yono suddenly sat up in bed. She clutched her chest, gasping for breath. What is this overwhelming heat? In the adjacent room, Yukino's demeanor also exhibited a faint blue glow, which quickly faded away. Damn monkey, supplying so much positive energy to the host. Just wait, I will surely kill you. On Sunday, AI Ran and Kasumiga Kakashiwa visited ACAFAS agreed. They were to gather material for the work on the love metronome. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting warmth upon AI Ran's face as he flipped through the manuscript. One must admit, Kasumiga Kakashiwa's literary prowess was exceptional. It captivated AI Ran to the point of immersion. The dryness in his throat gradually snapped him back to reality as he raised his hand to sip his red tea, the faint bitterness and warmth of the tea eliciting a comfortable squint from him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Kasumiga Kakashiwa watching him with an anxious expression. What do you think of the third volume? AI Rankuen. It's quite good, compared to the first two volumes. The best aspect of this one is the transformation of the male lead's character, evolving from a recluse into a strong, independent individual. Such a person deserves Miss Sayaka. Upon hearing AI Rant's remarks, Kasumi Kakashiwa beamed with the joy of victory. Receiving praise from the person before her filled her with immense happiness, a sentiment she had not experienced even when her novel sold 500,000 copies. Time seemed to fly by in their moment of solitude, and she wished it would slow down. Lifting her coffee cup to her lips, she took a delicate sip of the smooth coffee. Seizing the opportunity to subtly observe AI Rant's countenance. Perhaps due to some higher evolutionary tier, the boy's skin appeared flawless, his handsome face exuding a refreshing aura. His slightly fierce gaze was undeniably captivating. Kasumi Kakashiwa's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and some of the previously confounding thoughts suddenly found clarity. What if, when she confessed, AI Rankuen rejected her? And what about Yukino Shida Yukino? What if they had a falling out and broke up? What about an Iluan's debts that remained unpaid? There were indeed numerous concerns, but true affection is not born from a desire for romance. It is a spontaneous fondness that transcends meticulous considerations. A feeling that is so meaningful it becomes a source of inner conflict. Yet now, Kasumi Kakashiwa suddenly cast aside all her worries, disregarding all trivial reasons. Loving for a day brought with it a day's worth of tenderness. She thought to herself, I say, Kasumi Kakashiwa gently set down her coffee, causing a soft clink. AI Rankuen. AI Rant's gaze remained fixed on the manuscript, not lifting his head. The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. And then Kasumi Kakashiwa spoke, her voice soft and gentle, a smile gracing her lips. Her expression relaxed and candid. If someday you find yourself considering getting a girlfriend, would you think about me? This is Miss Kasumi Kakashiwa's most courageous moment in her life. Previously, she was merely a master of verbal prowess. AI Rand gazed up in astonishment, her face reflecting disbelief as she looked at Kasumi Kakashiwa. You need not be troubled or conflicted. My words do not constitute a confession. So no response is required. Kasumi Kakashiwa controlled her emotions, striving to appear composed and serene. I have always believed that a confession is not a clarion call for an assault, but rather the sound of victory's bell. Now I understand that you cannot provide the answer I seek, regardless of your mission or that Miss Yukino Shida Yukino. However, AI Rankuen, what I wish to convey to you is that I like you. My declaration today is not a coercive maneuver. I merely wish to express that I discovered my feelings for you last Saturday night. Therefore, I shall wait for you to complete your task, to clarify your thoughts, and to feel ready for a romantic relationship. At that time, please consider me earnestly, would you? AI Ran opened her mouth, only to find her throat parched. Starting today, I will strive to update thrice daily, as I do not wish to keep everyone waiting. During the day, I will ponder ideas, and upon returning home at night, I shall hasten to write. I kindly request a wave of 5-star reviews. Thank you all. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to Mo Jidong for the esteemed validation, and I am deeply appreciative of the support from others who have offered me their generosity. Chapter 71. Lord Kaioshin. I wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. AI Ran remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Kasumi Senpai. Could you perhaps call me by my name? No, Kasumi Senpai. Kasumi Kakashiwa regarded AI Ran with displeasure, remaining silent in a wordless protest against his form of address. Ultimately, AI Ran sighed. Shia, you need not be so humble, truly. Then you shall feel guilty. Contrary to AI Ran's expectations, Kasumi Kakashiwa interrupted him, then mischievously winked. I want you to feel indebted to me. This way, I will have an advantage in the future. Despite having only encountered Yukino Shida Yukino once, she understood profoundly how formidable her rival was, both in beauty and demeanor. Apart from a hint of barrenness on the opposite side, she could find no flaws in Yukino Shida Yukino. She also recognized that Yukino Shida Yukino and this man certainly did not share a definitive relationship. She had taken the initiative, and it was indeed a cunning move. How despicable, Shia, she chided herself internally, yet felt a twinge of pride. However, that pride quickly dissipated, replaced by a sense of melancholy that it seemed that Kata Megumi also had some. Even that golden retriever had been regarding AI Ran with an odd glimmer in its eyes these past few days. There were simply too many rivals. Yet, what could she do? This was what it meant to be in love. Regrettably, The time they spent together was still too brief. Otherwise, Kasumiga Kakashiya believed she could surely win. AI ran over. But time is on her side, is it not? AI Ran fell silent again for a few seconds, and after a brief pause, he spoke, doing his utmost to ensure the atmosphere between them did not become awkward. I will certainly contemplate this matter carefully, and at the appropriate moment, I will provide you with a definite answer that is unwavering and resolute. AI Ran's tone was earnest that moment, in his eyes. He saw not only Kasumiga Kakashiya, but also Yukino Yukino, and indeed, in summary, he could give no answer to anyone now, as the threat of the evil dragon loomed large. His current combat power was merely 18,000. Even the incomplete 3-star dragon that had appeared last time possessed a combat power exceeding 100,000. It was sheer luck that he had survived. Then, AI Rankuin, let us continue our material gathering for today. The next method involves embracing. I wish to truly experience the sensation of an embrace. After all, the protagonists in the book are about to share their first embrace. Kasumiga Kakashiya looked at AI Ran with innocent eyes. Though the joy in her gaze was undeniable, AI Ran. In the next moment, Kasumiga Kakashiya leaped into AI Ran's embrace, her expression one of blissful intoxication. In the afternoon, AI Ran once again escorted the members of the game club to the station. Kasumiga Kakashiya gazed at AI Ran with satisfaction. She had garnered enough of his energy for the day to sustain her until the following Saturday. Katamegumi seemed somewhat preoccupied today, although she maintained her usual expressionless demeanor. A hint of worry was evident, even to Iri Shiro. Since her outing that morning, she had returned with this expression in the afternoon. As for Iri Shiro, she lacked her usual vitality, merely bowing her head in silence. Many events had transpired this weekend, and with the current phase of work completed, she found herself alone in AI Rant's apartment, involuntarily recalling that Friday night that a warm current surged within her, which she forcefully suppressed. AI Ran waved to the three of them. Then, we shall meet again next Saturday. Goodbye. Just then, the train arrived. The three girls, each lost in thought, waved farewell to AI Ran as they boarded the train back to Tokyo. Chiba, Yukinoshita residence. Yukinoshita Yukino was playfully teasing Peru. Peru, what do you think our dear AI Ran is doing right now? Has he been eating well these past few days? Miss Yukinoshita, the boss has certainly been doing well. He messaged you the day before last, didn't he? The game club members came over. Speaking of the game club, Yukinoshita Yukino's expression turned slightly unnatural. Kasumiga Kakashiya, Irishiro, Katamegumi. These are all remarkable girls with distinct qualities. It feels somewhat unsettling that AI Ran spends time with them daily. What if? Although AI Ran was not fond of interacting with strangers, he never turned away familiar faces. Suddenly, a figure flew in through the window. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yukinoshita Yukino exclaimed in surprise. AI Ran. Realizing her voice had risen a bit too high, she quickly lowered it and asked, "What brings you here all of a sudden?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I plan to be away for a couple of days. Just wanted to let you know." When he finally stood before Yukinoshita Yukino, AI Ran felt an unexpected sense of guilt, noticing AI Ran's unusual demeanor. Yukinoshita Yukino swiftly stood up and grasped his hand. "Why the sudden departure?" "It's nothing. I merely wish to train for a couple of days. Don't worry, I will definitely return in time for the practical training." Late at night, AI Ran returned to his apartment, his expression grave as he sat on the sofa. Since yesterday, that elusive sense of crisis had intensified. Surely something was about to transpire. He was still too weak. He uttered the secret code between himself and the Kaishin of time. "I have returned." Immediately, Kane's ethereal figure appeared before him. "Little AI Ran, why did you suddenly call for me? Is something amiss?" AI Ran nodded. "Yes, Kaishin of time. Do you have something akin to a hyperbolic time chamber? You mentioned it in the ice and snow world last time. Why do you suddenly wish to use the hyperbolic time chamber? Isn't training alone rather dull? Lately, I have been feeling rather unfocused. If I do not train, I might not be able to handle the challenges ahead. I see. That's quite acceptable. However, I must return to prepare. As using the hyperbolic time chamber requires your transport to Kinto, how long will it take to prepare? I can be ready by tomorrow morning." "All right, I appreciate it, Kaishin of time. Please prepare some more senza beans for me. I must also make some preparations here that I will set off as soon as you are ready." When Kane had a request, her tone instantly became more amiable. "I hope this continues." Meanwhile, Yukinoshita Yukino, who typically maintained a regular sleeping schedule, found herself awake past 11 for the first time in ages, feeling more unsettled than ever. The fragrance emanating from AI ran today. Which girl from that club could it belong to? It seems that next weekend, he can no longer be left alone in the apartment. P.S. There is still another chapter to go. The plot is about to accelerate, and I haven't had dinner yet. I will write immediately after I eat. I seek a 5-star review. Chapter 72. The action of the 2-star dragon. If it were to be said that every individual is inherently bestowed with a treasure, then Kasa no Oka Shia's treasure might be a pen. Ani Luinyez could be his eloquence. AI Rance should be his extraordinary stamina, and Kata K's might be her perpetually impassive countenance, regardless of the circumstances. For Zomura Eri, her treasure could very well be a paintbrush. To liken an individual to a single object may seem somewhat inadequate, yet in another sense, it encapsulates a distinctive character that evokes immediate recognition. Eri set down her paintbrush and stretched languidly. Upon returning home in the afternoon, she commenced painting, for inspiration is ever fleeting and must be captured instantly. Before her lay a portrait resembling AI Ran. Naturally, it depicted him in a state of partial undress. Only, in the painting, AI Ran was cradling a girl with hair of the same hue as Eri's in a princess carried out. Of course, the girl's chest, like Eri's, was quite modest. Eri gazed at her creation, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Last Friday, she had sought out AI Ran to vent her grievances. Surely, hentai AI Ran would patiently listen to her woes, as he had never engaged in quarrels with her and always yielded to her. Regrettably, she had said nothing to him in the end. With a yawn, Eri rested her head upon the painting that AI Ran. I shall prepare a dish that will astound you, and then you shall become my exclusive model. She murmured softly, her voice diminishing until she drifted into slumber. Eri's parents returned home in the stillness of the night. The first thing Zomura Sayuri did upon arriving was to dash to her daughter's room and envelop Eri, who was napping at her desk, in a warm embrace. Eri, wake up, Mama's back. Ah, why are you flinging yourself at me upon your return? Just go rest. Awakened, Eri pushed away her overzealous elder and gestured her refusal of contact. TSK. Eri remains as stubborn as ever. You should be happy that Mama is back. How was your time at your friend's house these past few days? Zomura Sayuri strolled leisurely to Eri's bedside. Her gaze landing on the painting concealed beneath her daughter's covering. It was fine. Overall, quite enjoyable. Eri slightly furrowed her brow. She had been happy until just before noon on Saturday. However, recalling the events of the previous afternoon regarding the female protagonist's inspiration, she pouted in discontent. Most importantly, today AI Ran had spent the entire day with that voluptuous woman in black stockings. It was then that she noticed Zomura Sayuri's gaze fixated on the painting. Eri's face reddened, and she hastily flipped the painting over. Was the male figure in that painting a companion from her daughter's club? A friend of the opposite sex? A boyfriend? So, Eri has become enlightened? After pondering for a moment, Zomura Sayuri suddenly exclaimed without warning, "He is quite handsome. Isn't? Not at all. That guy's gaze is decidedly fierce." Eri replied instinctively, only to realize halfway through her response. Promptly sealing her lips, like a combatant dodging an attack, she habitually chose to evade, only to discover too late that her opponent had merely feigned an assault to draw out her vulnerabilities. She sensed the trap too late, exposing far too much. The outcome was all too evident. Zomura Sayuri had obtained the answer she sought and immediately became animated. Who is he? Is he from the same school? Do you have a photo? He is not what you imagine. Eri's face flushed further, the warmth creeping to the nape of her neck, before she finally could no longer bear it and shoved Zomura Sayuri out of the room. The calmness of her heart, which had settled, became tumultuous once more at her mother's inquiries. She recalled their previous physical contact and the fantasies of princesses and knights triggered by that drowsy red tea. Grabbing a cushion from her bed, she pressed it firmly against her face, unable to suppress the smile creeping at the corners of her mouth. Tonight, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep. Meanwhile, in Tokyo's 21st district, a series of piercing screams echoed through a dimly lit alley. After a while, a figure slowly emerged and Linyi adjusted his glasses, a look of satisfaction upon his face. Indeed, though they are but inferior beings, their energy is quite pure. It won't be long before I can restore my strength. As the most cunning among the evil dragons, He had spent an entire day devising a flawless plan to eliminate AI Ran. It was clear that directly approaching the 3-star dragon would be futile. Not only was he no match for AI Ran, but should he assist the 3-star dragon in revival, he might very well be devoured himself. It is known that among evil dragons, mutual consumption is the swiftest means of augmenting power, and I am still far too weak. In my current state, I lack sufficient leverage to collaborate with the 3-star dragon. Once I dispose of that human, I can seamlessly consume the 3-star dragon along with him. In that case, this world will belong solely to me. And Luanyi muttered to himself, his head bowed in contemplation. I yearn to play games, to watch anime, to create that game. Suddenly, he slapped himself sharply across the face. Damn it, you pathetic otaku. Has the second dimension seeped into your subconscious? One day without gaming, and your body exhibits withdrawal symptoms. With that, he turned aside and spat out the blood from his mouth. He extracted his phone from his pocket and sent a message in the club group. AI Ran. This Friday afternoon, our gaming club plans to visit your school. Is that all right? I believe the architectural layout of Fingziki High School is not quite suitable as a backdrop for our game. In the group chat, AI Ran quickly replied, Sure, I will inform Yukinoshita about it. Consider it a collective activity for our servant club. Upon reading this message, the 2-star dragon grinned maliciously. Indeed, the developments are unfolding precisely as I anticipated, with 5 days remaining, as long as I absorb enough humans. I shall regain my peak strength. At that time, I will eliminate you, and then consume the 3-star dragon. On the other side, AI Ran also set down his phone. This time, I shall cultivate in the time chamber for 2 days, continuously inflicting severe injuries upon myself, and then using the Senzu beans for recovery. Surely, I can transform into a Super Saiyan. After all, I was born with a battle power of 500 as a superior warrior. My innate talent must undoubtedly surpass that of a certain Saiyan whose battle power was merely 2 at birth. P.S. The third update for today is complete. I shall maintain this rhythm of updates moving forward. I hope for everyone's continued support. Let us aim for 5-star reviews. Thank you. Chapter 73. What to do if I can't transform into a Super Saiyan. In another realm, Kent City, AI Ran obediently followed behind Kain. What a joke. Upon arriving in Kent City, he had already sensed a dozen formidable presences. Even the diminutive Kaioshin before him exuded a palpable sense of pressure that AI Ran instinctively felt. Though he could not yet perceive the divine aura, the intimidation was unmistakable. It is said that even the inept Kaioshin of the 7th universe managed to escape the clutches of Majin Buu. He must be far stronger than I am now. With this thought in mind, AI Ran's desire for strength intensified. Little Ran, the time chamber here is the best in the universe. Not only can you adjust the gravity from 10 times to 500 times, but the flow of time inside is entirely under my control. How about it? Isn't that impressive? The Kaioshin of time hopped energetically ahead of AI Ran, pride evident in their tone. Indeed, AI Ran nodded in agreement. The time chamber in Kent City was vastly superior to the one on Earth. After walking for a while, Kain came to a halt in front of a small dwelling that resembled a tent. Here we are. You can freely adjust the gravity inside, and I have set the flow of time for you. 1 year inside equates to 12 hours outside. This way, your training time can be condensed into a single day. And I have prepared a surprise for you for the remaining day. Thank you so much, Lord Kaioshin. You are my very first employee. Just remember to do your job well in return for my gratitude. However, today, little Ran seems a bit unappealing. I preferred your former stubborn demeanor. What kind of masochistic statement is that? AI Ran silently ridiculed in her heart. Do not slander the divine in your thoughts. Kain winked at AI Ran. Speaking of which, you must be the true masochist here. Aside from a few cultivation fanatics, everyone else keeps their distance from this time chamber. There's nothing wrong with cultivating, but it is exceedingly tedious and torturous for both mind and body. Very few ordinary people can endure it. Humph. Do not underestimate the Saiyans. We are a warrior race. After all, where are my Senzu beans? Ready? Here are 300 Senzu beans. Then I shall enter. AI Ran opened the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, she gasped at the thin air. Never mind. This time I will become a true Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, an underground casino usually bustling with activity was now eerily empty. Only clothes lay scattered across the floor. Dayan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, approached the central gambling table. Indeed, Greedy humans are the easiest prey, aren't they, my dear lady? He remarked, bending down to gaze at a scantily clad woman, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Please don't kill me. Whatever you want, even my body, I am willing to give. Please spare my life. The woman, utterly terrified, repeatedly bowed her head, pleading for mercy from an Ilum. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she was enveloped in a green mist and disappeared, leaving only a pile of tattered clothing. Pa! An Ilum spat disdainfully upon the garments that a three-dimensional woman dares to tempt me. In the next moment, an Ilum slapped himself sharply. Damn it, this pathetic otaku is still clinging on. This cannot continue. I must completely erase his subconscious. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, an Ilum donned a calm, wicked smile and made his way toward the casino's entrance. Just another 10,000 humans will suffice. Once I absorb that many, I can restore my full form. However, today I do not sense that long-tailed human's presence. Should I take the opportunity to find the dragon of the 3 stars? No, that still feels too risky. It could be a trap. Besides, even if he is absent, I am no match for the dragon of the 3 stars that I shall wait until I have fully recovered. Patience is key. Only a few days remained. The days of cultivation always seemed to pass swiftly. AI Ran had spent over 20 months in the time chamber, progressing from enduring 20 times the normal gravity to adapting to 300 times. Having survived numerous near-death experiences, her base combat power had surpassed 3 million. It is time to learn how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Taking a deep breath, AI Ran brought her knees together, pressing her hands firmly against her waist, and began to channel her energy. She felt the golden energy within her body and focused it at her back. As AI Ran's energy continued to surge, a fierce wind swept through the time chamber. However, after a long while, she found herself in a state akin to Vegeta battling the fully formed Frieza, with a robust energy but unable to elevate further. As for transformation, that was even less likely. How could this happen? Sitting cross-legged, AI Ran absent-mindedly shoved a piece of charred meat into her mouth, her tail flicking restlessly in frustration. What is the reason behind this? I recall Kakarot and Vegeta's transformation processes. Kakarot, self-proclaimed as a benevolent Saiyan, transformed into a Super Saiyan in his fury. His success holds no relevance for me. I do not consider myself a virtuous Saiyan. The number of ants Goku has crushed in his lifetime surely pales in comparison to those I have slain. And what about Vegeta? He transformed out of extreme resentment for his own weakness. Yet, that too provides little guidance for me. I do not share Vegeta's fierce pride and self-esteem, so how does one become a Super Saiyan? AI Ran's tail swayed increasingly faster. What am I missing? Clearly, the S cells are sufficient. Could it be a matter of bloodline? But even low-class warriors like Goku are capable of transforming. Grabbing another piece of charred meat, AI Ran couldn't help but grimace at its terrible taste. My culinary skills are deplorable. Even burnt vegetables would taste better than this meat. It has been over a year. I long for the desserts made by Yukino Shida and the dishes cooked by Kato. Why did I suddenly think of Kato? Outside the time chamber, Kane stood alongside an elderly man at the entrance, waiting quietly. AI Ran had been inside for 24 hours. The old Kai glanced impatiently at the door. Kane, why hasn't he come out yet? I have many matters to attend to. Old Kaishin, what pressing matters could you possibly have? Aren't you just eager to return home to read those Riska magazines? Kane shot a disparaging look at the old Kaishin. How dare you unjustly accuse my integrity, you young whippersnapper? At that moment, the door to the time chamber swung open, revealing AI Ran, disheveled and looking ill as she emerged slowly. Another failure. Over the past 2 months, AI Ran had exhausted every means, yet could not transform into a Super Saiyan. Her base combat power had exceeded 4.5 million, yet she remained unable to cross that threshold. Lord Kaishin of Time. AI Ran looked at Kane in confusion. That you're waiting for me. Cough. Young man, why do you not greet me? Old Kaishin. AI Ran wondered, wasn't this guy sealed by Beerus? Why is he here? Cough. Kane interrupted. Little AI Ran, do not defame the divine in your thoughts. This esteemed old Kaishin from a distant time. I need his cooperation for the gift I wish to present you, so you must show him some respect. AI Ran was increasingly perplexed. She had never heard of this lecherous old man possessing anything of value. Suddenly, a thought struck AI Ran, and she quickly adopted a conciliatory tone with the old Kaishin. Lord Kaioshin, do you possess the ability to enhance others' combat power? Humph, at least you have some understanding, but your appearance displeases me. I am leaving. Wait. Kane hastily intervened, casting frantic glances at AI Rand. Sighing, Kane implored, Old Kaioshin. He is my only employee at the moment. Please assist him. We had an agreement, did we not? Humph, I do not like him. My powers are quite taxing. Unless, Old Kaioshin, I can offer many intriguing treasures from Earth. I can bring them to you another day. AI Rand flashed a knowing look at the Old Kaioshin. The Old Kaioshin immediately broke into a lewd grin before quickly suppressing it. Cough. You are quite perceptive. Follow me. As the Old Kaioshin strode toward a grassy area, he remarked, You have yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, have you? Indeed, I feel my potential has reached its limit. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot breach that boundary. The mention of this, AI Rand's expression fell. Your potential has not yet reached its peak. You have a long road ahead. You know why you cannot transform? Not really. Could you enlighten me, Lord Kaioshin? Because you are not pure enough. The Old Kaioshin halted, turning to lock eyes with AI Rand. You are unlike the Saiyans I have encountered before, whether evil or good. They all share a pure heart. Yet you? I sense none of that within you. As he spoke, the Old Kaioshin gestured toward the grass. Sit down. I will use my powers to enhance you once more. But even so, the enhancement will be limited. Reflect on why you seek power, and come to understand what kind of person you truly are. Only then will you succeed in transforming. AI Rand sat quietly on the ground. The old King Kai began to perform a peculiar dance around him. AI Rand's thoughts gradually began to drift. What did the old King Kai mean by not being pure enough? Was it because I am not a quintessential Saiyan? AI Rand lowered his head. It made sense. After all, although many memories had faded, he had been a lethargic person in his past life, lacking clarity about everything in this world. During his student days, he spent his time chasing anime and playing games. Later, after facing some setbacks in society, he completely abandoned himself, isolating himself at home. If characters like Yukino Shida, Chika Fujiwara, and Eriri Spencer Sawamura had stood before him then, he surely would have felt embarrassed and hidden away. Since regaining his memories, AI Rand continued to adhere to the Saiyan way of thinking, as if everything from his past life was merely an illusion. Yet, deep down, he was afraid in this lifetime. He feared becoming the coward he had been in his previous existence. Surely, his former self must have also been terrified of becoming a killing machine in this life. Suddenly, AI Rand felt as if he heard several voices. Yuan Yu Jun, AI Rand Jun, Hentai AI Rand classmate. Upon hearing these four voices, AI Rand instinctively smiled. Indeed, he still yearned to be a pure person. In Tokyo, under the cover of night, everything remained as tranquil as ever. However, the mass disappearance of people had plunged many into Pawnee. This phrase has been the most enchanting language that AI Rand has heard in the past 2 years. Recently, she has been pondering over the peculiarities of her meals. However, in the next moment, Yukino Shida uttered a statement that swiftly transformed AI Rand's joy into sorrow. So, Mr. Ape, can you enlighten me about the whereabouts of these so-called individuals surrounding you? In Tokyo, within the courtyard of a local gang, a squad of heavily armed officers surrounded a masked man. Don't move. Raise your hands. We suspect you are connected to the recent cases of missing persons. Please accompany us. How unfortunate. I am rather pressed for time. After all, I am to attend a grand banquet in 2 days. As he spoke, he took a step forward. In the next instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped all the officers, leaving them with no chance to scream before they vanished from this world. These humans are truly insipid. Not a trace of negative energy to be felt. The man removed his mask. It was none other than the recently notorious and Lunyi. The scent of humanity has resurfaced, right beside Sanxing Long. Yet, it seems considerably weaker. However, my strength has not reached its anticipated level either. Lunyi furrowed his brow, his eyes tightly shut. Last night, he could no longer endure it. Having played games throughout the night until morning. It appears I must exercise caution in my actions over the next few days, avoiding any large-scale disturbances and concealing my location. P.S. Today's updates are complete. 3 updates in a day is feasible. Though I lacked ample time to contemplate, I shall ponder well tonight. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I will see if I can write more. To those reading this, please consider giving this book a 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter 76. Only love can purify the Dragon Balls. Several buses were parked at the entrance of Sobu High School. After all, as this was a school-organized event, students could not be allowed to wander freely. The moment AI ran and Yukino Shida appeared, all eyes were drawn to them. The two were actually holding hands as they approached. The esteemed flower of Sobu High had been claimed by the school's most notorious delinquent. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. However, the expressions of the two parties remained unchanged, standing among the throng. Hachiman Hikagaya murmured, "Aren't these two satisfied with showcasing their relationship in the clubroom? Now they have begun to flaunt it before the entire grade. Hey, Kyo, Yukino, and AI Ran are coming over. By the way, who is AI Ran paired with today? I don't know, but AI Ran always looks fierce. I doubt anyone dares to team up with him." Ayaka Hozuki nudged her fingers together. "Hachiman, why don't we call AI Ran over and have him team up with us?" "No need." Hachiman pointed to AI Ran, who was heading towards the gathering point for Class 2J. AI Ran probably has somewhere he wants to go. Besides, I have no desire to consume dog food. Yui Yugahama puffed out her cheeks. "Kyo, you're really not concerned about our club members at all." "Not at all. Didn't I promise you that I would team up with you?" After speaking, Hachiman's face turned crimson, and he hastily turned away, while on the other side, Ayaka gazed at him with an innocent expression. "God, have I exhausted all my future luck today?" At the gathering point for Class 2J, AI Ran surveyed his surroundings. Truly, it was no wonder this international class was renowned throughout the school. Almost all the students were girls. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yukino, where's your teammate?" Yukino Shida fell silent. AI Ran scratched his head. "Could it be? No one has invited you? And you? The ape who infiltrated Class F to Class J?" AI Ran blinked. "Aren't you my only teammate?" A faint smile graced Yukino's lips as she softly replied. "The same goes for me." Around them, the students of Class J instinctively took a few steps back. What is the situation with these two? It feels like staying around them would surely be suffocating. Hachiman observed this scene from a distance, a knowing expression crossing his face. Shizuka Hiratsuka strolled over leisurely, a cigarette dangling from her lips. She glanced at AI Ran, who was in the Class J line, said nothing, and simply cleared her throat. "Ahem. All right. Everyone can board the bus now." The disheveled students received the instruction and, under the guidance of their teacher, began to disperse in pairs, boarding the already warmed-up bus. "Wake up, Mr. Ape. We've arrived at our destination. Your drool is about to drip onto me. Stop it." "Yukino, I'm eating." Still half asleep, AI Ran smacked his lips, groggily rubbing against Yukino Shida's shoulder. His breath brushed against her fair neck, the warmth causing her cheeks to flush instantly. She suppressed her discomfort and gently nudged AI Ran. "Mr. Ape, wake up." Have we arrived?" "Yes, you fell asleep as soon as you got on the bus." We've reached the construction company owned by Yukino's family. Only then did AI Ran come to his senses, hastily sitting upright. "Apologies for resting on your shoulder for so long. Are you all right?" "It's fine. I've been preparing dinner for you, Mr. Ape. My physical condition seems to have improved quite a bit. Let us go. My sister is waiting for us in the company lobby." "All right," AI Ran nodded, following closely behind Yukino. "Yukino, AI Ran, I'm over here." As soon as they stepped through the company's entrance, AI Ran heard Yukino's sister, Yana, calling out. Yana approached AI Ran, gently tapping his face. "Little AI Ran, we meet again." AI Ran felt somewhat uncomfortable with Yana's enthusiasm. Although she always wore a radiant smile, an aura of chilling coldness emanated from her. To be honest, you and Sanqing Long are a perfect match. This time, AI Ran did not evade. He merely frowned slightly and greeted her. "Hello, Miss Yukino Shida Yana. Why be so formal? Just call me Yanane." As she spoke, Yana attempted to wrap her arm around AI Ran's neck. Exuding a rather affectionate demeanor, AI Ran instinctively shrank back. "Sorry, I still prefer to maintain some distance from those I'm not very familiar with." For some reason, AI Ran felt compelled to keep a certain distance from Yukino Shida Yana. Moreover, AI Ran's brow furrowed deeper. Yana's aura today seemed entirely different from the last time they met. Although she did not exude any malevolent energy, AI Ran sensed something was amiss. Could it be that the malevolent dragon has returned? AI Ran pondered uncertainly. He couldn't help but recall what Kane had previously told him. Little AI Ran, only love can purify the Dragon Balls. At this thought, AI Ran shivered slightly. The host of the two-star ball is a man, and now the host of the Dragon Balls is Yukino's sister. Could there be a more troublesome job than this? Little AI Ran is indeed rather aloof. Not cute at all that I cannot entrust little Yukino to you, sister. At that moment, Yukino Shida interjected, breaking Yana's speech. Today is the practical observation day. I believe it would be better for you to show us around the company. Is that so? Yana propped her chin on her hand, smiling as she nodded. Of course, coincidentally, mother is waiting for you upstairs. Upon hearing this, Yukino's complexion paled slightly, her previously composed eyes turning fragile. She lowered her head, murmuring, I understand. Her gaze then fell upon AI Ran, forcing a faint smile that it seems that mother is indeed at the company today. However, AI Ran was meticulously adjusting his attire, even smoothing down the fur on his tail. As for his hair, Saiyan hairstyles do not require maintenance. Then, AI Ran looked seriously at Yukino. We are about to meet your mother. Should I return and put on my formal attire? Under the snow. Yukino was suddenly amused by Iron's antics. Come on, you're on Koen. Your outfit today looks quite dashing, but perhaps it's best to avoid wearing that cosplay-style formal attire in public. P.S. I long to go out and have some fun. But I must write. I seek a 5-star review. Perhaps I shall venture out once I complete 3 chapters. Chapter 77. My parents must be working at a demolition company. Yukino gazed in astonishment at Iron. Could a mere simple phrase truly calm her sister? Why don't you accompany me for a brief tour of the company? After all, hands-on experience is your primary task today. Mother is currently in a meeting, and we shall dine together at noon. Yukino gently nodded. Yukino led the way, elaborating on the company's situation, while Yukino listened intently. Contributing to the family like her sister and earning their mother's approval had always been her aspiration. Iron followed behind, genuinely uninterested in the sister's conversation. His sole concern was the peculiar aura emanating from Yukino. Iron caressed his tail, silently calling out to Kane. Time Lord, this is Iron. Can you hear me? Before long. Kane's voice echoed in his mind, though laced with impatience. Iron, why are you summoning me again? I am rather busy. There are pressing matters to attend to. Busy? I've been in Kent for 2 days and have yet to see you engaged in any work. Just then, another voice chimed in. Dongfeng. Time Lord, hurry up. Your pace is far too slow. Are we still playing or not? By the way, esteemed Time Lord, is your important work merely playing mahjong? Iron felt uncertain. Although Kane had always been somewhat unreliable, she had provided him considerable assistance during this trip to Kent, managing to embody some semblance of divinity. However, at this moment, these are trivial details. Iron, what is it that you require? Oh, right. Could you check the aura of the woman beside Yukino? Something feels off, Yukino, Kane's teasing voice replied. Iron, have you finally had an epiphany? I knew it. The Dragon Balls are purified through love. This task is undoubtedly most suited for Saiyans. Enough chatter, quickly investigate for me. Iron's face flushed, and he silently growled in discontent. Apparently, Kane's reliability was merely a figment of his imagination. She remained that third-rate deity. I sense she possesses the 4-star ball. Iron's heart sank. He had no desire to be entangled with Yukino, let alone the fact that Yukino was Yukino's sister. Was he to approach Yukino and declare, to purify the Dragon Balls, I must pursue your sister? Time Lord. Hurry up. Time is of the essence. Make your move. A voice interrupted Iron's thoughts. Filled with impatience that he opened his mouth, ready to refuse this task, when Kane's voice came through again. Iron, I am participating in the century-old Time Lord Mahjong tournament. So please refrain from contacting me for the time being. By the way, I expended considerable resources for your training in Kent, so in the days to come, I shall be assessing your KPI. I must hang up now. Make sure to work diligently. With that, Kane abruptly severed the connection with Iron. Iron grasped his tail tightly, urgently calling out in his mind. Time Lord, Kane, third-rate deity. Yet this time, no one responded. Blast. At noon, Yukino led Iron and Yukino, who had completed their company tour, to a French restaurant. It was only at this moment that the absent-minded Iron snapped back to reality. French cuisine? He muttered. Yukino leaned closer to Iron, inquiring curiously, Iron, do you not enjoy French food? Having caught a whiff of Yukino's fragrance, Iron subtly shifted closer to Yukino. However, the scent emanating from Yukino seemed reminiscent of Edelweiss. Iron sighed in exasperation before replying. It's not that. At that moment, Yukino interjected. What Iron means is that the portions of French cuisine are too meager to satisfy his appetite. Indeed, after all, I have witnessed Xiao Iron's enormous appetite. Yukino remarked, no need to worry. After our meal with mother, we can have a little gathering. Iron shook his head. No need for that. We can simply join our classmates for activities this afternoon, upon entering the restaurant. Iron quickly identified his target that it was a woman clad in a kimono, her hair elegantly styled in an intricate updo, appearing remarkably youthful. The three women resembled one another, as if they were clones. Did Mrs. Yukino possess such potent genes? Of course, aside from looks. Yukino did appear to have a few shortcomings compared to the other two, yet from a genetic perspective, she undoubtedly had a promising future. Yukino swiftly approached Mrs. Yukino, introducing her. Mother, this is the Xiao Iron I mentioned earlier, and Xiao Yukino. They are friends? Mother. Yukino slowly walked up to Mrs. Yukino, softly greeting her, her demeanor somewhat reserved. Mrs. Yukino nodded, and then turned her gaze to Iron, offering a gentle smile. I have heard your name from Yukino. Please, take a seat, no need for formalities. Today I am merely here as Yukino's mother to meet her friends. You may regard me as an ordinary elder. Iron nodded, and the four of them settled into a window-side table. Is there anything you wish to eat? Mrs. Yukino's tone was warm, akin to a mother doting on her child's friends. That I am not particularly finicky about food. Anything will suffice, Iron replied. Mrs. Yukino nodded and called for the waiter, placing the order. Then, in a casual manner as if discussing family matters, she inquired, Yukino mentioned you are a foreigner. What do your parents do? Iron blinked. He had never known his parents. The first memory he had was awakening in a cultivation pod. For the following decades, he had never contemplated this question. After all, 99 of Saiyans do not place much value on familial bonds. As for his previous life, he had drifted through over 20 years without ever asking what his parents did, simply taking without giving, until he was struck by a truck. Nonetheless, since Mrs. Yukino inquired, he resolved to respond earnestly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Iron replied somewhat uncertainly. If I had to say, my parents must have been involved in demolition work. P.S. This is the second chapter for today. There is still one more to follow. I am experiencing some writer's block, but I will write it out as soon as possible. That I seek a 5-star review. Chapter 78. Yukino's mother paused momentarily, then softly replied, I apologize. I did not realize your parents had. It's nothing. In truth, I have no recollection of them. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, the waiter presented the first dish. All right, let us eat. I am starving, Yukino suddenly exclaimed, breaking the tension. I took you both on a tour of the entire company this morning. Xiao Iron, hurry and eat. Could you refrain from calling me Xiao Iron, Miss Yukino? Iron protested. The Time Lord referred to him as Xiao Iran, and now another was calling him Xiao Iron. He wished to tug at their collars and demand to know what was so small about him. Moreover, due to the 4-star ball's connection to Yukino, Iron was now distressed to the point of losing his appetite. For a Saiyan, losing one's appetite is akin to receiving a terminal diagnosis, though. So there are 3 Yukinos here. Who is Xiao Iron speaking to? Yukino teased, picking up a spoon and regarding Iron with a playful smirk, disregarding his earlier protest. Miss Yukino? Iron tentatively called out. Sister. Yukino furrowed her brows as she gazed at Yono. Hi. I won't say anything anymore, but it's surprising how much Yukino cares about her friends. What do you think, Aaron? Yono deliberately elongated the vowels while addressing her friend. Sister, please don't try to get close. You aren't really familiar with Aaron. Witnessing this scene, Mrs. Yukino timely tapped the table, saying, All right, everyone, let us eat. Yono, Yukino, and Aaron too, stop joking around, and let us have our meal. Yono widened her eyes, incredulously staring at her mother as if she had misheard. However, shortly afterward, a relieved smile graced her lips, that fleeting expression vanishing before anyone could fully comprehend it on the other side. Yukino bore an equally incredulous visage. What is going on with mother? Only Aaron quietly placed the food before her into her mouth, unable to help but remark, this piece of meat is truly tiny. Subsequently, lunch proceeded in an unremarkable manner. Mrs. Yukino and Yukino Yono maintained their cheerful demeanor, complimenting Yono's exceptional social skills, and the atmosphere appeared quite pleasant. Aaron felt that such a gathering was rather enjoyable. However, Yukino's expression remained as frigid as ever. She had lost count of how many times she had witnessed such so-called social antics. She despised this sensation. The inauthenticity suffocated her. Of course, she was acutely aware that this was precisely why she could never garner the same level of attention within the family as her sister. This is quite delicious. Yukino, do try some. Erin placed a piece of dessert onto Yukino's plate, her face radiating a look that implored, "You must trust me." Upon tasting the dessert, Yukino's visage seemed to thaw, revealing a serene smile akin to melting snow. Indeed, she found herself preferring the company of her beloved monkey. How profound, indeed. The monkey, at times, could utter some remarkably poignant words. After lunch, Erin and Yukino took their leave. They were scheduled to visit another location in the afternoon, as it was a school-organized event, and it would be impractical for everyone to wait solely for the two of them. Once the two departed, Mrs. Yukino's smile gradually faded, and Yono completely lost her previous vivacity. If Erin were present, she would undoubtedly notice that moment. Yono appeared even more distant than when she first encountered Yukino. Mrs. Yukino softly remarked, "Yukino's friend seems rather delightful. Have they officially started dating?" "It seems not yet." Yono returned to her usual self, as if the earlier chill had never existed, observing her daughter's transformation. Mrs. Yukino sighed inwardly. "I can see that Yukino has genuinely developed feelings for that boy, which is wonderful." At this moment, her once commanding presence as a formidable woman dissipated, enveloped by a gentle melancholy. "I have always been a stubborn person, thus I unilaterally arranged Yukino's future, from studying abroad to now enrolling her in Sobu High. I initially believed that, given Yukino's nature, she might never fall for anyone. But today's encounter with that boy was both surprising and gratifying. Actually, if you also wish, Mother," Yono interrupted her mother's words, "I am different from my sister. The Yukino family requires my contributions. My sister's temperament is ill-suited for managing a company. It is best for her to remain as she is." "Is that so?" Mrs. Yukino sighed again, as if consumed by a profound sense of helplessness. Being born into such a family is both a blessing and a curse. The weight of familial responsibilities and inexplicable pressures can be suffocating. Yet Yukino is fortunate, for her sister stands in to bear everything. The price is that Yono dons a mask of pretense, and in the future, she too will seek a son-in-law who can contribute to the Yukino family. As for love, it is indeed a thing both beautiful and illusory. Chapter 79. The reunion of four women on Friday. After school, in the service club, Erin had yet to arrive. Following the recent exam, he had ranked last in the entire school and was immediately dragged into a small room by Hiratsuka Shizuka for a grueling remedial session. Both Hikigaya Hachiman and Yugahama Yui instinctively retreated to a corner. Although the clubroom was as quiet as ever, the atmosphere today felt exceedingly oppressive. They were both striving to restrain themselves from fleeing. The usually lively Yugahama Yui swallowed hard, stealing a glance at the four women within the room. After pouring cups of red tea for their guests, Yukino settled by the window, engrossed in a book titled Love Metronome. Opposite her, Kasumigakaka Shiwe scrutinized Yukino while her voluptuous thighs trembled rapidly, a sign of her discontent. Whenever she encountered matters that vexed or troubled her, she would resort to this method of venting her frustration. Inori sat beside Kasumigakaka Shiwa, her twin tails drooping, appearing utterly listless. Meanwhile, Katamegumi was nonchalantly sipping her tea, exuding an air of calmness. Suddenly, Kasumigakaka Shiwa felt a weight in her heart. How infuriating. Why does it feel as though someone has reached their limit? Additionally, what is this aura of a main heroine? Gazing at Yukino, who appeared completely unperturbed while reading her novel, Kasumigakaka Shiwa was overtaken by a peculiar sensation. The monkey is mine, regardless of your schemes. I shall not yield. You shall not take him. Perhaps this was the sort of feeling that Kasumigakaka was experiencing. TSK. Inori, has Ryuya been in contact with you? How long until he arrives? How would I know? Ryuya hasn't contacted me at all during this period. Had it not been for Kata telling me today, I wouldn't have known he hasn't attended school for a week. Inori rolled her eyes at Kasumigakaka Shiwa. "That I can see you're in a bad mood. But what do you want from me?" She had known Kasumigakaka Shiwa for quite some time, since her entry into the school, and had constantly been compared to the black-haired girl who had dominated the school for a year. One relished such comparisons. They were inherently different in style that moment. Recognizing that Kasumigakaka Shiwa had initiated a conversation with her, Inori saw through her intentions. The plump woman was merely attempting to mask her discomfort and embarrassment by engaging her in conversation. That said, Inori herself felt quite awkward, particularly when recalling the events of the previous Friday night. Has Ryo really not attended school for a week? Kasumigakaka Shiwa inquired, puzzled. Yeah, he is probably just gaming at home again. It's not the first time. Inori slumped over the table, grumbling listlessly at that moment. Kata Megumi chimed in. Well, Anki contacted me once this afternoon via line, mentioning he would arrive later, but he didn't specify a time. Just then, Yukino closed the novel after finishing the last page. It's all right. We can leave school a bit later tonight. The monkey has already applied to the guidance counselor. With that, she turned her gaze towards Kasumigakaka Shiwa. Kasumigakaka-senpai, your novel is truly exceptional, especially in the portrayal of the female protagonist's emotions. It's no wonder you've sold over 500,000 copies as a light novelist. I eagerly anticipate the third volume, but a smile graced the corners of Kasumigakaka Shiwa's lips. This was her forte. The third volume is nearing completion. It will be released after the Golden Week, all thanks to the assistance of Aaron Kuhn, which has made the writing process so smooth. She spoke with an implied meaning. Yet Yukino merely nodded seriously. Just moments ago, Yukino had confirmed something significant. The scent emanating from the monkey was identical to that of the Kasumigakaka-senpai before her. Although the monkey possessed a somewhat peculiar personality, he would never neglect those in need, especially when it pertained to work. Oh, Shiaji Chioshiyu comprehended the implications of the words spoken by Yukino. She also grasped the deeper significance embedded within Yukino's discourse. However, as she delicately placed her finger upon her lips, Shiaji Chioshiyu revealed a knowing smile. I eagerly anticipate that Inari-kun and Yukino-san will be among the first readers of the third volume of Love Metronome. Although Inari-kun has already perused my draft, Yukino does not fully grasp its essence. She merely nodded and softly uttered, of course. While uncertain of the current status of Yukino and Inari's relationship, Shiaji Chioshiyu was confident, based on her observations, that she was undoubtedly ahead in the race. At that moment, Kato Megumi suddenly set her disposable teacup down on the table. By the way, Yukino-san, this black tea is truly delightful. No wonder Inari-kun praises your skills so highly. Would you be willing to teach me? Of course, Yukino replied. Kato-san's culinary skills are already commendable. She should learn this quickly. Yukino would never decline a reasonable request. Observing Yukino and Kato engage in a discussion regarding tea ceremonies and cooking, Iri's twin tails swayed with increasing intensity. She surveyed the individuals present and, aside from the unfamiliar Hachiman Hikigaya and Yui Uebin, it seemed that her domestic capabilities were significantly lacking. Even that woman with the black stockings could manage in the kitchen. In this world, there are indeed 60-year-old princes, and yet, there also exist 16-year-old princesses. Herself, the charming Sawamura Spencer Iri. She relied on others for everything, except for her studies in art, feeling utterly inadequate. This was quite displeasing. Extremely displeasing. Hentai Inari, why haven't you arrived at this clubroom yet? Meanwhile, Inari emerged from the office with a grim expression. After receiving a phone call, Hiratsuka Shizuku hurriedly left, leaving him alone to complete 3 exam papers. Now, the sun was nearly setting. Outside the school, a faint green barrier suddenly enveloped the entire premises. Inari stood at the school gate with his hands in his pockets. Ha. Splendid. Everyone has gathered. Yet, that human's combat prowess remains so low. Well, now none of you can escape. After tonight, this world shall revert to its rightful state. With that, he strode purposefully toward the direction of the 3-star dragon he sensed. Simultaneously, Inari approached the classroom door, ready to enter, yet abruptly halted. Has the 2-star dragon been resurrected? P.S. The next chapter will commence the conclusion of the 3-star and 2-star dragon incidents. It will take approximately 10 chapters. So please stay tuned. 5-star reviews are greatly appreciated. Chapter 80. An indoor battlefield, an outdoor war. After a moment of hesitation, Inari chose not to pull open the door to the servant club classroom. Although it sounded from the outside as if Iri was vociferously protesting something, the pressing matter at hand was to confront the 2-star dragon. With this thought, Inari leaped from the corridor and made his way outside the teaching building. 10 minutes earlier, following the conclusion of the discussion on tea ceremonies between Yukino and Kato, the The clubroom fell into silence once more. In truth, the only link between the servant club and the gaming club was Inari. Without his presence, the unfamiliar members would not instantly become acquainted. Moreover, the existence of a certain individual complicated their relationships further. Iri had been frowning since earlier, and after much deliberation, she gently nudged Xiaji Chioshiu. Have you truly shown the third volume's draft to Hentai Inari? Of course, Xiaji Chioshiu replied without lifting her gaze, her attention wholly fixated on her notebook. The screen remained blank, save for a title that read, You, as the third volume had just been completed. While the fourth awaited inspiration, then why not start a new book? Iri's brow furrowed even deeper. This draft is undeniably significant. Xiaji Chioshiu, observing Iri's incredulous expression, chuckled softly. No matter how important. It is of no concern to you. Iri, at that moment, Yukino began to grasp the implications, recalling Kato's earlier strong reaction to the draft. Though her expression remained calm, Yukino acutely sensed Kato's emotional fluctuations. The disparity in information seemed to have led her to overlook something crucial. Realizing this, Yukino inquired, perplexed, does this draft hold any special significance for you? Senior Shiyu? Xiaji Chioshiu feigned surprise. Did Inari-kun not mention it to you later? Yukino was increasingly bewildered, but Xiaji Chioshiu's subsequent words left her utterly flabbergasted. Oh, it's nothing. I merely confessed to Inari-kun while showing him that draft, and he did not refuse at that time. The confession was genuine. The lack of refusal was also true. Yet, Xiaji Chioshiu had obscured some very important information. Her ultimate goal was to undermine Yukino, preferably compelling her to distance herself from Inari-kun. She was prepared to employ any unscrupulous means to achieve this. In love, there can only be one victor. The winner takes all, while the loser is left with nothing. Xiaji Chioshiu was already beyond caring. Yukino was rendered speechless. She found herself at a loss for how to articulate her current emotions. Was it disbelief? Or perhaps anger? Meanwhile, Kato Megumi, who had been working on her assignments, momentarily halted her actions. Though she quickly resumed her studies. In the corner of the classroom, Hachiman Hikigaya and Yui Yuobin were left agape, unable to process the situation. What is happening? We need to go home. Just as the scene was on the verge of spiraling out of control, Iri suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up. She addressed Xiaji Chioshiu with fervor. Xia, Ji, Chio, sure. You. You shameless liar. If what you said were true, you would have boasted to me by now. Iri vehemently denied Xiaji Chioshiu's claims. In that moment, she was completely unaware of her own thoughts. However, even if Xiaji Chioshiu's words were true, she would endeavor to turn this reality into falsehood. Instinct triumphed over all. In this instant, propriety and friendship were cast aside. Yet, after this outburst, Yukino's expression noticeably brightened. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the happenings in the clubroom, Inari had cornered Anki Ryuya on the playground. Anki Ryuya greeted Inari politely. Long time no see, Inari-kun. Not far away, Inari had entered a battle-ready stance. There was something off about this Anki Ryuya. Such a formidable aura could not possibly belong to an ordinary human. Inari assessed that Anki Ryuya's combat power now rivaled that of his former boss, Frisia, at a combat power of 120 million. No, it was even more. Anki Ryuya now resembled Son Goku during his first transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, this was still insufficient. You are not Anki Ryuya. You are the two-star dragon. Before he could finish his thought, Inari sprang into action. He was neither Vegeta nor Son Goku. The identity of the person before him was irrelevant. He needed to apprehend him. Without hesitation, Inari launched a punch toward Anki Ryuya's face. Simultaneously, Anki Ryuya returned the blow. Bang! The clash of fists produced a thunderous roar, causing the ground to tremble violently, due to the sonic boom. Every window in the school shattered. Inside the servant club, several screams echoed. Everyone gazed in shock at the scene outside. Yukino, undeterred by the quaking building, struggled to reach the window. That Ria? Iri also arrived at the window. Her expression akin to that of one who had encountered a ghost. Regardless of whether it's Ria or not, we must hurry downstairs. This place is unsafe. Xiaji Chioshiu expressed her concern as she looked anxiously at Inari, who was engaged in battle on the playground, uttering what she believed to be the most sensible statement. Hearing this, Hachiman Hikigaya forcefully flung open the door to the servant club, shouting, "Come on out. Everyone, Then he lifted the already terrified Yui Yugahama, who had collapsed to the ground. The scene from the anime was unfolding in reality, driving Hachiman Hikigaya to the brink of madness. However, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. Survival was of utmost importance. Despite having prior experience, Yukino Shida's complexion still turned pale. We need to run a bit farther. The battle with the ape man will have a significant impact. Let us move away. On the playground, Eren also recognized the gravity of the situation. This battle could not be prolonged, nor could it take place on the ground. With this in mind, Eren silently delivered a powerful punch to Rintaro Akagi's abdomen. The immense force propelled him skyward. How is this possible? I always sensed that your energy was inferior to mine. You are certainly not Rintaro Akagi. Eren's intent to kill had already ignited. He was all too familiar with the scent of blood emanating from the figure before him. How many people had this guy killed in the past few days? A furious roar erupted, enveloping Eren in a golden light. How can this be? Rintaro Akagi clutched his head, disbelief etched on his face. In his perception, Eren's energy had now multiplied several times over. P.S. Whenever I write about battles, it feels akin to being constipated. I really dislike crafting combat scenes. There should be another chapter soon. I'll see how others write battle scenes. I humbly request a wave of 5-star reviews. Chapter 81. The revived 3-star dragon Kent hesitated for a moment before tossing out a tile worth 80. 000. I'm in. Kane exclaimed, immediately laying out all her tiles. Lord Old Supreme Kai. Hurry up with the money. You've been firing cannons the entire day. You're over 1,000 years younger than me and have no respect for your elders. Old Supreme Kai grumbled, reluctantly retrieving a beautifully crafted chip from the drawer of the mahjong table. He then continued languidly. By the way, your little employee is slated to die today, and you heartlessly severed all contact with him. Isn't that a bit excessive? If he dies, I can just retrieve him from King Yama. It's not the first time I've done this. Kane snatched the chip from Old Supreme Kai's hand, adding, some things come with a price. Helping him become a Super Saiyan has already severely altered the timeline, let alone that he isn't even the original Super Saiyan. But I believe that our little Eren can certainly become a competent time patroller. Although his direction is rather peculiar. What's peculiar about it? Old Supreme Kai shot Kane a glare. It's strange to fall for a girl you liked before losing your memory. Only a Saiyan who understands love can generate positive energy. If it comes to that, you can let him come work for me. There aren't many Saiyans left in the 7th universe. Dream on. You want to make little Eren do your bidding? You just want him to bring you adult materials from Earth. You shameless fiend. You're not allowed to get close to Eren again. After chatting with him for hours, you've led him astray. Whether you give or not, let us just play mahjong. Humph. The golden light slowly dissipated. Eren, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, gradually appeared before Rintaro Akagi. The figure of the Super Saiyan began to materialize in front of Akagi. With golden hair and blue eyes, bolts of lightning flickered around him. Eren clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within. This was the Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2. After 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, and then being awakened by Old Supreme Kai, he finally mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although he certainly could not compare with Vegeta during the Buu saga, or even Gohan during his first transformation into Super Saiyan 2, it was more than sufficient to handle the current situation. No, the battle must end swiftly. The bloodlust that surged after transforming into a Super Saiyan was overwhelming. Eren murmured softly, then fixed his gaze on the utterly terrified Rintaro Akagi. Roar! Even the evil dragon can experience fear. Eren involuntarily revealed a cruel smile. Tear him apart! Tear him apart! Tear him apart! Eren suddenly shook his head violently, dispelling the thoughts of destruction from his mind. Haha, do you really think you can defeat me? No matter how strong a human is, they are merely my sustenance. The panic on Rintaro Akagi's face gradually faded, and a thick plume of green smoke began to rise from behind him. Poison? Eren, well acquainted with the abilities of the 2-star dragon, was certainly not foolish enough to charge in recklessly. Eren raised a hand, unleashing a powerful ki blast that erupted from his palm as it passed through the green mist. Some of the energy was absorbed, but what remained struck Rintaro Akagi squarely, accompanied by a piercing scream. Akagi plummeted from the sky. Although his body was enveloped in a charred aroma, he did not die immediately. Eren extended a finger, aiming at Akagi's face. as energy began to gather slowly that it was time to deliver the final blow. After all, this body belonged to Rintaro Akagi. There was no need to prolong his suffering. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Rintaro Akagi's figure suddenly vanished from Aaron's sight that on the other side. Yukino Yukinoshita, who had nearly reached the school gate, found herself frozen once more, along with the others, who were also immobilized. However, this time, the freezing had a diminished effect. They were merely numb. Nearby Yukino, the three-star dragon, was gasping heavily. Damn Saiyan, damn monkey, I was so close to being purified, but alas. The three-star dragon turned to Yukino, a sinister smile creeping across its face. Humans are truly susceptible to fear. The negative energy flows endlessly. Wouldn't you agree, my host? Struggling to turn her head, Yukino ignored him completely. Snow, Yukinoshita Yukino, what kind of monster is this? Inori was so frightened that her speech faltered. Kasumi and Shizuku, although aware of some background details, were still pale-faced upon witnessing the evil dragon in person. As for Yui Yugahama and Hachiman Hikigaya, their reactions were even more pronounced. Observing Yukino's indifference towards him, the three-star dragon, unperturbed, continued, while your fear is quite delectable, there is something else that suits my palate even more. As the words of the three-star dragon echoed, a dim dragon ball emerged from its body, shooting a pale blue beam towards the descending Rintaro Akagi. With the resonance of two dragon balls, Akagi was instantly transported to the front of the three-star dragon. Grasping Akagi by the throat, the three-star dragon sneered. Oh, is this not the two-star dragon? Didn't you always proclaim to be the strongest among the evil dragons? How is it that you now find yourself in this state? Akagi, Inori exclaimed in astonishment. However, Rintaro Akagi paid her no mind, instead pleading with the three-star dragon, don't consume me. Let us join forces to eliminate that human. Otherwise, you will die too. Your strength has recovered quickly. You must have consumed many humans. However, such power is too wasteful to remain in your hands. Rest assured, you will enjoy the cries of humanity together with me inside my body. The three-star dragon plunged one hand into Akagi's chest, twisting it before extracting a dragon ball from within. Akagi, Inori was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the conversation between the two. What did it mean to consume humans? What did it mean to kill that human together? It was completely beyond her understanding. Damn three-star dragon, you too will be killed by that human. After struggling to utter those words, Rintaro Akagi's form shattered like glass, ultimately disintegrating into dust. Even at the brink of death, you still have so much to say. However, by consuming you, I shall be completely revived. The three-star dragon tilted its head back, swallowing the two-star dragon whole. Gulp. The three-star dragon's throat convulsed, and an overwhelming power surged forth from its body. Ah! It is precisely this sensation, the exhilarating feeling of complete revival, that is truly magnificent. Subsequently, the three-star dragon turned its gaze towards the sky. There, beneath the snow, lay Yukino Yukinoshita and her companions, all sprawled on the ground. While AI Ran was utterly enraged, the azure color of its pupils gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a stark white. Each hair on its golden tail stood on end. Three-star dragon, I shall certainly slay you. P.S. In today's third chapter, I ponder that Lewin cannot perish at the hands of the protagonist. I shall take a brief respite and continue writing in the dead of night. I intend to complete both the three-star dragon and the two-star dragon segments in one go. That a disjointed narrative only serves to muddle my thoughts. It is imperative to delve into the chapter of Kaguya sooner, lest others grow impatient. That I beseech for a 5-star review. For those who have already rated it favorably, an additional comment would be appreciated. The book has already attained a rating of 8.3 on the eve of Golden Week. The esteemed TBU High School was obliterated. Observing AI Ran rushing towards him with great speed, the three-star dragon broke into a sinister grin. Saiyan monkey, I previously asserted that I would certainly slay you. With that, he gently flapped the wings on his back. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before AI, and so swift. AI Ran's heart sank. Before he could react, he was struck by a powerful punch that seemed to blur into a shadow, causing him to violently expel a mouthful of blood. The three-star dragon, grinning maliciously, seized AI Ran by the head, lifting him effortlessly. How does it feel, Saiyan monkey? Do you have any final words before you meet your demise? Final words. To hell with you. With a resounding impact, AI Ran executed a swift kick to the three-star dragon's face, quickly distancing himself from the adversary. Immediately thereafter, a burst of energy shot from his hand, crashing forcefully against the three-star dragon's head, yet the blow merely caused the dragon to sway slightly. Gazing at the unscathed three-star dragon emerging from the explosion, AI Ran furrowed his brow. That it seems that Kayan was indeed correct. At full strength, the three-star dragon surpasses even Super Saiyan 3 by a considerable margin. This implies that the three-star dragon is at least 4 times stronger than himself at present. AI Ran was acutely aware that his so-called Super Saiyan 2 state was merely a rudimentary version. What should be done in this dire situation? AI Ran found himself momentarily indecisive. The three-star dragon twisted its neck and donned a contemptuous smile. Futile resistance. With that, the three-star dragon charged ferociously towards AI Ran. Despite being mentally prepared, his body failed to respond. The rapidly enlarging fist approached, followed by a jarring pain that reached his brain. Once again, intense agony surged through his abdomen, accompanied by a deafening sound as AI Ran plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the school building. With a terrifying roar, the remaining structures of TBU High collapsed. Yuanyao, AI Ran, Hentai AI Ran, AI Ran Koen. Yukino Shida and the others exclaimed in unison. In the next moment, AI Ran sprang up from the rubble, gasping for breath. Damn it, this wretched school has finally met its end. Who would have thought that a single battle would fulfill my lifelong dream? Viscous blood flowed from his nostrils. The bridge of his nose fractured, even piercing through the skin. AI Ran gasped heavily, feeling as if his lungs had been crushed. The lack of oxygen blurred his vision. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Transform into a great ape? AI Ran instinctively recalled his old strategy. No, that won't do. The great ape transformation only enhances base combat power tenfold. His training was far from adequate. The notion of transforming into a golden great ape, or even a Super Saiyan 4 was nothing but a pipe dream. The three-star dragon hovered in the air, exuding an air of nonchalance. Heh. Does it hurt, Saiyan monkey? Do you wish to beg for mercy? The vast difference in fighting ability rendered him disinterested in playing a cat-and-mouse game with this monkey. AI Ran, disgruntled, spat out the blood from his mouth. Damn, to suffer twice at the hands of the same opponent. Seeing AI Ran's silence, the three-star dragon grew even more smug. Just a little more. If it weren't for the appearance of the two-star dragon today, he would have nearly been purified. Enduring AI Ran's positive energy daily was driving the three-star dragon to the brink of madness. But now, he cast a silent glance at AI Ran, his expression akin to that of someone observing a bug that could be crushed at any moment. Enough of this. I've grown weary of you. A monkey that can't even beg for mercy is hardly entertaining. I think it's time for you to descend into hell. After I slay you, I shall take my time torturing the humans of this world. That should prove to be much more amusing. Raising his right hand towards AI Ran, a blue energy sphere materialized in his palm. AI Ran's pupils constricted, the sensation of death swelling within him. Boom. As the energy sphere descended, the explosive light illuminated the sky. When the smoke cleared, AI Ran, along with the educational buildings of TBU High, had vanished, leaving behind a deep crater of several meters. Witnessing this scene, Yukino Shida nearly fainted. The others, equally horrified, watched as Shizuka Shirtera even bit her own lip until it bled. That damned monkey is finally dead. Now this world belongs to me. The three-star dragon clutched his forehead, laughing uproariously. Suddenly, he noticed the hateful gazes of Yukino and her companions through his fingers. Fear not. I shall ensure you reunite with me in hell. What a thrilling performance it has been. With that, the three-star dragon gathered another energy sphere in his hand. That moment, Hikigaya Hachiman and Yugahama Yui finally embraced each other tightly, despairing with their eyes shut. However, Yukino Shida and the members of the gaming club did not falter. Though their faces remained pale from fear, they steadfastly fixed their resentful gazes upon the three-star dragon. Suddenly, AI Ran's figure materialized behind the three-star dragon, the injuries he had sustained now completely healed. In an instant, he locked the dragon's arms. The three-star dragon struggled fiercely, demanding loudly, "How could you possibly survive? And how have your injuries healed?" AI Ran remained silent. He needed to summon all his strength to momentarily restrain the three-star dragon. Fortunately, he had learned instantaneous movement from Kayan and had brought back some senzu beans. Otherwise, he would have truly been reduced to ashes. Of course, the ensuing fate would not be much better. AI Ran cast his gaze at the individuals lying on the ground and uttered 2 words, "I'm sorry." Though his voice was low, it conveyed his message clearly. With that, the energy within AI Ran surged, enveloping the 2 of them in a colossal light. "You intend to self-destruct?" The 3-star dragon struggled even more vigorously. "Fortunately, you're not Majin Buu. Otherwise, I might truly hesitate to employ this technique." AI Ran's tone was calm. This was not the first time he had faced death. He was almost becoming experienced at it. With a sigh, AI Ran silently implored, "Third-rate deity, remember to retrieve me from the King of Hell. Otherwise, if I are truly reincarnated, it will be too late." He wondered if that third-rate deity could hear him. Having completed all necessary actions, AI Ren exerted his utmost strength, propelling both himself and the 3-star dragon into the higher skies, where he unleashed all of his power in one breath. Damn monkey. In a mournful wail, the 3-star dragon gradually evaporated, leaving behind 2 pure dragon balls that slowly descended from the heavens. As for AI Ran, he had completely transformed into a white stone as soon as he landed. He shattered into countless fragments. AI Ran, Yukino Shida Yukino could no longer endure the strain. After calling out the name Iron, she entirely lost consciousness. Kasuma ga Kakashiyu and Kata Megumi crawled desperately towards the fragments of Iron. In stark contrast, Arari stood frozen, tears streaming down her face, yet her gaze remained vacant. Concurrently, a young boy with green-framed glasses and pink hair hovered in midair. These extraterrestrials truly know how to cause trouble for others. Altering the memories of so many humans with supernatural abilities is exhausting, even for me. With that, he turned his gaze towards Yukino Shida Yukino and the others. Never mind, there's no need to tamper with their memories. They surely wouldn't wish to forget the extraterrestrial named Iran.as for that school. Forget it. It's of no concern. After all, the altered memories are akin to a gas explosion. I should head home and rest. I've been thoroughly worn out by Rentaro and his antics all day long. P.S. The protagonist is about to embark on a day trip to the underworld. Please leave a 5-star review. If you've already commented, I would appreciate a follow-up review. Thank you. Chapter 83. Iron's journey through hell. At this moment, the ruler of the underworld, King Enma, was rapidly reviewing the documents before him. After a brief pause, he turned to a white spirit at the opposite end of the desk and spoke. You haven't committed many heinous acts in your lifetime, but your excessive indulgence in self-pleasure has led you to commit lewd offenses. You shall remain in the column hell for 2 years before your reincarnation. The white spirit appeared somewhat discontented. Lord Enma, I haven't done anything wrong. Why must I be punished so harshly? How audacious! I have conducted a rigorous judgment according to the laws of the underworld. Should you continue to defy me, I shall extend your sentence by an additional 3 years, with a wave of his hand. King Enma summoned a formally dressed green-faced demon, who proceeded to escort the white spirit away. Continue. The sudden appearance of so many wronged souls on earth has made my duties all the more taxing. At that moment, a red-faced demon in formal attire appeared before King Enma, raising his head and exclaiming, Lord Enma, I have delivered the Saiyan to hell. He is currently in the Sea of Blood. Is that so? He is one of the individuals specifically designated for our attention. Ensure he experiences the full extent of our underworld's hospitality. Understood? Yes, Lord Enma. On either side of the winding serpentine path lay an endless expanse of yellow clouds. Beneath the clouds was hell itself, in the bubbling sea of blood. Iron had only his head above water, a halo resting upon it. The temperature in the Sea of Blood is quite pleasant. It far surpasses the comfort of a warm bath back on Earth. Indeed, Lord Iron, this is our underworld's most renowned therapeutic hot spring. King Enma has often chosen to soak here after his training. Upon hearing Iron's expression of delight, the demon on the shore quickly presented a wooden basin filled with a stack of eggs, all neatly arranged. These are freshly boiled eggs from our Sea of Blood, laid by our famous hellish roosters. Each rooster requires over 2 years of nurturing to produce just a few eggs. Would you care to try? Iron skillfully cracked an egg and tossed it into his mouth. This egg is exquisite. I'm glad you enjoy it. The demon wiped the sweat from his brow, as the heat near the bubbling Sea of Blood was quite unbearable. This morning, he received orders from King Enma to treat this Saiyan with utmost care. Failure to do so could result in immediate dismissal. Despite not fully grasping the significance of a Saiyan like Iron, the boss's commands were to be followed without question. The Trials of a Worker. Moments later, Iron leaped from the water, shaking his body. If I stay any longer, I might faint. Are there any other activities planned? Indeed, replied the demon, producing an unopened knife from behind him. After the sea of blood, you will proceed to the blade hell, where this knife will be used to scrape against your skin until extensive red marks appear. It's a requisite experience following the sea of blood. Quite brutal indeed. Iron stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before lying down at the water's edge. Bring it on. Let us begin. Yes, we have also prepared the gluttony hell, however. The only response to Aaron was a profound silence. P.S. I will write the next chapter after I get off work and return home. That I kindly request a 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter 84. Just how brave is Irie? Once again, dusk enveloped the day. Aaron's home was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the persistent sound of chopping vegetables emanating from the kitchen. Yukino and Kasumiga Kakashiwa sat dazedly on the living room sofa, maintaining this posture for the entirety of the day. Irie had been sequestered alone in Aaron's bedroom since the previous night, and even when Kato Megumi called her for lunch, she received no response. The atmosphere within the apartment was so stifling it felt almost suffocating. After a moment, Kasumiga Kakashiwa's hoarse voice broke the silence. Did you truly say that Aaron might still return last night? She gazed quietly at Yukino, her eyes reflecting a profound emptiness. Yukino faltered, then continued, I'm not entirely certain. She desperately wished to provide both herself and Kasumiga Kakashiwa with a definitive answer, yet reason compelled her to believe it was unlikely. Even though the enigmatic figure possessed extraordinary power, it had disintegrated before her very eyes. The notion of resurrection seemed utterly fantastical. Their sole hope rested on Aaron's divine benefactor, who might conjure a glimmer of miracle. However, at that moment, Kasumiga Kakashiwa's emotions spiraled out of control. Did you not assert that Aaron-kun might return? Why are you uncertain now? I genuinely do not know. Yukino erupted, but I absolutely refuse to believe that the enigmatic figure has perished. Her outburst abruptly ceased, though she continued in fragmented tones. I believe the enigmatic figure must still have a sliver of possibility. Yukino lowered her voice, realizing she should not unleash her frustrations upon Kasumiga Kakashiwa. This was unequivocally incorrect, and certainly not what the enigmatic figure desired from her. Kasumiga Kakashiwa seemed to have lost all her strength, turning onto her side on the sofa, her face resting precisely where Aaron had lain the previous week. In the kitchen, sensing the commotion, Kato Megumi hesitated momentarily in her chopping, then pursed her lips and resumed her task, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. In Aaron's bedroom, Irie awoke once more from her slumber. The blanket still retained Aaron's scent. She tightened her grip on his school uniform, glanced at the ceiling, and then closed her eyes again. Surely, this was just a dream. Once awakened, Hentai Aaron would return. Wouldn't he? She buried her head deeper into the blanket, her body curling up gradually. At that moment, Aaron's figure suddenly appeared on the ceiling of the bedroom. Before he could react, he plummeted freely onto the bed. Glancing around the familiar room, Aaron couldn't help but complain, damn. That third-rate deity actually made me return on my own. I wandered the cosmos for ages before finally locating Earth. I almost died again. It was far too perilous. That planet nearly collided with a comet and was on the brink of exploding. Just as it was about to detonate, I barely sensed my lingering trace on Earth, which allowed me to teleport back just in time. Still shaken, he patted his chest, only to suddenly realize that 2 smooth arms were wrapped around his neck. Irie, what are you doing in my room? Although he could not see her, he could feel her presence. Hentai Aaron, you really have returned. Irie's voice brimmed with excitement, her grip tightening considerably. Yes, I'm back. Could you please let go of me? What are you doing in my room at this hour? Have you finally lost it after drawing too many doujinshi? Aaron, who had just narrowly escaped death, was still reeling from the experience. Now being embraced by Irie was a bit too much for him to process. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Irie fell silent. Was she truly dreaming, after all? Hentai Aaron would never speak to her in such a manner. Yet this dream felt so painfully real, his warmth, his voice, his scent. Irie slowly leaned in closer. Yes, if it were a dream, she needn't concern herself with such trivialities. In the next moment, she pressed her lips against Aaron's nose. Well, since the lights were off, Iri entirely relied on sound to pinpoint Aaron's position, and her first attempt had failed. However, Aaron was left dumbfounded. What are you doing? Iri, stop talking nonsense. In my dream. You dare to resist? Just hentai Aaron. Iri removed her arms from around Aaron's neck and straddled him, cupping his face with her hands. Another kiss. This time it was perfectly executed. The warmth on his lips caused Aaron to feel slightly disoriented. They were so close. Iri's heavy breaths continuously reached his ears. Wait, Iri. Aaron turned his face away, but Iri immediately pursued him. Wait for what? In my dream, everything goes according to my will. Just hold on. Don't. Why are you sticking out your tongue? Aaron was utterly stunned. Were women on Earth truly this assertive? First, it was Kaguya Kakashiwa. And now it was Iri. Gradually, Iri seemed to sense something was amiss. This dream was far too vivid. She quickly sat up and pinched her thigh hard. The next moment, hentai Aaron. You actually. Seizing the opportunity, Aaron jumped off the bed, choosing to ignore Iri's retort. I'll step outside. It seems Yukino and the others are just outside. Iri, there's a difference between drawing doujinshi and reality. You. Iri yanked the blanket over herself and shouted, get out. All right. Aaron hastily opened the bedroom door. At that moment, Yukino and the other two girls, having heard the commotion, stood at the entrance. Aaron offered an awkward smile. Oh, I am back. Enigmatic figure. Yukino leaped into Aaron's embrace, exclaiming in delight, seeing that Aaron had no more space left in his arms. Kaguya Kakashiwa grasped his shirt tightly. Kato Megumi smiled gently. Welcome back. Aaron-kun. Apologies for worrying you all. I'm back. Aaron exhaled softly, relieved to find that he still preferred this world as her emotions gradually settled. Yukino extricated herself from Aaron's embrace, but in front of Kaguya Kakashiwa and Kato Megumi. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at that moment. Kato Megumi tilted her head in confusion, gazing at Aaron. Aaron-kun, we just heard Iri scream. What transpired? Well, I startled Iri when I teleported into the room. Which is why she screamed. That is precisely what happened. Aaron averted his gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. Kaguya Kakashiwa crossed her arms, her gaze penetrating as she scrutinized Aaron. Oh, is that so? P.S. Today I completed 3 updates. I am going to catch up on Kaguya-sama, Love is War's manga, and the upcoming series featuring the other female leads that I kindly request a 5-star review, if you have already rated it. Please consider leaving a follow-up review. Chapter 85. The Longest Night. Iri's transformation outside the bedroom. The sounds of Aaron and Yukino gradually faded away. Iri slowly peered out from beneath the blanket. Tears streamed down her face. I'm truly glad. Just as Yukino said, hentai Aaron really hasn't died. After what felt like an eternity, Iri slowly ceased her sobbing. Her outstretched fingertips trembled slightly. And then she slumped onto Aaron's bed in an ungraceful manner, much like a duck. With every breath, Aaron's scent enveloped her senses, yet her mind was in disarray, reflecting on the events that had transpired. An inexplicable panic gripped her heart. That kiss had seemingly been a key, unlocking the shackles that had bound her in confusion. Did I really take the initiative to kiss hentai Aaron? Lily instinctively clutched the bed sheet, murmuring softly to herself. Although she was at Sundara, she was by no means a fool, nor did she lack the courage to pursue love. She could not pinpoint when it had begun, but she harbored a faint affection for AI Ran. It was not merely a friendship, but rather a romantic inclination akin to that she felt for an Ilinyi, a love between the opposite sexes. Did it start on that stormy night? That seemed incorrect. Perhaps it had begun even earlier. Yet, she had never contemplated revealing her feelings openly, for that would be considered a lewd act. To feel affection for another man immediately after being disappointed by an Ilinyi. Was that not the epitome of indecency? Lily reaffirmed this notion in her heart. Faced with these peculiar emotions, she dared neither to acknowledge nor deny them, thus remaining passive and hesitant, for any action she might take would only betray her inner turmoil. However, after yesterday's revelation from Kaguya Kakashiwa, who stated that AI Ran had not rejected her confession, she could no longer restrain herself. What followed shattered her last defenses in mere minutes. Inyi and AI Ran had perished before her eyes. One after the other. It was only at that moment that Lily fully realized the truth. She had genuinely fallen for hentai AI Ran. She truly liked him. liked him so very much. Yet, by then, AI Ran had already been reduced to fragments. For an entire day and night, it has been a long time since the beginning. At this moment, the joy in Yukino's eyes could no longer be concealed. She gently closed her eyes and whispered, "Now, Monkey King, you may kiss me." Her voice was barely audible. This feeling of regained affection could no longer be expressed in words. Yet, Yukino understood that she had to take some action at this moment. Only then could her emotions settle, allowing her to sleep peacefully again that night. Era's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. The distance between the two drew closer, and finally, their lips met, a fleeting touch. Yukino felt as though her heart might leap out of her throat. Era smacked his lips appreciatively. This sensation was truly delightful. Although Yukino's movements were rather naive. Unlike a certain golden retriever artist, she merely flailed her tongue against Era's lips. "Should we do it again?" Era looked at Yukino with eager anticipation. Hentai. Though he said this, Yukino once more shut her eyes. This kiss lingered for an extended moment, and only when Yukino was on the brink of breathlessness did Era slowly pull away. "Hentai." Yukino cast a shy glare at him, but he chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. "By the way, Monkey King, I have something for you." With that, Yukino turned to her bedside cabinet and retrieved 2 shimmering orbs, Dragon Balls. "You brought them back? Well, purifying these is your task, isn't it? I thought that if you didn't return, these might be your last hope for resurrection." As she handed the Dragon Balls to Era, Yukino's complexion paled slightly. She dared not recall the events of the previous day. Had she not seen the Dragon Balls and thought of Era's potential revival, she might have considered following him into oblivion. Monkey King. Can these really grant any wish? Gazing at the fully purified Dragon Balls, Era reflected, I wouldn't say any wish, but desires akin to youth restoration, resurrection, or world domination can indeed be fulfilled. By the way, the King of Time promised me that upon completing the purification of the 7 Dragon Balls, I would be allowed to use one to grant a wish. Yukino looked at Era with curiosity. "So what wish does the Monkey King wish to fulfill?" "Well, it's not something I can't share. My wish is." Era leaned close to Yukino's ear and whispered his desire. "Hentai." Upon hearing this, Yukino shot Era a sharp glance, then buried herself under the covers, revealing only her small head, looking exceedingly adorable. "Monkey King, please go outside. I want to sleep." I still want to stay here a while longer." "No, it's already late, and I am quite exhausted." All right, then rest early." As Era spoke, he left Yukino's room. At that moment, he spotted Peru eavesdropping by the door. Grabbing it by the scruff of its neck, Era fixed it with a fierce glare. "Did you hear anything just now?" "And no, boss, I didn't hear anything." At that moment, Yukino's protective voice rang out from the bedroom. "Monkey King." Humph. Hearing her voice, Era reluctantly tossed Peru aside. "Keep an eye on things. If even a single mouse appears in this apartment, I'll have cat meat for dinner. The whole building." "Boss, I'm not just a plain cat. Isn't it a bit much to expect me to catch mice every day? I have many other skills." "What use are they?" "Your combat power is less than 5. You weakling." "Monkey King, don't bully Peru. Hurry back to rest." Yes, I understand." With one last glare at Peru, Era returned to his own apartment. Inside his bedroom, half of Yukino's face was buried in her blanket. Reflecting on Era's earlier expressed wish, her cheeks flushed even deeper. "Hentai," she murmured, completely immersing herself in the warmth of her bedding. It wasn't long before she drifted into slumber. She had been utterly exhausted these past few days. P.S. That this is the 2nd chapter for today. I kindly request a 5-star rating. If you enjoy it, please leave a follow-up review as well. The score has reached 8.5, and although the data is dismal, I can find some solace in the ratings. Chapter 87. This night feels exceedingly long. Upon returning home, Era was surprised to glance at the dining room. In the pitch-black apartment, there was a solitary source of light. Katake was quietly seated at the dining table, cradling a cup of red tea. Kata-san, you haven't gone to rest yet. Where is Shiyu Senpai? Era took a seat at the table and then noticed it was laden with an abundance of food. Senpai has already gone to rest. I prepared all of this food earlier, but it seems that Kasa no Oka-san, Yukino Shida-san, and Sawamura-san have little appetite, so I am troubled about how to deal with it. Katake tilted her head, revealing a hint of dilemma, a fleeting glimmer of mischief flashing across her eyes. Leave this to me. Era patted his chest, then picked up some tempura from his plate. Kato. This tempura is incredibly crispy, and this fried ball, the mackerel, the octopus, I quite enjoy all of these. Era's mouth was stuffed with food, making his words somewhat indistinct, although these dishes seemed rather ordinary at first glance. The true delight only revealed itself once tasted. Much like Kaguya herself, while she may not possess overtly distinctive features, careful exploration unveils her tenderness and beauty. Kaguya did not mind Era's exaggerated eating manner. She merely propped her chin on one hand and casually remarked, "Speaking of which, Era-kun refers to Kasa no Oka-san as Shiyu-senpai and calls Sawamura-san by her first name, yet you have always used honorifics with me. Isn't that peculiar?" Era paused his actions. Within this gaming club, his interactions with Kaguya had seemingly been the least frequent to know. There was one other person with whom he communicated even less. What was her name? And Era lowered his head, pondering for a long while, but could not recall her name. What is Era-kun thinking about? Kaguya's voice interrupted his thoughts. Swallowing a meatball, Era replied earnestly, "Nothing, nothing. From now on, I'll just call you K." Though they had yet to reach that level of familiarity, it was thanks to Katu that Era had avoided the plight of eating unappetizing cold bento for 2 consecutive weekends after his revival. Era had wandered through the cosmos for quite some time before finally sensing Earth's presence. During that time, he had been starved that it was once again Katu who had prepared food for him in advance, for which he was deeply grateful. With this in mind, Era continued, "K, thank you for this meal. If you ever need my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Upon hearing Era's address, a peculiar sparkle flashed in Kaguya's eyes. "Oh, it's nothing. I enjoy cooking. However, if Era-kun wishes to repay me, I will let you know when I think of something." Speaking of which, Kaguya's voice once again captured Era's attention as she gently sipped her red tea. "Shall we continue with the work of the gaming club?" "Of course. Although that student is no longer with us, it is precisely because of this club that we all met. I believe Eriri and Shiyu-senpai would not wish to give up either." At that moment, a noticeable change flickered across Kaguya's expression for the first time. "Is that so? Then I have already thought of a request for Era-kun." "What is it?" "To continue being the temporary male lead in this game. We've put in so much effort, and I'm rather looking forward to the day this game is released at air." Eren found himself somewhat inclined to refuse. The purification work on the second planet had been completed, and he could merely continue as a simple investor. However, just 2 minutes prior, he had uttered the words, "If there is anything you need from me, please do not hesitate to ask." Observing the unmistakable glimmer of anticipation in Kaguya's eyes, Eren exhaled softly. "I understand. Then I look forward to your guidance in the future, K. Likewise, please take care of me, Eren-kun." In the depths of the night, as Eren lay in slumber, he was suddenly enveloped by a wave of warmth. Moments ago, a figure had quietly entered, effortlessly burrowing beneath the covers and nestling into his embrace. "Eren-kun, Eren-kun," the individual murmured repeatedly, the softness of her presence pressing closely against his chest. Soon after, a few tears trickled down onto his neck. Eren jolted awake. "Shiyu-senpai," he called softly. There was no response. Instead, the two drew closer together, the intensity of her grip tightening. Tears continued to cascade down her cheeks, landing softly upon Eren's form, pressing her face against his neck. "Kaza no Oka," Shiyu's voice, laced with a hint of sorrow, pleaded, "Hold me." Her tone brooked no argument. "All right," Eren replied, as he wrapped his left arm around Kaza no Oka Shiyu's waist, while his right hand gently caressed her hair. Feeling the warmth radiating from Eren, Kaza no Oka Shiyu lost all semblance of control. "Eren, you scoundrel! How dare you die before responding to my confession? You must not die." With that, she bit down on his neck. "I am sorry." At that moment, I could do nothing but self-destruct. Clearly, this explanation did not satisfy Kaza no Oka Shiyu, but eventually, she relented, her heart aching to Shiyu-senpai. "Eren-kun, please let me stay like this for a while," she insisted, holding tightly to his neck. After a time, her breathing gradually steadied to Shiyu-senpai. Eren called gently. Still, there was no answer. "Is she asleep?" Cautiously, he turned to shift her from his embrace. Yet, even in slumber, she clung to him fiercely. In a villa in Tokyo, Kiki Nankyu suddenly awoke in a cold sweat, his heart racing. "Is this a precognitive dream?" He pondered. A precognitive dream foretells imminent dangers through visions and slumber. However, the events that had transpired in his recent dreams surpassed his comprehension. An alien with golden hair, lacking eyebrows, adorned with a golden tail, and possessing a fearsome visage, intended to obliterate this planet on New Year's Day with a colossal energy sphere. This was dire news. He uneasily rose from his bed. Wait, isn't that alien the one named Aaron? Didn't he die? P.S. This is the third chapter for today. I humbly request a 5-star rating. The data from these past few days has been rather disheartening. I am still at the company working overtime. Once I finish this, I will continue my tasks that I hope for your continued support. Chapter 88. Are Scions Afraid of Kitchen Knives? The Romance War begins. Yes, her lips parted slightly, delicate lashes trembling as she unconsciously murmured that it had been a long time since she had slept so soundly. Kaza no Oka Shiyu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the unfamiliar room. Right, she had come to find Aaron-kun last night. At this thought, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at the pillow she clutched tightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Clearly, she had been holding that fellow before dozing off. When had he slipped away? Releasing the pillow, she propped herself up and assessed her state. Kaza no Oka Shiyu let out a soft giggle. What a surprise. It seems Aaron-kun is rather adorable after all. She tidied her hair and scrutinized her reflection in the bedroom mirror. Her skin appeared fair with a healthy rosy hue. The dark circles that had previously relied on makeup to conceal had vanished. Kaza no Oka Shiyu was inherently the alluring type. In the absence of fatigue, she looked even more captivating. She pressed her lips together, a satisfied smile gracing her features. This night, she had replenished her energy from Aaron quite well. Just as she was about to exit the room, she unexpectedly overheard a conversation between Aaron and Kaguya Aaron-kun. When I awoke this morning, I did not see Kaza no Oka's. Do you know where she has gone? Noticing the kitchen knife in Kaguya's hand, Aaron instinctively took a small step back, positioning himself at the door. I caught a whiff of something delightful earlier. Are you preparing breakfast? Yes, I'm making breakfast with Yukino Shida-san. We both have a habit of rising early. Has Yukino gotten up as well? Yes, didn't she come by earlier to wake you? Yukino came by. A slight sheen of cold sweat broke on Aaron's forehead. The implications of that statement seemed rather significant to Aaron-kun. Why are you sweating suddenly? It is already May, but the mornings are still quite chilly. Are you unwell? Kaguya tilted her head, gazing at him with concern. It must be a trick of the mind that I assure you. A mere bead of sweat is inconsequential for someone like me, a practitioner of martial arts, and no need for concern. I shall freshen up now. I eagerly anticipate breakfast. With that, Aaron sidled past her, slipping into the bathroom. Watching Aaron flee in haste, a smirk crept across Kaguya's lips. Glancing back at the closed door to Aaron's room, she hummed a nameless tune. Making her way to the kitchen, splashing cold water on his face, Aaron leaned on the sink, muttering to himself, "Goodness, the women on Earth are rather ferocious. If I hadn't sensed any murderous intent earlier, I would have thought Kaguya had intentions to slice me. Wait, I am a Super Saiyan now. Why should I fear a kitchen knife? Humph. Earthlings are truly foolish," Aaron reassured himself, though his reflection revealed a hint of uncertainty. After finishing his grooming, Aaron approached the kitchen with a mix of trepidation. Evidently, his self-induced calmness had not taken full effect. Yukino was setting dishes on the dining table, and with Kaguya's assistance. She appeared considerably at ease. Upon seeing Aaron, Yukino's cool voice reached him. "Monkey man, yes." Aaron instinctively straightened up. "Please go wake up Sawamura-san for breakfast. It is ready." Oh, all right. I'll go now." Aaron's gaze inadvertently lingered on the food in Yukino's hands. "There's no poison in this, is there? Why are you still here? We can't eat until everyone is present. Monkey man should have some common sense about daily life." "Why yes, I'm going now." Just as he turned, Yukino's voice called after him. "Monkey man, do not do anything bad to Arari." "How could that be? I am not that kind of person." The words barely escaped his lips, and Aaron, feeling slightly guilty, quickened his pace. Now, that rhetorical question had inadvertently transformed into an affirmation. I thought Yukino-san would surely be angry with Aaron-kun. Kaguya suddenly appeared behind Yukino. "How could I not be angry?" Yukino sighed. "However, some matters cannot simply be resolved with anger. I would never push away someone I cherish in such a manner." Kaguya lowered her head, murmuring, "Is that so? I feel the same." Breakfast is ready. Arari in the guest room. Arari was leisurely tending to her twin ponytails. Suddenly hearing Aaron's voice, she instinctively leaped from her seat. Hentai. Aaron, don't come in yet. I had no intention of entering. Hurry up and get ready for breakfast. I know. I'll be right there. With her hands pressed against her chest, Arari's modest bust rose and fell with her breaths. You can do it, Arari. With an inner resolve bolstering her spirits, Lily shook her twin ponytails and confidently swung open the door to her room. However, her exuberance resulted in a rather excessive motion, and she collided headlong with AI Ran, who was standing at the threshold. Noticing Lily staggering backward, AI Ran swiftly steadied her by grasping her shoulder. In that instant, the confidence that had surged within Lily moments ago seemed to dissipate entirely. What are you doing so close to the door? Were you eavesdropping? Hentai AI Ran. Of course not. I would never stoop to such a thing. Silly Lily. Hurry and freshen up. Yukino and Kay have already prepared breakfast. Understood, but could you kindly step aside? Your large frame is blocking the doorway. And I can't get out. 20 minutes later, everyone had finally gathered as the host of the house.